I just said I wanted to eat donkey meat pie on the street. But I was forcibly pressed on the chopping board by a strong man. He not only tied my hands and feet with a rope, but also picked up a butcher knife to prepare to bleed me. But in the face of my loud cries for help, the onlookers not only did not come forward to help, but instead showed greedy eyes. The girl holding the donkey meat pie suddenly pointed at me and said, "Daddy, look, he seems very scared." The man glanced at me, disregarded it, and crouched down to coax his daughter indulgently. "It's supposed to be scared. That's how the meat pie tastes good." And at this moment, a little bit of memory came back to me. Oh no, I turned out to be a donkey. At this point, I was terrified to the extreme, wanting to run, but I had no strength in my body. The burly man tore at me a few times, lowered his head to stare into my eyes, suddenly loosened his grip, and said, "I've killed donkeys all my life, but I've never seen donkey eyes like this, so round and shiny. They look like a pair of human eyes, really frightening." I shuddered all over, thinking there might be a turning point. But to my surprise, the burly man casually took a sack and put it over my head, saying, "These eyes are scary to look at. Cover them up and you won't see anything. Whatever you are, I'll give you a quick death later, and in the next life, you'll be born into a good life." As the sack was removed, my vision suddenly went black, and my heart died completely. Just then, a voice emerged from the crowd. "Hold on. I see this donkey is strong and healthy. It would be a waste to kill it. How about selling it to me?" The Taoist who has arrived. People buying roasted chestnuts nearby respectfully greeted. I had a sack on my head and couldn't see clearly, but from what others said, this Taoist who is very accurate in fortune-telling and character analysis, and has real skills. The stall owner asked in confusion, "What does the Taoist priest want this donkey for?" Master who said, "I have been diligent in my practice in recent days, planning to go out to visit friends and discuss the Tao, traveling around the world. It just so happens that I need a good donkey for transportation." The stall owner nodded and said, "In that case, it should be given to the Taoist priest. I bought this donkey for 5 taels of silver, so you can compensate me according to this amount." Master who replied, "That would be unfair to you for your efforts. It's not appropriate. I should give you an extra 2 chien as compensation." The old Taoist took out a bag of broken silver, picked out some and handed it to the stall owner. 5 taels of silver is not a small amount. The stall owner weighed the silver with a balance scale, looking incredulous. Master who is truly skilled, "It's exactly 5 taels and 2 chien, not a hair off." Master who said, "As long as it's accurate, that's good. I will take this donkey with me." The burlap sack on my head was removed by the old Taoist, and light reappeared before my eyes. "Let's go." The old Taoist leisurely took my hand and led me out of the crowd. It wasn't until we were out of the city gate that I finally believed I had survived, no longer worried about becoming donkey meat buns in the morning bakery, and my steps became lighter. The old Taoist suddenly spoke, "How can there be such a strange person like you, not feeling sad even when turned into a donkey, but rather so happy?" I exclaimed in surprise. My light footsteps stopped in midair, and heavily landed on the ground. Turning my head, a pair of eyes that looked human rather than donkey stared at the old Taoist. In my heart, I thought, just heard people around talking, saying that the old Taoist is only good at fortune-telling and physiognomy. How could he tell that I am a human? Master who said, "Don't be afraid. I am not their accomplice. I just saw that you have 3 souls and 7 spirits on you, so I know you are not a real donkey, but a person harmed by the evil method of creating livestock." The old Taoist stopped and said seriously. I stood still, waves of emotions surging in my heart. 3 souls and 7 spirits. Evil method of creating livestock. What on earth is this? Wasn't I dressed as a donkey? Still in a daze, Lao Dao furrowed his brow again. "What the heck did you just say? What kind of grass is asterisk 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 asterisk? Are you hungry?" I was speechless, not knowing what to say. After a moment of silence, I suddenly realized another thing. I had just made a donkey's bray. How did this Lao Dao understand it? I brayed again. Master who chuckled and looked at me, then opened his mouth and let out the same loud donkey bray, but to my ears, it sounded just like a human voice. Bird language and beast speech, just a small skill in practice. Master who said, "Animal creation, practice, bird language and beast speech." I was dumbfounded, with a sense of absurdity and unreality in my mind. Where have I crossed over to? Master who urged, "Hurry up. The method of creating animals will be irreversible after 3 days. You don't want to be a donkey for the rest of your life, do you?" Without thinking much, in this strange and wonderful world, I had to become human first. Outside the city, a small river flows with gurgling water. When I see the water, I don't know why my mouth gets dry and my throat parched. I wish I could dive into the river and drink it all up, but I worry that it might be some kind of sorcery at work. Master whose voice echoes gently, "Don't hold back. The method of creating livestock requires a large amount of water to break through. Hurry, hurry. Without any hesitation, I jump into the river and drink heartily. After a while, a donkey's skin covered with mud was piled up on the shore, and a handsome young man stood up in the water, bowing and saluting towards the river bank. Thank you, Taoist, for saving my life. But when he looked up, he found that the old Taoist was hiding far away, with a grey cloth Taoist robe on the ground. Put it on first before you speak. I have no clothes inside. The crotch is empty. The linen fabric is a bit itchy. I'm not used to it, but in order to quickly understand the situation, I put on my clothes in a few strokes, and walked back to the side of the old road and bowed. Thank you, Taoist, for saving my life. Taoist, who waved his hand, it's just a small effort. Looking at me again, he lowered his head and suddenly exclaimed in surprise, just now you were a donkey. I could tell you were not a donkey, but I didn't expect you to turn into a human now, which is really strange. I looked down at myself. My arms and legs were intact. There was no problem, and asked, what's strange? Taoist, who said, your behavior and speech clearly indicate that you are a normal person, but your memory is completely absent, showing signs of a missing soul. Am I right? I was shocked. I didn't expect this old Taoist to almost see through my origins. After a moment of hesitation, I pursed my lips and said, how does Taoist know that my memory has not recovered? Hu Daochang looked at my chest with a smile that was not a smile. The emperor of the previous dynasty stipulated the dress code. Women wear clothes with the left side overlapping the right. Men wear clothes with the right side overlapping the left, and it has not changed to this day. You are wearing your clothes incorrectly. I was stunned. How would I know the difference between left and right overlapping? I just put it on casually. I didn't expect there to be such a detail, and it exposed the fact that I had no memory. Fortunately, what this old Taoist said happened to provide me with a good excuse, so I didn't explain much. Hurriedly untied and changed back. In the process, inevitably revealing a fairly strong physique, the old Taoist turned his head again, only turning back to ask about other matters after I had finished handling everything. The Taoist asked, do you still remember where your home is? I shook my head. How did you become a donkey and end up here without knowing? I nodded. What about your name? You must remember that. The Taoist was somewhat helpless. Chen Ji, Chen Erdong, the Ji of painting Ji. Since I couldn't remember my original name anyway, I just used my own name. The Taoist nodded thoughtfully, not saying anything more. It was me who wanted to know more about this world, so I took advantage of my amnesiac status and asked the old Taoist, what was that about the art of creating livestock that you just mentioned? Master Hu said, creating livestock is a sorcery that used to be prevalent in the northern region of the river. By using animal skins, one can transform a person into an animal, because it goes against the heavens and is abhorrent. It was once lost. I didn't expect it to become active again now. It seems that the world is going to be in turmoil. Moreover, I see that your soul is missing. It doesn't seem to be caused by normal injuries or fright, but rather someone intentionally harmed you. Harm me? I was shocked. Master Hu fell into contemplation, and after a moment, he spoke decisively. Soul consumption. This is a sorcery even older than creating livestock. It transfers a person's soul into an animal's body, then lets the person eat it. In this way, the person's three souls are incomplete, having undergone multiple changes. Even the underworld cannot retrieve the soul, making it an extremely evil way of destroying all evidence. I see these methods on you. They are not accidental but deliberately arranged. I was completely stunned. What kind of outrageous things did the original body do to deserve such targeted actions? Not applicable. The Taoist priest nodded in satisfaction at my decisiveness, then took out a stack of books. Can you read these books? I glanced at them, flipped through a few pages, and although there were some traditional characters, I recognized about 80 to 90% of them, so I nodded and said, Children's Enlightenment. Not difficult. It seems I still remember some. The Taoist priest asked again, are you afraid of demons? Demons? My mind suddenly jumped, thinking of something I had overlooked, not knowing what kind of demon it was. The Taoist priest smirked, shook his head, and made a sharp sound, and his originally youthful face with white hair suddenly flashed into a sharp-faced hairy face, revealing sharp white teeth, still wearing a gray cloth Taoist robe, but with a furry tail swaying from the side. Chen Ji was startled. His body exploded in cold sweat, and he backed away violently. The demon opened its long, thin beak in a braying laugh at the sight, wagging its triangular ears and tail. How about? Are you afraid or not? The demon didn't move, and only then did Chen Ji have the time to survey its appearance. Full head of fluffy hair is like a fire leaping out of a burst of ripples, in favor of the eye socket. Forehead. Cheeks positioned shallow some, like a bit of makeup, a pair of peach blossom eyes staring at the Chun halberd. Do not see half a point of ferocity, but some charming and seductive. So there really is a demon? And a fox demon. No wonder it's called Hu Taoist. So it's this fox. Countless thoughts flashed through Qin mind. But for a moment, he didn't know how to answer the fox demon's question. He had read a lot of Shikigami stories and subconsciously felt that fox demons wouldn't harm anyone. What's more, this fox demon in front of him has been telling fortunes in the river house for many years, and has quite a good reputation, and saved his own life, so naturally he won't be a bad demon. Frozen for a moment until the fox demon prodded again. The words came out ghostly. What a beautiful fox. Bah! Denizens! The fox demon spat, her eyes indignant. I was kind enough to save you, and you deserve to be turned into an ass for saying such frivolous things. But I'm telling the truth, Chen Halberd said seriously. Although it was just a glimpse, Chen Ji was sure that this fox demon definitely counted as the best color among foxes. The fox demon's fire dissipated for the most part. It was true that she didn't sense that Chen Hastings had lied, and it wasn't good to blame someone who had lost their soul for being honest. A half-hearted sigh. Since you're not afraid, you can talk about what's behind you. I would like to ask you to be a monk school teacher for my clan's descendants. The demonic aura can more or less cover this bit of your soul aura, and it won't be easy to teach people to find it. Foxes. No. Fox demons have to read too? Chen Halberd was surprised. It's not like my clan was born a demon, and the juniors of the clan still need to learn. So what's so strange about that? Seeing that Chen Ji still couldn't understand, the fox demon simply continued to make it clear. Foxes are different from humans. They must understand language, learn reasoning, understand the world, shed their animalistic nature, and pass the Taishan Nymphet's examination before they can cultivate. Little Fox is full of beasts, and hiring a gentleman to teach Montague would be the fastest way to do it. Except that none of the gentlemen we've found before have been suitable. It just so happens that there are many clansmen in my clan, so I can help you to find out the whereabouts of the soul-eating congregation of the creator animal. If there is a chance to retrieve the soul is also considered to be a bundle of mammon. That is, if you can't retrieve it, there are heavenly treasures to warm up the remnants of the soul, so that it won't cause you to die an early death. How about that? The fox demon's voice was gentle, like a wind-blown silver bell. Then thank you, Fox Fairy. Chen Halberd arched his hand. Anyway, he didn't have the road guide credentials and it wasn't easy for him to live in the world, so he might as well follow the fox to see the world. And it would be considered as having half a foot in the world of cultivation. I just don't know what kind of scene the Fox clan practices again. Then close your eyes. The fox demon was extraordinarily happy to hear the Fox Fairy appellation and caught Chen Ji's wrist and stepped forward. One step forward. Chen Ji only felt that the internal organs are letting people pull the force, the throat rolling to spit out acid water. Wait, I forgot. Open your mouth. The fox demon's voice rang close to his ears. Before Chen Ji could react, he subconsciously opened his mouth, and felt an extra cold thing in his mouth, which melted in his mouth, and the feeling of vomiting and pain from earlier suddenly disappeared. This is a secret medicine of the Fox clan that can reduce the discomfort caused by spells. Chen Ji nodded his head in thanks and continued to wait with his eyes closed, until the fox demon spoke again. Here we are. Sir, you may open your eyes. Chen Ji opened his eyes and saw a scene he had never seen in his 2 lives. More than 10 thatched cushions were placed in the clearing surrounded by green trees, and at this moment a group of large and small foxes with fiery red fur were sitting cross-legged on the futons and reading, each shaking their heads, no different from a mongoloid child. Fox, surprisingly, is actually studying. Chapter 3, The Book of Strange Tales. Miss White is back. The slightly larger foxes saw the fox demon beside Shinjichi and hurriedly got up to salute. It just didn't have the fox demon's technique of change, and it was rather comical to have a fox body on top of an ill-fitting tunic. Still smaller is the fox body. Not even clothes. Simply throw down the books chirping and running over to circle around the fox demon. Performance an ordinary fox no different. Why are you all running around so much when you've been taught monasticism? The fox demon scowled and reprimanded the young fox on all fours. The little foxes bowed their heads and called, as if to admit their mistake. You must not be so rude in the future. Go and rest, and we will introduce you to the new gentleman later. The fox demon waved her hand, dispersing these little foxes, and then looked at the few big foxes that had bowed to the party. Have you studied well today? Back to Miss Bai. We learned the Analects of Confucius today, but there is a sentence in it that we don't understand, and we are thinking of asking Mr. Su for advice in the evening. Which sentence? The sun is not a monster. A fox opens its mouth and other foxes follow. This is a sentence in which the sages say that they do not talk about weirdness, courage, disobedience, ghosts and gods, but there are sentences in the Analects that talk about sacrifices and ghosts and gods. If you fail to serve a man, how can you serve a ghost? Honor the ghosts and the gods. Isn't the saint going back on his word? We don't understand, so please ask Miss White to explain. The big foxes had different accents and hunched over to ask the fox demon for advice, and at first glance, it really did look like a bookstore. The fox demon named White Girl also frowned, obviously not expecting this problem. Turning his head, he saw Chen Ji but suddenly smiled. Just in time. Mr. Chen, I asked you to be a gentleman for the juniors, and it's time to try your knowledge. So how about you answer this question from the students? The crowd of foxes all looked at Chen Ji, their eyes flickering. Good thing too. Chen Halberd looked at the big and small foxes around him and thought to himself that really no job anywhere can be separated from an interview. It was good that he had prepared for the public examination and opened his mouth to answer after a little thought. The saints quote speaks of a man and not a fox. People who are good at ghosts and gods are prone to be egoless, so talk less about ghosts and gods so as not to disorganize the mind. Foxes are different. How can you not talk about them when they are between humans and demons and in the midst of the specter, and are themselves a part of it? The saints advocate teaching without discrimination. So it is excellent to learn the Analects of Confucius to open up the intellect. But since you are studying the Analects, you should know that the sages have said that learning without thinking is confusing, and thinking without learning is dangerous. After listening to 2 sentences, the white girl brightened up and greeted the other foxes to come over to listen to Chen Ji's explanation together. The many foxes obediently gathered around Chen Ji and sat obediently, eagerly waiting. Fox learning people, mainly for the past human nature, do not see all the contents of the book to learn to think dialectically, selective learning, otherwise it will fall into a perilous recklessness. Chen Halberd initially looked at a circle of fox head is still a little put, but said sh in turn calmed down. Even distractions are not. Seriously about his understanding of the Analects of Confucius. After a few explanations, not only did the big foxes come to a realization, but even the white girl was puzzled. Thank you, sir, for clearing that up. In the past, Mr. Su did not speak so thoroughly, or this gentleman spoke well. When the gentleman teaches, I will listen carefully. The foxes straightened up and bowed with their paws clasped in front of them, ready to leave. Wait. The white girl called out to them and looked at Chen Hastings to ask the question again. Sir, as you say, we should use the fox's point of view to understand the saint's remarks. So how should we interpret them? Like this one just now? The eyes of the foxes lit up. Chen Halberd's words opened up a whole new way of thinking to them. But they didn't yet understand how they should think about all this from the fox's point of view. The sun's not a monster. Chen Halberd recited a few sentences, suddenly thought of something. Since it is a demon, then it should be a bit demonic. So he slowly opened his mouth. When dealing with unreasonable people, you should use weird punches to beat them into delirium. Kiki. The foxes opened their beaks and froze in place. The white girl froze as well, but quickly returned to her senses. You're really something else. That's an explanation I've never heard before. The white girl had a smile in her eyes, clearly satisfied with this interpretation. Earlier, when the fox test was held, the Empress said that the fox's articles and learning were too human-like and not good, and I still didn't know why. When I heard you say that, I felt much better all of a sudden. The previous gentleman lectured on the book, and gave a good lecture, but it was always a case of letting the fox tolerate it, which was indeed not in keeping with the temperament of the demon. When a demon encounters a problem, it really should have a fist in addition to reason. It is excellent to have you as their sir. Thanks, Fox Fairy. You guys go down, and remember to review what Mr. Chen said. The white girl shooed away the big and small foxes and looked back at Chen Ji. Since Mr. Chen has agreed to teach my clan's juniors, he is one of us. Just call me Miss Bai. Then the corners of his mouth hooked up in a smile, and he shook his head, and the fox head disappeared, turning into a bright-eyed, white-toothed girl, even brighter and better looking than the fox face. Is this the face of the white girl incarnate? Halberd Chen wondered. The books he had read before said that foxes transformed into handsome men and beautiful women, but it was the first time he had seen a real fox demon transform into a human being. Naturally not. The white girl shook her head and turned back into her previous old-fashioned appearance. Fox transforming into human form is not bound by appearance. Convenience is good. Before it was for the sake of cultivation, that's why it turned into this appearance. Now it's also a casual change. To practice? Yeah. The white girl explained with a smile. My race's cultivation relies on bonding, absorbing moonlight, and gong methods. I cultivate the karmic method, and to enter the world and get close to humans, I naturally have to disguise myself as a human in order to cultivate. Then why the old ways? The first time I told fortunes I became a young girl and was molested. The next day I became a young man and people didn't believe I could tell fortunes. Later, when I became an old Taoist, they were convinced. So I've been using this image ever since. That fits the stereotype of most people. So is Miss White's fortune-telling skills self-taught as well? Of course not. The white girl shook her head. The art of divining heavenly chances requires an extremely high level of skill, which I have yet to master. So they say you're good at math? That is seen by means of chi lookout. Black chi backs the time. Red chi gets lucky. Purple chi has a nobleman. And wood chi has a disaster or disease. Seeing this, and then according to what is asked for is not difficult to say. So it is. The image of Hu Taoist's high-ranking person in Chen Ji's heart gradually shattered into this slightly lively young girl in front of him. Goo! He was about to say something else when his stomach snatched at him and made a sound of movement. Chen Ji finally remembered that he hadn't eaten for 2 days. Yikes! I forgot you haven't eaten yet. I'll go get you some food. But it's only what the foxes and I usually eat. You won't mind, will you? I guess not. Chen Hao was also curious about what a cultivated fox would eat. A few moments later, the white girl brought a bowl and plate with 5 or 6 inches of black jerky on it, and a bowl of thick congee made from yellow rice, pine nuts, and red dates. Another large red fox crouched at the edge with a shivering rabbit in its mouth. This is a porridge made from 9 steamed and 9 sun-dried wild yellow essences and mountain specialties. After the fox transforms into a human, it no longer eats raw blood food. So this is all I eat on weekdays. If Mr. isn't used to it, he has also prepared a rabbit that can be roasted and eaten. Turns out it's yellow essence. Chen Halberd was secretly staggered. There is still this length after 9 steams and 9 suns, and I don't know that it is made of hundreds of years of wild yellow essence, and it is not too much to say that it is a heavenly treasure. It's okay, these are good enough. Chen Ji eating a piece of it will feel full in the abdomen. Seems to be half full. With another mouthful of porridge, even his spirit improved, and the deficit of a few days seemed to have been made up. Sure enough, it's fairy food. Chen Haste lamented. You're joking, sir, but it's just something the juniors picked up and concocted themselves after finding it while playing in the mountains. It's not a good thing. It's only us wild foxes who still look at it. I heard that famous Taoists and families dislike the dregs of this stuff after taking it, and only use it to burn firewood and take its essence. Chen Hastings fell silent, not knowing what to say. Sure enough, I am still shallow. I have never thought of yellow essence as firewood. These people who have the way, when it comes to luxury tight. Miss Bai. I wonder what book Mr. Chen is going to talk about? We should prepare in advance. As he was lamenting, a large fox ran closer to inquire. What does Mr. Chen say? The white girl looked at Chun Ji. I just heard from the foxes that there's another gentleman. I wonder what book he's talking about now. Why don't we ask him to join us before we decide? Chen Halberd asked rhetorically. You mean Mr. Su? The white girl smiled daintily at the thought of something. Well, it's not too late to wait until you've met tonight. But you can go to my clan's library first. There are quite a few books on human cultivation in there. Perhaps there is something you can use. Thank you, Miss White. Chen Ji followed the big fox who reported the news and headed to the book depository, from the location where the lecture was just given. Facing south, after walking a few dozen steps, we saw a large acacia tree that was hugged by 3 people. The fox stopped in his tracks. Sir, we're here. Where's the cash? Chen Halberd looked around and saw no sign of any houses. It's in the trees. The big fox lifted his paw and knocked on the trunk of the tree like it was knocking on a door. Elder Samuel, I've come to show the new gentleman the book. And wait, the big acacia tree shook its body as if it had come to life, and a huge human face emerged from its trunk to look at a man and a fox, emitting human words from its mouth. Chen Halberd's eyes widened. A talking tree. This is a tree demon without a doubt. I didn't expect to see a fox demon just now, and this is a tree demon. There are really a lot of demons in this world. Just can't figure out what this has to do with the bookstore yet. Is this the new Mr. Man? The last one almost died of fright when he saw me. This one is nice. The tree demon sized up Chen Halberd, his 5 senses spread out, calm and collected. You do have the look of a few readers. You guys go in. With that said, the entire tree began to shake, and from the center of the trunk a crack opened, and then a door appeared. Big Fox skillfully opened the door, revealing a downward passageway, and greeted Chun Ji to go in with him. Mr. Chen, the bookstore is inside. Chen Jichi curiously entered the interior of the acacia tree and realized that there was a different world here. I don't know how the foxes did it, but they hollowed out a hollow dozens of square feet under the tree, with bookshelves, tables and chairs, torches on the walls and candlesticks on the tables. Shelves have stone, wooden, bamboo. Look at the material, age varies. The books placed on it are also diverse, up to the tortoise shell and bamboo, down to the silk booklet. Paperbacks have everything. Chenji even saw a few books inside the dragon scale scrolls. Then look carefully to find each shelf of the books placed on the books are not the same. Most of the classification is chaotic. Medicine books, scriptures, Confucian classics mixed together, and occasionally a few neatly arranged, but also can be seen as not a person organizing habits. These books are complete. Are they usually organized by Mr. Sue? Chen Halberd looked at the big fox. To tell you the truth, Mr. Chen, we're organizing all these books ourselves. We just don't recognize many words and read fewer books, so it's confusing and hard to read. The big fox is originally a red fox, although the voice sounds through the embarrassment, but do not see half a point of blush, instead of honesty, so that Chen Halberd do not know what to say. The words of the fox organizing it make sense. It's just that he still has questions. Mr. Sue taught you scripture and word recognition. Did he not teach you to organize this? He isn't very handy. The big fox mumbled. Chen Halberd didn't ask anything else. Mr. Sue was the teacher that the white girl had hired to teach the foxes their lessons, and naturally the foxes approved of him. He must have his own reasons for saying it's inconvenient, but he was just looking for cultivation books, and could teach the foxes to organize their shelves in the meantime. Chen Halberd then looked to Big Fox to explain his thoughts. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Wait a moment, Mr. Chen. I'll go get the other foxes over here. The big fox is excited to go out and get help from the foxes. Chen Ji, on the other hand, pulled out a book in his hand and flipped through it. The book cover cannot see the material. Dusty, wiped clean, can only vaguely see the title of the book is The Book of Strange News, 3 words. It was probably a book that recorded some legends and strange insights. And Chen Ji was also curious about what kind of jiqi would be recorded in this world. But when I opened it, I found the book's paper snowy white, exactly as new. There was more flipping to be done, and the book abruptly disappeared into thin air as if it had never been there. Chen Ji hurriedly checked left and right, trying to see if the white girl was deliberately tricking herself. But there was no one else in the large library, only the lights beeping and pulsing. Being appalled, a book suddenly appeared in Chen Ji's mind, which was exactly the same as the one that had just disappeared, and the first page also appears to be neatly written. River Fox, Chen Sheng. I do not know where the people also encountered the outlaws to create animals as donkeys. Will die. Monks River Fox saved. Want to cultivate, know the lack of it, and then worshipped as Mr. Fox, and then understand the language of birds and animals. Chen Ji looked at the text on the book for a long time without returning to his senses. This was exactly what he had experienced before. So how did it suddenly appear in this book? Could this be his gold finger? Chapter 4 Mr. So, people had traveled across? And Chen Ji didn't feel that one more golden finger was outrageous. It's just that he's curious about what's in the book. If it's your own experience, what's the meaning of that last pass bird and animal language? He had only seen the white girl use this spell on the road, and did not know it himself. Was it a mistake in the book? Or has this book of anecdotes already allowed itself to know this skill? Chen Ji can't decide what to do. I wanted to try to see if I could speak the language of birds and beasts, but I opened my mouth only to realize that I didn't know how to cast it, and it was so bizarre that he didn't dare to question Miss White. Silent for a moment, Chen Halberd gave up deeper investigation. Intends to have the opportunity to ask the foxes sideways what's going on with this bookshelf and book what to say when the time comes. At that moment, there was a rustling and talking in the passage. Mr. Chen is such a good man. You guys must learn from Mr. Chen in the future. Definitely. He speaks better than Mr. Sue, and I like to hear it. The foxes have arrived. There were the big foxes from earlier, and some smaller ones that hadn't yet shed their bestiality. Seeing Chen Halberd but did not forget to salute, half standing straight, bowing and holding his claws. Good day Mr. Chen. You guys. Halfway through his reply, Chen Ji froze violently. It was fine for the big fox to speak in a crappy accent, but how did he even understand the voice of the little fox that only called before? Swallowing his saliva, Chen Ji was still not sure if he had really heard it just now, and looked at the little fox again. Why are you guys here to help too? Miss White says we're not too young to learn how to do something to help the clan, and that we can learn something by setting up a bookshelf. The little fox chirped. Chen Ji heard it clearly this time, and it really was through the beast language. Even the certainty of emotion grew in his mind that if he opened his mouth at this moment, he could make a sound like the calling of a fox. Staying where he was, his heart was mixed for a while. The white girl said this is the skill of cultivation. One should be considered to be on the path of cultivation. It's just good seems a little different than what she said. The big fox saw Chen Halberd stagnant, thought he could not understand the little fox words, but also helped to explain a pass. Miss White has taught you well. You are bound to be good fox fairies in the future. Chen Halberd nodded his head in approval. The little foxes rolled and tumbled in place happily at Chen Ji's compliments. Did you hear that? Mister says I'll be a good fox fairy later. Speaking of me 2 mile. Sir is so nice. Have you forgotten Miss White's words again? You've got no sense of propriety. The big fox had a stern face to reprimand, but the corners of his mouth couldn't hide a smile, tickling with faint joy. Chen Ji is the gentleman invited by Miss White. saying that these little foxes have the qualifications of fox fairies, so he must be extremely optimistic about them. Don't thank Mr. Chen yet, the big fox lectured. Thank you, Mr. Chen. The little foxes chirped and bowed, then asked for advice on how Chen Ji's bookshelves should be organized. I just checked these books. It seems that they are not collected from the same batch of purchases. Is that right? Chen Halberd didn't answer the little fox's question first, but instead talked about his own discovery, just in time to poke around the origins of the anecdote. Indeed not, it's all we've collected from different places, the big fox replied in embarrassment. As the fox recounted it, Chen Ji also heard it. Fox is not completely in the mountains and jungles to cultivate, but also need to go to the earth to experience the world, make good karma, during which it is inevitable to deal with people. But the foxes are not good enough, do not dare to live in the state capital city for a long time, can only pick some small places. It's just that the world is not peaceful, and demons and evil spirits like to cause trouble in places like this. Foxes are naturally not afraid, but people can be. A lot of people move their families or even their clans, and before they leave, they sell their possessions, and the foxes pick out the books to buy, and some of them are left behind by the people, so they move back here as much as they can. These books, about the time they were moved from the house of Agonzo, I can't remember exactly. The big fox was twirling his mustache in a rather comical manner as he studied the old man. Chen Halberd nodded without looking deeper. It was good to find the origin, and not being able to find it didn't hinder the abilities he had already acquired. Just don't know what the conditions of this book of strange tales record experience is. The party saw this acacia demon then did not appear on it. After seeing the ability of bird speech and beast speech, Chen Ji couldn't wait to obtain the other abilities. It's just that there's something else going on right now, so I'll have to wait until later to scrutinize it. Chen Halberd looked toward the bookshelf. Let's organize the books first. Move the shelves all the way to the wall and then organize the books so they don't interfere with your evening classes. Yes. The foxes acted one by one as per Chen Ji's orders. The big fox carries the bookshelves and the little fox carries the books. At first, Chen Ji was wondering how these foxes were able to move such a large bookshelf, but now he was also seeing it with his own eyes. The big foxes first dug a hole to get under the bookshelf, then turned into a crate style to carry the bookshelf. Only the art of change wasn't exactly proficient, with a fluffy fox tail dangling from the back of the boards, a few whiskers sticking out of the side, and fox-like features visible elsewhere. Come on, come on. The big fox greeted the little foxes and came up to help. The young foxes rushed up and bit the tail and limbs of the big fox, dragging the crate into action. Ouch! Lighten up! You're stepping on my beard. The big fox barked. The little fox chirped and laughed, and the Chen Halberd found it amusing. Within a short time, all of the hundreds of bookshelves were in place. Chen Ji started to organize the books according to the classification method of the scriptures, history, and the collection of books. Fong was so focused on studying the book of anecdotes that he didn't look at the other books in detail, now finishing only to find that the foxes collected a lot of books. Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism classics, history of the previous dynasty, 100 treatises, novels and plays, agriculture, mulberry and water conservancy, forging and smelting everything, and even some cultivation techniques. It was packed in a good wooden or jade box, labeled with names like Longevity Kung Fu Xing Qi Diagram and Xian Shui Luck General Method. Inside there are scrolls and books, in different forms, but the content is similar. All have the human body tendons and veins drawings. There are also some slightly obscure text. The foxes can also practice these feats? Chen Halberd inquired about the great fox. The big fox has finished carrying the bookshelf. Back to fox-like. Only the body is still stained with mud. Not good to put back on the robe. So as a small fox general 4 feet on the ground walking. Hearing Chen Halberd inquiring tilted his head and shook it. These are the human race's techniques. We naturally can't cultivate them. It's just that Miss Bai can't bear to have these things go out into the world. So she's letting us keep them for safekeeping. So I can watch too? Naturally, Miss Bai asked you to come here so that you can read these books. And if there's anything you don't understand, you can still ask Elder Samuel and Mr. Su. Oh, they understand human cultivation too? Chen Halberd was a bit curious. Elder Samuel was right above their heads. A tree demon. Trees live a long time. And it's understandable that tree demons should live longer. See more, and understand some human cultivation. But Mr. Su, Halberd Chen had heard the name several times since he arrived here, only knowing that it was the gentleman the foxes had hired earlier. Nothing beyond that. Now that he heard Big Fox say the name, he couldn't help but ask offhandedly, "Who is Mr. Su?" "It's me." Behind Chen Halberd sounded a gentle voice. Turned to look but empty. "Who's there?" "It is I who am rude. Forgetting that you are a commoner and cannot see me, allow me to show myself." The words fell, Chen Ji's eyes slowly emerged a translucent figure wearing a long shirt, about 30 or 40 years old, floating in the air, smiling and staring at Chen Ji. I, Su Yu, am the Mr. Su in the fox's mouth. Hello Mr. Su. When the foxes saw the airborne silhouette, they all bowed in greeting. Chen Ji surveyed the silhouette and swallowed his saliva. You're a demon too? Nonetheless, I am a ghost. Mr. Su smiled. Hiss. Chen Ji inhaled a mouthful of cold air and tried to calm his spirit. He had thought that Mr. Su might be a demon or a human being, but he had never thought that he was actually a ghost, and for a while he didn't know what to say. After freezing for a long time, he suddenly thought of Su Yu's class. A ghost floated through the air as dozens of foxes below tilted their heads and listened, extraordinarily amused and unable to stop themselves from laughing. Why is Mr. Chen laughing? Chen Jiabo was too embarrassed to say what he was thinking and was busy changing the topic. Ghosts can teach? Naturally. Su Yu said smugly. I am the date 5 years of the Sukai. Do not dare to say that the heaven and earth, at least also well read poetry, but also to the family of the scholar has done the western seat. How to teach not fox. I heard that Miss White asked you to give fox a lesson. I wonder what book you're going to talk about. Chen Halberd pursed his lips, feeling slightly weak. He did not know when the 5th year of Didiak was, and he might have passed the Shiotsai exam. Mr. Su's learning should not be simple. I'm afraid that my half-baked kung fu will easily reveal itself. Or else I should ask Fox about his current learning progress first? Mr. Su is. Chen Ji was about to ask out, when Su Yu's eyes suddenly cleared and looked at Chen Ji again. I, Su Yu, am the Mr. Su in the fox's mouth. Chen Halberd froze. It seemed like he had just heard this once before. Subconsciously, he re-inquired. You're a demon? Nonetheless, I am a ghost. Su Yu's face remained unchanged as he floated in the air to survey Chen Ji. I see that Mr. Chen doesn't look well. Is something wrong? Mr. Su him? Chen Halberd looked at Big Fox, wanting to say something. Luckily, the Big Fox knew what he was going to ask, and came forward with his beak open to explain in a low voice. The white girl said that ghosts stay on Earth for too long, memory will be damaged. Mr. Su stayed here for hundreds of years. Memory damage quite a lot of good, and sometimes will be such a sudden loss of a period of time. Fortunately, Samuel Sr.'s blessing, otherwise it is even worse. So it is. Chen Halberd nodded, gaining a few more points of knowledge. The acacia tree belongs to the Yin, able to nourish the soul. This he also heard the old man said before, but now is a more profound understanding. Looking at Mr. Su again, it made sense why the white girl wanted a new teaching teacher and why he couldn't take the foxes to organize the bookshelves. Soon after a few words of politeness, Su Yu said that it was inconvenient for him to show up in the daytime and disappeared into the library again. It was only then that Chen Halberd looked at Big Fox. Did he only give you the discourses? Yes. Then I know. From today onwards, let's ignore the Analects and start studying the rhyming book. Chen Halberd thought for a moment before speaking. He had seen more than a dozen copies of Raza Wang's rhyme when Fong was organizing the bookshelves. This book doesn't have a lot of great principles of ruling the country and helping the world, but contains a lot of natural laws of the world, general knowledge of literature through the ages, and also develops a sense of words. It's suitable for Montessori children to learn, and it should be suitable for foxes as well. The Analects are the writings of the sages, and in the end, they are still a bit deeper than these foxes can understand nowadays. It's all up to you, sir. I'll arrange for the foxes to copy the books so they can have lessons later. The little foxes gladly hugged the books Chen Ji selected and went out, while the big fox asked Chen Ji what he planned to do next. To do what? Chen Ji still wanted to try out his newly acquired abilities, the language of birds and beasts, but can only understand the words of the fox. More or less boring. Should also be like the white girl in Birds and Beasts to talk to the ability. Maybe if you hear it more you'll say it? Chen Ji thought, having already opened his mouth. Let's go to the mountains. Then, Chapter 5, Watching the Mountain and Trying the Law. The white girl switched on the wind when she brought Chen Ji over, and he didn't know the direction. But there is a Big Fox introduction. At this moment already know that this is the Hatian province west 500 miles outside the border of the Jingfu. This place is situated in Ziyun Mountain, Sendai Mountain, Qingliang Mountain, 3 mountains, and there is Hutua River meandering through. 3 mountains sandwiched between the water, peaks and peaks, gathering gas and hiding the wind, is an excellent feng shui land. Among them, Ziyun Mountain has many caves, Sendai Mountain has many crags, Qingliang Mountain has many Taoist temples, and each has its own unique scenery and atmosphere. The place where the fox lives is on Mount Sendai. The mountainous terrain is intertwined with peaks, and the mountains are shaded by thousands of trees. My clan was originally living in the countryside of the Hachan province, and then Miss Bai said that cultivation should be practiced, and that we couldn't live in the graves anymore. and that we had to pick a good place, and that's why we relocated here. At first, I wanted to stay at Qingliang Mountain, but Miss Bai said that the new busy old Taoists on the mountain were not easy to deal with, and that the Purple Cloud Mountain was full of water demons, which didn't fit in with the Fox clan, and that's why I chose this place. I heard that this mountain used to be a tea platform for immortals to drink tea, and it fell here and became a mountain. That's why it's called Sendai Mountain, and this road was all made by the immortals. Chenji and the fox walking in the mountain path. A few small foxes chasing and playing behind. The big fox Rickied Waist in the front to guide the way. At the same time introduce the situation here. What does Mr. Chen think of this place? Nice view, just less popular. Chen Halberd looked into the distance, not seeing half of the people. Heartfelt emotion. He wasn't raised to practice, and looking back on the foxes, tree demons, and ghosts he'd seen today, he thought it would be better to have a human presence. The large fox shook his head from side to side for a moment before opening his beak. If you want to see someone to relieve your boredom, sir, just go to the outside of the mountain. People from outside the mountain often come to the mountain to cut wood and collect medicine, but they are all from the outer mountain. Not many come from the inner mountain because of the elves and monsters. There's someone outside the mountain? I heard Miss White say that there are a few towns, but we haven't been there. Why? There are dogs. Fox demons are afraid of dogs too? I thought only foxes were afraid. Foxes are afraid of dogs. The big fox shivered as he thought of something. Foxes must go through a threefold calamity before they can cultivate into immortals. The first is that the fox body has accomplished its studies to transform into a human being to continue to study and cultivate. The second is to escape from the pursuit of human dogs when it has lost all of its magical power and transformed into a fox body. And the third is the heavenly thunderbolt calamity. One of the most dangerous is the pursuit of the robbery. The fox a little careless will die in the mouth of the dog. So even after the robbery, with the Tao, not afraid of ordinary dogs, the fox does not like to see the dog. The fox looked hateful and gritted his teeth. Thanks for clearing that up. Chen Halberd thanked him seriously. It was nice to learn something new again. The big fox was also excited to hear Chen Halberd thanking him, wagging his tail repeatedly. Mr. Chen is really different from the next gentleman. I, Bai Qi, finally experienced the feeling of being a gentleman today. It's so good. In the future, Mr. Chen can look for me if he has any problems in Mount Sendai. Definitely. Chen Ji nodded, but was curious about the names of these foxes. Miss White, White 7. That White is approximately the surname and 7 should be the generation. Simple and clear. It does fit the fox. Most of the unusual foxes have surnames like Hu, Huang, and Su. Why do you have the surname White? You'll have to ask Miss White about that. She's the first fox in the clan to attain the way. So it was Miss White who started all of this. White 7 said truthfully. Then I'll go back and ask Miss White again. Ha, what's up ahead? Mountain wind. Chen Halberd felt the dense mist contained therein, and in his ears, he also heard a thin and subtle thunder boom ringing. Kiki, Kiki. The little foxes were very excited as they gathered around Chenji's feet. It's a waterfall. A very peculiar waterfall with lots of fish in it. Yummy. The last yellow essence was dug up in here too. Chenji understood the words of the little foxes, and waited for Bai Qi to finish explaining before revealing a look of realization. That could be something to look at. White 7 is at the mercy of Sir. One man and a few foxes set out to see the waterfall again. Soon stood in a cliff. Opposite the green stone cliffs like a knife and axe cleaved. No grass. Mirror-like through the mid-mountain clouds. Straight into the bottom of the valley. And the waterfall the fox said was there appeared in front of him. Not an unusual waterfall flowing down from above the cliff face, but in the middle of the cliff face. As if a river had flowed out of thin air from the rocks. Silver train hanging high. Flowing water flying turbulence. Straight into the deep valley. Magnificent. The air is full of water mist blown away by the wind. Daylight in the water into a long rainbow. Surrounded by waterfalls beautiful. Great view. Chenji couldn't help but marvel in admiration. He had traveled to many famous mountains and rivers and seen many waterfalls, but he had never seen such a shocking view in front of him. Sir, this waterfall has always been like this regardless of the size of the rain or the seasons. An elder Samuel said that this is the water that the immortals use to make tea. The river of heaven. The river of heaven? Chenji suddenly thought of something and looked at the waterfall and read it out in a low voice. Flying down 3,000 feet. Suspected to be like the Milky Way falling into the 9 heavens. It's really spectacular. Mr. actually knows how to compose poetry too. Bai Qi's eyes swiftly became excited, and soon brought with them anticipation. This line alone is a famous piece of writing. If it becomes a poem, it will be passed down through the ages. I wonder if you can finish it. Difficult. And you know what I've been through before. It's just a sentence that came vaguely to mind, and I can't fill it in. The big fox shook his head, rather lost in thought. It's a pity that such a perfect line, if it were to be circulated as a poem, it would be a beautiful story. Hearing Bai Chi's comments on these two verses, Chen Ji had a few surprises in his heart. This fox knows poetry. Do foxes practice to learn poetry as well? Chen Halberd was puzzled. The white girl didn't mention that there was this other item when she told him about fox cultivation. Cultivation is naturally not necessary, but the test for entering the fox school requires it. And if you can't get into the fox school, you'll have to practice wild fox zen. Bai Chi said this, drooping his head and looking sad. Foxology? Wild fox zen? What's going on? Chen Ji heard Miss Bai mention this matter, but was not clear about the details, so he looked at Bai Chi in doubt. Foxology is the place where the Tarzan Nymphet examines the foxes of the world and teaches them to cultivate. Speaking of the Tarzan Nymphet, Bai Chi's demeanor was respectful again, holding his paw and paying a few obeisances to the east before speaking. Taishan Maiden, General Secretary of the World Fox Clan Assessment. Through the examination into the fox talisman can enter the fox school to learn to cultivate immortality. You can also say that they are serious fox fairy. Otherwise it is a fox demon. So what's on the test? The foxology test takes the transformation, artistry, virtue, and scholarship. And I'm under the top for artistry. And I can get the upper middle for the latter too. Except for the transformation rating, which is slightly worse, and is only under the middle. Bai Chicho said with some smugness, and then lowered his voice as he said it. Incarnation lower middle. It's not that bad. A lot of foxes aren't as good as me, only lower. Put. Chen Hastings couldn't hold back his laughter. There were 4 items in the examination school, and Bai Chi's 2 items were rated as lower, and he could still say that he was not bad, which was indeed very courageous, especially since the transformation only got the lower middle. Chen Jiabo was curious as to what it would be like. Kiki. Seeing that the little foxes were frolicking in the distance and not paying attention to this side, Bai Chi hesitated. You're not allowed to laugh at me, sir. Naturally. Then I've changed. As soon as the words fell, Bai Chi stood up, his body bulging out into the form of a slightly chubby child, clad in sackcloth but with fiery red fur visible in a number of locations, his head still retaining the features of a fox, even with only 4 fingers and a tail behind him. How? Bai Chi looked forward to Chen Ji's critique. I've only seen the white girl incarnate. You're not as good as her. Chen Halberd discretionary words and phrases lest White 7 Fox heartbroken. Not expected White 7 but extraordinarily pleased. So my transformation technique is already comparable to Miss White's? It looks like I'll definitely be able to enter the Fox School this year. Chen Ji froze in place, contemplating exactly which sentence had given Bai Chi that idea, but looking at his excitement, he still didn't explain. It would also be a good thing if those words could actually give him the motivation to practice the transformation method. After seeing the waterfall, Bai Chi wants to pick up some more things on the mountain to bring back, and no longer change back to the fox form, with the little fox strutting into the jungle. Chen Ji also happened to go and try out the art of bird speech and beast speech. On the way up the mountain, the foxes opened up the road and scared off a lot of animals that didn't even get to try it. So now that the foxes aren't there, it should be a lot better. Choosing a direction, Chen Ji also walked into the forest. He hadn't gone far when he heard a nest of unknown birds twittering in the treetops, which fell on his ears as clear human voices. So noisy. The fox that dug up the ginger last time is here again. I really don't understand them. What's so great about ginger? They're still so happy to dig it up. I saw one the other day that was bigger and more numerous than the last one, just under the tree to the west. Indeed, it's not like ginger is edible. Only the foxes like it. We're better off eating bugs. Let's go. Go catch some bugs. The birds lifted their wings and left, causing the mountain wind to ripple through Chen Ji's heart. He didn't have time to lament the fact that bird talk really did seem to work before he picked up a stout branch and went in search of the big tree the birds were talking about. If the birds are right, that ginger is probably the yellow essence that the white girl invited him to eat. Although it was only worthy of being used as fuel wood in the eyes of the world's high and mighty, it was a great treasure in Chen Ji's eyes, at least when it comes to the ability to cultivate and nourish the body. It's much better than the average corn. The large tree wasn't hard to find, and the roots weren't far from the yellow sperm that had nearly arched out of the ground, which allowed the birds to spot it. Chen Jichi quickly dug out some, but also just digging in. There was still a part of the whole yellow essence buried in the earth, and it was obviously impossible to dig out all of it by virtue of the branch. Chen Ji had no choice but to call on Bai Chi and Little Fox to come over and help. Tarzan Maiden manifests her spirit. What a big yellow essence. Bai Chi stared round fox eyes almost in disbelief upon seeing the yellow essence, looking around several times before accepting that it was really a yellow essence, twisting her head to look at Chen Ji. This is even bigger than the last one we brought back. How did you find it, Mr. Chen? Luck. Chen Hastings smiled faintly. Obtaining the Book of Heresies was indeed luck. Learning the language of birds and beasts was luck. and getting lucky enough to hear birds and birds discussing it was still luck, so he wasn't really lying. Bai Chi chanted a few words about how lucky he really was, and muttered half-heartedly with the little foxes again, looking towards Chen Ji. Mr. Chen, this yellow essence is too big. I'll have to cast a spell to dig it out. You'll have to back away from it. Good. Chen Ji took a few steps back with interest and waited for Bai Chi to cast the spell. Chapter 6, Doing Your Best for the Fox? Knowing Your Destiny. After Chen Ji retreated, Bai Chi maintained his transformed shape. His slightly chubby fingers clumped tightly and his features screwed together, staring at the yellow essence location, his mouth chanting something in a low voice. Abruptly stretching out his palm, he made a sword finger with 3 fingers together, pointing straight at the thick land on the side of the yellow essence. The dirt encasing the yellow essence began to vibrate, revealing the yellow essence itself. The little foxes chirped as they saw the jutsu gathered around the edge. However, the soil was only loosened a little and no further progress was made. Kiki? Little fox screwed his head up and looked at Bai Chi, inquiring how the spell had stopped. That's how this jutsu works. And Miss White said that we can't rely on jutsu for everything. Kiki? Fox asked again. So what's going to happen now? Dig in. Bai Chi sighed and resumed her fox body, jumping down to the mound and reaching out her paws to start digging around. The little foxes jumped down into the pit to help dig along. Chen Halbert is also embarrassed to watch. Went up to use the tree branch to clean up the soil on the side of the yellow essence. Has been subjected to spells of the soil is not as strong as before, then before digging a lot easier. Chen Ji could not help but lament the magic of the arts. The human and the fox were of one mind, and the yellow essence was soon all dug up. Chen Ji roughly estimated that there should be nearly 100 pounds, which was indeed not small. The foxes tumbled out on their hands and knees carrying the yellow essence, but in the blink of an eye, the dirt around them collapsed again, filling in the traces of the yellow essence's presence. It was only then that Bai Chi flicked his tail and ran briskly to look at Chen Ji. Mr. Chen, how is my technique? Nice indeed. Chen Halbert nodded. I wonder what kind of spell this is. Open the wall. White 7 said in a loud voice. Miss White said that this is an extremely profound technique, and that when practiced to a high level, where the fingers are, the mountains will open up and the walls will split apart. Well, Chen Ji scat his tongue. In that case, Bai Chi's evaluation on this art underneath was indeed pertinent. With this big yellow essence, the foxes also no longer pick up other mountain goods, joyfully carrying the yellow essence down the mountain. Quickly returned to the fox's place. All the foxes gathered around to watch the huge yellow sperm. What a big yellow sperm. This is even bigger than the one that Miss Bai found last time. I'm afraid it's grown for hundreds of years. Bai Chi, how did you find such a large yellow essence? The foxes barked a question. I didn't find this. Mr. Chen did. Bai Chi looked at Chen Ji. The foxes all opened their beaks in shock until they couldn't speak, and when they came back to their senses they chirped and purred. Mr. Chen is truly amazing. To find such a large yellow essence. It really is extraordinary. Such a big yellow essence. I wonder how it tastes. I want to eat it. What a greedy fox. Chen Halbert looked around the group of foxes, and at a glance, he saw the little fat fox who uttered his desire to eat. Body type and White 7. No, even White 7 in front of it is also counted as slim. This little fat fox body is almost a ball. Even the beak looks shorter than the side of the fox, and at this moment is eyeing the yellow essence on the ground and drooling. But the next second he was lifted up in the air on all 4 legs. You even think of eating what Mr. found. Really bold. Not afraid of Mr. punishing you for copying books? Miss White, recognizing the person who grabbed him, the little fat fox did not dare to stir his legs, obediently restrained his body. Aggrieved. It's not that I can't help it, it's just that the yellow essence that Mr. finds is so fragrant, so much more so than the unusual ones. Oh, only then did the white girl look at the yellow essence. At first there was no expression. After a few breaths of close examination a few moments of surprise flowed from her eyes and she looked at Chen Ji again. Mr. Chen is really lucky. 1,000-year-old yellow essence is already a heavenly treasure. Even in the world's famous cultivators it's still a good thing. It's really picked up a treasure. Chen Ji pursed his lips, speculating on what Miss Bai meant by this. Do you want this yellow essence? The other party saved his life and was already gracious. Plus the anecdote was considered to have come from the Fox clan. A yellow essence was nothing. If Miss White needs it, then take it. The white girl froze, then burst out laughing. Mr. Chen can't be thinking that I'm trying to hold favors hostage, right? With you being my Fox clan's mister and helping to organize the bookstore, we haven't even sent a bundle of tuition, so how could we covet the treasures you found? White 8 is only being greedy. I hope Mr. Chen doesn't take it personally. This yellow essence concocted and taken out of the mountain can also be exchanged for quite a few good things. It's best for Mr. Chen to keep it for himself. The white girl put down the little fat fox in her hand and poked it in the head. Why don't you apologize to the gentleman? Beck knows he's wrong, and I hope that sir will atone for his sins. Hearing the white girl's words, the little chubby fox sighed, swallowed and stretched his front paws in an effort to get down on the ground, bowing his head in apology. No harm done. With so many yellow essences, I can't use them for the time being. Why don't we share one? Just consider it as a gift to the students from me as a gentleman, Chen Halberd slowly said. Besides, Miss White, you used the Fox Clan's secret medicine when you brought me here, so it's a return gift. The white girl's eyes lit up as she looked at Chen Ji again, a little surprised, but it quickly turned into a beaming smile. In that case, thank you sir, but this many yellow essences, the fox can't eat them, leaving half of them back for sir to use to cultivate his body. Thank you, Miss White. You guys go. Forget it, this is valuable. It's better for me to concoct it myself. You guys eat and get ready for class. The little foxes dispersed in response, with White 8 in particular rushing the fastest. The white girl waved her hand and ingested the yellow essence, taking a few steps before stopping to look at Chen Ji. Would Mr. Chen like to see the concoction? No. Maybe if you find heavenly treasures in the future, you can handle them on your own as well. Good thing too. Chen Ji originally thought that Miss Bai was asking him to check if the concoction process had been tampered with, but he didn't realize that she was actually trying to teach him the means of concocting herbs. Hastily changed his mind and responded. The white girl smiled faintly, only pretending that she hadn't heard Chen Ji's earlier rejection as she turned around and led the way ahead. One person and one fox walked along the path. The grass rustled, and the white girl suddenly stopped in her tracks. Mr. Chen, I forgot to mention that I've already confided with the nearby birds, animals, grasses and trees. They will help you keep an eye out for news of the animal creating evil people within 1,000 miles, and I'll let you know if there's any news. Thank you, Miss White. Chen Ji seriously thanked him, with a few doubts still on his face. He had already gotten messages from the birds, and knew how great these birds were at gathering information, but couldn't understand how the white girl communicated with the grass. It's Elder Samuel. The white girl seemed to have spied on Chen Ji's thoughts. Elder Samuel has been practicing in Mount Sendai for more than 1,000 years, and has taken care of a lot of elves and monsters, and most of the grasses and trees in this mountain are willing to do it a little favor. Elder Samuel also has some friendship with my clan, so it's just the right time to trouble it. Then I'll have to thank Elder Samuel later. Exactly. When we finish concocting the medicine, we'll just go together. As he spoke, he walked to the medicine hut that Fox had set up in the clearing of the mountain forest. Bamboo fence and thatched roof. And ordinary mountain woodcutters and hunters to build a temporary shelter is no different. But inside there is a stone-built stove, as well as mill, guillotine, pestle and mortar and other tools. Little foxes cutting herbs, burning, drying, and rummaging on the sidelines. Chen Ji looked at the medicine hut in front of him and was only slightly surprised. Fox even had a cache hidden in an acacia tree, and it seemed normal to have a medicine lodge in the clearing. The method of concocting heavenly herbs is actually no different from ordinary medicinal herbs. For example, yellow essence is also steamed. Honey, wine system. The conditions of the good will be laborious and time-consuming. Simmering people's heart. The conditions of the general will be simple to deal with. In fact, the effect is almost the same. The white girl introduced herself to Chen Ji as she walked. Without realizing it, he reached the stove. You watch me handle it first, and if you don't understand something, ask when it's done. Good. Chen Halberd nodded his head in response. The white girl turned to the yellow essence and pinched up her spell, chanting under her breath. Nearly 100 pounds of yellow essence slowly floated in the air, and the sediment that hadn't been cleaned up around it fell to the ground. The white girl picked up another bowl of water. Her left hand was still pinching the spell, and her right hand flicked out the water, which fell over the yellow essence like a light rain, and soon washed the whole yellow essence clean. Unusual yellow essence is steamed whole. This one of yours is a bit large and needs to be processed first. The white girl spoke at the same time, fingertips on the yellow essence of a few imaginary stroke. Yellow essence out of thin air broken into several sections. All fell on the steam drawer. With another wave of his hand, the steam drawer rose into the air and landed tightly on the stovetop. Fire come! The white girl pointed to the stove, and a cluster of sparks suddenly sprouted from the stacked firewood, filling the entire stove in the blink of an eye. Well, when it's been steamed long enough to dry in the sun, repeated on this will do, but it may take more than a month to get it right. Is there anything Mr. Chen would like to ask? The white girl withdrew her spell and looked back at Chen Ji. Miss White's arts are truly extraordinary. I can probably see it. Then next time we steam, I'll come with Mr. Chen. Good. Chen Ji thought it was interesting and agreed, then thought of the things he had talked to Bai Chi about on the mountain and re-asked about the white girl. Did you say last name? The white girl guffawed. It's just because I don't like those last names. Wouldn't it be more fun to have Red Fox's last name be White? Chen Ji opened his mouth. I didn't realize it was so easy to decide something as important as a last name, but when he thought about the white girl being a demon, he seemed to be much more normal. Then why did Miss White go far away to the river to tell fortunes and practice? Isn't there a town under the mountain as well? Even rabbits don't eat grass near their nests, so how can foxes practice near their homes? If we get into trouble with a demon or a cultivator, we'll be in trouble, the white girl explained with a smile. Well, there's still time for those questions later. We should get back. It's Mr. Su's class later, so you can come along for the ride. Good thing too. Chen Halberd was also curious about the scene of the ghost giving lessons to the fox, and happened to ask about foxology. Miss White hired me as a teacher because she wants me to teach the little foxes to enter the fox school. Is that right? White 7 has already told you. Chat some. The white girl raised her hand to her forehead, revealing a hint of helplessness. It is intended to be so, but I dare not hope for it. Why? Do you know why I am practicing the law of bonding? The white girl asked rhetorically. I don't know. Because wild foxes have no cultivation skills. Not the ones in the cache? Chen Ji's mind flashed through those cultivation techniques he had seen earlier. That's a human technique, and foxes aren't able to cultivate it. The white girl explained. Only the heavenly fox family of our clan has the fox cultivation techniques passed down from family to family, and the wild foxes on the other side who want the techniques can only worship the moon and bond unless they are admitted to the fox school. These two cultivation methods can grow the Tao, but they are only the genus of demons and do not enter the immortal sect, so having them take the fox school is also an attempt to seek the right path. It's just that foxology is hard to get into, and not even 1 in 10,000 foxes can get in. You should know that Bai Chi's accomplishments are already considered to be among the best in our clan. If he is still like this, the other foxes are even more incompetent in arts, lack of knowledge, and it is difficult for them to take shape. The only thing they can compare is their virtue. But in this world, what is the use of virtue? It's just a matter of doing your fox's job and knowing God's will. The white girl sighed. Chen Ji thought about it, but it gave birth to a few moments of heart. Maybe I can try? Chapter 7, Nightlight Book Sword Monk Ghost Fox. Try what? Teaching the young foxes to get into foxology. The white girl was dumbstruck, unable to believe that Chen Ji had such an idea. You don't know how to practice and you can do it? I don't know, but I thought I'd give it a try, Chen Halberd slowly said. In fact, he already knew how to cultivate, but Miss White didn't know, so it was fine to hide it for a while longer. Otherwise it's not good to be too shocking. Although he had not taken the fox school, he had taken the 4 subjects of the fox school: transformation, art, virtue, and learning. I think it should correspond to physical exams, specialized courses, civics, and general education courses. It should be about the same as studying for the public exam, just with a lower pass rate. Considering that the level of education in ancient cultures was itself not very high, perhaps it would have been higher if they had taught themselves? Chen Ji thought and added another sentence. It can't be any worse than it is now anyway. As well, I'll leave it to Mr. Chen then. The white girl thought for a few breaths and nodded slightly. Then let's go ahead and watch Mr. Su's class now. Good. At sunset, the mountain is getting quieter and quieter. One person and one fox are walking together, and the shadows are swaying and knocking at the door of the acacia. Miss Bai. Mr. Chen, you're here. The great acacia tree reappeared with a human face to greet them, then revealed the passage into the library. The little foxes have started their lessons. Go on. Many thanks to Elder Samuel. Why thank me? The acacia tree shook its branches in confusion. Something about poking around for news of animal making. Oh, you speak of this matter. The face in the acacia tree dawned on him, tugging at the corners of his mouth. It's just a small matter. Not to mention that you're the gentleman invited by Miss Bai, so it's not enough to say thank you. It's a small matter with Senior, but it's a big matter with me, so naturally I should be thanked, Chen Halberd said seriously. It's not too late to thank you when we have news. The big acacia branches shook with leaves and said, definitely. Chen Ji once again bowed his thanks and followed the white girl into the library of hidden books. Just as he entered, he heard Mr. Su loudly reprimanding the little fox. How can you guys interpret the saint's remarks in such a way? This Mr. Chen, I thought he had some talent, but I didn't expect him to be so vulgar. Mr. Su's silhouette floated in the air. His face could not be seen in the state of his soul. Only an expression of indignation could be seen. But Mr. Chen did speak very well. When Mr. Chen said that demons have demonic learning methods and shouldn't just learn about people without the demonic mindset, Miss White thought it was all very true. The little foxes were behind the bookcase to do right by Chen Ji. White. Mr. Su was about to say something else when he heard the name and flung his sleeve in hatred. Degrading. Unseemly. Misconduct. Mr. Su, we're foxes. Bai Chi had been flipping through a book in front of Mr. Su and couldn't help but tilt his head to correct himself when he heard this. The little foxes chirped out a laugh. Mr. Su was dumbfounded for a moment. Fox. Fox learns from man, not man. I would like to wait for him to come to have a good discussion. To see what's going on with this demon of his who wants to learn from people but doesn't learn from them. How's it going? Mr. Su is angry. Are you scared? The white girl asked teasingly. No fear. Why aren't you afraid? Mr. Su is a cultural ghost and should be able to reason. So it's okay. You. The white girl shook her head. Helpless. Good. Let's go in. Mr. Chen is here. When Chen Ji went in, Bai Chi was bored and yawning, looking left and right. His slender fox paws were sketching on the book, obviously not listening attentively. Happening to catch a glimpse of Chen Ji appearing from the doorway, he jumped up and called out. In a flash, all the foxes looked back and rose in unison to greet Miss White and Mr. Chen. Mr. Su also floated down from the air to complain. Miss White, you finally come. I can't teach a bit of this classwork. Why? Mr. Su then told the truth about what had just happened. One night without seeing them, and they've learned to be like this. How am I going to teach in the future? But I think Mr. Chen has a point. The ones you spoke about in the past days really didn't fit the demon's temperament. Mr. Chen's explanation is much more reasonable. But this is distorting the saint's words. How can Fox pass the scholarship examination if he learns this? Miss White should be careful. The white girl tilted her head sideways and thought. Then please explain, Mr. Su. The sages said that there is no difference between teaching and learning. Mr. Su is right or wrong to teach the fox with the requirements of a human being? Is this also the idea of the sages' teaching? This, Mr. Su wanted to argue, but he couldn't come up with a good reason for a long time, and floated glumly away. Then I would like to see how Mr. Chen teaches the fox to learn. May I? May. Mr. Su floated to the side and stood with the white girl to make room. Chen Ji was prepared, but waited for Mr. Su to come down completely before picking up his steps and standing in front of the bookcase. Looking around, I found that the foxes here, regardless of size, are all sitting on a futon, with books in front of the bookcase, but otherwise empty, and the words on the book are ugly in every way, and it is obvious at first glance that they have not been systematically studied. The four-letter word for fly crawling is kind of what it looks like when you see the real thing. However, Chen Hastings understood approximately the way Mr. Su had taught before. Mr. Su is a ghost, cannot take in objects to teach the fox to write, can only let the fox turn the book and then lead them to recite the recitation, followed by explanation, and finally spot check. It's modeled after a human private school, which is passable for teaching people, but a little harder for foxes. Chen Ji thought for a moment and looked to the stone bookshelf on one side and suddenly had an idea. Miss White, can you help turn this around? Good. Despite her curiosity about Chen Ji's request, Miss Bai cast a spell to turn the bookshelf as Chen Ji requested, revealing the entire greenish-black stone wall. Is there white paint? Yes. A fox below quickly returned. Then get a couple of pieces and pick up a pocket knife on the way. Good. The fox who answered quickly fetched what Chen Ji asked for, and Chen Ji then cut and produced a few rough chalks on the spot. All the foxes and ghosts watched Chen Ji's movements, wondering what he was doing. Soon, Chen Ji made chalk and returned to the stone wall to write the word Chen Ji. The white letters on a black background make it extraordinarily clear to read. This is the blackboard. I will use it to give you lessons from now on. How about I write on the board and you can record yourselves on paper? Yes, sir. This is a nice object. The white girl nodded slightly, not seeing too much, only thinking that this was much more convenient than writing on paper and passing around the teaching before. Strange tricks. All tricks. Mr. Su screwed his head over in disdain, but he couldn't help but be surprised in his heart, thinking about what kind of effect this thing would have if it was used in the academy. While Fox Ghost was thinking, Chen Halberd then spoke. My name is Chen Halberd. You can address me as either Mr. or Mr. Chen. Miss White invited me because she wants me to teach you to enter the fox school. It's hard, but with a method, I think it's about doable. The foxes instantly became excited as Chen Haste's words fell. Really? Can we enter foxology too? All be quiet and listen to Mr. Chen. Bai Chi stood up to maintain order and followed Chen Ji's side obediently. Now the little foxes were gnashing their teeth. How can a fox be so shameless? Bai Chi completely ignored the other fox's blazing eyes and tilted her head to look at Chen Ji. Go on, Mr. Chen. How do you get into foxology? Love to hear it. Chen Ji smiled faintly as he continued to speak. Foxology examines 4 items: transformation, arts, virtue, and learning. I should be able to teach you some of the other 3, except for the jutsu, which I don't know, but today is not a good day for a big lesson. I'll talk about those later, and I have other things to ask you today. Now the foxes were serious. Go ahead. Sir, there's no hurry. Let's learn a word today. Chen Ji erased his name and wrote down the word fox. It's the fox. It is your first and most true name. In the future, whether you cultivate or study, no matter what you learn or cultivate, you must not forget that you were originally a fox. A fox does not have to be inferior to a human, nor does it have to be inferior to any other spirit or demonic beast. That is the most important thing you should know. Remember that you are a top fox. The little foxes instantly straightened their bodies. Never had a gentleman said this during a lecture, and now they were inexplicably a little excited to hear it. It turns out that being a fox can be so ambitious. On the side, Miss White frowned as she pondered the meaning of Chen Ji's words. She had a vague feeling that this seemed more important than the usual classwork, but couldn't think of what was important. And Chen Ji has already spoken again. Okay, that's enough for today's lesson. It's my turn to ask you. I've come to be your gentleman, and it's always important to know your names and preferences. So now start introducing yourself. Just start with White 7. Chen Ji smiled and looked at Bai Qi, who was following behind him. The foxes laughed out loud again. Me? White 7 stopped and rubbed her front paws together nervously. Sir knows my name, and they recognize me, so there's no need for introductions. Is there? Are you going to answer the same way if Mr. Foxology asks? There are always introductions to other human, ghost, and demon genera, so it's good to think of it as practicing ahead of time. Come on then. Bai Qi made up his own introduction as if he was resigned to his fate, struggling to say his name and how long he had been practicing. The other foxes laughed at his constrained appearance. Wait until you introduce yourself and then play the constrained look once again. After a round, Chen Ji was able to recognize all of his future students before announcing the end of the class. No homework? And no memorization? The little foxes were surprised but didn't dare to trespass and looked at the white girl in unison. Sir didn't say naturally no. All disperse. The little foxes left in excitement. And only then did Miss White and Mr. Su come forward together. Mr. Chen does teach differently. I just wonder why the first lesson is about foxes. Miss White was still thinking about the content of Chen Ji's earlier lecture and subconsciously asked. Mr. Su, though he did not inquire, parted with some attention. It's really quite simple. It's to give Fox a sense of his own identity. Chen Halberd slowly said. Man is the spirit of all things, and occupies a favorable position in cultivation. Is he not? Nice. The white girl nodded her head, and this was what she told Chen Ji. But if you talk to the foxes like this, Miss White, will they think that foxes are inferior to humans? It naturally creates a vile mind, which is not beneficial to cultivation or learning. Foxes are also born and bred spirits, so why should they have thoughts of being inferior to others? Will it really be? The white girl's brow furrowed, not having thought about such things. Maybe. Chen Halberd is a human, do not know the fox's mind, but thinking of some of the previous sightings, heartfelt emotion. Plus, Fox will study a little more seriously and hard when he has faith. Mr. Su couldn't help but give him a sideways glance. After a moment, he bowed and saluted Chen Ji. Seeking learning precedes correcting oneself. This is indeed the learning of the saints, and I was the one who spoke out of turn. Chen Ji thought about it and smiled as he accepted the salute. Mr. Su is overstating the case. Just don't forget to say that it is. What's the word? Mr. Su looked up, already with another set of clear eyes and a hint of defiance. The white girl was stunned for a moment, and a beaming smile appeared on her face. Nothing. I'll thank you for Mr. Chen in the future. Lamp burning. The bookman ghost fox relative. Rather like Lu Wang's nightlight book sword monk ghost fox elegant. It was a pity that he himself was wearing a Taoist robe, but it wasn't flattering enough. With a thought, it only seemed that another page had been added to the book of anecdotes. Chapter 8, Facing the Demons. Resisting the urge to check in front of the fox ghosts, Chen Ji returned to his room before flipping through the book of strange tales in his head. Sure enough, a new page appears. Mr. Fox. River Fox wants to enter the Fox School. Hired Chen. Su 2 students lecturing. Chen Shang as a person. Su Sheng as a ghost. Chen notes sages say. Su to Chen paradoxical Confucian wild release gap. After hearing Chen and Fox lectures, know that the fox does not have to be as good as a person. Standing up and speaking. Great shame. Please forgive. But shy and forget their words. Chen since then can see the ghosts and gods. Chen Halberd swept through with a glance, only to feel that it was no different from doing literary reading comprehension in the past, nothing more than replacing it with his own experience. Rather, there is one interesting point. He thought Su Yu was really forgetting what he said, but he didn't realize that he was shy and deliberately forgetting. It's really, well, at that age, It doesn't seem appropriate to say arrogant, but it's enough to qualify as a phrase for old and unkempt. Chen Jiqi silently kept this in his heart. The two were both Mr. Fox, and they would inevitably have to deal with each other a lot in the future, so they had to make him think about this. At the same time, it was decided that the anecdotes must be scrutinized for further information in the future, just in case they found something that they had missed at the time. As for the last visible ghosts and gods, Chen Ji subconsciously chose to ignore them and even wanted to close his eyes. For no other reason. Right now there was a translucent figure standing inside his house, standing in the corner with his back turned. And it's not the kind of active manifestation that Mr. So can only see. This ghost was the one that suddenly appeared in front of him after he had read the book of anecdotes and even scared him into a cold sweat. Apparently it was already in the house. Although Chen Ji has already accepted the existence of demons and ghosts and such in this world, but after all, people and ghosts are different. The first ghost he had seen was also his own colleague, and there was the white girl, who would not be in fear of her life and could be treated with confidence. But this is different right now. Lonely souls, who knows what they'll do. It was also awkward to favor the two arts that Chen Ji was currently mastering. Birds and beasts and visible ghosts. Chatting and prying may be okay, but you can't punch or kick, and you're not capable of defending yourself in the slightest. Chen Ji only hoped that the other party was just passing by. Otherwise he really didn't know how he was going to deal with it. Fear of what will come. The ghost seemed to hear Chen Ji's heartbeat as if it had turned around and walked to stand next to Chen Ji, almost face to face. Chen Ji only felt his heart racing and his pupils involuntarily dilating. But after watching the ghosts and monsters try several times to only get close to him without being able to overlap, Chen Ji instead calmed down and began to feel this brand new experience. The temperature in front of him was a little cooler, and his breath was not quite what he usually breathed, carrying something ineffable. It was similar to the aura on the old man who was dying, a feeling of decay and death that needed no words. So that's what it feels like to face a ghost straight on. Chen Halberd was puzzled, but he didn't understand why this ghost was fixated on him and had to bump into his body. It was obvious that all this effort was useless, but the ghost's expression didn't change half a bit, still repeating the same actions as before. It's so exhausting. Chen Ji opened his mouth to test the ghost and found that it still hadn't changed in any way, as if it hadn't heard the voice. Get up and walk around. And the ghost follows as usual. If you can't see it, it won't affect your normal life. But it was right under his eyes, and he could see it when he opened his eyes and turned his head. So Chen Ji felt a little annoyed, solely ready to go to the white girl to solve this ghost. Just as he opened the door, he saw the two foxes, White 7 and White 8, come in company. Mr. Chen, you are indeed still awake. I can't sleep. We thought so, and as usual when Mr. Person comes, he can't sleep the first night, so we've come to treat Mr. Person to a midnight snack. And by the way, I'd like to ask the gentleman for advice on something. There are foxes who know to come, and Bai Chi will also know a magic. High and low is also considered to be the way of the fox demon. Chen Ji was not in a hurry to deal with the ghosts following him, and planned to see what kind of snack to eat. You came empty-handed. Where's the snack? In my place. White 8 moved his chubby body to call out hurriedly. Chen Hastings looked closely at its empty paws. Yes, please wait a moment sir. After White 8 finished speaking, he opened his beak and reached his claws in to pull something out in front of Chen Ji. Soon it was bending the corners of his eyes to say vaguely that he had found it, and then he pulled out a fine 5-tiered food box. Obviously, it was only the size of a thumb when it was in White 8's mouth, but it returned to its normal size when it met the wind. Seeing this scene, Chen Ji knew that White 8's hand was also an art. Mr. Chen, this is a top-notch late-night snack. I've never been able to eat it. Shirahachi held the food box and invited credit. If Mr. Chen is not satisfied, I have other food here. Hakohachi added as he set down his food box. No need. This is good enough. That's good. I'll fetch something else out. Baibafu reaches out with his claws and pulls out a few pairs of dishes, followed by a low table, a wine pot, and a wine glass. In just a few breaths, a whole set of banquet utensils was pulled out. Chen Halberd dazzled. Finally understand why White 8 has such a fat body. Completely fox-shaped hidden treasure. Only after setting everything up did White 8 begin to take shape. It was just inferior to Bai Chi, and Chen Ji didn't even feel much of a change. Shirahachi's face and body basically retained the characteristics of a fox intact, with only one hand turning into a human hand, skillfully picking up chopsticks to hold food. Mr. Bai is joking. I'm only next in the transformation section. I'm in the worst class amongst all the foxes. I really don't have any talent. Chen Ji scat his tongue, feeling that Bai Bekbak was not right at all. This is not a lack of talent for morphing. It is a complete lack of allocation of focus for morphing. Those pinching hands that reached out from the fox were works of art, worthy of any rival's praise. In comparison, The body can even be categorized as scribble level. But the Chen Halbert also gave birth to curiosity. He had seen 3 foxes incarnate, yet each one was different, not even as if they had been taught by a single teacher, and couldn't help but stop his chopsticks to ask what was going on. Actually, it was all taught by Miss White. The 2 foxes spoke in unison. That's what you guys learned to do? No, it's just that Miss White said that morphing is a reflection of the mind, so just think about what you like best and change. So what do you guys like the look of? Chen Halbert frowned, really unable to tell from this look what kind of look Bai Chi Baibaya was into. Chivalry. Diners. The 2 foxes spoke at the same time. Chen Hastings suddenly realized that he finally understood something, but remained curious as to why he had become like this. I don't know about that. I thought about chivalry being like that, and that's what it became. Me too. Then you guys didn't come to me because you wanted me to teach you to transform, did you? Yeah. The 2 foxes nodded their heads in a hurry. When the gentleman gave his lesson, he said that he could also teach the form, so we came specifically to inquire. Why not Miss White? Chen Halbert asked. Miss White has already explained it to us, but we didn't understand it, so we came to ask Mr. And if we still don't understand it after Mr.'s speech, we'll ask Miss White again. Chen Ji couldn't help but want to laugh. This fox, I really don't know whether to say shrewd or naive. It was clear that he didn't believe that he, someone who couldn't cultivate, was teaching them the transformation method, and he had to say such a reason. But one did say something about teaching them, so it's just as well to say it. Chapter 9, Fox and Ghost Night Talk. What do you think is wrong with your incarnations? The 2 foxes hesitated for a moment and opened their mouths successively. Not like the white girl. And a lot of fox features. Know why? I don't know. Because you have observed little and do not know what it is like to be truly incarnate. Chen Halbert slowly said. He guessed the key after hearing about White 7 White 8's transformation process. The white girl has spoken of the fox's cultivation method. The most important thing about foxes in human form is that they look like humans. Their changes retained the characteristics of a fox, and they stammered when talking about the person they were transforming into, apparently never having met the person they wanted to become. It is indeed a bit difficult for you to become flawless just by imagining it, but we've seen people. White 7 White 8 defied the defense. The gentleman from before was the man, and he was the one who told us about the chivalry and the diners. He would also tell us stories of foxes, ghosts, and spirits. I see. That's not surprising. Chen Haste understood even more why they had failed to transform. Why? White 7 White 8 Fox face was dismayed. He's on good terms with Mr. Su, am I right? The 2 foxes froze in place for a long time without returning to their senses, and only after a while did they snapped. How did you know that? Mr. Chen, most of the world's readers are like this, and it's normal to have similar interests. If you speak of learning, the gentleman should not be wrong, but you should not be right in speaking of people. Halbert Chen looked at Fox still puzzled and shook his head. All learn the words of the saints. How do you still not know that the readers are prone to such things as 4 bodies and 5 grains? People, the best thing is hearsay. Bai Chi's brain spun faster and she quickly reacted. Mr. Chen means that the previous gentleman was lying to us, right? Not yet to this, it may be that he has not seen it either, but only speaks of images in talking books and novels with you. He hasn't even seen it. And naturally you guys don't have too deep of an impression when you hear it, so it's hard to transform. And how should I learn? Please also ask Mr. Chen for clarification. White 7 White 8 asked seriously. Not going to ask Miss White? Chen Hastings raised his eyebrows slightly. If you hear me, you don't have to ask. Bai Chi hurriedly said. Aha. Shirahachi nodded along. The matter is simple enough to say. Just go to the bottom of the mountain and meet the real person. Difficult too. Extremely difficult. White 7 waved his paw and White 8 shook his head. Could it be that you're afraid of dogs? Chen Ji recalled what Bai Chi had said to him and asked rhetorically. Yes and no. Bai Chi grimaced bitterly. Miss White said we're not allowed to go down the mountain when we don't have enough practice. Dogs are bad. People are bad. Demons are bad. Taoist priests are worse. Hakohachi added. Yes and yes and yes. Foxes are good and not easy to survive. Go with me and you should be fine. Chen Halbert laughed. Really? The 2 foxes' eyes were eager and a little apprehensive. Ask Miss White if you don't believe me. Then we'll ask later. No need. I hear you. And if the gentleman is free, it would be good to take you to see the world. Chen Ji raised his head, only to feel as if he had blurred his eyes. It is not yet the day of hope. The moon should not be full, but the center of the sky is covered with moonlight. The land in front of us is like fireflies falling snow, white and brilliant. The white girl seemed to come stepping on snow, her body overflowing with hazy moonlight, like a fairy walking out of the moon palace. Wow, the white girl has gone to worship the moon again. White 7 White 8 only had time for one word of emotion before closing his eyes and greedily absorbing the moonlight that escaped from the white girl's body. In no time at all, he fell into a contented and deep sleep. The white girl couldn't help but sigh and shake her head as she glanced at the moonlight flowing from the two foxes. Still this inattentive, just absorbing this and reaching the limit. I don't know when I'll be able to cultivate with success. Chen Hao watched with interest as the white girl reprimanded the second fox. If Miss White wants to reprimand them, why don't you wait until they wake up? And you don't have to bother tugging on the moonflower. You can tell? The white girl's gaze was astonished, unable to figure out how Chen Ji could tell about her receiving the moonflower. I guessed, Chen Halberd slowly said. Foxes can worship the moon to cultivate, but they don't go to actively absorb the moonlight. That's why you take the initiative to emit the moonlight, so that they can perceive the benefits of the moonlight and actively cultivate in the future. If they were like you, I wouldn't have to worry about them. The white girl's complexion moved slightly, but I was indeed right earlier. You really are different from the average gentleman. Even fox can teach well. The whole morphing thing does require more observation of humans. Previously, I cultivated more in the human world, worrying about the dangers they encountered when they went down the mountain, so I forbade them to go down there. But now that Mr. Chen is accompanying them, I am quite relieved. So it seems like I have to trouble you to take the trouble. If needed, you can. Yes. Before Miss Bai finished her sentence, Chen Ji snatched his words. After saying that, he met the white girl's shocked eyes and pointed to the house. There's a ghost in the house. Ha! The white girl's willow eyebrows slightly knit. Will be convinced to walk in. Let out a sound not too big and not too small, surprised. Before Chen Ji could listen carefully to what had happened, he saw the white girl walking out with the ghost in her hand. I can't believe it's true. How did you find out? Sir? See, Chen Ji had intended to explain the situation, and had already had a draft in mind, so at this moment, he said it without thinking. Originally, I couldn't see it, but since I've seen Mr. Su, I always feel that my eyes don't seem to be the same. I just saw this ghost. Again. I told you all about what the ghost had done. Why didn't you come to me earlier? I was about to go, when I met the white 7 and white 8, and thinking that they also had Taoist skills, I was in no hurry. The white girl grew angry. These two simpletons, they didn't even notice the ghost. Luckily Mr. Chen is fine, otherwise it would really be a sinful fox of my clan. Miss White is overstating it. I've tried that he can't get close enough and there's no harm in it. If it was really dangerous, I would have gone to you long ago as well. When it comes to such things in the future, they should have come earlier, or else the severe ghosts will haunt them, and their Taoism will indeed be useless. I remember. Chen Halberd nodded his head, but then remembered another thing. Miss Bai. I remember that in the Chi Monster Miscellany it says that ghosts are no different from humans. Mr. Su is more or less the same as the book, but this ghost is a bit different. Why? Because he's just like you. The white girl smiled. Where's the same? Chen Ji asked subconsciously. He is also a ghost that has lost his soul. Perhaps he sensed the lack of soul in you and thought you were a kindred spirit, naturally wanting to be close. Is it the group that made the animal? The white girl shook her head. Not them, just a poor lonely soul. That's good. Chen Halberd put his heart down. It was so hard to find a peaceful place in this chaotic world of demons and ghosts, but I don't want to change places so soon. But you should also be careful in the future. The lack of souls does tend to attract these things, and I did forget to mention that before. Without cultivation before, contact with ghosts tends to deflate the body. Ah, come to think of it, the white girl touched out an ancient money that was round on the outside and square on the inside, and it was engraved with lines of characters all over it, all of which were words that Chen Ji couldn't recognize. You won't be afraid of these lonely ghosts if you wear this. What is it? Chen Halberd was puzzled. In the past, I got the pressure of victory money. Is the folk for small children to collect the soul to suppress the fear. I reconsecrated. I was going to sell a good price when fortune-telling, just as you can use it. Here you go. Chen Ji took the ancient money and only felt a warmth coming from his palm. Even the sense of decay left by the ghost on his body faded a lot. This stuff does work. How? Much better. That's fine. Keep it close so you don't have these brats looking for you later. Foxes and ghosts are neighbors, and sometimes they really don't care about that. You're human, so you should still be careful. The white girl finished and then sized up Chen Ji. Strange. Obviously there are no traces of opening yin and yang eyes or cultivation. You can actually see ghosts. It's really a very peculiar destiny. Will it have any effect? I don't know. The white girl shook her head. My chi looking technique did not reveal anything unusual. But is this considered cultivation on your part? I don't know. The white girl furrowed her brow and thought. To have yin and yang eyes despite having an incomplete soul. Is it that you have already stepped into the path of half ghost and half human? Or is there some other reason? Is it also possible to cultivate in the future? After thinking for a moment with no answer, he simply stretched his brow. It's just that there are always many unexplainable things in the world. And if you can cultivate, it's also your destiny. The human cultivation books within the library you can read more. The next cultivation method may not be able to. If there is a breathing method that can be used, then try it. That nourishing chi to nourish the body can be learned. If there are problems, come and ask Elder Samuel and I. What about Mr. Su? Bai Chi said earlier that I could ask him too. Him? You can ask if you want to. But he's a Confucian cultivator. Different from the usual monks and Taoists. Confucianism? I forgot. You don't know this yet. Sit down and talk slowly. The moonlight is just right. There is a seat and wine. It's not good to let down the moonlight. It's just right to discuss the Tao. The white girl pointed to the table and poured wine as she took her seat, her sandalwood mouth gently opening. Regardless of whether one is a human, demon or ghost, the world's cultivation methods are largely similar. In the case of your human race, monks cultivate wish, power and merit. Taoists cultivate incense and priesthood. Confucians cultivate qi, and evil Taoists cultivate human souls. The power of wishing comes from oneself, the most test of words and deeds. If you violate the power of wishing, your cultivation will be eliminated, and the world will be praised by that Earthstore King Bodhisattva, who swears not to become a Buddha until the hell is empty. Merit is a good deed. One drink and one pack. The netherworld is all in sight. Even if the cultivation can change fate against the heavens, it will also meditatively affect the destiny. The most subtle. Jinchi is also very subtle. Since the sage's words to drink back the demons and ghosts, there have been Confucian cultivators, who gained different abilities by reciting the classics of the sages, much more archaic, but all considered upright. Fragrance and priesthood well are some of the heavenly court and the earthly ordained gods, mountain gods, water gods, the city god Hebo, and so on and so forth, all by virtue of the incense and priesthood judgment. These well, say later. The white girl even made a point of pointing at the ground when she said this, making an exit pattern. Mount Sendai has a mountain god, so it's inconvenient to talk about it. Chen Halberd nodded his head, but he was more curious about this Sendai mountain. Foxes and ghosts have been seen. What is the mountain god like? Isn't there a chance to meet it as well? Thinking, the white girl reopened her mouth. Demons and ghosts are actually pretty much the same. It's just that the way of cultivation is not quite the same as that of a human being. In the end, it's all about one method that leads to 10,000 methods. You may encounter them all in the future, so I won't say much more. Chen Halberd nodded and suddenly thought of the key again. Miss White hasn't said anything about feats yet. Kung Fu. Ah, you'll know when you've practiced. Then Miss White has seen the sword immortal? Ken Shin. The white girl was silent for a few seconds and suddenly burst out laughing. It's been a long time since the Taoist priests started using swords to make magic weapons. But it's been a long time since I've seen a real sword fairy. What's a real sword immortal like? It's out of wine. Next time. The white girl shook her jug, and 2 flushes rose to her cheeks. The wine is done. It's time to go to bed. After saying that, they abruptly disappeared, leaving Chen Halberd alone to look at the ground. White 7 White 8 2 foxes, some helpless. It was interesting that this first night of cultivation was spent taking care of 2 fox demons. Chapter 10, Elder Samuel. Early the next morning, the second day after stepping into the cultivation world, Chen Ji understood one thing. In the future, he couldn't bring a fox to drink. Foxes also get drunk, throw up, and cast spells in their dreams. He had originally dragged Bai Chi and Bai Baiji to sleep on the bed, not realizing that in the middle of the night, when he didn't know how many nights it was, Bai Chi suddenly sat up and started to perform his wall-opening spell. The jutsu was naturally unsuccessful. In the daytime, so serious and careful are only barely successful. If the wine is sound asleep into the dream, I am afraid that the White 7 woke up to regret to jump in the river. But the jutsu didn't work. And it worked. Shirahachi got poked and puked with a finger. Chenji finally saw how much was hidden in that body of Bai Bekbek, spread over the whole 8-cent table, not to mention, even the floor is piled up a lot. Mostly food and drink, and many copied books and notes, even a set of pen, ink and paper, just stained with booze. All of Chan's halberds are placed outside. The mountain winds have been blowing all night, so it should all be dry and odorless. Now is the perfect time to get it back. Mr. Chun, back to the house. The 2 foxes have woken up. Fox face reddened to look at the Chun halberd to greet, but cannot tell whether it is a shamed blush or its own color. Last night was really out of character. I'll pack up the stuff in this house right now. We will definitely drink less in the future. The 2 foxes said seriously. Chen Halberd smiled. It's not in the way, and it doesn't affect anything. It's just that these things of yours, they're spells too, aren't they? It's the law of serving. White 8 said truthfully. This was originally a technique used to take all kinds of heavenly treasures and spiritual materials, and after taking it, It could increase my cultivation, but when I was practicing, I realized that I couldn't digest anything I ate, and instead, it all existed in my body. Miss White has seen it and doesn't know what the reason is, only that I may have cultivated a new art. So let me continue first, and if I can't enter the fox school, it's good to ask the inspector. It's just a pity that a fox like me, I'm afraid I don't even have the qualifications to take the exam to enter the fox school, Shirahachi said sadly. When is the foxology exam? Chen Halbert asked. It's all around the Mid-Yuan festival, depending on the day when the Tarzan maiden tours the world. That's 4 months away. Chen Ji stroked White 8's head. Enough. Really? If you start learning seriously now, it will probably be enough. After all, there are so many foxes in the world, and very few of them are able to hire a mister to teach them like Miss White, and not many of them can compete with you. It seems so. Mr. Chen is really powerful. Now even I have some confidence. Mr. Chen, then what are we doing to go today? Bai Chi said excitedly. Just call out those foxes from last night to come to class. Ha! White 7 and White 8 rounded their eyes, unable to believe what they were hearing. Sir, wasn't there a lesson last night? And why is there another lesson during the day today? You ate yesterday. Why do you want to eat today? Ha! The two foxes even opened their beaks extremely wide this time, even wanting to cry out. This, Mr. Chen, this is different. The two foxes couldn't figure out the question that Chen Jichi was asking and were anxiously spinning in place. Chen Halbert also knew that they were going to find other foxes also to say clearly. So and they explained properly. In the past, all your learning and arts were taught by Mr. and Miss Bai and then forget about it. Miss Bai is busy and has to practice on her own. Mr. Su is not good at showing up in the daytime. That's why she was like that before. And as your sir, I obviously can't press on as before in order for you to get into foxology. Otherwise wouldn't I be unchanged? So, from now on, study with me during the day and then with Mr. Su at night. 5 days off. If there are things and problems, you can look for Miss Bai and me for leave. Any more questions? Chen Halbert looked at the two foxes, White 7 and White 8. The two foxes biting teeth full of grievances, but looking at the Chen Halbert and cannot say anything else. A long time ruthlessly turned his head, dragging the sobbing ran out of the house. No more. We're going to inform the other foxes. Only after watching them run away did Chen Ji get up and head to the book collection. I've already dealt with Samuel Sr. a few times, but I'm still a little apprehensive about knocking on the tree. Usually Samuel Sr. is here to show its face. Am I knocking its nose and mouth? Mr. Chen is here. Thinking about things, human faces have emerged from the acacia trees. Good day, Senior Samuel. I'm here to give Fox a lesson. From now on it will be changed to 2 lessons in the morning and 2 in the evening. Mr. Su and I will take turns. Chen Hastings asked for a favor and said the purpose of his visit. The branches and leaves of the acacia tree rustled, and the voice of the acacia elder came out. Excellent. I see that these foxes are usually greedy and playful. Their studies have not been refined. It's time to do so. Miss by this Mr. Please is very good. Elder Samuel's fallacy. I haven't found out any news about the animal creation. But what are you going to do with the ancient money that Miss White sent you? Hang it against evil spirits. Can you pick a rope? Haven't picked yet. In that case, there's no need to bother thinking about it. I'll just give you one. The acacia tree shook, and from the top of the tree fell a bright green bird of prey with an equally bright green cord in its mouth. I didn't feel the material in my hands, but only saw that the surface was intricately veined and tough to the touch. I wonder what kind of rope this is? Halbert Chen inquired. It's a rope I braided with bark essence. Wearing it can calm the soul. It's not something valuable, but it can match your ancient money. You came to be Mr. Fox. You should always have some kind of meeting gift. Many thanks to Elder Samuel. Chen Ji is very embarrassed. He hadn't even done the return he promised to Elder Samuel yet, and the other party had already sent 2 big gifts, so he was really embarrassed. There is no harm. Cultivation has no age. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. There is no need to be outgoing. The little foxes hadn't come yet, and there was still some time left and right. So Chen Halbert chatted with Senior Samuel. How does Elder Samuel know Miss White? That would be a long story. Elder Samuel shook his branch and spoke slowly. At that time the foxes came from the river and wanted to find a place to live. And most of the places on the mountain were occupied by other goblins. And there was not much left but to live together. I was reaching the key to my cultivation when Miss White first came to me. Besides, the other demons on the mountain didn't like the idea of a new demon coming over to steal territory. So they told me not to agree. After I refused and had problems with my cultivation on the side, Miss White righteously helped me break through my transformation. So I decided to be neighbors with the fox and switched places with the other demons again. Then the foxes did so well that the mountain full of demons loved them, and so there was a better relationship. and group demon gatherings. So there's still this destiny. It's really a no-brainer. Chen Halberd lamented, but thought of more. It is written in the book that the practice is much more free, but it does not seem to be true now. Even a sprightly and uninhibited existence like a demon had to fret over a place to cultivate, so one would think that an ordinary person cultivating would be even more bitter. Bitterness as well as joy, there will be both in living, and to be able to practice is already better than many. Indeed. Chen Ji nodded his head, feeling more and more the spontaneity of Senior Samuel. What can I do if I don't spill? Tree cultivation and the side of the demon are different. Before enlightenment do not know anything, after enlightenment can only stay in the same place, until the transformation of the form may be able to change a place to live. Long ago are used to it. It is I who will learn from Samuel Senpai. Chen Halberd laughed. Are there many more demons in Mount Sendai though? Yes, there are. There should be 100 or 10 big demons, and even more small demons. If you cultivate at Mount Sendai, you can see them in the future as well. Chen Halberd couldn't help but be staggered. He hadn't thought about how many demons there were in just one mountain, and how many demons there should be in the world. It reinforced the idea of staying here at the Fox. Thinking of something else, he inquired again. Is it the same for Mount Qingliang and Mount Ziyun? Not the same. Elder Samuel spoke again. There are Taoist temples on Qingliang Mountain, and there are no demons. There are very few demons on Purple Cloud Mountain, about only a few dozen, and they are all water demons, all worshipping a scaly dragon in a deep stream in the mountain as their honor, calling themselves the Purple Cloud Dragon King, and they are powerful, and different from Mount Sendai again. I've heard that there are also quite a few water demons and river monsters in the Hutua River in the distance, as well as the imperialized Dragon King, which is even more complicated. That's pretty peculiar. Chenji listened with emotion as well. 3 mountains and a river, a circle of only a few hundred miles. There are so many demons, and each has its own characteristics, especially Sendai Mountain, and the gathering of demons. Chenji also gave birth to some yearning. If there was a chance to see the scene of a group of demons gathering, it should also be very good. What time is it? Early March. That should be soon. There is a gathering every March Hope Day. You can come with us. May I? Will they mind if I'm a human being? Naturally not. You are now Mr. Fox Clan and my friend. They will welcome you. That would be something to see. Although there was still some time to go, Chenji had already begun to wonder about the scene where the group of demons would meet. Chapter 11, The Strange Tales of Xianshan. The fox hadn't come yet, so Chenji asked about cultivation again. Miss White had told him to look at the breathing methods for cultivation, but he had forgotten to ask which one he should read first. Elder Samuel is guarding this place, so he should know about it as well. I have not understood it. Elder Samuel said frankly. Then how did Elder Samuel cultivate? I can't remember too well. It seems to stand there and live for a long time, suddenly became conscious. After that every night to absorb the moonlight, and after a long time it seems to hear others call me a tree demon, and after a long time to become Elder Samuel. Then there's no other cultivation technique now either? Naturally, no. Elder Samuel shook his head. At first, I didn't know that there was a gong method, and then I heard the demons on the side mention it, and I also wanted to look for one, but unfortunately, I didn't find a gong method suitable for tree demon cultivation, and then I got used to it, and it's a good idea to cultivate it slowly. After saying that, he looked at Chen Ji. These words you listen to is, you are a human being, not a tree. If there is a usable cultivation technique, then take it and use it. It is always better than practicing and fumbling on your own. I understand. Thank you, Elder Samuel. Go ahead. Fox won't be here for some time yet, so go ahead and check out the feats. Good thing too. Chenji said goodbye to Senior Samuel and went to the library to pick out a technique. There were a lot of feats that he saw that day, but Chenji didn't understand the cultivation method and had to carefully distinguish some. The first thing that came out was the longevity Kung Fu Xing Qi diagram and the Xian Shui Luck general method. I didn't read the text on it carefully before, but just scanned it hastily, and now that I'm examining it carefully, I realize that there is a general outline and introduction, and it's not that hard to speculate on it. It turns out that I can read these feats myself. Chen Hastings flipped through the pages in a dark thought. Longevity Gong is a set of healthcare techniques, through the movement with the breath to achieve the effective rationalization of qi and nourishment of the body, able to prolong life. Followed by a note that it is from a martial arts family in Sangzhou province, a version of the Fox transcription. Looking at the Xian Shui decision again, then it seemed to be a true cultivation technique. Requirements for practitioners to face the Xian Shui map visualization. Imagine their own blood into the Xian Shui. Visualization of success. Xian Shui into the body, the bloodline of the unending. From the inside to the outside to enhance the quality of the body, but also to truly embark on the path of cultivation. This one also has a note at the end that it was found by the fox inside an abandoned Taoist temple, hidden in the eaves ceiling location, and it also states that there is only this general method, not a view map. The various feats that followed came from different sources, gifts from friends, exchanges with monsters, and purchases at the demon market all have their origins to be traced. Chen Halberd was dumbfounded. Finally, I understand where Fox got so many practice methods here. However, new problems have been encountered. It was true that there were a few of these feats that could be practiced properly, but something crucial was missing. For example, the Xian Shui diagram needed for the Xian Shui decision visualization, the secret treasure formula needed for the 5 viscera serving technique, and the astral wind and thunder essence needed for the wind, thunder, and tiger fury fist. After reading all of them, Chen Ji can only lament that he is mistakenly entering the treasure mountain and returning empty-handed. None of the feats are capable of cultivation. Why does Mr. Chen look sad? Chen Ji put back the gongfu, and a voice suddenly rang in his ears. It was Mr. Su coming. It's about the merit cultivation? Mr. Su guessed as he noticed Chen Ji's movements. Indeed, I saw the lone soul last night and thought to come and learn a cultivation technique or two for my own sake, but I couldn't find one that I could practice. You can see ghosts and gods. You have natural yin and yang eyes? No. Chen Ji said again the reason he told the white girl before. What a strange man. Mr. Su also lamented. You're in such a situation that if people knew about it, they'd have to be written up in a fantasy novel. It's actually written in. Chen Hastings belabored. With a crippled soul, it's true that you can't cultivate these techniques, but when Miss White said the breathing method with you, I remembered that it was recorded in a book. Which book? Let me think. Mr. Su slowly floated through the air checking out the bookshelves, muttering darkly after repeating a few. Odd. How come it's gone when it's obviously sitting right here? Come to think of it, Mr. Chen, did you ever see a book called The Book of Strange Tales from Xianshan when you were organizing the bookshelves with the fox earlier? There, put it here. Chen Halberd nodded his head in response without moving. He certainly remembered this book. It was on the side of the Book of Strange Tales when it was organized, and he made a point of paying attention to it. Hearing it now, it's like yesterday all over again. Chen Jiqi found the record of Strange Tales of Xianshan and gave it to Mr. Su. I can't read it if you give it to me. Look it up yourself. I remember it right here in this book. Mr. Su said helplessly. Sir has read this book? Of course, there's plenty of time after being a ghost, so naturally I've read all the books here. And how does a gentleman turn the pages? Chen Ji thought of the scene he saw that day. It was clearly Bai Qi who helped turn the book. Mr. Su, a ghost, could also turn the book? Ghosts can work the wind, so of course they can turn the pages. Then why does Fox have to come and flip through the books during class? Got it. Chen Halberd smiled as he flipped through the book, lamenting that it really would be a lazy method. While flipping through the pages, he asked Mr. Su how Confucianism is different from the other Taoist disciplines. In fact, all laws come to one. Practicing Kung Fu is cultivation. Practicing saintly speech is also cultivation. And who can say that saintly speech is not Confucianism? Mr. Su said slowly. Sage speech. Confucianism. Chen Ji's eyes shook, suddenly understanding what Miss Bai meant yesterday when she said that one method leads to all methods and feats, only to feel as if it had led to much more. It's truly magical. Here it is. Here it is. Chen Halberd subconsciously turned the book in his hand. Mr. Su hastily called a halt. Chen Ji stopped his hand movements and looked down. The book is indeed a strange story about a scholar who visits Mount Xian at night and encounters a ghost and a demon discussing the law in his dreams. One of them talks about breathing techniques. The demon said that breathing is breathing the moonlight, looking at the day to absorb, weekday refining, day and night precipitation. Since the practice, ghosts say that breathing is breathing in the fury, and finding a battlefield or a place to bury a body is also cultivation. The word says they're all wrong. People breathing in the fury and demons breathing in the sun essence can also be cultivated, but the damage is greater than the enhancement, so there is no point. The ghost demon then asked the man what the breathing method was. Tao said breathing is breathing yin and yang chen ku and qi. The sun rises with purple gas is cultivation. The 5 elements of the mountains. The 5 viscera rotation in the abdomen is cultivation. The moon in the sky to absorb the moonlight is also cultivation. Breathing is the instinct of all things in heaven and earth, and these can be practiced. It's just best to find the one that suits you and doesn't deplete your body. The demon and ghost were horrified, so they recognized the Taoist as their master to learn the true breathing method. The scribe heard it all and recorded it, attaching it together with the text. Because it was obtained in a Xianshan dream, it is called the Xianshan dream method. Chen Ji looked back and saw this method, which was divided into the Qi looking and breathing chapters. Looking at Qi teaches how to sense nature and view the clear, fury, human, demonic, and 5 elements of chi that wander between heaven and earth. Breathing, on the other hand, teaches how to breathe in these breaths to strengthen oneself, and even mentions the function of utilizing breathing techniques to nourish the soul. How? Can you read it, Mr. Sue inquired in an aside. Already got it. It's really an excellent breathing method. Thank you, Mr. Sue. I'll try it out when today's class is over. Chenji put down the book and arched his hand to thank him. It doesn't bother me. I didn't write it. I just happened to see it and could use it. Mr. Sue, I have something else for you. Chenji again reveals the plan that he just told Bai Chi about. Mr. Sue had a grave expression and frowned in deep thought. 5 days off? Wouldn't that be too tired? Then it can also be changed to a 4-day break. Not also. When I was a young man reading 6 days a break. The fox is not enough. If you want to enter the fox study should be more diligent. Not as good as 7 days a break. Chen Halberd was stunned. He thought Mr. Sue thought he was too aggressive, but he didn't think he was still conservative. After thinking about it, it still didn't seem right. I'm just afraid that the foxes will be uncomfortable. So why don't we start with a 5-day break? Or we can practice their arts. And I'll also help them practice transforming. Oh, how can you help? Go down and see the people. So it is. Mr. Sue nodded, already understanding Chenji's intentions. Miss White is busy with her affairs, and Senior Samuel is not in a position to act. So if Mr. Chen can take Fox down, it would be excellent. But it's dangerous to go down the mountain. It's useless if you only have yin and yang eyes. You have to have cultivation before you can go. Naturally. Chen Hastings nodded. Mr. Sue was going away and re-entered. Just now you asked me what the difference is between Confucian and Taoist cultivators, so I can demonstrate for you. How is it demonstrated? The sages say that it is not right to learn, but to learn by doing. Mr. Sue slowly opened his mouth, and it seemed like a flashy light fell on Chenji. Chapter 12, Teaching Foxes. What's the point? Chenji just asked out loud, and then he himself realized the change in his body. Thoughts became much more active, and the breathing method chapters that I had just read seemed to be all imprinted in my mind as clear as if they were all there. Even the hastily turned pages are remembered for the most part, almost as if they were unforgettable. How's that for an experience? Mr. Sue asked with a smile. Experiencing it is really different. This is the Confucian art of making a speech. Now I can perform it once in 3 days, and again next time. Saying that, he left and went deep into hiding. After feeling the effects, Chenji once again lamented the marvelousness of cultivation, and also looked forward more and more to whether the Book of Strange Tales would record this story. He already had a guess. If he spends a lot of time in contact with demons and ghosts and has some special stories, he may be included to gain abilities. He himself had exchanged with Elder Samuel for a long time today, and now with Mr. Sue demonstrating the ability of Confucianism, a story would probably emerge. As for what it is, it may not appear until after the manifestation. By this time, Fox had also arrived. Chen Halberd stopped thinking about it and prepared for the content of the lesson. The foxes have been recognized before and are known to them. The foxes are named by the white girl according to the time of their enlightenment. Just for the sake of convenience, start with white 2 and go all the way up to white 35 now. The ones with smaller numbers had practiced faster. Some had already mastered 2 arts, and the ones with larger numbers were still learning academics now. In order to facilitate the teaching, Chen Jiabao also divided into 2 batches of classes. Those with about the same amount of schooling focus on arts and morals, while those with less schooling continue to make up schooling in writing. With the blackboard, there is no need to teach writing to each fox individually, and the interframe structure of the word young is uniformly written on the blackboard for the foxes to practice accordingly. Then started checking out the big foxes. White 7, white 8 2 have already seen. Quite familiar. The other few are still a little curious about Chen Halberd. Heard the question, although not indifferent, but also not eager. Can you instruct us to practice even if you don't know how to practice? Sir, originally, it was not possible, but after talking with Elder Samuel and Mr. Sue just now, it seems to be possible. The foxes were less skeptical when they heard the 2 names, but they still didn't quite believe them. By air, you demonstrate first. By air was a fox girl who practiced fire control. The demonstration was done by carefully drawing a breath into the wick on the side, and an inch of flame left the lampstand to rest by Fox 2's mouth. Then opened his mouth to swallow the flame, and then opened his mouth again, but there was no trace of any flame, and reopened his mouth to spit out the flame, and it was even a few points larger than just now. How is it, sir? Baiji asked for advice. How is this fire control technique practiced? Chen Halberd asked. That's how you keep looking at the flames and feel the breath of the flames, and when you're familiar with it, then slowly try to breathe and control it and feel the breath of the flames, and when you're able to control the breath of the fire you're done. And how does that squirt out bigger? Fire is chi. Fox also has chi. Fire chi and fox chi fusion will be big. White girl said this is the fox fire. If cultivated to a high level can burn demon ghosts. Chen Ji nodded, feeling more and more impressed by the subtlety of the Xian Mountain Dream method. This fire control technique alluded to the 5 chi breathing method recorded in the book. So he retold by air according to the 5 chi laws. The next time you breathe, then don't think of it as a flame. Just think of it as the heat of heaven and earth that just has this shape. And it's best to be able to control fire without it. Why? Baiji didn't understand. Otherwise you still need to carry fire with you every time you perform a fire spell. And if you really encounter a demon or ghost fighting, you also need him to wait for you to blow out the fire folders first before you can do so. The foxes chortled, by air but not annoyed. More and more feel that Chen Halberd said in the right place. Bright Eyes continue to ask for advice. Is there another way to train? Chen Halberd thought about it. Since all the laws come to one, there seems to be no difference between controlling fire and selling oil. The only thing that matters is that the hands are familiar with it. So I asked by air if he had ever gone to the stove to build a fire. Baiji shook his head. Then you can try to make a fire. This can be practiced? Just try it. Thanks for the guidance, sir. After by air excused himself, the other foxes looked at Chen Ji with a little more respect. So there really is a gentleman who can't cultivate but can teach cultivation. Mr. Chen is truly extraordinary. No wonder Miss White asked him to teach us. Maybe we can actually get into foxology? Hearing about foxology, the eyes of all the foxes lit up, becoming more and more excited to come and ask for advice about Chen Ji's cultivation. Bai San practiced the invocation incantation to be able to control all sorts of things to fly, but now it was very difficult to succeed, and he had to invoke many times before he could succeed once. Chen Halberd then told him to hold the thing to be recruited more and observe it, subconsciously pull it out, and cultivate it into a habit to be recruited. Bai San heard it and thought it made sense, then asked Chen Ji, how are you going to recruit the big stuff when you can carry the small stuff with you? Chen Halberd laughed. You haven't even fully mastered the small stuff. So why rush to invoke the big stuff? People often say the saying, don't think about running before you can walk. This says the same thing about your cultivation. I see, Mr. Chen. I was too hasty. I'll go back and practice diligently. Bai San thanked him seriously and left. The foxes afterward became more and more enthusiastically excited and came to ask for advice on their own practice. Chen Jiaba then answered each and every one of them. By the time the white girl arrives, Chen Hastings has finished his lesson and left behind a brand new manual. Foxborn notes? That's what this is for. The white girl flipped through the booklet on the table, seeing the names of the foxes recorded on it along with the progress of their cultivation, and inquired about Chen Ji. Keep a record of what they are learning, and half a dozen times they will be schooled, and if there is no progress, they will need attention. So serious. Hard work, Mr. Chen. Credit also goes to Mr. Su and White 7, who will be recording during the night. It's the poll. White 7 called out. Then it's hard work altogether. The white girl rubbed Bai Chi's head and looked at Chen Ji. I hear you've chosen the Shigenja method? It's the Xian Mountain Dream method recorded in the Xian Mountain Strange Tales record, which is also a breathing method, and Mr. Su helped me choose it. Then try fixing it first. The white girl thought for a moment and then asked Chen Ji, are there any side requirements for this breathing technique practice? It seems not. Chen Halberd shook his head as he recalled. It may need a place, to have the 5 chi and the yin and yang of the mountains, and the house doesn't seem to work. A place to practice. The white girl locked her brows. Unusual mountains might not work. In case a demon or ghost passes by, you're prone to accidents now. Fox clan here but not many places. Ah, there. The white girl's eyes lit up. You can go to my place to cultivate. I make ties between the rivers on weekdays, and I only come back to worship the moon on hopeful days. You can pick the 5 chi of the mountain, and the yin and yang chi naturally as well. If you have any problems with your cultivation, you can still ask me at any time. Excellent. Just go to my place and I'll see how you cultivate. Trouble, Miss White. Chen Halberd thanked him and followed the white girl forward, soon arriving at a secluded courtyard, surrounded by bamboo hedges. The courtyard is planted with a few medicinal herbs, a few bright-colored birds resting on the edge of the well. The corners of the wooden house are hung with scented sachets, and a futon is placed under the eaves, which is plain and elegant. The breeze blew, the dark fragrance floating, just smelled will be refreshing. Body comfort down. This is a tranquilizing incense, a method I learned from another demon, so you can practice over there. Chen Ji sat down as he said, and began to recall the cultivation steps in the Xian Mountain Dream method, with a few apprehensions in his heart, and not knowing whether he would be able to succeed in the cultivation or not. Not far away, the white girl casually recruited teapot teacups, skillfully brewed a cup of tea, quietly surveyed the Chen Halberd, but also a few points of expectation and curiosity. Chapter 13, Looking for Chi to enter the way. It wasn't the first time she had seen someone practicing, but it was the first time she had seen someone like Chen Jiabao practicing. There's no telling what's going to happen. So a small courtyard in the mountains, a fox drinking tea, a man practicing, even the mountain wind is quiet. Chen Ji slowly recalled the contents of the breathing method. The content of the gong method itself was very short, and it didn't even start out as a breathing technique, but rather a qi lookout technique, which only said that one should quiet the qi and concentrate, feeling the flow of breath in heaven and earth. When the opportunity arrives, you will feel the 5 colors and 5 elements of qi around you, and you will be able to see the qi around everything. Chen Haste then endeavored to follow the method to try and feel it at the moment. Closing her eyes and concentrating, she seemed to have a much sharper sense than usual. The wind seemed to take shape as it blew around me, ruffling my clothes, my hair, and curling around my ears, leaving an echo of the mountains. In a trance, Chen Ji felt as if he wasn't closing his eyes, but seeing the wind blowing with his eyes open. Hurriedly, he opened his eyes. The wind did blow around me, and it was just blowing, not the scene I saw in front of me. Look around. The white girl poured a new cup of tea not far away and signaled Chen Ji to drink it first. Anyway, I've already stopped, so I'll just go over and ask the white girl if she sees anything. Chen halbered on the front of the end of the cup, tea aroma overflowing. Even the body is warm and comfortable. Good tea. It's just that I've never had it before. I wonder what variety it is. Spirit mist tea. The white girl said the name and continued to explain. It's something exchanged with the demons. There is a fog in miasma in the purple cloud mountain, and there is a poisonous fog inside, but it produces this tea. This tea suck fog miasma born. Root and stem branches and trunks poisonous. Only the leaves can tranquilize the mind, but also can eliminate disasters and dispel diseases. Mortals drink can even prolong life. The nearby demons will be with the purple cloud mountain demon exchange some. In that case, what a treasure. Chen Hastings felt a little more deeply about cultivation. This spiritual mist tea is taken to the earth. I am afraid that 1 or 2 is worth 10,000 gold. In the eyes of the cultivators is just the usual tea. Surely embarking on the practice is another life. I've heard that there will be a gathering of demons in the middle of the month, so I wonder if there will be a place to trade then. And what do I need to use to get this? So Elder Samuel has already spoken to you. When I asked about the practice this afternoon, I mentioned it more. I was going to tell you then, and was worried that you'd be too scared to go, but now I don't have to worry. The white girl guffawed. The things that demons value are not gold and silver, but useful to them. Your yellow essence from before is very good. When we meet you should be able to concoct a good one. When we meet you will be able to bring some, and you will be able to see the world. Thank you, Miss White. Chen Ji is more and more looking forward to the spectacle of the demon party. You just tried practicing. How did it feel? The white girl asked again. It seems to feel a little bit. Chen Halberd said what he had just felt when he blew the wind. The white girl was also surprised to hear it. Is this actually the way to realize the art of looking into the air? It means that the Taoist priest of this method is indeed a high-level person. Then how do you look for qi? Miss White? Chen Halberd knew from listening to the white girl that this was not how she practiced her qi-looking technique. Practice will naturally show you when the time comes. The white girl said naturally. So 1 man and 1 fox sat opposite each other, both with astonishment in their eyes. One couldn't comprehend that the art of looking into the air could still be practiced in this way, and the other couldn't comprehend that the art of looking into the air could still be practiced in this way. Chen Halberd silently. This is probably the racial talent. Cannot compare. He or she silently go to cultivate. It's never a good idea to drink spirit mist tea and waste it. Returning to sit on the futon, the white girl's voice came in a leisurely manner. If you want to feel the wind to learn to look for qi, you should not just feel the wind, but you should treat the wind as an extension of your 5 senses so that you can have perception as soon as possible. I remember. Chen Ji nodded his head and thanked him, then closed his eyes to ponder the meaning of the white girl's words. Using the wind to replace the 5 senses was something that had not appeared in the book, but Chen Jiro naturally felt that this method seemed to be able to learn to look at qi more quickly. So after thinking about it, he decided to try again as the white girl had taught him. The wind was still blowing across Chen Ji's face. It still had the same feeling as earlier, only this time, Chen Ji stopped trying to visualize the wind blowing through the place, and instead imagined the wind blowing out from within himself, extending in all directions. At first there was no sensation, but gradually there was a sensation. The wind whipped through his clothes, the eaves of his room, and the fence of the courtyard. Chen Halberd closed his eyes, as if he had already seen all this before his eyes. Open your eyes again. The entire small courtyard is covered with a thin layer of warm white mist. Look into the distance. The mountains and forests and trees are different. All have a layer of very thin warm white mist. Is that a done deal? Chen Hastings was a bit disbelieving. Is something wrong? The white girl frowned at Chen Ji's reaction. Then he stepped forward and caught his wrist, for fingers hitching down naturally. Although the pulse is sharp, it is still smooth and strong. It doesn't look like it's gone off the deep end. Mr. Chen, how do you feel? Miss White, I seem to have cultivated. What? The white girl was clearly stunned after Chenji opened her mouth, her eyes all revealing an untrue expression. How long has this been going on? Not sure. It's just that I can now see a white mist-like aura caged over the item. The white girl frowned. Although after entering the cultivation, he knew that the Chi lookout technique was not a very difficult spell, but for those who had never been exposed to cultivation, it was not easy to get started. Distinguishing between the 5 mountain airs is the big hurdle that many people have trouble overcoming. Not to mention that Chenji is still in the state of a crippled soul, a person who is theoretically incapable of practicing, contacting the Chi lookout technique for only one morning, and he actually learned it? There was some disbelief on the part of the white girl, but what Chenji said was clearly the characteristics of the Chi looking technique. Looking for himself, he could indeed see a thin layer of mist hanging over these items. After thinking about it, he asked Chen Hastings, "What do you see in me? It seems to have a light reddish mist on it." "Now what?" The white girl raised her hand. A cloud of emerald green lingered at his fingertips. "Green." The white girl casts another spell and a slight drizzle falls in the air. "Cyan." The white girl was silent for a moment, her lips opening and closing. "You really did cultivate it. How did you do it?" "I don't know," Chen Halberd said truthfully, "just trying to experience the feedback of the wind, as you said, and meditatively seeming to feel all this, and then looking at it again. It has been so. It was incredible." The white girl lamented. "Yin and yang eyes can see ghosts and gods. It is already considered a practiced art, but people with the way can also make ordinary people see with some means. It is not considered very powerful, but the Chi-looking technique is a true means of cultivation." "Mr. Chen, congratulations. Starting at this point, you have stepped into cultivation, or, I should call you a Taoist friend from now on." The white girl suddenly made a few crisp sounds. A moment later, 2 silhouettes appeared in the air. Both Mr. Su and Elder Samuel appeared at Miss White's small courtyard. "Congratulations, fellow Taoist. Congratulations, fellow Taoist." A ghost and a tree congratulated at the same time. "It's all thanks to the help of a few of you. Otherwise I wouldn't have been able to step into cultivation." Chenji smiled and arched his hand, sincerely thanking him. Although he had the Book of Heresies in his possession, the essence rope of Elder Samuel, the sage words of Mr. Su, and the tea and nudges of Miss White were all aids to cultivation, and he did not dare to forget them. Elder Samuel laughed out loud. Today's big day should be celebrated. But Mr. Chen is new to the Tao and should consolidate his cultivation, so why don't we wait a few days and host a banquet together? Good thing too. It's settled then, and we can also prepare congratulatory gifts. Mr. Su leaned back and laughed. "I only hope that sir will not forget it this time." "Forget what?" Mr. Su looked at Chenji again, a wry smile flashing in his eyes. So the mountain wind and tree shadows came back to life, and Chenji's heart warmed, sensing that a new ink had been added to the book of anecdotes. Chapter 14, The Dream Taoist. The dreamer, Chen Shang of Sendai Mountain, who could see ghosts and speak the language of birds and beasts, and who used to socialize with foxes, ghosts and demons, was a Taoist, but was unable to practice. He occasionally got a method from a book, and dreamed that the demon said that this was the right method, so he practiced it. Half a day to look at the Qi, a day through the breathing method, and then into the Tao. So it's still possible? Chen Halbert also felt surprised after reading it. He had thought that the new story would have something to do with Senpai Samuel or Mr. Su. After all, he had been through a lot with them. I didn't realize that they were all included and that I would get the breathing method directly. Think about it carefully and realize that there does seem to be more content in your head. Chen Haste was also a little unsure at this point about the way this book of anecdotes recorded stories and gave rewards. But since the breathing method was given, it was time to not dwell on anything else, but to go out and try practicing. Having just returned from Miss Bai's courtyard, Chenji was not in a good position to go over there again now. It's just not safe to look elsewhere in the mountains for places to practice breathing techniques. Chenji was about to cultivate in the house with a candle flame when he heard a knock on the door. Mr. Chen, Bai Air has come to visit. Chenji opened the door and saw Bai Air standing in the doorway with his nose covered. Shouldn't you be in class with Mr. Su? How come you're here with me? Bai Air and Mr. took leave to watch the fire and practice at the stove. And I'm not sure about one thing, so I've come to ask about it. What is it? Mr. said that the fire is hot gas. I watch the fire should also be like watching the gas. Between the breath, the flame gulps naturally. This is the right way to control the fire method, but I breathe in and out. How? Shiranji lowered his hand, revealing charred hairs on the tip of his nose and a beard that was half burned off. Prairie hair. Bai Air opened his mouth in shame. A fox's fur is an extremely private matter, and it takes a great deal of courage to speak about it to someone of the opposite sex. Halberd Chen wanted to laugh, but realized that this was an inappropriate time. The tip of Baiji's nose was carefully examined. Is it medicated? There's a burn ointment that Miss White made for me, and it's been put on. Then tell me slowly how it burned. Unusual burning was nothing more than being too close to the fire, but Bai Er had already cultivated well, so he shouldn't be so reckless. It was breathing in and not swallowing it all. So it burned. Sure enough, Hakuji opened his mouth exactly as guessed. Show me. Chen Hao also wanted to see how Fox practiced the breathing method of fire. Soon, by the stove of the medicine hut, Bai Er re-demonstrated his cultivation process. The flames in the stove are warm, just the right amount of warmth. If you roast a few potatoes, sweet potatoes or chestnuts, it should be extremely tasty. Chen Ji flashed his thoughts and looked at Bai Er anew. She had begun to breathe fire, breathing in the same way as in a lesson. With some initial difficulty in dodging his eyes, he soon got serious, and between breaths he could already see the flames rise and fall in time with his movements. And under Chen Ji's chi-looking technique, he could see even more clearly. There was no flame within the stove, just a white, bright cloud of hot air that fell back into place as Shiranui's breath approached her. There was a layer of the same white, shiny heat on Baiji, but not as bright as the breath in the stove. Suck! Bai Er gritted his teeth and inhaled fiercely, and the flames in the stove erupted violently, surging straight into Bai Er's face. Bang! As if fireworks exploded, a ball of fire instantly dissipated on Bai Er's face, and his eyebrows, eyes, hair, and beard went black again. Sir, that's it. Shiranui almost brought on a sob. I know. Chen Ji nodded, already clear about the problem Bai Er had met. You're worried about the flames hurting you, aren't you? Yes. Bai Er pursed his lips and nodded. Though the gentleman said it was hot air, he thought it was a flame, so he hesitated. This will not work naturally. Why don't I demonstrate it for you? Chen Ji shook his head, then spoke softly. Mister can practice too? Bai Er asked in surprise. Today, by a fluke, I have passed through the lookout, and I am already a cultivator. Congratulations, sir! Bai Er was excited. It takes at least a few decades for a demon on the side to open his mind to the Tao, and it's truly a heavenly blessing for Mister to enter the Tao in one day. But, Shiranui was a little hesitant again. The method of breathing the flame, Miss White taught me for 3 months before I had the first results, and was able to inhale the candlestick flame. Mister, beginning to enter the Tao. This flame will hurt you. Shouldn't hurt. Although Chen Ji was apprehensive, he had an inexplicable certainty. Seeing again that Bai Er was still uneasy, he opened his mouth. You're here to protect me, so if anything happens you can just pull away from me. Good thing too. Bai Er nodded and stepped aside, allowing Chen Ji to try. Chen Halberd looked at the flame's mind, closed his eyes, adjusted his heart chi, only to feel that the situation in front of him returned to the situation when he practiced at noon. The stove beeped, warm flames leaping from the wood stove branches, and everything in front of me was covered in a thin reddish scent. When I opened my eyes, I saw that it was such a scene. With a slight movement of his mind, there was no longer any flame in the room, only pure heaven and earth chi remained. Chen Ji looked at the warm breath in front of him and took a deep breath. Just feel like eating noodles in general. In front of the warm breath along the mouth and nose as much as swallowed in the abdomen. The body suddenly warm. The body's breath and the red breath mingling has become more and more warm. On the side, Shiranji stared in disbelief, his fox beak open in disbelief at the image he was seeing. Chen Halberd clearly still had a human breath when he spoke, but when he closed his eyes and opened them again, the whole person was like a part of the room, and if he wasn't looking at himself, he couldn't even feel his presence. And the flames in the stove. When Chen Ji breathed, they all drilled into Chen Ji's stomach like fire dragons. At this moment, Chen Ji's lips opened and closed, as if he was recalling the flavor of this flame. And Chen Halberd, after feeling the magic of this breathing method, also understand the meaning of the Taoist said that all the air of heaven and earth can be breathed, but some of them hurt the body only. The warm breath flowed through the 5 organs and 6 bowels after integrating into the body. And there was indeed a burning pain, just still bearable, but staying for a long time would still hurt the body. So he looked back to the dry wood in the stove, slowly exhaling the hot air in his chest. Another juggling spout of a dragon of fire, all of which landed on the firewood, more profusely than before, and bubbling steam rose from the pot again. How? Chen Ji looked at Bai Er and inquired. Mr. Great Talent. There was no more disbelief in Bai Er's eyes, and he admired it to the core. She studied for several months to be able to start the gongfu. Chen Halberd into the road half a day will be much more powerful than her, if not see with their own eyes. Really cannot believe. And then a little thought came to mind, crying out, Sir, isn't this the advantage of human cultivation? The same arts you only need to learn for a day, but I learned for months. It might just be that I'm special. And Miss White also said that unusual people don't have a talent like mine. Besides, not 1 in 10,000 people are able to cultivate. And even if they embark on cultivation, they don't live as long as an enlightened fox. People and foxes are different. That's just the way it is. No need to think about it. Since you have mastered the art of controlling fire, you should cultivate hard and not hurt your spirit for external objects. Chen Hastings again enlightened by air. So, then I know. Thank you, sir. Bai Er will definitely work hard to cultivate and strive to enter the fox school and be a top fox like Miss Bai. Come on, go back together. Chen Ji smiled and left with Bai Er. Until he returned to the house, he was still basking in the joy of learning a new spell. Fire control. This was a serious jutsu that could be used for self-preservation. Ordinary demons and ghosts are also afraid of fire. If they can practice to spit out flames with their mouths, they can probably go down to the mountains to have a look. Apart from having entered the river house when he was a donkey, Chen Ji hasn't been to the villages and towns next to this world, and has a few moments of curiosity. Moreover, just now when the fire was spewing, Chen Ji clearly felt a few moments of clarity. Same thing he told Baiji. It is not necessary to have an open flame to control the fire. If you have enough faith, the heat in your chest is still capable of spewing out flames. It was just that now that he had already tried it once and it was getting late, Chen Ji was planning to try it again another day. Soon, the moon's shadow and insects chirping, Chen Halberd fell into a deep sleep. But there was something strange about the dream, not what he thought about in the daytime, but appearing out of thin air inside a Taoist temple. It was difficult to see the idols enshrined in the temple, and only vaguely recognized the word Xuanmiao written on the tablet. Outside the window, the moon and stars, far away to see the Taoist temple in the courtyard with a short few bushels. 3 people seemed to be sitting on what to talk about. Sitting north of a person wearing a Taoist costume. Cannot see the face, only hear the yellow bell-like voice. Have you learned the chi-looking method I mentioned last time? Back to the Taoist master. It already will be. Both answered at the same time. How does it feel? It's truly marvelous. Since then, when you look at all things in heaven and earth, they all have a breath, and it's much more advanced than the previous chi-looking method. Good. The proper law should be like this. Since you can understand the proper law, today I will pass on the breathing method to you again. After saying that, he seemed to sense something and turned back to look at the place where Chen Halberd was hiding in the main hall of the Taoist temple. It just so happens that there is a little friend here today, so it is fitting that my path is not lonely. The yellow bell sounded once again and began to explain the method of breathing. Chen Halberd heard that this is those recorded on paper, but more subtle than those recorded on paper. Chen Halberd at first still understand, but slowly will feel obscure and difficult to understand, and then listen to it as dizziness and tinnitus. Has been insisted on not, still trying to hold on. The voice of the Taoist rang in his ears. Enlightenment is good, but it's still short of chi. I'll send you a message. The chi is the chi of heaven and earth, and also the chi of the chest, and it is righteousness to express one's feelings directly. If you can't understand it, come and listen to it next time. Why force it? The way is not this way. The time has not yet come. After the words were spoken, Chen Ji's eyes went black and he woke up right away. When he opened his eyes, he was still in the Fox Clan hut. The lamp on the table was calm. And when he looked around, there was no stream of Taoist priests or demons or ghosts, but the sound of the Taoist's lecture on Gong still echoed in his ears, and his head was a little dizzy. A dream? It may not be a little too real. Getting up and feeling a depression of air in his chest, he twisted his head and exhaled long and hard. A 2-foot flame suddenly erupted in front of his eyes. Chen Ji was completely awakened this time. The few words the Taoist recounted became clearer and clearer. Is it not a dream? Chen Halberd rubbed his head, suddenly thinking of something, and reopened the book of strange tales. Found something in the above that I hadn't noticed before. The dream demon ghost said that this was the right way, so he practiced it. Previously, he thought that this was talking about the Xian Mountain dream method, so he didn't care about it, but he didn't expect that it was actually saying that he had to go into the dream to personally see this cultivation means once. Truly superior means. Is this the Xian Mountain? It seems like we have to go and take a look when we have the chance. Chen Halberd swallowed his saliva, and his eyes gained a few more points of eagerness. Chapter 15, The Rotting Wood and the Ghostly Friend. The next day, Chen Ji asked Miss Bai if she knew about Xian Mountain. Didn't know that. The white girl shook her head. Although I am incarnated, most of my actions are within the boundaries of the Hatian prefecture, and it is true that I have never heard of this Xian Mountain. So what are you asking this for? Chen Halberd was not good enough to say that he dreamed of Xian Shan and found a side excuse. The breathing method I practiced originated from the Xian Mountain strange record, and I want to go to Xian Mountain to see for myself, in case there are any Taoist techniques left behind. So it is. The white girl nodded. When the demons gather in a few days, You can instead ask for this information. Many of the demons in Mount Sendai come from elsewhere, so maybe there are some that know about it, and I'll keep an eye out for you. Thank you, Miss White. The white girl waited for Shinji to thank him before asking him about by air. I saw Shiranui gathering Asahi's purple energy this morning. Did you teach her that too? Chen Halberd thought about it and nodded. Sort of. In his heart, he lamented that what the book said was really good. The fox demon was smart, and this came up with a solution. He had only mentioned that fire control techniques should not rely on open flames in order to perform them, and by air had thought of collecting the violet chi of the Asahi to use as a substitute, which was indeed much more brilliant. After all, there is no open flame better than the red sun hanging above the mid-heaven, moistening the earth with just a little light. Not to mention the fact that the great sun essence was considered the nemesis of almost all evil spirits, and if one could incorporate the sun hua in the foxfire, I'm afraid the power would be even greater. The white girl casts a green eye. I originally thought that you were just talking casually when you said that you taught them to cultivate, but I didn't expect that after the test. By air's fire control skills had indeed improved a lot. A fluke. How did you do it? The white girl was curious. After thinking about it, Chen Hastings felt that an explanation was better than a display. So contain a breath. Thinking about the dream of the Taoist told the content of the righteous chi straight to the chest. Fiercely spouted out 10 feet long flame. The air are brought with fire. The white girl's face changed slightly, wrinkling her brows and thought for several breaths. When did you master fire control? After listening to Bai Air talk about the principles and spending some time pondering on my own, I feel that it's a bit similar to the breathing method. Last night, I happened to give her instructions on absorbing the stove fire, and I inadvertently used the chi lookout technique, thinking that the flames were just the heat of heaven and earth. So I tried it, and I didn't expect it to come true. I'm not talking about that, the white girl said. How do you manage to spit fire out of thin air? Think in your mind of what it feels like to swallow into a flame, and one puff is a flame. I didn't expect that you would have such a cultivation level today after entering the Dao yesterday, but it's faster than many demons and ghosts cultivating. The white girl sighed and lamented, with a few moments of envy. Is this the reason why people are loved by heaven and earth? Even a soul cripple stepping into cultivation can make such progress. Chen Halberd wanted to say that he didn't just have a remnant soul in him, but actually had a good soul and a golden finger, which is why he was able to cultivate. I'm afraid it wouldn't have worked for anyone else. Unfortunately, that's a reason that can't be given, so we'll have to find another excuse. It's my luck that I met Miss White and you guys to help me out. Otherwise I can't say that I would still be on fire in the stalls right now. Halberd Chen flirted. That won't happen. The white girl smiled and shook her head. The fire roasts in the river won't sell so slowly. I'm afraid they're all gone long ago. It was only then that Chen Ji realized that the white girl was joking with her and shook her head with the same smile. Smiling again, he suddenly thought of the curiosity that had been coming. Miss Bai, I wonder if your name is Bai E? What makes you think that? Seeing as your names for those enlightened foxes start at white 2 and go all the way up to white 35. I'm guessing so. So, do you think it's a good name? The white girl said playfully. It seems to be missing the point. Then it's not called white 1. Then it can't really be the white girl, can it? You. Hey, looking at your unusual behavior I thought you were fine. That's when I thought you were really losing your memory. Chen Ji is still going to ask, but the white girl rolls her eyes and stomps away. Chen Ji also didn't understand what was happening, so he had to go to the library to continue teaching first. Yesterday's lecture. The foxes have already begun to believe in the Chen Halberd. Today, knowing that Bai Air secretly asked for advice last night and that his cultivation has improved today, they have again rebuked Bai Air. How can you behave in day class and then sneak out of night class to ask for Mr. Teach? Genuinely inappropriate fox. Yes, white 2 you are not a fox. In particular, the white 7 and white 8 were the most resentful. Obviously they were the ones who first befriended Chen Ji, and now that the matter of asking for cultivation advice was called for by Air to take the lead, the two foxes were furious. No, I'm going to consult Mr. Chen tonight as well. Ditto ditto ditto. The foxes gathered in 2s and 3s and called out. Actually, you don't have to skip Mr. Su's class to ask in mine. Classes are going to be in session. The fox returned. You can skip class. Don't have to go to class? The foxes froze, their eyes excited. Then how is Sir going to solve the problem of our cultivation? Your lessons are practice. Each fox has a different problem, so naturally you have to solve them one by one. And that's what lessons are all about. The fox was overjoyed, but he still didn't forget to urge Chen Ji to solve his problem quickly. There's no hurry, and wait for me. Chen Ji counted the days of the foxology exam and wrote a line in the corner of the blackboard. 115 days to the countdown to the exam fox school. What is the meaning of this, sir? Fox asked in disbelief. Based on the Mid-Yuan Festival examination of foxology, You still have 115 days to prepare. You have a weak innate foundation, so you need to seize the time to study and practice. This 10.5 days will give you time to acclimatize, and the rest of the 100 days will be an all-out sprint. Art, learning, and virtue must not be left behind. To not spare any fox who can get into foxology. Chen Halberd looked around with a faint smile. Finally, I can appreciate what I always wanted to do back then. Unfortunately, there is only one batch of these foxes, otherwise another, more famous quote could have been uttered. You guys are really the worst class of foxes I've ever brought up. Halberd Chen sighed at the thought. The foxes trembled for no reason, and felt a force that was difficult to explain hanging over them in the dark. Even Bai Chi and a few other foxes who were excellent in their coursework subconsciously shivered. Yet again, it felt that after Mr. Chen made such an arrangement, the probability of them all getting into foxology was much higher. Each tilted their heads again and waited for Chen Ji to explain about today's lesson. Chen Halberd flipped through the Foxborn manual and began to check up on the fox. There are more than 30 foxes to be examined, but they encounter many similar problems. There were those who had difficulty in transforming, those whose arts did not work, and those who did not have enough learning. Chen Halberd then arranged the level of roughly similar together, each group, and give the corresponding learning style. Let the foxes own reference to each other to learn. You will first study like this, and if you don't understand, you will ask Mr. Su or Elder Samuel, and when I come back to test you, where is Mr. Chen going? The foxes asked curiously. Prepare to go down the mountain and make some preparations for you to watch people incarnate first. The foxes were delighted. With Bai Er's experience, they were now incomparably trusting of Chen Ji, and had even thought about what they would look like if they were to take shape. White 7 White 8 flew over to ask Chen Ji if he could bring them along. No. Chen Halberd shook his head decisively. I don't know what I'm going to encounter on this trip down the mountain myself. Being alone was fine to explain, but if he brought 2 foxes with him, he was afraid that it would just level the playing field. Then will Mr. Chen come back after this trip? Why do you ask? The first few gentlemen also said something about going down the mountain to buy some things, but they haven't come back since. I'm not them, naturally. When Chen Ji finished, he saw that Bai Chi Bai Baba still refused to believe, so he had to give a definite answer. I'll be back when I'm done, and I'll have to take you down to see someone then. Well then, it's a deal. White 7 White 8 although unfortunately cannot go with, but also did not lose. Know that Chen Ji will still bring them over later. A moment of work will be happy to go to learn Chen Ji's arrangements. Mr. Su surfaced at some point as well. You already know fire control? Where did Mr. Su get that from? The foxes have spread the word. How could I not know? It was just a fluke. And thanks to Mr. Su's sage words. What an enviable talent. Mr. Su lamented. If I had this ability when I was still alive, I wouldn't be stuck where I am until I die. Mr. Su is a great talent. Perhaps he can cultivate into a ghost immortal even after death. Chen Halberd these 2 days also have looked through the book about cultivation. Know that the immortal is not a lofty, unearthly existence, but the Taoist practice is very high practitioners. All humans, demons, and ghosts can be cultivated, and there are no more than human immortals, demon immortals, and ghost immortals. Mr. Su laughed out loud at his words. If I can really cultivate it, I will definitely lend you my blessing. After saying that, he looked at Chen Ji. What kind of things are you planning to do down there? Haven't thought about it yet, but when you take a fox down the mountain, you always need a line of work so as not to arouse suspicion, and to be easy to see. That's something to think about. I can't help you with that, but I can give you some other help. What? Chen Halberd asked. I had a friendship with the Taoist priest of Qingliang Mountain. He owes me 100 taels of silver. You have no silver to go down the mountain. You can take it first, and when you return to the mountain, you can find a good sword for me. So, well, Chen Ji was going to refuse, but after thinking about it, he agreed. The world is tough, and it's hard to get around without money. This is true even for practitioners. Although he knew some arts, he couldn't just come down from the mountain and tell fortunes, get rid of demons, or perform juggling tricks. It's good to bring some silver. I just don't know if the Taoist priest on Qingliang Mountain who had a friendship with Mr. Su is still there. The date 5 years of the show. Hundreds of years from now, Mr. Su is a ghost in order to remember it, and the other person has to be alive long enough to remember it. Don't worry, I even visited him after I became a ghost, and he should be alive and well now. Mr. Su laughed out loud when he realized Chen Ji's concern. You go to Qingfengguan, just say that the deceased person from 100 years ago came to ask for money. He will naturally understand. And the sword must not have seen blood to personally watch him forging. Remember? I remember. Chen Halberd nodded solemnly. As he was about to leave, the question he had asked the white girl in the morning rang out again. Does Mr. Su know what Miss White's name is? Why are you asking this all of a sudden? Chen Ji then talked about the events of the morning, even the reaction of the white girl. Mr. Su froze in midair at his words. Ryoga, stunned, surveyed the Chen Halberd. People like you don't really come around very often. What is the solution? Do you really not realize that a woman's name should not be asked? Mr. Su perked up. Chen Halberd drifted off, suddenly realizing that this matter could be considered a topic that transcends unusual relationships at this time. No wonder Miss White refused to tell me. It was presumptuous of me. You'd better save that for her. I wouldn't bother coming out in broad daylight if I didn't know you were going down. Wait, Mr. Su, I have another question. Chen Halberd called out to Mr. Su. Say, I just want to know, is it true that Miss Bai's name is not Bai? You are rotten to the core. You're too rotten to carve. Mr. Su cursed and faded away. Chen Halberd sighed. Looks like no one believes he's just genuinely curious. Chapter 16. Coming out of the book collection. Chen Halberd explained the situation to Elder Samuel again. It's good to go down and see what's going on. Elder Samuel's tone was flat, yet there were a few moments of envy as he spoke similar words to Miss White. The human race is truly blessed with spirit and beauty. Seeing as you are only 20 years old, you have already entered the Tao and are still traveling the world. Compared to you, I have simply wasted 1,000 years of my life. I'm just being coquettish, standing on the shoulders of giants. Senior Samuel is the one who is truly thick and thin. As long as there's enough time, he'll definitely be able to become a demon immortal in the future. Chen Halberd said seriously. I love it when you say that. Elder Samuel smiled in satisfaction. After a pause, another bright green leaf floated down from the branch. Originally, it was an initiation gift for you, intended to be given out at the banquet, and since you're going down early, it's being given to you early as well. Chen Ji received the leaves, only to feel his body cool and permeable. Even the breath around him was fresh. This is the blade on my body, day and night with mana sacrificed, not counting the magic weapon, but also considered a heavenly treasure. Wear it on the body can get rid of miasma, some enhancement of the sense of heaven and earth's breath. This is too expensive. Elder Samuel. Chen Ji had already received a gift from Senior Samuel, so naturally it was not good to receive a second one at this moment. Senior Samuel shook his tree branch, seemingly waving his hand, not to be refused. I give them all a piece after the fox opens its mind. You are Mr. Fox, naturally the same. Take it. This thing is nothing to me. You have just entered the Tao and are traveling the world. It is the time when you need such things. In that case, thank you again, Elder Samuel. Go on. Samuel Sr.'s face hid into the trunk of the tree and took the form of a tree again, letting the birds scatter in the branches. Originally, he should still bid farewell to Miss Bai, but after what happened in the morning, especially after Mr. Su explained it so well, Chen Ji also felt that it wasn't a good time to look for her, so he simply asked Bai Qi to pass on the message, and went back to the house to pack up his own things. But when I went back to the house, I realized that I had nothing to clean up at all. It came empty except for a Taoist robe given by the white girl. Going down now, there was still a Taoist robe on his body, but there was an extra leaf, a pendant, and a promise from Mr. Su, all of which he could leave with. Then it's gone. Downhill directions have been asked to Fox. It's just that classes are still in session at the moment, and there's no spiritually enlightened fox to see them off. The wild foxes gathered here cautiously surveyed Chen Ji, and after a few moments, they lay down on the ground again to lazily bask in the sun, paying no attention to this human who had been commonly seen in recent days. Chen Ji could not help but feel depressed. The people who came to know in this world, or demonic ghosts would be more appropriate. In short, the familiar ones were all on this Sendai mountain, although I had only been here for a few days, and the trip was just to visit down the mountain. There was an unexpected sadness of parting. Sir! It was only a few steps before a call came from behind him. Chen Halberd turned around and saw that the foxes were all coming from a distance. White 2, White 3, White 7, White 8, all the way to White 35 all came. He also brought some mountain game, packed a bamboo basket with water bladders, also dried yellow essence that he had eaten before, and some wild fruits and dried meat. It's rabbit jerky. Seeing that Chen Ji noticed the jerky, Bai Air purposely explained. Chen Halberd breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily it wasn't what he thought it would be. Thanks a lot. Chen Halberd took the stuff. He hadn't reached the realm of rescue yet. He still needed to eat, and these eats were quite good. White 7 also trotted to deliver a package. Sir, this is what Miss Bai asked me to bring to you, and said that if you come across something you can say that you know Taoist Hu of the river, and that she still has some reputation. Chenji lifted a corner and saw a new Taoist robe. Thank Miss White for me. Definitely bring it. Bai Chi said with a smile on her face, and twisted to look at Chenji. Don't forget to come back, sir, and be the first to take Shirahachi and me down to see the people. Good. Pull the hook. Bai Chi learned this method from somewhere and stretched out her slender fox fingers to look at Chenji. Chen Halberd smiled slightly and hooked his fox finger. 100 years on the hook. No change. A lie is a puppy. Kiki. Bai Chi froze on the spot in shock. What's wrong? Mr. Chen, can we not change the dog? This is horrible. Chen Halberd also reacted to the fox's fear of dogs, and quickly waved his hand. Say it smooth. So instead of a puppy, it's a kitten. Good. Bai Chi smiled and retracted her fox paw waving goodbye. Take care, sir. Return to the mountain soon. The foxes that could take form bowed to each other, and those that could not yet take form bent down and touched the ground with the same respect. Thank you all. Chenji returned the salute and his heart warmed before he resumed his journey. After walking an unknown distance, the already blurred path underfoot had become almost indistinguishable from the traces, and the grass and trees had become thoroughly part of the dense forest. Chenji could only check his position through the light of the sky and the peaks in the distance to make sure he was still on his way down. It was just that the grass was thick, and the map Fox had given was about as difficult to follow as if he hadn't considered that anyone else would use it, with thorns and many unloaded giant trees and boulders blocking the way. Seeing that the sun was about to set before I could walk up the mountainside, it was only then that Chenji regretted not asking for a machete to clear the obstacles on the road before he set off. Otherwise he wouldn't be in such a mess. Or maybe it would be nice to learn the White Seven's wall opening technique. Unfortunately, there was no way to undo it now, and as the sun was about to set, Chenji could only look for a place to spend the night first. The map did mark a mountain temple, but Chen Halberd estimated that the past is still more than 10 miles afoot. If it is more difficult to walk some, I am afraid that the dawn cannot arrive. Simply rest in place. However, when he raised his eyes, the mountains were nothing but grass and trees, and there was absolutely no place to rest. And secretly sigh, no wonder the ancients out of the house are like moving. If and he has nothing, I'm afraid not a few nights will die in the wilderness. Sure enough, the line is hard. It was a good thing that he still had some of his own spells with him. Taking advantage of the fact that it was still not completely dark, Chenji found a piece of flatter ground and spit fire to burn away a piece of grass. Only when the ground was left with a layer of grassy ash, and even the ground was dry and hard and cracked, with no moisture coming up, did he find a few thick branches to build a campfire, and pick up some dry bamboo laying on the side, but also have a temporary shelter. When Chenji finished these, the sky had already dimmed, and one could almost see the moon, and his stomach felt hungry, so he took wild fruits and dried meat from his bamboo basket to fill his hunger, and took up a piece of yellow essence, thinking that the yellow essence he had picked back was still being concocted in the hands of the fox. When you go back, you should also become like this in your hand, and then you can also taste what it tastes like. The yellow essence that can be called a heavenly treasure has never really been eaten. When he came back to his senses, he felt 7 points full at the moment, so he looked at the yellow essence and stuffed it back into the bamboo basket. Wait until the next time you're hungry. Put the stuff away. Chen Halberd looked around and didn't dare to sleep either. He was just thinking about looking at the chi to find a suitable place to cultivate, when he suddenly heard a rustling sound coming from the jungle not far away. Unable to contain his breath, he also raised a burning branch in his hand. Although he had already entered the Tao and started practicing, this reaction from life instinct was still difficult to restrain. Late night, deserted mountains. This inexplicable noise is either a demon or a beast. He couldn't afford to be careless. Chapter 17, The Reason Why the Demon Came. The grass opened and closed, and a few moments later several furry figures burrowed out, mouse-like and cuter, with huge tails trailing behind them and short paws still holding pine cones. It was clearly a group of squirrels. Oh, there's someone here. The squirrel first froze when it saw the Chen Halberd by the fire, and then shrieked out in shock. Oh, it's not just squirrels, it's squirrel demons. Chen Halberd thought to himself. Ta-da! Chomp! Pine cones fall to the ground. Almost at the same time, the squirrel scurried up the tree beside him and appeared on the horizontal branch, poking its head to survey Chenji. Chen Halberd was in a trance and found it extraordinarily interesting. I never thought I would be able to scare demons one day. Even though they were just a few squirrels that had opened their minds, they claimed the name of demon. Fellow Daoist, don't be afraid. I'm a good person. Chen Halberd looked towards the tree squirrel and opened his mouth. Unconsciously, the technique of bird speech and animal language has been used. The squirrels froze in their branches and soon emmed and awed again. This one can talk, eh? It's really different from the ones I've seen before. And he said he was good. What to do? Should we trust him? A large squirrel at the very top rolled its eyes and poked its head out to look at the Chen Halberd from side to side, its cheeks bulging. What are you doing here? Originally, I was ready to go down the mountain, but I missed the time, and I didn't find the way down the mountain in the dark, so I could only rest here. Do you know who we are? Not knowingly, Chen Halberd shook his head. Then you're in luck. Let me tell you, we're the 7 friends of Sendai. We're the most famous demons in this land. You're lucky to have met us. If you were any other demon, I'm afraid you'd be eaten in one bite after burning their dojo. It's the pole. Exactly. The squirrels chorused. Chen Ji thought about it. Neither Senior Samuel nor Miss Bai seemed to have mentioned the name of the 7 friends of Sendai. Think they should be self-appointed, Chen Hao thought to himself, and then carefully surveyed the squirrel in front of him. He had dealt with many demons in the past few days and knew how to judge the viciousness and goodness of demons. According to the fox, virtuous demons, who basically practiced moon worship or absorbed the essence of the sun, were mostly surrounded by clear chi and would not cannibalize people. Fierce demons then vary and have a variety of chi on them. A blood eater will have a circle of blood around him. Those who are tyrannical and demonic are surrounded by a black aura. For those who have a good time, they are surrounded by a yellowish scent. When the white girl said this, Chen Ji also curiously asked her why she had displayed so many breath colors that day, only getting a cold blank stare from the white girl. When a jutsu mobilizes the 5 chi, it naturally has different colors. However, at the moment, the squirrels were not casting spells to see their original scent. A faint layer of clear air floated outside the brown figure, which was particularly eye-catching. All good demons, and feeling the scent on the squirrel, it still felt somewhat familiar. It was only after careful discernment that I realized it was actually the same as the leaves given by Samuel Sr. Could it be that these squirrels know Elder Samuel? Feeling it again. It was indeed the scent of Elder Samuel. Chen Halberd has a few points of certainty. These squirrel demons are bound to be acquainted with Senior Samuel. It's an old friend. Chen Ji put down his heart, and the torch in his hand was put back into the fire. Boredom was tightening up left and right, so it was a good time to play with them. So smiled and arched his hand. I've heard that Mount Sendai is filled with swarms of demons, and I've never heard of the honorable names of a few of you Taoists, so it's my fault for being ignorant. Humph. This is the dojo of our 7 friends of Sendai. For the sake of you not knowing about it, just retreat quickly, so I don't want you to compensate for the grass and trees burnt here. The big squirrel puffed up his cheeks again and called out. Chen Hao laughed and couldn't help but poke at the squirrel's words. Fellow Taoist, I also know Senior Samuel. I should be considered a friend. Can I pay less? Elder Samuel? The squirrels froze, looking from side to side in discussion. He actually knows Elder Samuel? Must be good people then. Then you don't have to pay for it. The squirrels all grinned and squawked as if they had heard excellent news. The squirrel high above stretched his eyebrows, but did not completely put down his heart, and asked Chen Halberd again. How do you know Elder Samuel? May I have proof? Chen Ji then touched the leaves gifted by Senior Samuel. This was given to me by Elder Samuel. Can it be used as proof? The squirrels examined the leaves, and only then did they recognize Chen Ji's identity, and all of them came down the tree to gather around the fire to exchange pleasantries with Chen Ji. It was nothing more than the question of how Chen Ji is a human being and how to recognize seniors like Samuel. I am the Fox clan invited Mr. Only in the morning resigned Samuel seniors ready to go down the mountain. Just the fox to give the map and proper fox. Walk to now has not yet out of the mountain. I can't believe you'd believe fox ah. The squirrels bristled and screwed their heads together in disdain. Another squirrel asks what Mr. Fox is. Chen Halberd briefly talked about what he had done again, while the squirrels stared and marveled. The big squirrel seemed to be deep in thought. I didn't realize that they were so cunning and had to find people to learn knowledge from, so I can't trust them even more in the future. Naturally foxes can't be trusted. They're all liars. If it weren't for Elder Samuel, we wouldn't be dealing with foxes. Fellow Taoist, you are also less close to foxes. Foxes are bad, and cheated us out of our pine nuts last time. The squirrels screamed in exasperation. How did you cheat your way there? The squirrels chattered away, and Chen Ji picked up the useful information and pieced together the scene. It turned out that the fox took the yellow essence and the squirrels for pine nuts, but the squirrels ate it and felt that it was not tasty and did not have the effect that the fox said, so they did not have a good impression of the foxes. But this thing? Chen Ji pulled out the concocted yellow essence from the basket and handed it to the squirrel. The squirrel looked and sniffed and shook his head. The one the fox gave was a little more like ginger, and not nearly as flavorful as yours. So how do you guys taste? Yummy. The squirrels split and finished it, their eyes glowing. It's really good stuff. It also nourishes the body. You sure don't look like a fox. Fox bad. So what's good? Chen Ji asked subconsciously. Of course squirrels are good. Chen Halberd was dumbfounded. It was familiar to him, having heard it just a short while ago, but back then it was fox good and dog bad. I didn't realize it would be squirrel good and fox bad now. Still, he had to do right by the fox, and took out another piece of yellow essence to say, "This is actually yellow essence too, TSK?" The squirrel stared wide-eyed, not believing what Chen Halberd said. "Is this yellow essence? It's nothing like what Fox gave us. Are you not a lobbyist invited by the Fox?" Chen Ji couldn't help but laugh out loud. Where would a lobbyist be this down and out? Besides, if Fox wanted a lobbyist, wouldn't it be better to look for Elder Samuel? You have a point. The squirrels thought about it and nodded their heads, but still didn't understand why both yellow essences were so different. What the Fox gave you should be the unconcocted yellow essence, this is the concocted one. Chen Ji finished and then spoke with the squirrel about the process of concocting. So complicated. I'm afraid I'm going to tire a squirrel. It's better not to learn. We forgive the Fox. We'll trade pine nuts with the Fox from now on. The squirrels lamented. Chen Halberd laughed out again. One could only say that the demons he now knew were much more innocent than people. There was no pure interest, only pure good and bad. Foxes are also incarnated to do these things, so why aren't you guys incarnated to do them? There was a sigh of relief from the squirrels. For his part, the big squirrel shook his head slowly. Squirrels and foxes are different. The ones that can open their minds are fewer, and it's even more difficult to cultivate to the point of transforming into a form. The total number of squirrels that have opened their minds on Xiantai Mountain is only 7 of us, and it's completely impossible to be compared to a fox. Not to mention the side of the demon has their own means. Fox even has foxology can learn to cultivate. You can hear the squirrel repair into a demon or fairy? Chen Halberd thought seriously about it, but still shook his head. Genus has never heard of it. This is it. The big squirrel sighed. So how did you guys get to the point where you're like this? Halberd Chen wondered. If there's never been a squirrel enlightened, what's with the 7 squirrels? All thanks to Elder Samuel's help. The big squirrel was grateful. So Chen Hastings heard another piece of the past. It turns out that these squirrels are the ones that still live in Samuel's body after he opens his mind. Because Samuel Sr. day and night to absorb the essence of the sun and the moon. They also followed the light, slowly opened the spirit. Later on, he left Samuel Sr. to go out because of his cultivation. Unfortunately, there is no gongfa or side means. Can only rely on instinct to absorb the essence of the sun and the moon to cultivate. At most eat a few pine nuts. Yes, I've eaten your yellow essence, and I haven't given you any pine nuts yet. So try this one too. When the big squirrel greeted, the squirrels held the pine cones and unwrapped the pine nuts to invite Chen Jichi to eat. Chen Halberd ate one, only to feel a strange fragrance, far better than the general pine nuts, and even swallowed the body warm, and the feeling of eating yellow essence. This pine cone? Chen Halberd looked at the squirrel suspiciously. Kiki. The big squirrel had a smile on his face. This was plucked from a foreign pine, which was struck by lightning decades ago but didn't die. And since then has produced dozens of these pine cones every year, and the effect is no worse than that of the fox's yellow essence. We also ate these pine nuts to cultivate to this point. Indeed, the squirrel sked and nodded. Then this should also be a heavenly treasure, and your chances are good. Shenji put down the pine cone and slowly said, this kind of precious thing, the squirrel should also not much. He did not know when to eat a grain is a squirrel polite, but also the gift of yellow essence. Now that he knows, it would be rude of him to eat it. If you, fellow Daoist, like it, you can take some more later, the big squirrel said matter-of-factly. Chen Ji pursed his lips, did not answer immediately, thought for a moment, and slowly opened his mouth. What kind of things do you need me to do, fellow Daoist? The big squirrel got up and clasped his paws and saluted. Although he had not transformed into a form, his demeanor was already 9 points similar. To be honest, we prepared these pine seeds this time because we intend to go to the group demon gathering to exchange them for a cultivation technique or transformation method that my clan can use. It was a change of heart after I met you, Taoist. Since fellow Daoist can teach Fox to cultivate, can you also teach us to cultivate? This. For a moment, Shenji didn't know if he could say yes. Teaching a fox to cultivate and teaching a squirrel to cultivate may seem like both teaching a demon to cultivate, but this is not a different level of difficulty. Foxes have their own way of practicing. Squirrel sighed. Shenji himself hadn't even mastered the cultivation method, so he really didn't dare to rashly agree. I see. The big squirrel sighed as he saw Chen Jebo hesitate and already guessed the answer. We have sought the help of many demons over the years, but unfortunately none of them have gotten results. Today, when I saw that you are a human in Mr. Fox, I thought that I could have a turnaround, but I didn't think that there was nothing that you could do about it, Taoist, but it's better for you, Taoist, to take these pine nuts. Big Squirrel said firmly, my clan can't get off the mountain. There are few places to seek help, and eating these is nothing more than a few days of absorbing the essence of the sun and moon. Fellow Taoist has come down from the mountain, so naturally he has seen a lot of things. So if he can come across a solution to my clan's methods, please help by inquiring about it. These are considered a deposit, and there will be a reward if the deed is done. So, well, if there is a way, I will certainly fetch it for you. Thank you, fellow Daoist. The 7 squirrels respectfully saluted and thanked Chenji. Chenji then took the pinecone, feeling that the burden on his body had become a few more points heavier. Chapter 18 Drinking Ghost Tea. Afterwards, Chen Halberd and the big squirrel chatted for the whole night without realizing it, talking about cultivation, demon life, Sendai Mountain and the world beyond. It was also the first time that Chenji knew that if the cultivation of demons also had a grade, the fox demon was already at the upper middle level. The ones that could be more powerful than a fox demon could already be counted on one hand. Apart from the few divine beast bloodline fae, it was the tiger demon, wolf demon, and fish demon, which were demonic beasts with special creations. Other animals have the extreme luxury of practicing because of the natural inadequacy of their souls. As for the squirrel demon, it was considered to be at the bottom of the list of demonic beasts that were inferior to the stream, and the people who can practice it are really good at it. Qingliang Mountain is actually a few hundred miles around the famous Taoist Immortal Mountain Blessing. Inside the size of the palace inheritance there are a dozen. There are many incognito scattered cultivators. Chenji also learned about the difficulties of cultivation through the squirrel demon's narration. Immortals have their own cave. Capable practitioners also have a dojo and cave. General practitioners can only live in caves and thatched cottages. And once again the first class is a small demon such as their scattered cultivators. It is not possible to say when it will become the sustenance of evil practitioners and great demons. Most of these things were things that were passed down by word of mouth between the practitioners and the demons and ghosts. Naturally, it would not be recorded in the book that Chenji looked through. Although Chenji didn't know how he was going to teach the squirrel to cultivate, he taught the squirrel his own insights on chi looking and breathing techniques. While not always appropriate for squirrels, it is at least a proven technique that works. Until the skylight floated white, Chenji still couldn't get enough and wanted to chat with the squirrel demon for a few more moments. He simply has too many secrets in his hands. In the words of the big squirrel, when traveling through the mountains, almost no demon would notice a few enlightened squirrels, and it would hardly occur to them that squirrels could still become demons. A lot of things just sound that way. Unfortunately, Chenji must depart. Yesterday only halfway. Today do not go faster. I'm afraid I cannot get out of the Sendai Mountain. Fellow Taoist, go and take care. The large squirrel arched its paw at Chen Halberd. Actually, I might only go for a decade if I'm faster, and no more than half a month if I'm slower, Chen Halberd slowly said. So the big squirrel's paw scratched a few times in the air, and the floating hairs on his ears exploded. Can I have my pinecone back now? Late. It's already been eaten, but I will definitely find the cultivation method for you, Taoist. Thank you, fellow Taoist. It's not like Big Squirrel really wants to come back. It's just a deeper flirtation of the relationship. After a night of good conversation, he had a very special feeling for Chenji. At least, it was the first time he had felt respect in a Taoist. A little more respect than the other demons. That's why the big squirrel also gave Chenjiab an axe that was sharpened until it shone. Squirrels pick pine cones with an axe too? Some days ago when the outer mountains picked up. Should be to cut firewood. Woodcutter drop things. Keep useless. Simply send you. So when the morning light was bright, Chenji split the light of the sky and set out on the road down the mountain. Insects chirping and birds chirping. Occasional mountain streams and clear springs. But no more thorns in front of the eyes. A straight road. It's just looking over the hill. Looking at a few hills not far away. But Chen Halberd walked from the light of day to the red sun sinking in the west. Seeing that it was dusk, Chen Halberd went over a steep cliff and finally saw the trail of the road again, as well as the footprints left by pedestrians. Although it is an outer mountain, it already belongs to the human realm. Chenji's hanging heart was finally put down again. Although there are spells on the side, in the mountains at night is not afraid of unusual demons and ghosts. The peace of mind that you can see people is a completely different feeling from being in the mountains. It was getting late at the moment, but Chenji had a feeling of coming to life. Even his steps were light. After traveling some more, over a mountain range, a few switchbacks came into view steeply. The light of day is not yet fully dark. You can already see the town beyond the mountains in the distance. The mountain road where the forks converge is much wider, and traces of axes appear on the dead branches and old trees by the side of the road. This brings it a lot closer to town again. Someone came here to get firewood, so it doesn't seem far away. With a thought, Chenji tightened his bag, put away his axe again, and traveled straight along the main road, thinking that he could make it to the town before nightfall. Not much farther. I saw a man sitting and resting by the side of the road, his short beaten shoulders stacked with several layers of patches, a pick and 6 bundles of firewood at the side, and an axe sharpened to a shine in his hand. He looked to be a woodcutter. Hearing someone's movement, The woodcutter subconsciously gripped his axe and turned his head to see Chenji, some caution floating in his eyes. Are you a man or a ghost? Naturally, people. Then why did you come out of the mountain at this time? Aren't you afraid of meeting demons? Read the holy books and be bold. So don't be afraid. You've got a lot of nerve for a scholar. The woodcutter praised and put down his axe to even out a place for Chenji to sit and rest. This mountain was haunted by demonic ghosts some days ago, and one of the people who worked with me on firewood died in the mountain. And I heard that it was the demonic ghosts that had taken it in. So I've been going back early for the last few days, and I didn't realize that I'd been delayed for a while today, and that's why I've gotten to this point. If you don't mind, scholar, how about a companion back to town? How far back is it? It's not far, 5 or 6 miles at the most. We'll get there in half an hour if we're quick on our feet. Then wait until you are rested. I've been better. I sat down for a while when you weren't here. The woodcutter got up, put away his axe, picked up his firewood, and strutted toward the front, his firewood burden trembling on his shoulders in a great rhythm. He also didn't forget to turn around and admonish Chenji. Scholar, I'm used to this road, so you can follow. Good. Chenji followed behind. The setting sun lengthened his shadow, and he walked towards the darkness. The road was boring, so naturally there was some more small talk. What are you doing in the mountains as a scholar? Seek to learn. I've never heard of a good gentleman in the mountains. Could it be that you're going to the state capital's academy? Sort of. The woodcutter laughed brightly. Are all bookworms as short of words as you are? Or am I too vulgar in my speech? It's just that I haven't seen anyone in a while and I don't know what to say. That's just like me. The woodcutter suddenly raised his voice. I used to go up to the mountains with that buddy, and I haven't talked to anyone in a long time since he's gone. When I saw you just now, I only felt that you were a bit similar to my good friend, but I unconsciously took you as my good friend. So I said a few more words. I hope the scribe will pardon me. No harm done. Chen Halberd waved his hand, always following the woodcutter. Not too far, not too close. Ha, Auntie-son, why haven't you gone back yet? As he spoke, the woodcutter stopped and greeted an old crone selling tea at the side. Chen Halberd also noticed this mountain roadside open space supported on the water selling shed. Inside, an old woman is slowly extinguished the stove fire to close the stall. The two were seen nodding slightly. I was about to close the stall, but just now I flashed my back and moved a little slower. And you're also back late today. It is also delayed some time. You this speed to receive when to go. I will help you is. The woodcutter finished without saying. Unloaded the firewood up to help the crone cover the fire to collect the teapot tea bowl. A brain to splash out. Slow down. There's still good tea in this pot. The crone was busy calling out to the woodcutter and snatching the white porcelain teapot out of his hand. A merchant passed by today and ordered a pot of rose tea, but it was so golden that you nearly spilled it. Saying that, he cradled it in his arms to check it out and realized that half of it was gone. Yelled at the spoils and looked hard at the woodsman again. Left and right cannot be collected. Cheap, you guys. There is still some water in this pot. You guys are tired of walking. To give you all a bowl of tea? It is also considered to thank you for helping me to close the stall. The old woman discharged 2 tea bowls, poured tea and pushed it in front of the 2 men. Please. The woodcutter picked up the bowl of tea and drank it all in one go. The tea rolling off the corners of his mouth and dripping onto the ground in a long puff of aroma. Good tea. After drinking, he realized that Chenji was standing still, and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Scholar, why don't you have some tea? The old woman also stared at Chenji with rounded eyes. Why don't you have some tea? Postulant? Chen Halberd looked at the woodcutter and then at the crone. His heart thumping, his palms developing fluffy sweat, and he lamented that the fox and the squirrel were really right. There are demons and ghosts under the mountain. So be careful. He'd only been down the mountain for less than an hour and he'd hit a ghost. At this moment, the moonlight was clear and bright, and this woodcutter and crone in front of him did not have a shadow in the moonlight, and there were no footprints even where they had walked. Under the lookout technique, the liquid in the tea bowl emitted a black and red aura. What kind of tea stall is this? It's clearly a ghost store. Chapter 19, Ghosts Playing with People. Chenji thought of the books on gods and ghosts that he had previously seen. Night stopping the road is mostly harmful. If you drink this ghost tea, I am afraid that you will perish even if you know some magic. Looking at the 2 ghosts again, their bodies were also enveloped in a nickel black and red aura, and I don't know how many people they have killed here to have such a strong evil aura. I encountered such a horrible thing when I first came down the mountain. It's a lie to say that you're not afraid of nature. After all, this is not a kindly ghost like Mr. Sue, but the ancient money sent by the white girl faintly exudes warmth. The leaves given by Senior Samuel calmed Chenji's state of mind, and the experience of talking freely with the demons and ghosts on the mountain surfaced. Ghosts are nothing to be afraid of. You see, I am a ghost. Have I ever harmed you? On the contrary, I should beware of your yang energy hurting me. That's what Mr. Sue said. Unusual ghosts are nothing more than things that are transformed into grudges and death, and are not enough to be feared. That's what Samuel Sr. said. A ghost? Meh, not enough for me to hit with one finger. This was what Chen Jiwei brainstormed the white girl to say. The scene of the single-handed handheld ghost was still fresh in his mind, and it really left a not-so-small shock to Chen Ji, who was new to cultivation, but it also gave him new faith. Ghosts, that's all. Thinking about what a few demons and ghosts said on the mountain, Chen Ji gradually had other thoughts, so lifting his breath he looked at the second ghost again. I think this tea is a bit cold. It needs to be warmed up. The fire is out. How can I heat the tea? Scholar, you don't have to pick. Just take a sip. The woodcutter frowned in dissatisfaction. Herbal tea is better. Drink it. The old crone also forced her way forward to press the issue. I'm not thirsty. You're not drinking? No drink. How can you not have tea? The woodcutter and the crone approached Chen Ji, and their ghostly auras grew thicker and thicker. Stop pretending. You're just not human. How many people have been victimized here and you still don't know how to repent? Chen Haste called out loudly to break them. The two ghosts froze, so they didn't hide their dead faces and gradually revealed their original faces. The woodcutter had an axe sticking out of his neck, his head hanging sideways to the other half, his eyes hanging out of their sockets, and his head and face covered with bloodstains. The old woman's face was full of green and white, her watery hair dripping black water against her wet clothes, her eye bubbles white, glaring at Chen Ji like dead fish eyes. You see? Then stay. How can you not drink your tea? Damn you. The two ghosts closed in on Chen Ji, but were unable to get close to him. Before he could reach his side he was blocked by a circle of light green clear light, with a layer of reddish clear light and light golden light inside. This was the power of the magic weapon on Chen Ji. Although it wasn't very strong, it was more than enough to block these two blocking ghosts. So there are some credentials. The ghost didn't gain an inch for a long time, and he was also fuming. The woodcutter ghost drew his axe and the crone raised her teacup. The bloody axe slashed down on his head and the bloody tea was poured in his face. The monstrous ghostly and ferocious black aura mixed together, obscuring even the moonlight. Chen Ji finally saw the ferocity of ghosts, but it's not even close to being able to harm him. The unusual man has a sharp blade in his chest and a murderous mind. Chen Halbert is different, although learned a few skills, but beside the demons and ghosts are very kind, plus has always been gentle and calm, and no longitudinal law proud line of thought, but hand-holding cultivation method, inevitably stored to try the law to show off the mind. All the way down did not meet the demon ghosts, but also some pity. Now it's just the right time to meet these two stern ghosts, so I'm going to test the law on you. The heat in Chen Ji's heart surged more and more, almost burning. Lay! Chen Halbert burst out to open his mouth to express his feelings. His mouth instantly rose a fiery fire dragon, surrounded the teepee, immediately burned everything he saw in his eyes clean. The two ghosts were stunned and couldn't dodge fast enough, and were sprayed all over by the fire. At first, he thought it was mortal fire, and he had to keep coming to get Chen Ji, but when the fire was attached to the body, it was realized that it was a practitioner's technique, and it could not be patted out when attached to the body. The ghosts were already afraid of these red young things, and they immediately resounded with miserable wails and rolled all over the ground. Chen Ji's hands then arrived and grabbed at the two ghosts, but I didn't realize that my hand went straight through the ghost's body, but I actually grabbed it. Chen Halbert was a bit surprised. The white girl can clearly lift it up. At this time the fire on the two ghosts is also almost extinguished. After seeing the appearance of Chen Ji, the frightened face gradually faded, but instead bring a few points of banter. I thought it was a tall man, but I didn't realize I didn't even know the difference between humans and ghosts. One cannot catch a ghost. I don't know where the Taoist priests were taught. They want to walk the world when they know a little bit of magic. Do you really think the world is as safe as your ancestors' Taoist temple? The two ghosts sneered and refloated in front of Chen Ji's eyes. The original horror of the bleak face has been burned by the fire to add a few more points of hideous, charred and blackened. Again, he lunged at Chen Ji's side with open teeth and claws. Although he couldn't break what the fox and Samuel Senpai gave them, he still shouted loudly, "The sun sets and the moon is born. The yang energy retreats and the yin energy rises. People disappear and ghosts rise. I'd like to see how long this thing of yours can protect your safety. When we break open this turtle shell of yours, stay here to pay off the debt. With such a fine raw human, the soul must be a great tonic. Flesh and bone sold to other demons. Heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys made into bashfulness. This good skin is just right to return." The more the two ghosts spoke, the more agitated they became. Their red eyes greedily swept over Chen Ji's body, already seeing him as a vegetable on the chopping board. Chen Halbert spewed another mouthful of fire with anger, but the two ghosts easily dodged it. "This spell of yours will be useless if you can't burn us, so you'd better be good and save your strength." Chen Hastings had some regrets. Still careless. I should have known that I should have learned the white girl's skill of catching ghosts before I came out. Otherwise I wouldn't have been teased by the wild ghosts. Mindfulness. A new chapter has surfaced in the book of anecdotes. Ghost players. Xiantai Qin Shang. Vegetarian and fox demon friendship. Good look at the gas control fire. A few days down the mountain. See the woodcutter in the road. So companion. Dozens of steps. And see the crone Jiaxue. Please T. Chen Shang saw two people without a shadow. Said it was a ghost. The ghost was furious and wanted to harm Chen Shang. But Chen Shang was carrying a special treasure and the ghost was not allowed to enter. When the ghosts are hurt by the fire, Mr. Chen controls the fire and teases the ghosts by saying that they are not allowed to catch the ghosts. Chen Shang was also angry. Remembered the fox catching ghosts. And then through the soul, Chen Ji's gaze swept over. And some more new knowledge appeared in his mind. The hand seal incantation used to detain the soul has been understood. And the heart recites silently a few times also feel the chi generation. Has learned this technique. Although it is not as light as the white girl trapping the wandering soul, it should be enough to deal with the two ghosts in front of her. So, great goodness. Chen Ji closed the book of anecdotes, and the chi depression in his chest instantly dissipated. Look again at the two ghosts teasing the action, but inserting the label to sell the head. The two ghosts hadn't yet realized the change in Chen Ji and were still rampantly screaming and cursing. Chen Ji's heart was strengthened, and he also realized what Feng hadn't noticed. The axe in the hands of this woodcutter ghost was actually exactly the same as the one the squirrel demon had given himself. The heart felt strange, but now was not a good time to ask questions, or wait until they were caught. So he pretended to give up and sat down cross-legged, chanting the mantra with the fire contained in his mind. The second ghost only thought that Chen Halberd was going to repeat the same old routine again, and continue to catch and taunt before flying over. Chen Halberd eyes a cold, storm up and open his mouth, spitting out a fire dragon bigger than just now. Hands also followed along with the probe firmly grabbed the body of the two ghosts. This time the flames didn't waste a single bit, and all of them locked onto the second ghost. The burnt and fishy smell emanated from the second ghost. The air was filled with a nauseatingly huge stench. Ah! Ow! The second ghost wailed and screamed. Forgive me, higher power. Forgive me. It's us who have eyes to see. Chen Ji let the two ghosts cry for help without saying a word, only checking left and right for containers that could hold them. After learning the art, Chen Ji knew how the white girl carried the ghost out that day. Ghosts are invisible, and once they are detained, they can be controlled in size and put in containers. It's also kind of convenient, but there was nothing else in the container at the moment, so Chen Ji looked to the water sack he was drinking from. It was something the fox had gifted, and although he couldn't part with it, there was nothing he could do about it now. So the plug was pulled out and filled with two ghosts and recapped. When shaking but heard inside banging, as if there is water. Secretly lamented that ghosts are really different from humans and demons. Just do not know if Mr. Su is also like this? Sendai Mountain. Su Yu, who was giving a lecture to the fox, shivered as his body went cold for no reason. The face became odd. When does a ghost ever feel cold again? Oddly odd. Chen Halberd's thoughts flashed by and did not think deeply about it, carefully placing the water bladder before looking around again. The road is still the road, but the shed disappeared. Tables and chairs and benches into tree stumps and stone platforms. Tea bowls and tea utensils into dirt and mud. Indeed, it is similar to the trick of ghosts deceiving people as described in the book. The only thing left was the tea bowl in front of Chen Ji, the liquid inside emitting a red and black odor. Chen Ji did not know how to deal with it. Simply put it aside. Picked the roadside dry wood to make a torch, intending to rest for a moment to rush to the town. At that moment, a sharp and angry voice came from behind him. You're too old to die, aren't you? Why don't you go home at night and do something in this shady place? Aren't you afraid of bumping into ghosts? Chapter 20, The Gnarled Bearded Man. Chen Halberd looked back and realized that the speaker was a gnarled and burly man, wearing a Confucian shirt, but without a bookcase, behind which was a square box wrapped in black cloth. Looked at Chen Halberd gaze like electricity. 3 steps and do 2 steps across to hold Chen Halberd arm, tugging him toward the outside. Seeing that you're a scholar, you really don't know how to live. How dare you come to such a place of great evil? Before Chen Ji had the chance to say anything, he only felt a blur before his eyes and had already appeared about 10 feet away. It's jutsu. So the words he had originally thought of were swallowed back into his stomach at the moment, and he allowed the strong man to pull him away for hundreds of steps, stopping to let go of his hand before he could say what he wanted to ask. Are you a man or a ghost? What do you say? The gnarled bearded man laughed boldly, and from his waist he unlocked a wine gourd and poured it down in one gulp, spewing out a breath full of scorching heat. Chen Halberd already knew that this strong man was human by the smell. After all, no demon or ghost would voluntarily drink staghorn wine. You can smell it? Looks like you're not a generalized person either. The gnarled bearded man sized up Chen Halberd, his gaze first surprised, then puzzled. I'm human. To the point of asking, are you a human or a ghost? My shadow is so thick that I am naturally human. Chen Halberd pointed to his own shadow in the moonlight. I didn't expect the gnarled man to burst out laughing again. What school of Taoism did you learn from? You scholar. And this jutsu couldn't have been taught by your master's mother, could it? What do you mean by that? The gnarled man's face was full of oddities. You don't know that the shadow of a man is thick in the daytime and the shadow of a ghost is thick under the moon, do you? Your shadow is so thick. You're close to saying you're a ghost. If you didn't have human chi on you, I wouldn't have even saved you from it just now. Chen Ji opened his mouth. Indeed no one. Well, no demon had told him about it. Then what about the two ghosts from earlier, who don't seem to have shadows either? Chen Ji was a bit confused for a while, but the gnarled man's words still had to be answered. I don't have a master. I learned it all on my own. So it is. The gnarled man came to a realization. That's me being abrupt. Your Excellency is wearing a Confucian shirt. You should be a famous cultivator, right? Chen Halberd asked, but felt funny. He himself was wearing a Taoist robe, yet the person in front of him asked where he was a scholar. The gnarled bearded man was wearing a Confucian shirt, yet he himself asked where he was a Taoist scholar, which was really unreasonable. The gnarled man didn't think about it so much and smiled. I'm not a person from any famous mountain. I'm just a casual cultivator in Qingliang Mountain. Cool mountain. What a coincidence. Chen Halberd read in a low voice, thinking that it was indeed a good coincidence. Mr. Su told him to go to the Taoist priest of Qingliang Mountain to ask for money. He was still wondering when he would go up to the mountain, but he didn't expect this to meet a Taoist priest coming down the mountain. What's wrong? The gnarled bearded man looked at Chen Jiqi strangely. I would like to ask if your excellency knows about Qingfeng The Qing of Qingliang Mountain is the Qing of Qingfeng which is the number 1 yuan of Qingliang Mountain, so naturally I know about it, and I've even gone there to discuss the Tao. The gnarled man returned. That would be better. Chen Halberd was very happy. Then when your excellency returns to the mountain, could you please introduce the Taoist master of the clear wind view to me? What are you going to do? They're very strict about accepting disciples, and with roots and bones at your age, it's probably difficult. The gnarled man said dryly. It was only thought that Chen Ji was a seeker of immortality who wanted to pay homage to the master, not worship. That? An elder in the family asked me to make a trip to collect a debt, Chen Halberd slowly said. The gnarled bearded man froze, then laughed and shouted. Good, good, good. I've long been looking at those bull noses of Qingfeng. It's rare to have such an opportunity. I'll definitely take you there when I go back from the town. The gnarled man's mouth was full of determination. Then say yes. Chen Halberd breathed a sigh of relief. The matter of going down the mountain had already pushed one item, and next, it was time to go to the town as well. Are you going to town too? The gnarled bearded man laughed out loud when he heard where Chen Ji was going instead. Then it's just as well to go with them. After saying that and thinking of something, he looked at Chen Ji and said seriously, look at your age should be the first time to go out. In the future, remember to go to the kind of place just now less. If not this time lucky, the two severe ghosts are not there. You are afraid that you have already died in the wilderness. Would your excellency care to elaborate on the two ghosts? Halberd Chen wondered. Although he had subdued those two ghosts, he didn't really know where they came from. Listening to the words of the gnarled bearded man, it was as if he knew very well. There's really not much to say. There is a broken stone and bitter water there. The feng shui is already bad. Some years ago there was an old crone selling tea who couldn't survive and became a drowned ghost after jumping into the river. Originally, it only dared to show up at the Mid-Yuan festival, but recently the earth dragon turned over, startling the earth's veins with ferocity, and this place became a place of great een, which allowed this old crone ghost to gain some spiritual wisdom, and be able to go out and harm people. I've heard that it has killed a lot of people some time ago, and recently it has killed a woodcutter's revenue henchman, who specializes in hooking pedestrians to their deaths in the evening. How did your excellency learn of this? Chen Halberd asked. If it was like what the gnarled bearded man had narrated, it was similar to what he had experienced just now, only the ending was not quite the same. He didn't get himself killed, but the two ghosts did. Originally, it was for this reason that a woodcutter's family in town went to the mountains to find a tall man to catch ghosts, and offered 10 taels of silver as a reward. The gnarled man said truthfully, 10 taels? That doesn't seem like a lot. Chen Halberd thought. White girl buys herself. Ugh, it's ransoming yourself. No, it doesn't seem appropriate either. Anyway, a donkey is worth 5 taels of silver, and catching 2 murderous ghosts to give 10 taels of silver is really not much. Chen Haste lamented. Ordinary people do not have much savings, not to mention the good deeds and virtues. Our practitioners should be so, not to mention that I am almost out of silver. the gnarled man whispered. It dawned on Chen Ji that if this was the case it would make sense. Dispersed cultivators also have to eat and drink, and they also need silver. But I'm afraid the woodcutter's family wasn't looking for a casual cultivator like him to begin with. Indeed. The gnarled man nodded and shook his head again with a sneer. The Taoist priests in that group of Guan really are very powerful. A supererogatory ceremony costs 20 taels of silver, and 50 taels of silver to catch ghosts. Truly taking the words of the ancestors to heart. I see that this 30,000 Dao cash is passed down to here that they are only empty of money up their sleeves. Chen Halberd was silent. This was their Qingliang Mountain's own business, and it had nothing to do with him. There was just one thing he had a little doubt about. Dare I ask how a drowned ghost can do harm? Generally, it is to drag people into the river, and when it comes to those with weaker blood, they can be scared to death. And can you kill someone with an axe? Unheard. Then you're wrong. The woodcutter wasn't killed by a drowned ghost. He was killed by an axe, Chen Halberd said with certainty. The gnarled man stared at Chen Halberd with his leopard eyes ringed. Why are you so curious about ghosts and gods at your age? Shouldn't it be the right time to read the classics of the sages? Why do you say that what I say is wrong? And how do you know about this ghost? Because the ghost is here. Chen Ji shook his water pouch, and it clattered inside. The cork was slightly peeled back, and in moments a morose ghostly aura permeated the air. The gnarled bearded man's face tightened as he narrowed his eyes and re-looked at Chen Ji, seeming to activate some kind of technique. A moment later a frown of relief. Strange. I can clearly smell the demonic and ghostly odor on you, but it seems to me that you are neutral and calm, and your chi is as clear as an orchid, which is the weather of a righteous person. How did you do it? Halberd Chen smiled and didn't say anything. Whether it was Miss White, Elder Samuel or Mr. Su, the squirrel demon. Except for the two that detained the souls just now. These demons and ghosts that he came into contact with were all righteous. It would be strange if they weren't. That's just it. Since it's a cultivation method, it's okay not to talk about it. The gnarled man clasped his fists. This time it was the hand cupping the Ziwu technique and the mouth saying compassion. I didn't realize that it was a fellow Taoist who was catching demons. So it's my fault for being abrupt. Dare not dare, but also the Taoist friend is eager to save people. The ancient way. Chivalrous style. Nowadays is not rare. Blame me for not saying it clearly. It's just that can you release the two ghosts to take a look? May. Chen Ji reactivated his soul detention technique to capture the two ghosts. The likeness is even less than it was a moment ago. Yet the original appearance of the wound can still be seen. Good fire magic. Good soul detention technique. It's no wonder that at such an age, Taoist friend dares to come and break into this murderous land to rid the people of evil. It's a truly chivalrous act. The gnarled man stared at the woodcutter's ghost for several breaths before a sudden word of praise emerged. Chen Hastings was a little embarrassed. He really fell for it at first. In terms of signs regardless of heart, it's always the Taoist friend who accepts these two ghosts, and the passing pedestrians will be able to have a few years of peace and quiet. Fellow Taoist can take back the two ghosts. The gnarled man arched his hand. Only when Chen Ji collected the two ghosts did the gnarled bearded man open his mouth. This woodcutter's ghost was indeed injured by a sword or axe. It seems that the rumors are wrong. There is still a hidden agenda in this matter. I have to find someone to ask for clarification again. It's a pity that time is now running out. Otherwise it would be best to open the altar in practice, and ask the judge of the Netherworld's Chaji division to come and ask for clarification. It's too late tonight. Let's go to the town first and prepare something, and I'll be sure to ask about it some other time. Then let's go, or we'll really have to sleep in the wilderness. So the two set off again. Instead, Chen Ji pondered over what the gnarled man had said. Ghosts without shadows under the moon. Strange deaths. Opening altars to try and invite the judge of the underworld. This is something that is not found in the mountains. The fox was really right. It's dangerous down the mountain. Chapter 21 10 Tales of Honorarium. The mountain road was flat, and Chen Ji and the gnarled bearded man walked forward together. After walking for several miles, Chen Ji realized that the gnarled bearded man was indeed extraordinary. Obviously, he seemed to be walking normally, but his body swayed slightly with each step, and his footsteps were too light to be normal. If it wasn't for Chen Ji's deliberate attention, he wouldn't have been able to hear his footsteps. Looking at the ground again, the footprints left behind were also extremely light, comparable to stepping on sand without a trace. Fellow Taoist, this strange pace, is it also a technique? After walking hundreds of steps, Chen Ji couldn't help but ask, oh, can fellow Taoist even tell that this step of mine is unique? The gnarled man's eyes lit up. This is not a technique. It is just a kind of mortal footwork called tiger's grip, created by a former mountain hunter who imitated the actions of the mountain monarch to be able to step on mountains as if they were flat ground and improve some of his legwork. Do casual cultivators need to learn this too? Chen Halberd asked again. The gnarled bearded man laughed out loud. knowing that Chun-Ji had misunderstood something, and waved his hands back and forth. Fellow Taoist, you thought wrong. It's not that casual cultivators need to learn this. It's that learning this is what gives them the chance to become casual cultivators. I live in the Qin land. That side can be much more dangerous than here. Thousands of feet Qin Ling hide fierce beasts. 10,000 feet of dense forests hide demons. So the people are tough. Ordinary people have to learn a few hands of martial arts to defend themselves. This is what I learned at that time. Then by chance I became a casual cultivator, and realized that when dealing with demons and ghosts, arts are not necessarily better than martial arts. So I didn't let go of these either. The gnarled bearded man made a point of sizing up Chun-Ji after he finished speaking. Fellow Taoist, a body like yours isn't enough. If you really encounter a powerful demonic ghost, when you can't beat it, you won't even be able to run away. Those of us who cultivate, although we major in arts, our bodies can't fall too far behind. Don't look at some of the old Taoists in Qingliang Mountain's amazing arts, but their bodies aren't enough for a child to kick. Chen Halberd was stunned. Is that even a good thing to say? Or the one who dared to come to the great evil land to catch ghosts for 10 taels of silver? Thinking of this, Chen-Ji suddenly realized that the two had not yet exchanged names, so he first introduced himself. My name is Chen Halberd. I'm practicing at Mount Sendai. May I ask your friend to go up and down? So it's a Taoist friend from Mount Sendai. I said how there is such a pure demonic ghost she. Chen-Ji knew that the gnarled bearded man had misunderstood, and busily explained. I am a human, not a demon or ghost. The gnarled bearded man froze for a moment, and still Zi Wuji arched his hand. Rather, I was wrong to think of the casual cultivator Yen Yuan. Also I didn't make myself clear. Chen Halberd returned the salute and asked again, can fellow Taoist Yen introduce the town? It's my first time down the mountain and I'm not quite sure yet. Naturally, Yen Yuan did not find Chen-Ji's words problematic. Cultivation people will not enter the world for no reason. Chen Halberd such a young and deep magic. A look is from a young age to cultivate. Has not been down the mountain a few times is very normal, so pick and choose what's important to present in the neighborhood. 3 mountains and water. People and demons divided into mountains, these are since indispensable. Of course, Yen Yuan's introduction was then different from Bai Chi's, with more of a local flavor. There are 3 main towns in this neighborhood. Yen Yuan raised his hand and counted them one by one to Chen-Ji. The nearest is the town of Iron and Gold. There are various veins of minerals in the vicinity, hence the name, and almost every family is a blacksmith, making a living from it, and the smelting and forging craftsmanship is extremely high. Farther away is the town of Zhanshui, close to the Hutua River. The nearby shipping, fishing, are there townspeople hold? Because there are often caravans to and from the trade is very much. Things can go there. There is another one behind the Purple Cloud Mountain, called Cemetery Mountain Town is some distance away from these 2 towns. Also the most mixed with fish and dragons. There are many demons and ghosts will also be infested in them. Unless the cultivation of people. Ordinary people rarely go there. Chen-Ji nodded his head. Another curious question. Do the officials not care about a place like Cemetery Town? Can they manage it? Corrupt officials are rampant. Their brains are full of fat, only care about the silver for disaster relief and demon removal. The people's deaths and lives have nothing to do with them. If they had acted, the great murderous land would have been uprooted long ago. So why would you need to step in? Fellow Taoist? Yen Yuan snorted in laughter. It was followed by lamentations about how the court is dim, people are like grass, and so on. Although he did not say more, Chen-Ji knew the situation. The world is full of demons and ghosts. The chi of the earthly dynasty is fluctuating. The yin and yang of heaven and earth and people are reversing their behavior, and it is the most hostile year. So it is not easy for human beings, demons, ghosts, and gods. To put it nicely, this is called the furnace of heaven and earth. All beings are subject to refinement, and if it becomes real gold, if it fails, it will be fragmented. But no one asked the beings if they were willing to be refined. Besides, ordinary people don't have a few of the skills that become real gold. They are all dust that the Great Way has crushed. This is a unique statement from a fellow Taoist. The furnace of heaven and earth, where all beings are subjected to refinement, is somewhat monkish. It's just a casual remark. I'm not a Buddha follower. Chen Hao hurriedly clarified the relationship. This is the kind of world where getting involved with Buddhism doesn't seem to be a good thing. That Taoist friend is also someone with great wisdom. It's rare to see so clearly in this chaotic world. Chen Halberd thought about it. In addition to demons and ghosts, the next thing seems to have happened quite a few times in the history of the past. Is not something new, is nothing more than the rotation of history. Fellow Taoist through and through. To be able to cultivate to such a level in Mount Sendai is indeed not simple. In fact, it is not always in the Sendai mountain cultivation, but only came over a short while ago. As for the initiation of the Tao also did not have too much time. by chance to see the demonic ghosts, and got the cultivation method, although Yen Yuan is enthusiastic and righteous. But, Mr. Fox in the creation of animals is not an unusual experience, but also prone to things, but cannot say more. We can only explain the truth later when it is meant to be. Yen Yuan nodded slightly, not taking it to heart. There is a sequence of hearing the Tao, and those who have attained the arts are the masters, and with a talent like yours, you must be a genius in cultivation. I was still practicing martial arts when I was your age. If you, Taoist friend, were my age, I'm afraid you would be qualified to become an immortal. Thank you, fellow Taoist, for your kind words. Even though he knew it was an auspicious remark, Chen Ji still thanked him seriously. I'm not talking about the one with high cultivation, but the real immortal. Yen Yuan looked seriously at Chen Ji. With your cultivation and talent, you have a chance to ask for a true immortal. Are there really immortals in this world? The legend is there. Yen Yuan said. Mount Qingliang once produced an immortal, and Mount Sendai also has traces of immortals. Isn't that a legend? It's a legend precisely because someone passed it down, and if no one passed it down, it would be a myth. Yen Yuan slowly said. I have not seen the immortal relics on Sendai Mountain, but I have seen the ones on Qingliang Mountain with my own eyes, and they are indeed left by immortals. Left by an immortal? How can I be sure? You will know it when you see it, and you must not say more. While Yen Yuan spoke mysteriously, Chen Ji's mind was puzzled. If you've never seen it, how can you know it when you see it? And the remains of the immortals left behind on Sendai Mountain, wasn't it the waterfall that Bai Qi had taken him to see earlier? How did he not see that it was the handiwork of an immortal? And what's the difference between real immortals and those powerful practitioners in books? Such a variety of things lingered in Chen Ji's mind, until we neared the town. The lanterns picked up on both sides of the path that stretched out of the town swayed in the wind. Here we are. It was only when Yen Yuan spoke that Chen Ji finally came back to his senses, but the question of the immortals remained in his mind, and he decided to ask Miss White and Elder Samuel when he returned to the mountain. They might know more. Do you have a place to land? Not yet. Why don't you come with me to the inn and stay there, so that we can discuss the sermon together at night? Yen Yuan looked toward Chen Ji. Chen Ji felt the nakedness in his gaze and guessed that Yen Yuan was worried that he didn't have any silver, so he invited himself to discuss the Tao to avoid embarrassment. Worthy of a chivalrous Taoist who could go down the mountain to catch a demon for 10 taels of silver. He was indeed enthusiastic. Since that's the case, I'll trouble you, fellow Taoist. Chen Halberd bowed and thanked him. It's a small matter, but since you're coming down the mountain for the first time, you shouldn't have forgotten to bring your identity papers or ultimatums, right? Without this, it may not be possible to stay at the hotel. Yen Yuan reminded. This really isn't on the body. Chen Halberd froze, only to realize that he did not do these things. The original may have, but now also to find the missing, indeed belonged to the black account. Then wait and don't say anything, just listen to my arrangements. Yen Yuan calmly said as if he had guessed it all. Good. Chen Ji also wanted to see how Yen Yuan would do it. Is the guest stopping over or staying? The two of them stepped through the door of the inn and heard the voice of the junior. It's me back. Yen Yuan opened his mouth, and Xiao Er froze violently, his eyes widening in the next moment. Master Yen? Didn't you go ghost hunting? How come you're back here? The ghost has been caught, Yen Yuan faintly said. What? Junior looked surprised, reacted for a moment, and yelled at the top of his lungs. Taoist Yen is back. The ghost has been caught. A shout almost startled half of the inn. All the houses poked their heads out, and there was a lot of talk in the inn. Such a fierce ghost, and in less than half a day you've already caught it? Taoist Yen really isn't simple. If the government had someone like Taoist Yen, we would be able to rest easy. In the midst of the discussion, a cry suddenly resounded through the crowd as an onyx-covered female figure crashed into Yen Yuan and knelt down to kowtow. Many thanks to Taoist Yen for catching the ghosts. The great revenge has been avenged, and my bitter husband can finally rest in peace. The words were already crying to the point of sobbing. Yen Yuan unclasped the square box behind him and picked the woman's arm to help her get up to point at Chen Ji. It was not I who did it, but my senior brother. Yen Yuan seemed to have some reputation among these people. The crowd saw that Chen Ji was young, but he was Yen Yuan's senior brother. Surely his Tao was higher, so they became more respectful. That's to be thanked too. Thank you. The woman was first stunned. Then she knelt down in front of Chen Ji and kowtowed. Many thanks to this Taoist master. This is the silver that was promised before. I hope that the Taoist master will accept it. If it is not enough, I will sell my family's assets and also make up for it. The woman reached out, clutching 10 taels of silver in her hands. Her hands were white, and she didn't know how long she had been clutching it. This? Chen Ji didn't want to take it, but when he saw Yen Yuan giving himself a wink, he took it first, intending to ask later. The woman saw Chen Ji accepting the silver, and only then did she kneel down again to thank him. Thought, and then pleaded through clenched teeth. I wonder if the governor could let me see Sungo one last time. People and ghosts have different paths, and your husband is a severe ghost. If you are eroded by the ghost's energy, you might suffer from a disease. Are you sure you want to see it? Yen Yuan asked seriously. To say goodbye in life and death, and then not to see him for the rest of his life, and not to be able to look at him, is really too much in my heart, the woman said sincerely. Then the Taoist priest will show her. It's just as well we want to see what a ghost looks like. The sidekick helped. Since that's the case, then I'll trouble senior brother. Yen Yuan respectfully invited Chen Ji to make a move. Chapter 22, Inviting the Judge. Taking advantage of Yen Yuan for nothing, so Chen Ji cast the soul detention technique and the two ghosts appeared in the house again. The woodcutter's ghost had only a bit of skin around his neck hanging from his head, empty and dripping blood. The drowned ghost was dripping with black water, and the entire inn filled with a strong corpse stench as it stood still. The blood face was horrified. The ghostly aura was so intense that it instantly oppressed the crowd, and a few timid ones even peed their pants on the spot. Just clamor the most fierce. Now see the real ghost. All face white, legs shivering, cannot move a little. Even after seeing the ghost's appearance his eyes rolled over and he simply fainted. Please also ask the Taoist master to withdraw his divine powers. Otherwise this business can't continue. Although the shopkeeper was afraid, but still managed to hold strong and trembling to ask Chen Halberd to stop, secretly blaming himself for only focusing on watching the fun. Did not think about this is still an inn. In the future, in case there are rumors of haunting, I'm afraid no one will dare to live there. No panic, when she's seen it she'll grab it back. Yen Yuan opened his mouth. No one in the inn brushed him off and all nodded their heads in response. Yen Yuan then looked at the woman. You may look a few more times. Ghosts can't stay on Earth for a long time. They can have accidents later. Halberd Chen also looked over. She was seen biting her lip and staring at the woodsman's ghost in death. Tears in the eyes. 5 points of reluctance. 3 points of lingering. 2 points of fear as much as possible rubbed and slipped down the cheeks. Open mouth. Seems to say what? But half the time, there was only the sound of huffing and puffing, and I couldn't pronounce a complete word. After all, he hid his face and couldn't bear to look at the severe ghost in front of him. The woodcutter ghost's eyes seemed to fluctuate, but he just stared at the woman without taking a step. Go back, if you look again, there will be trouble. Senior brother, please also capture the two ghosts. Yen Yuan opened his mouth, so Chen Ji resumed his soul detaining technique, and the two ghosts returned to the water sack, and the necrotic odor and black water disappeared as much as possible. It would have been as if nothing had come of it if it hadn't been pattering and fishy underneath the guest. The remainder of the group slowed down for another long moment, waiting until they regained their faces before giving a cold shiver. So ghosts can be so scary. I just hope I don't have nightmares tonight. The crowd shivered and couldn't help but shake their heads. It's hard not to have nightmares after seeing such a stern image. There was more to look at, and Yen Yuan spoke again. Next I'm going to open an altar and invite the judge of the netherworld over. So if you're curious, stay. Now the onlookers do not dare to delay. Pull their legs and run. Afraid to stay in the inn to be caught back to the netherworld. Only the woman took one step and turned back 3 times, disoriented to the core. Only when the crowd dispersed did the innkeeper come looking over with a crying face. Taoist Yen, you couldn't have been serious when you said that just now, could you? Which sentence? Invite the judge of the netherworld here. It's true. Yen Yuan nodded solemnly. This woodcutter died in a strange way. It must be reported to the netherworld for review, and the judge will come. The innkeeper's expression froze for a long time before lowering his voice. Taoist Master Yen, can you find another place for this method? If this lets people know that this place is both a ghost and a netherworld, my little store really can't withstand this kind of fuss. Yen Yuan laughed out loud. I said, what are you worried about? Don't worry, it won't be in your place. The popularity is too strong, and I'm worried about punching the judge. Go ahead and prepare a guest room for us to come back and sleep in at night. We have our own place to do this without delaying your business here, said putting down a dime of silver. 1 night's room money. Is that enough? There's enough and more. Then don't find it back. Pack some food with me, and I'll give you a note to go and buy it back by the number. Definitely. The innkeeper politely agreed and respectfully left, not forgetting to bring the two of them a pot of good tea and a few plates of pastries. Yen Yuan looked toward Chen Ji. He's going to be picking up some more time, so if you have something to say, just say it. Being so frank, Chen Ji spoke directly. Just now that 10 taels of silver, the woman are clenched until white, obviously sold all the property in the family. Already pitiful to the extreme. Why do you still let me take it? I don't see that fellow Taoist is someone who lacks money and is greedy for money. Yen Yuan froze and shook his head helplessly. Rather, I didn't make it clear. Thought you know. Fellow Daoist, that Zigong ransomed people. Yan Yuan slowly spoke. Chen Ji instantly understood. Demons and ghosts run rampant in this world. So getting rid of demons and catching ghosts is also a business. The Taoist priests of Qingliang Mountain asked for 50 taels of silver, while the casual practitioners only needed 10 taels of silver. Although it is also sky-high for ordinary people, it has been the best choice for those who are really willing to take everything to catch ghosts. Even paying the family fortune would still be a big thank you. Why don't we make it cheaper? Chen Halbert asked. Fellow Taoist is putting it lightly. Yan Yuan shook his head and smiled bitterly. Catching and removing ghosts and demons isn't like cutting grass and chopping wood. Not every cultivator has the means of a Taoist friend. Lifting his hand to detain souls and covering his hand to collect ghosts. An ordinary cultivator's slightest carelessness can cause even his life to be lost in it. 10 taels of silver is already extremely low. I was the one who was abrupt. Hearing this, Chen Ji also felt that he had thought too simply. Besides, where in the world are there so many people who are not pitiful? Yan Yuan sighed again. I've done the no silver money thing a couple times. It's just that they then have to think that you don't take money and have other plans. And maybe you're the source of this harm. Feeding ghosts to commit murder and catching ghosts to make money. And it's even more chilling. Chen Halbert was silent. It is true that this kind of thing is also seen more often than not. If you really want to go and gamble that you won't be able to meet the person who is not able to raise the rice and fight for the rice, it would be better to collect the 10 taels of silver to make it easier. It's just a pity for that woman. Her husband was killed by a ghost. And if she doesn't have any more money in her hand, I'm afraid she won't make it to the autumn festival. Don't worry, fellow Daoist. You'll know in a couple days. Yan Yuan only smiled and did not say much. Soon, the innkeeper returned with the things Yan Yuan had asked for. Yan Yuan received the inventory and greeted Chen Ji to leave. Go, come back and rest when the errand is done. And now it doesn't want your ferry. Chen Ji was not sleepy, but at this moment, he admired Yan Yuan's tactics. With such an approach, which ungrateful person still dares to check the identity fairy ultimatums? Wishing that the two plague gods would leave as soon as possible. It was about half an hour's walk. Yan Yuan brought Chen Ji to a place outside the town in the southwest direction. Yan Yuan explored around for a while, his face showing joy. Here it is, and it would be most appropriate to ask that judge to come. Fellow Taoist Yan wants to invite the judge here? Chen Ji looked to the left and right. It was just an ordinary scenery. Nothing special, and he didn't understand why Yan Yuan chose this place. Yan Yuan laughed out loud. How do you also care about these external objects? Fellow Taoist? He who eats grain is wise, he who eats gas lives, and he who does not eat is divine and immortal. Though the judge of the netherworld is a priesthood god, he is almost a god, so how can he be picky about where he meets? As long as his heart is sincere, it's enough. As for choosing this place, it's only because the direction of the 8 gates of Kai Huasheng injury, Du Jing death shock, at this time today, this happens to be where the death gate is located. But didn't you say when you came that you still had to make a detailed inquiry before inviting the judge? So why are you suddenly so eager? There's something wrong with those two ghosts. Yan Yuan was decisive. It's a shadow? Chen Halbert said suspiciously. So you've discovered it too, fellow Daoist? It was because of the shadows that I initially suspected they were ghosts. So it is. Yan Yuan suddenly understood why Chen Ji had uttered that line about the shadow under the moon being thick with people. He has seen ghosts that really don't have shadows. Is there something wrong with that? Chen Halbert asked. Maybe there is, maybe there isn't, but I think this should be there. So I'm going to ask the house judges to take a look at it. Do you have any more questions, fellow Daoist? I'm out of it for the moment. Chen Halbert shook his head. Then please step back and protect me. I'll ask the house judge to come up. Chen Ji retreated a few steps away, carefully watching Yan Yuan's movements. Loose ink and yellow paper. The pen walks like a snake. In a few moments we'll write a good form of text. Green stone practice altar. Yellow candles burning incense. Yan Yuan recited words in his mouth. Chen Halbert could not hear what the incantation was, but only felt that from the moment the tableau was burned out and the Qing Qi sank into the ground, a layer of black Qi was caged around Yan Yuan's body. But it was different from the ghost Qi, but rather a solemn feeling. The moon's shadow fluttered and the mountain wind stirred. Yan Yuan abruptly opened his eyes at the end of his incantation and bowed in benediction. Dispersed cultivator Yan Yuan respectfully invites the judge to come to the world to judge the ghosts and break the case. As the words fell, a wisp of green smoke drifted out from where the watchman was drilling, gradually coalescing into a blurry silhouette. No face had yet been revealed, but a muffled thunderous sound had rung out. Qi Xia, I haven't seen you in months. What's the matter with calling me? Chapter 23, entering the netherworld and asking for Yang lifespan. Akane? Chen Ji listened to the sound in the fog and suddenly froze. A piece of information came to mind. The scholar said his name was Yen. His character Qixia, and he lived in the land of Qin for a short time. The memories of what once was overlapped with the figure in front of me. Chenji finally confirmed that the gnarled bearded man in front of him was the famous sword cultivator Yan Qixia. No wonder he had always felt that Yan Yuan looked somewhat familiar. When you think about it, it does overlap with the memory in a few ways. I just don't know if there's a Ranjosi and Ninjasi here too, Chen Halberd thought, but it was too late to ask. The green smoke in front of the altar gradually thickened, and all the figures of the government judges were revealed. So Chen Ji hid his inner waves and looked carefully. Green smoke completely condensed into a white robe and wide-sleeved figure. Turquoise face, red beard, no different from the clay statue of the judge, eyes like electricity. Face is also particularly fierce. It turns out that there really is a netherworld judge in this world. Chen Halberd's jaw dropped. Even though I had already seen the rumors of the gods and ghosts described in the book at the Fox, it was a different state of mind to actually see them. It's not so much that I think the world is treacherous and has finally lifted the corner of mystery. I only thought that since the netherworld was there, did these books of life and death also exist? If Judge Lu could see that he was not from this world, would he do something? When Chen Ji's mind was in a whirlwind of thoughts, Yan Yuan had already opened his mouth. Oh, now it's time to call Yan Chekha. It's more palatable. In front of the Dharma altar, Yan Yuan arched his hand in respect. Judge Lu, it's been a long time. You still have the same style. Qixia Taoist friend has also improved, but you already have my token. Why did you make a big deal this time to raise the altar and burn the table? Is there something else to find me? Truth be told, it was a strange encounter. Oh, what is it that even you can't fix? Judge Lu looked at Yan Qixia. Please also release the two ghosts. Yan Chekha asked Chen Ji to make a move. In a matter of moments there were two more stern ghosts on the ground. This is fellow Taoist Chen Ji. He is the one who caught these two ghosts. There is no shadow when the death symptoms don't match up. I suspect that someone is causing trouble. So I want to ask Judge Lu to take a look. Judge Lu didn't say anything and looked at Chen Ji first. A good hand at detaining souls. No worse than the netherworld ghostbusters. There is a demonic and ghostly aura on your body yet you are neutral and calm. Your breath is like the Tao and you are on the right path. You are really good. A bit of approval passed through his eyes, and then he inquired, where did you get these two ghosts? Chen Halberd truthfully returned to the Lu judge, and also explained that Yan Qixia could see that this was the result of the Earth Dragon turning over to invoke the Earth Fury. Judge Lu nodded slightly and closed his eyes in contemplation. Earth Dragon turning over. Ferocious Earth Vein. No shadow under the moon. It is really something fishy. This time thanks to you two reminding me. Otherwise I am afraid that there will be a big trouble. However, according to the laws of the netherworld, fellow Taoist Chen may have to go with me to a place to explain. Where? You'll know when you go. Let's go. Lu Judge's words fell. With a wave of his hand, the two figures were plucked from the sky, and before Chen Ji had time to react, he had already landed on the ground with a dizzy spell. But there was no sign of Lu Judge beside him, leaving him alone in the same place. When you look around, it looks like a large hall. It was empty at the moment, and not half as crowded. The pillars around the hall are non-golden and non-wooden, carved with 100 ghosts to be tortured figure. Looking ghostly, the head also hangs countless iron cables. There is a wind blowing, such as 10,000 ghosts howling, sad wind gusts, and even the spirit of the spirit is disorganized quite a lot. Chen Halberd did not dare to look again, retracting his eyesight to look vaguely at the main seat position in front of him, and stood still to inquire aloud, is Judge Lu still here? He didn't think that the land judge would harm him, but he didn't know what kind of place this was, and he had some guesses and wanted to ask for confirmation. Fellow Taoist Chen, I'm here. A muffled response came from above his head, seemingly the voice of the Lu judge. Chen Ji raised his eyes and saw a huge human face floating in the air, and it was none other than Judge Lu, with eyes like torches, who was looking at himself through thousands of iron ropes. The moment you meet your eyes, Chen Ji's body shook, only to feel that the heaven and earth suddenly shrunk, and the ghostly aura around him faded away as much as possible. The entire group stood as if they were naked and being looked at. Then, a long scroll hung down from Judge Lu's eyes, and on it were words that Chen Ji couldn't recognize. The volumes were voluminous, the words were like talismans, and each one seemed to have infinite wonders. The biased Chen Ji can't remember half of it after reading it. Judge Lu's fingers crossed, his voice was like thunder, incomparably majestic. Chen Ji, is what you said about the two ghosts true or false? True. May there be concealment? No. If the netherworld summons you, will you come here to testify? May. Halberd Chen felt conscious, but could only answer according to this question, completely unable to control his mouth. God's thoughts were a few points more worried. If he mentioned his life, there was absolutely no possibility of hiding it. It was a good thing that Judge Lu didn't mean to ask more questions. After asking these words, he smiled and looked at Chen Ji. Fellow Taoist Chen, I've finished my questioning. So you can wake up. Wake up? Chen Halberd did not understand what this means, was about to ask more questions, only to feel a trance. Eyes closed, as if seeing light, ears ringing Yen Chekha's voice. Fellow Daoist, wake up. Fellow Daoist Chen. Wake up quickly. Chen Ji was very surprised. Didn't he himself go to a large hall with Judge Lu? How is Yen Chekha here? I wanted to open my eyes, but my body ached as if I had slept for a long time, and I didn't even have the strength to open my eyes. Judge Lu, why can't you wake up, fellow Daoist Chen? Perhaps the scene of the netherworld was frightened by seeing it for the first time, and the soul is unsteady. Let me have a look and I will see. This is the voice of the land judge. Then, Chen Ji felt as if a pair of hands made of smoke brushed against his face, grabbing something to comb through and inspect it. Ha! The land judge stopped in shock. What's wrong? But is there a problem? Yen Chekha asked. Odd. And wait until I check it out. The Lu judge finished seemingly going off to do something else, and there was no movement. Soon, he was heard speaking again. Still weird. Extremely weird. Lu judge voice sounds like not too sure. Silent for a moment before slowly said. Chen Taoist friend's soul looks intact, but a closer inspection is called to cut open half of the, digging away most of it and then re-glued on the general. If not, I often deal with ghosts, are almost unable to see. You can cultivate even if your soul is incomplete? Yen Shixia asked in shock. That's okay too. Judge Lu nodded slightly. It's just that it's extremely difficult, not something an ordinary cultivator can do. I'm afraid that fellow Daoist Chen has other experiences on him, so we can wait for him to wake up and ask again. How do I yell wake up now? I'll try. After Judge Lu finished slapping his palm on Chen Ji, he shouted under his breath. Fellow Daoist Chen, how much longer will you sleep? This Chen Halberd trembled, actually opened his eyes at once, completely woke up. Look again at the scene before you. Where is the great hall of iron ropes? Only the square of earth and stone legal altar. Yen Shixia made a campfire to warm up, his own body stained with grass seeds and broken soil. Indeed, like sleeping on the ground before waking up. Lu judge on the side of the smile and look at the two people. The years are quiet. Where did Judge Lu take me? Chen Ji shook his head, knowing that just now must not be a dream. You already know the answer, don't you? Judge Lu smiled and said. The netherworld? Yes and no. Judge Lu shook his head. The real netherworld can only be visited by the dead, and the walking netherworld, what you just went to, is the dream netherworld. The actual scene is no different. It is just a little thought of mine. So, it's also very impressive. Chen Halberd, face slightly stagnant, opened his lips, could not speak, a long time, arched his hand. Thanks to Judge Lu for taking me on a tour of the netherworld. It did rock. What's the point of thanking me? In fine, it's me who's being abrupt in letting fellow Daoist Chen follow me to the netherworld. Judge Lu looked solemnly at Chen Ji. Fellow Daoist Chen, the matter of these two ghosts is of great importance. That's why I'm so careful. This time, Mr. Lu owes you a favor. In the future, if there's a need, I'll definitely open my mouth. Judge Lu is overstated. Chen Halberd only thought it was Lu judge politely. Say some words of the scene, arched his hand to thank, did not put on the heart. On the side, Yen Chekha was frozen in place, not daring to believe what he heard. Seeing that Chen Halberd had no ripples, he knew that he didn't understand at all and couldn't help but sigh beside him. Fellow Daoist Chen, you really make me envious. Actually catching a ghost can make Judge Lu owe you a favor. Judge Lu is the four judges of the netherworld. His favor, this is a great benefit. Wasn't Judge Lu polite? Chen Halberd lowered his voice. Judge Lu laughed out loud, his crimson beard fluttering in the wind. Lu Mao has never been polite with people. What is said is what? Chen Taoist friend now cannot think of things that need to be done by Lu Mao, is not in a hurry. In the future, if you encounter problems, with this token can call me once. There will be a response. Lu judge reached out, black gas surging on his body, condensed into a waste plate in his palm. The precious light flowed, vaguely felt a netherworld atmosphere, but without the slightest sense of gloom. This is the purest yin qi condensed. Looking to the sun to absorb the moon's splendor is greatly beneficial. Thank you, Judge Lu. Chen Ji didn't push back and accepted the things. Judge Lu nodded with satisfaction, then asked with a serious face, when I awakened you just now, I found that your soul was crippled yet you were able to cultivate, and I wanted to check to see what had happened to you, and it was only when I checked the Book of Life and Death that I realized there was a problem. What's the problem? When the soul is injured, there is still a method of mending the soul, and cultivation is not considered rare, but the Taoist friend's young life should be 70, and for no reason there are 47 years less, and now there are only 23 years left, and there was no young life left before a few days ago. By all rights, you should be a dead man now, so how can you cultivate? Chapter 24, The Government Judge's Invitation to a Banquet. Chen Ji's heart shook and cold sweat oozed from his forehead. When others heard what Judge Lu said, They only thought it was because there was indeed something wrong with his young life. But he's the only one in the world who knows it's his biggest secret. Yangsho 23. Not so much now, but the age he was when he hit the big time before he crossed over. It was just after his 23rd birthday that day. A few days ago, when he no longer had a life of virility, he came to this side of the world, and it was just the right thing to do. If this is alright, are the two worlds sharing the same life and death book? What if there are people with the same name and gender? Did I cross over here by mistake? Is it possible that I'll be sent back? Judge Lu was waiting for Chen Ji's reply. Chen Halbert and the brain thoughts have already been free rein, do not know what place to think of. Judge Lu didn't urge, but just looked at Chen Ji's trance-like expression, thinking that he couldn't accept the fact that his young lifespan had become less. Though lamented, there is still business to be done. Although the Cha-Cha division is not responsible for the addition of Yangsho, but as the four major government judges, the Lu judge also has the responsibility to monitor. The two ghosts are haunted to ask questions, and naturally, their yang lifespan is reduced for no reason. There was a pause and an opening inquiry. Fellow Daoist Chen, are you well? Possibly explaining the matter of yang lifespan? Still good. Chen Ji responded calmly, his mind racing to think of how he was going to explain the fact that his young life had ended. Suddenly, what the white girl had said came to mind. Creating animals, eating souls. The lack of young life is to be traced to the end by the netherworld. So what if it's a soul eater who's hooked the soul? Chen Ji's eyes were certain as he slowly opened his mouth. Judge Lu, I was murdered by an outlaw before. I lost my soul and my memory was damaged, but someone told me some of what happened when they saved me, so I can use that as a reference. Tell me about it. So Chen Ji told of his being made an animal as well as the white girl's deduction that he was a soul eater. It's all true anyway. Fox and Elder Samuel hadn't found out about these things either, so it would be excellent if Judge Lu could have a clue. Even if it has nothing to do with one's diminished young life, it will reduce the creation of new beasts. If there are no clues, it could at least be considered a reason for the decrease in one's young life. Creating animals to eat souls? As expected, after hearing Chen Ji speak, Judge Lu was also cautious. Squinting his eyes a moment later, a shimmering light seemed to come through, vaguely revealing the words on the party's white scroll. In the blink of an eye, he regained his divine light, and his angry hair rose to the sky, and his beard stood up in mid-air. How dare you, Judge Lu? Is everything alright? Yan Shexia inquired. Nothing, I already know how things are. But this time, I have to thank you, fellow Daoist Chen. If it wasn't for you catching ghosts and entering the one-thought netherworld, I wouldn't have been able to find out that there were still people who dared to do this kind of trickery, creating animals to take away the life of the yang, and eating souls to avoid the book of life and death. What a good plan! Dare to move on the head of the netherworld, looking for death. Judge Lu's eyes were almost spitting fire. The muffled thunderous sound rolled on the ground, shaking the ground debris into pieces, and a gust of wind blew through without leaving a trace. Chen Halbert looked secretly staggered. Just the voice of a wisp of clear air cast on earth has such power. If the judge of the mansion personally arrives, how powerful should it be? Judge Lu also realized that he was radiating too much power, and his voice lowered back down. You don't need to be concerned about this matter, fellow Daoist Chen. I'll go back and find my own trusted ghostbusters to investigate. And if I find anything, I'll ask for credit for you. I'll personally ask for the young life thing for you. Take it for now. After saying that, he looked towards Yan Qixia. Fellow Daoist Qixia, the night is just right. I should have floated a great white, but unfortunately, business is important, and I will meet you again on another day when I have prepared a fine wine. At that time, fellow Daoist Chen should sit at the top. Good. Yan Shekha smiled and agreed. Chen Halbert froze for a moment, not understanding exactly how this ghost and one person thought. Obviously, in the last sentence, we were discussing the matter of outlaws in Yangsho. How did we turn around and become invited to a banquet? It's really a bit too natural, but now was not the time to think about it in detail. He had not yet feasted and drank with the house judge, and this engagement should not have been missed. So he answered in a loud voice and thanked Judge Lu in advance. A small thing, not enough. Judge Lu waved his hand and pointed to the two ghosts at the side of the legal altar. I need to bring these two ghosts back to the netherworld. Can fellow Daoist Chen let me have them? I can exchange them with pills. Judge Lu is joking. What kind of elixir do I need to exchange for the harmful and severe ghosts that I caught on my way across the street? Need to use this to pretend to go just fine. Chen Ji passed out the water pouch. Judge Lu laughed out loud, his head and face whiskers fluttering. If the house judge is still going to use this to pretend to be a ghost, I'm just afraid it's going to make people laugh. And how does the land judge take it away? There is still time, so I will show my hand with you. The problem of the netherworld is not urgent at this moment. Lu judge simply stopped and drew a talisman in the air and printed it on the foreheads of the two ghosts. In the next instant, The two ghosts began to shrink as far as the naked eye could see, and finally turned into an extremely thin rope, which, when looked at closely, could still be seen as a ghost face, but was no different from an ordinary rope. The Lu judge took it over and wrapped it around his fingertips, just like a tattoo on his fingertips, with a kind of fierce beauty. In that case, it can be brought back. What a divine tactic. Chen Halberd lamented. The same soul detention, and immediately felt that his own techniques were much worse. If he had the skill of Judge Lu, why would he have wasted a water bag? There is no higher or lower level of magic. It is enough when it is used well. Judge Lu glanced at Chen Ji and spoke slowly. I came in a hurry today, and the elixir is not on my person, so I will send someone to bring it to you some other time. Going to, yeah. As the words fell, the Lu judge figure gradually faded away, and soon the mountain wind blew away the green smoke, and there were no more traces of the house judge's visit. Yan Shekha had already packed up his belongings. The two returned to the inn together. Shower this time I did not alarm anyone, but also thoughtful to send a pot of light tea, 3 kinds of fruits and dried dishes for the two to discuss the road. Until they were seated separately, the aroma of tea curled up. Yan Shekha still looked at Chen Ji with a complicated face. Chen Ji couldn't stand Yan Shisha's eyes and spoke directly. Fellow Taoist, Yan has something to say, so just say it. I'll say it then. Say, fellow Taoist, are you really a human being? 1 day to enter the Tao, half a day to learn the Dharma, and in less than a decade you went down to the mountains to catch ghosts, and got a favor from Judge Lu, to have cultivated to this realm in half a month. Gasp. Chen Halberd froze, crying and laughing a little. Is this still the same Yan Shisha who practiced swords with his body and eventually practiced to become a supreme sword immortal? Surprisingly, the defense was broken because of his cultivation speed. But, the timing alone does seem a bit too outrageous. After all, Yan Shekha had just said that he had cultivated for more than a decade to reach such a realm. His own day is worth a year of Yan Shisha's life, and he is indeed prone to instability of the Taoist heart, but it was always bad to show it off again. So he thought about it and looked seriously at Yan Shisha. Envious? Young life for that. Forget it then. Yan Shekha shook his head decisively, thinking of Chen Ji's 47 years of yang life that had disappeared out of thin air. He couldn't help but shiver. If he really had to use 40 years of his young life in exchange for such a speed of cultivation, he would rather cultivate slowly. So the last bit of indignation in his heart disappeared. After a pause, he was curious to ask Mr. Chen Halberd Fox what kind of things he did unusually. I've only been doing this for a few days, but I'm just teaching the foxes to cultivate their skills, read and recognize their words, and prepare for their exams. The trip down was also to find a place for the foxes to observe people learning to morph. That's really interesting. If you have the chance, could you take me along to see it? It should be possible, but only if you ask the fox, Chen Halberd said. Then there is no hurry. I will ask another day when I have prepared a gift, so as not to offend. Yan Shisha retracted his gaze, rather expectant. Chen Ji also finally had the chance to ask what he wanted to ask. Does fellow Taoist Yan know about the Orchid Temple? Chapter 25, Nighttime Discourse. What is that place? A temple in the territory of Jinhua. But the famous mountains and ancient temples? Su can't be counted. Then why did you ask me specifically? I heard there are demons in there. Oh, what demon? A tree demon that calls itself grandmother. What is there to fear from a tree demon? Just burn it with a fire. That demon is a bit different. Manipulating 10 million female demons and ghosts under his command, specializing in sucking the souls of passing men to cultivate, and is said to be a great demon. Then how do the temple shamans not care? Or do they themselves set the demons to hurt people and kill them for money? All died at the hands of this demon, Chen Halberd slowly said. Asshole. Yan Shisha slapped the table. Demons deceiving the Buddha's way. Do you really think that there is no one in the righteous way? After a pause, he remembered something and looked at Chen Ji. Fellow Taoist has incomplete memory and has never been out of Mount Sendai. How do you know about this place? To hear the birds and beasts of the mountains speak. It may be blackmail, perhaps, but if there are rumors spreading, it should not be false. If he passes nearby in the future, he will go to this place and behead this demon under the sword. Yan Shisha said in a loud voice. Sword? Chen Ma recalled Yan Shisha's weapon in his memory again and grew curious, looking towards the square box that Yan Shisha had just unwrapped. Could it be the sword that you have been carrying before? Indeed. Can we see? It's not possible for the others, but it's possible if you're a Taoist. Yan Shisha unraveled the black cloth. Inside was a carved wooden box, and then opened the lid. Inside was an exquisite small sword. Literally a small sword. It is not more than 2 inches long, all white, crystalline and shiny, and as wide as a leek leaf. Sword body white, but caged layer of heavy blood gas, but not much sense of evil, but feel the solemn killing intent. Knowing that this wasn't really the original body, Chen Hastings looked at it with his chi-looking technique. Sure enough, in this small sword outside to see a layer of sword-shaped sword chi caged. An unusual swordsman used the length of the sword no two. Both sides of the blade constantly escaping the sword chi, is even sharper and more compelling. Listening carefully, there was also a faint sound of wind and thunder whistling. It turned out that the sword chi became a sword, and the small sword was just the heart of the sword. Good sword, Chen Halberd blurted out. It's no wonder that you refused to give up martial arts. If it's such a good sword, it's a bit spoiled to use arts. Yan Shusha stroked his palm in great joy. I told you that you really do know about swords. Ordinary people only think that this is a childish toy, and do not know that this is a superb sword. Excellent, excellent. It's true that we should discuss the Tao with someone like you, Taoist friend, before it's smooth. Yan Qixia wildly laugh, and pour a cup of Xianghuang wine a drink, mouth out of hot air, beard and hair open sound. Why do you keep drinking staghorn wine? Halberd Chen asked curiously. After all, andrographis is also poisonous. The average family only in the Dragon Boat Festival to drink, to take its effect of dispelling diseases and ward off evil spirits and worms, and never heard of anyone who has been drinking. Get rid of the cold. Yan Shekha did not hide it from Chen Ji. Once encountered the netherworld to catch a ghost. The ghost, in order to avoid, drilled into my body, hurt the 5 fundamental organs, can only be used to use Xionghuang wine slowly get rid of the toxicity. Unable to cultivate ordinary gong methods, so Lu Judge searched for cultivation methods for me, learning talismans and sword techniques. If I could cultivate to a high level, only then could I refine the toxicity. What a ferocious ghost. What an overbearing poison. Even Judge Lu can't do anything about it? Some things have to be resolved on their own after all. Just as you, Taoist friend, have a crippled soul but are able to cultivate with the breathing method. Besides, you can't rely on the land judge for everything. Also, Chen Hastings nodded slightly. Cultivation is ultimately one's own business, and relying on outsiders, demons, or ghosts is ultimately not a long-term solution. The only way to do this is on your own. This is the matter that he feels most strongly about. Anecdotes, written all over. However, after knowing Yan Shekha's injury, Chen Ji took out a few pieces of yellow essence and handed them to him. The herbs concocted by the foxes in the mountains are not short in years. They can cultivate the body. I don't know if they are useful to you, Taoist. Consider them as a gift of thanks for this night. 100 years of yellow essence. This is too expensive. Mountain Doctor Life Divination is the art of cultivation. Yan Qixia along with the sword cultivation, but also in-depth study. Just a light smell will know this yellow essence of the year. Waved his hand to refuse. Not so much. There's a lot of it up in the mountains. I've dug it out for 1,000 years. I'm just still concocting it and haven't brought it down. Yan Shouxia fell silent. That's 1,000-year-old yellow essence. Something like a heavenly treasure. None of the pharmacies in the river house can afford it. But Chen Jiabo said it was no different from ginger. He thought that Chen Jiqi went down the mountain because he didn't have any money, but he didn't realize that he had something that he couldn't even buy with money. Favorably, Chen Ji's performance was natural, and it had nothing to do with showing off, but merely stating the facts. Fellow Taoist Yan stayed with me to discuss the Tao, and did not care about the silver money. How come the other way around he is so twisted? Could it be that I still have to sell the yellow essence and then pay back the money? Yan Shekha was not in a position to refuse now, and arched his hand to accept the yellow essence. Then thank you, fellow Taoist. Only after seeing him accept it did Chenji ask what was going on with the cultivation realm that Yan Shixia had just mentioned. Although the books within the Fox Book Depository had cultivation techniques, they did not describe the contents of the cultivation realm. He had also forgotten to ask Miss White and Elder Samuel about them when he was on the mountain, and it was just the right time to ask Yan Shixia. Realms. Yan Shekha thought for a moment and returned. As long as one can cultivate, one can already be considered a beginner in the path. Cultivating for a few more years to master a few arts, not fearing unusual demons and ghosts, and still being able to deal with them, is a small achievement. To go one step further, to be able to manipulate nature and call the wind and rain with the help of talismans and magic weapons is to be profound in Taoism. As for the later realms, transcendence into sainthood is already rare on earth, and the realm of the immortals is even more so only in legends, so there are no more records, and I don't know much about it. Yan Shekha slowly said, "Thank you, fellow Taoist. These are enough." Chen Halberd thanked him, secretly pondering that these realm distinctions really weren't that obvious. If one were to talk about the time of entry into the Tao, one should now be considered a beginner. But in terms of dealing with demons and ghosts, it can be considered a small success. I just do not know what it is like to have a high level of Taoism, Chen Ji thought, wandering off into the heavens, when he suddenly heard Yan Shixia wake himself up. Fellow Taoist is caught in the act. Cultivate it tomorrow if you can. Cultivate it not until you die. Why bother about it and delay this great moonlight? Come on, drink! Yan Shekha poured a full glass of wine to toast Chenji. Also, Chenji shook his head, sighing with emotion that Yan Shixia was indeed a sword cultivator, spilling his guts. Previously, when Judge Lu was there, Chenji had already said quite a bit about his own experiences, drinking wine at the moment. Yan Shekha also picked up some interesting stories from his own cultivation time. Soon, the 2 jugs of wine reached the bottom, and Yan Shixia took out another jug. Chenji are surprised. Fellow Daoist Yan, is it true that you can't finish this wine? Drinking wine with a friend who understands you, with the company of fellow Daoist Chen, you can't finish it, not even 10,000 cups. But, Yan Shekha suddenly got up. Since we're discussing the Dao, why don't we take turns casting spells? And if we don't submit, we'll cast a new one. And if we submit, we'll drink a cup. Fellow Daoist Yan, you're killing the heart. I only know 4 spells and I'm unable to perform 2 more. You're really trying to get me drunk. Chen Halberd leaned back in his chair and shook his head with a smile. Yan Shekha's expression stagnated. So much so, I see that you Taoist friends' arts are profound, and I thought that you would already know many of them, but I've only been practicing for less than half a month. How many can I know? Yan Shixia covered his chest. As a sword cultivator, he knew for the first time that the truth was more hurtful than sword energy. However, the sword cultivator was sprightly and turned his eyes away from the matter. Since that's the case, let me demonstrate my sword skills for fellow Daoist Chen. Excellent. Chen Halberd sat up straight and opened his eyes wide. He was also curious about that sword technique of Yan Shekha's. If it was according to what he had said before, Yan Shixia was now a true sword cultivator. Fellow Daoist, please look. Yan Shekha got up, hand and sword finger looking at the wooden box on the table. Panther eyes ringed open, urgent drink. Sword come. Rustling. Chen Halberd only felt the crystal light flashing in front of his eyes, as if a white train across the sky, surrounding the table for several breaths before slowly dissipating. The air filled with Mori sword chi. Looking at the small sword again, it was already hanging beside Yan Shixia, as if those sword chi had nothing to do with it. Phew! Yan Shekha lightly blew out his breath before the candles on the candlestick on the table snapped into several pieces. Collect! Yan Shekha pointed at the box again, and the small sword lay back down again. The whole set is flowing and pleasing to the eye. Good sword play. Chen Halberd praised it from the bottom of his heart. To be able to cultivate sword techniques to such an extent, fellow Daoist Yan will definitely be able to become a sword immortal in the future. Then I'll borrow your good fortune. Yan Shekha laughed out loud. At this time, Chen Ji recalled Mr. Su's instructions and asked Yan Shekha, I wonder if you know where I can cast a sword. I want to cast a sword. You want to practice swordplay? Yan Shekha glared with both eyes, hastily dissuading him. Fellow Daoist has a talent for practicing arts, so don't waste it. Sword art is not something that can be accomplished overnight, and it requires physical fitness, but it's hard for you to practice nowadays. If you really like it, I can pass on a set of health-improving sword techniques to you. As Chen Halberd listened, he knew that Yan Shixia had thought wrong. It's not that I want to practice, but the elders of the family want one, or the one who collects debts. Yes. Yan Shixia was silent for a moment before his eyes lit up. In that case, there is no need for you to forge a sword either. So just follow me back to Qingliang Mountain to find someone and have them send you another sword. A sword can be given away so easily? Just win the fight. Yan Shekha laughed aloud. A fight? Chen Halberd fell silent, with a few moments of anticipation, but also wondering if it was too much of a show. However, thinking that Mr. Su's former friend in the Guanli should also be fine, so promised, and only then fell into a deep sleep. But without noticing, the dream anecdote turns another page, when it is full of the previous one. Chapter 26, Persuading Women. A day's labor, a busy night, and a jug full of wine. Chen Halberd this sleep extremely well, until outside the sun high hanging hawking sound ceaselessly only opened his eyes. Yan Shekha was no longer in the house. Shenji asked for water to wash his face, and was about to go out to look for it. When he pushed the door, he saw Yan Shekha returning with his sword on his back. Fellow Daoist is awake. Have you slept well? Excellent. It's been a few days since I've slept so soundly. Chen Halberd said truthfully. That's good. Fellow Daoist Yan is going to practice his sword? I've already finished practicing and was just about to come back to seek out fellow Daoist to go out. What is it? Do you remember the woman who offered 10 taels of silver? Naturally. You asked me before why I took her silver. So I know today. I wonder if Tomo was going with me. Then go. Chen Jiabo had wanted to explore the town for suitable business, but Yan Shixia invited him, so he couldn't afford not to go. Not to mention that the 10 taels of silver were still in his hands, and he also wanted to see how Yan Shixia was going to solve this problem. That woman now helps cook at the inn. Yen Shekha greeted the innkeeper and then met the woman in the back kitchen. And Onyx, eyes red, and spirit also withered a lot. At a glance can be seen that did not sleep all night. Not noon. It hasn't started to get busy in the kitchen yet. The woman was not helping the cook, but sat in the corner of the stove folding yellow paper, while folding the red eyes and whimpering. My poor husband just left me behind and went away. The repetition of words rambled on, a little creepy against the warmth of the stove and the paper dollar bills in his hands. When she heard the door open, the woman did not look up until the two Chen halberd men stood in front of her. Then she raised her eyes to look, recognizing that it was Chen Ji and Yen Qixia. They again wept silently and clenched their teeth. Why are you here again? Is the money for ghost hunting not enough? Enough. Yen Shekha nodded. Just to clarify a point with you. What? The woman nervously put down her dollar bill and wiped her hands clean on her apron, not knowing where to plant it. Yen Shekha fished out 10 taels of silver from his bosom and placed them on the stovetop. We masters and brothers have already taken the honorarium for ghost hunting, and this silver is yours, so don't tell anyone else. 4. Why? The woman didn't know whether to be excited or nervous for a moment, but she even stuttered. I remember you had a silver hairpin when you came to the mountains to beg before, and now you don't have it either. Yen Shekha shook his head. Your husband chopped wood, and you helped with the cooking. Where did your family get so much silver? It's just that you sold your house and pawned it for clothes. Even your dowry? The woman choked for a moment, covering her face with her palm and crying silently, unable to utter even a complete sentence. Ryoga slowed down and spoke slowly with a renewed sob. With my husband gone, I can't even come up with the silver for the Taoist priest to catch ghosts, which is already a sin. So how can I dare to accept this silver? Oh Taoist master, you're breaking my heart. Moreover, you said clearly that day, I must take 10 taels of silver to catch ghosts, which how today and backtracked. Yen Shekha waved his hand. It's not a reversal. It's just that the score can't be settled that way. I want 10 taels of silver. It's your payment for hiring me to catch ghosts. These 10 taels of silver were recovered after the ghost hunt. I'm walking alone in the Jianghu. I can't ask for that much silver. I'll take the payment and this silver will be given to you to save your life. Yen Shekha turned his back and opened his mouth in a pretense of sophistication. The woman's face suddenly turned green and red, dropping the silver and getting up to stare at Yen Qixia. Taoist master, when I went up to Qingliang mountain to beg for a ghost, everyone else said they wanted 50 taels of silver, but you wanted 10 taels, so I knew you were already taking pity on me. It is true that my family is poor and cannot afford much silver, but it is not so bad that I have to rely on charity. You can earn again if the silver is gone, but if the bones are broken, you won't be able to stand up in this life. The woman spoke in a loud voice. Actually, and just now shrinking in the corner red-eyed folding Yuan Bao's image is completely different. Standing here, although still sad, but firm as a stone, Chen Halberd was in awe. These are not words that can be said by an ordinary person. Even if he were to be replaced, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to do this kind of persistence under these circumstances. This, me, you, me. Yen Qixia did not know what to say for a moment, moving his lips, gnarled beard flying, actually froze in place, stammering. In the middle of the day, seeing that Chen Ji was still around, he hastily threw a wink to signal Chen Ji to help. Chen Halberd sighed helplessly. Is this how you do good deeds to catch demons for people, even on your regular days? Yes. And when you gave silver before, was there no one like this one? Never. Yen Qixia said with a red face. Chen Hastings was a little reluctant to talk. When he had heard Yen Qixia speak of Zigong's ransom earlier, he had thought that there must be some high-handedness, but now that I've seen what he can do, I realize that it's no better than not taking any money. With regular people, the press would not have those thoughts that he had thought about, and would only think that it was Yen Qixia who had a problem with his head, and did things without receiving money. Demons and ghosts run rampant, breaking up families and destroying homes. When a living person reaches this point, life and death are not even on his mind, let alone propriety, righteousness, integrity and shame. Chen Jiwei secretly thought and shook his head, yet he still wanted to do Yen Qixia a favor. After all, this woodcutter ghost was sent to Judge Lu by himself and made a good karma. If we really talk about cause and effect, he and this woman have some stories. Just how can I help? Chen Ji thought for a moment and suddenly thought of something, asking Yen Qixia a few questions in a low voice. What are you asking for? Yen Shekha had an odd look on his face. It works. Just say if it does or not. Yes. Yen Shekha was curious about what Chen Ji is going to do, and the answer was all told to Chen Ji. Chen Halberd listened and nodded, waiting until it was all memorized, allowing Yen Qixia to retrieve his silver, taking out the 10 taels of silver that the woman had previously handed over to him and placing them on the stovetop before speaking. The mighty cannot yield, and the poor cannot move. What this lady said is in line with the truths in the holy books. But did you go to private school? I had learned some of it when I was practicing writing at home. Where is it now? Last year, he traveled to the academy to study, died in the mountains, and was eaten by a demon. Any other relatives? My parents died long ago in the war. My in-laws died at the hands of an evil spirit. My husband died some time ago at the hands of a ghost. And I have no other relatives left. Chenji can't help but feel that this is really bitter people. 3 generations of a family. Only one left. At this point it was understandable why Yen Chekha's method didn't work. This is someone who really puts his life on the line. I am afraid that he is already bent on death. So naturally he does not want silver money. And do you know what they look like when they die? Hearing this, Yen Chekha hurriedly waved his hand to indicate that the woman was easily frightened and told Chenji to stop talking. However, Chenji only treated it as if he didn't see it, and continued to speak slowly. The woman froze for a moment and shook her head hastily. I don't know. Your in-laws' parents may have already gone to the afterlife, but I sent your husband's ghost to the netherworld yesterday, and the government judge said that he died in a strange way, and that he would have to wait for the Ghostbusters to investigate, and that he wouldn't necessarily be able to be reincarnated earlier. The woman's body shook as she raised her eyes to look at the Chun halberd to continue waiting. Chenji nodded and then spoke. Ghosts also cost money in the netherworld. Your husband's food and clothing can be all on you, and if you still have to find your son's soul, it's not a small expense again. Does the Taoist master have something to say to me? The woman asked in a deep voice. Chen halberd slowly said, anyway, there's no one left in your house, and I happen to be opening an herb store. Why don't you come to my store and work as a helper for a year? Just cook and take care of the medicine every day, and if there's any news from the netherworld, you can be informed in time. How about not paying for the labor, but just deducting it from the 10 taels of silver? It is possible to buy some joss sticks and paper money with them, so as not to have a hard time in the netherworld. Also, well, the woman froze for a moment, realizing that this was Chen Jichi helping her in a different way, and could no longer hold back the tears that welled up. Chen Hastings waited for her to finish crying before speaking again. Can you keep score? Will, all purchases at home are held. Will remember some, so much the better. Chen Hastings nodded. The account book is also entrusted to you to be responsible for, and then receive another wage. First give you 10 taels of silver. Go to find a good place to prepare for the opening. I'm busy and then come back to find you. Silver is not enough to give the deposit, and come back to settle it. Yes, Taoist, the woman hurriedly answered, then personally sent Chen Ji and Yen Qixia out of the kitchen, clearly a little more alive. All along the way, Yen Qixia was silent, couldn't figure out exactly how Chen Jiabao did this. Obviously the words are similar, and both gave silver money. Why is the woman so respectful to you? Just can't figure it out. Chen halberd couldn't help but shake his head. How could this kind of subtlety that pointed straight to the heart be understood by a sword cultivator who only knew how to draw his sword when he saw the road? It's crude. It's a fancy word trick you learned from the fox, isn't it? Yen Chekha asked sourly from the sidelines. So what if it is? I think this walking around the world is better than the arts. Why don't you teach me, Taoist Chen, and I'll trade the arts with you. Is that possible? May. Chen Hao decisively agreed. Jutsu is hard to come by. Eloquence is easy. And it's a good deal. And so it was only after Yen Qixia had taught the means of praying for blessings and eliminating disasters and relieving distress that Chen Ji had used last night. That Chen Ji had taught Yen Qixia how to gain insight into other people's inner needs. Think about what others need from their point of view, not from yours. That's it? That's it. When Chen Ji opened his mouth, Yen Chekha actually gave birth to the idea that he had been cheated. Secretly, I marveled at how cunning the fox was. Even those who befriend foxes are cunning. When he returned to the inn, Chen Ji looked at the new chapter that slowly emerged from the book of anecdotes before noticing the extra content on it. Yen Chekha. Yen Shang. The word Qixia, less living in Qin, said the netherworld catching demons mistakenly hurt his body, cannot practice. Lu Judge then passed the sword cultivation method, and worshipped Shushan Taoist as a teacher. Later, he traveled around the world and was a chivalrous person with a strong sense of righteousness. When he saw Qin Sheng on the way to Xiantai Ghostland, he thought he was a mortal and was rescued by Hugu. He realized that Chen had entered the Tao and had already caught ghosts. He was so happy that he invited Chen to drink wine and discuss the way, but the wine was shallow and not as good as Chen. Wake up looking for ghosts widow gift silver. The woman did not accept. Straight talk about righteousness, but also not as good as Chen. So the exchange of relief techniques in Chen still do not serve. Chen Ji swept through it with a single glance, and many more things appeared in his mind, already understanding this new technique. However, he put it aside and did not rush to study it, but carefully sized up Yen Qixia, not understanding where else he was unconvinced. Chapter 27, A Good Taoist Priest. Rather convinced, just lamenting what was once done. Thought it was Zigan's redemption. Didn't realize it was just wishful thinking. Yin Shekha shook his head, not knowing what to think, and smiled to himself. In the future, keep in mind what you have been taught by the Taoist friends, and think what people think, and then do good things. Actually, it's not necessary. You are a sword cultivator, so why consider many things? Let's roar at the side of the road. When it's time to strike, we'll strike. Chen Jiwei slowly finished as he forced himself to resist the feeling of wanting to sing out. How can you be a good swordsman when your hands are tied? Hiss, that makes sense. Yen Sheshai nodded indistinctly, but then thought of something. But every time after removing demons and catching ghosts always feel that the demons are harming people. Really pitiful. Cannot help but want to help. Fellow Daoist, you say that I'm obsessed, when it's clear that I'm the one who's obsessed. You have said that there is no one in the world who is not pitiful. Yet you want to perform small acts of kindness to save a great nation, which in itself cannot be done. Sword cultivators can only get rid of demons. Get rid of all the evil on earth. Kill more demons and ghosts. It's already a great good. Yen Shekha's expression was awe-inspiring as he bowed and arched his hand. Tot, said raising another eyebrow. But you, Taoist friend, only said yesterday that you were looking for a livelihood, and you haven't even waited to look for it yet. So why are you thinking of opening a herbal medicine store today? No longer looking for it? No more searching. Fong thought of this and thought it was just right. Chen Halberd slowly opened his mouth. Iron Gold Town people mostly to mining iron industry. Other industries are not developed. If you consider the long term, only the old, sick and dying, food, clothing, housing and transportation. Foxes don't know how to measure their bodies, and they don't know how to cook, so all they can do is to collect medicine and look for qi, and to cure the sick and save people. Besides, the townspeople mining iron is much laborious and prone to injuries and diseases, and the fox's visit to the doctor is considered to be an accumulation of merit. Yen Shekha nodded. If that is the case, it is extremely in line with what you, Dao friend, want. Is there a requirement for the location of that store? I see you didn't confide in the woman just now. Oh Taoist. Chen Hastings laughed out loud. I've only heard of people who don't go to delicious eateries to eat because it's a long way. But have you ever heard of anyone who doesn't go to a good pharmacy to see a doctor because it's a long way? Genuinely no. Yen Shekha shook his head, which made him realize, if the foxes were really good at healing, someone would go to even the most remote places. So, how are the foxes at healing? It's a little better than a flowery trick. Chen Haste teased. Yen Shixia Fong realized that he regretted what he had done to provoke him before. Looked at the text crepe as a scholar. The nature is not at all like that group of scholars. Sharp-tongued, powerful. Simply digress to discuss with Chen Ji. There's nothing to do around here. Why don't we go to Qingliang Mountain now to fetch the sword and collect the debt? Isn't there something else for you to do when you come down from the mountain? It was to catch ghosts to earn some silver money, and now the ghosts are gone, and so is the silver money, so it's not about to go back to the mountain. And how do you live without money? On the contrary, there are pills to dispel the grain bought from other guan. Food will not be a problem. Wait until the next time we come down the mountain. Earn your money whenever you can. There aren't many chances to see that bunch of cowpokes get their asses handed to them. Chen Halberd frowned. He always felt that Yen Shekha didn't have good intentions, and wasn't even trying to help him get his silver back, but wanted to see the Taoist priests suffer. Doesn't matter though, as long as I can ask for my silver and get another sword. Look at it and forget about it. So the two of them packed up and went straight to Mount Qingliang. On the way is peaceful tight. Not to mention demons, even the outlaws and beggars have not encountered. This land is peaceful. Chen Halberd lamented. The demons and ghosts aren't stupid. They know that this mountain is full of Taoist priests. So why are they still making trouble here? Isn't there anyone who doesn't believe in positivity? What? Yen Shekha asked the question and reacted for another moment before reacting to the fact that what Chen Ji said was the opposite of disbelief. If you don't believe in evil, something will happen to you. If you put it on a demon or ghost, you don't believe in righteousness. So smiled and answered. Demons and ghosts who don't believe in righteousness die here. Qingliang Mountain. Every year there will be a Taoist temple to organize disciples to go down the mountain to get rid of demons and catch ghosts. Farther away from the place cannot help. But these 3 mountains and a river area or Caron. Of course, it won't be all demons and ghosts that will be removed. And some of the ones that are good with people will just be told to leave or admonished not to hurt anyone. Yen Shekha knows that Chen Ji is friendly with the demonic ghosts. And halfway through his speech, he eased up again. So there are no evil demons or ghosts haunting the neighborhood. And when they meet a poor family, they will occasionally subsidize 1 or 2 of them, so as not to teach starvation in the home, which is against the peace of heaven. That's still a few credits in the bag. Chen Halberd listening to think Qingliang Mountain on the Taoist priests seemed to be quite good, not as disgusting as some of the Taoist priests that he knew before. It would be quite interesting if they were all the same as Yen Qixia. Walking on the road was boring. Chen halbered, so he chatted with Yen Qixia about yesterday's arts. The method of unraveling taught by fellow Daoist is indeed very interesting. You will already? There's a lot left to understand. In fact, the book is written. It will already be, but not too shocking. Chen halbered did not say straight. I have read the Taoist texts in the mountains. The 3 disasters and 8 difficulties are called doom. And to solve doom is to pass through the yin and yang, turn the destiny, and turn misfortune into good fortune. The Bun Festival section is able to use personnel, offer heavenly affairs, burn tables to invite the gods, and relieve distress and eliminate disasters. This method is indeed not simple. Just every time to solve the problem need to open the altar to try. Is really troublesome. If there are talismans and pills and so on to solve the problem of magic spells would be better. Fellow Daoist is quite daring. Yen Qixia shook his head with a bitter smile. You also said that there are 3 disasters and 8 difficulties, and it is not easy for ordinary Taoist priests to learn 1 or 2 disciplines in their lifetime. And I haven't even learned this Bun Festival ritual well, so how can I dare to be greedy for more? So it's the Taoist friend who doesn't know how. Chen halbered opened his mouth leisurely. Yen Qixia was so angry and depressed in his chest that he couldn't even think of words to retort, viciously accelerating his steps. Chen Hastings followed with a big smile behind him. So it is actually speed up a lot. Not waiting for the middle of the day will arrive at the bottom of the Qingliang mountain. Far from seeing the flying eaves of the paintings of the pagoda written in the name of Qingliang mountain, and there is a green stone mixed with pine paved path railings winding up the mountain. And Sendai mountain is completely 2 kinds of mountains. Go! Yen Qixia picked up the steps and was already accustomed to it. Chen Haste scat his tongue. I don't know how much silver this will cost. The Taoist priest is really rich. And no, there wasn't much money. It was all built by the Taoist priests on the mountain themselves. Yen Qixia slowly explained. And Chen Ji understood. Qingliang mountain is originally a rocky mountain, and many rocks were dug out during the construction of the Taoist temple. So how to deal with them is the problem. Taoist priests and did not want to sell money. Discussed for a few days. In addition to those used in the Taoist temple, the rest will look for the repair of the open-wall magic Taoist friends to deal with, transported to pave the way, but also to facilitate the later Taoist priests and the nearby people to go up and down the mountain. This is also called for by the Taoist master of the Clear Wind Watch. Yen Qixia added. Chen halbered nodded. If the fox were here and heard this, he would surely say these are good Taoist priests. I just hope that when I pay back the money later, it will be dry as well. That would be a really good Taoist priest. Chen Ji thought, but then the next thought arose. Since Taoist priests cultivate open walls that can be used to build roads, foxes naturally can as well. The road down from Mount Sendai was also really broken some, so he could laboriously go back to Bai Chi to practice this technique more. To build roads and bridges, to accumulate virtue and do good deeds, is the most good merit, and the section of virtue is bound to be on the top. Tiny foxes, big rocks, long paths, very graphic now. Achoo! At this moment, on Sendai Mountain, Bai Chi is searching for the yellow essence in the mountains with the side fox. It is hard to find 100 years, digging to almost, next to the fox cast aside, only waiting for the white 7 to cast the open wall art. Unexpectedly, he sneezes but buries himself in it, chirping for help. So a group of foxes swarmed up again to dig out Bai Chi with 7 paws and 8 claws, asking him how he had been so careless. I don't know. All of a sudden I felt a chill on my body, like I was hitting a ghost. It's a ghost, then it's alright, just dig it up and go back. The foxes did not take it to heart, and chirped and swarmed up again to dig out the yellow sperm, and 3 or 5 of them returned together with their heads held up in the air. Chen Ji's side also finally walked with Yen Qixia to the front of a Taoist temple. Fellow Daoist, this side is Qingfengguan. We've arrived. Chapter 28 Rain and Storm Fight. Chen Ji stood still and surveyed the Taoist temple. Vermilion walls, ink tiles and green trees, not much different from the imaginary Taoist temple. Under the eaves hangs a pillar plate, on which the golden characters on the ink background float like clouds. The breeze inside the temple always brushes my face, and the bright moon in front of the court has been with me for a long time. The location of the banner, however, is only the 4 characters of the 4 times always new, and the name of the viewer is missing. Why is there no view of the name? I've heard that it was the Guan master who didn't think it was necessary. The unusual name of the Guan is to let people know that the Guan is here, but this couplet already states it, and anything more would be redundant. It's a wonderful person, Chen Haste lamented. As they were talking, the knowledgeable Taoist priest of Qingfengguan noticed the 2 of them walking out. Do you 2 good believers want to offer incense or do puja? Yen Qixia pinched up his Ziwu secrets and saluted. I'm a casual cultivator in the mountains, and I'm here to visit Daoist Shiyun. So it's fellow Daoist. The knowledgeable Taoist priest pinched his Ziwu Ji and returned the salute, getting excited to the naked eye. Life in the mountains is boring. The goodwill to and fro is mostly incense and ask for guidance. The magic deeds are very few. Normally, you can only chant the sutras and practice qi, which is boring as hell. If a Taoist friend comes to discuss the Tao and talk about the sky, he can still follow on the side to serve tea and listen to some outside stories. Then he looked at Chen Ji and asked with a smile, "Is this fellow Taoist also here to visit a friend?" "Sort of. I wonder which Taoist master, so I can go and inquire." "I don't know. I was asked to deliver a message, and said I would know who to call when I heard it." Chen Ji thought about it. Mr. Su really didn't tell him the name of his late friend, and only said that he could find the person with one sentence. "What's the word?" "A deceased person from 100 years ago has come to demand payment." Chen Haste spoke apprehensively. The knowledgeable Taoist priest's face changed, slightly glaring at Chen Ji. "Fellow Taoist is not here to amuse this guan? There are dozens of people in the size of this guan, and without a person's name. Is it not a bit rude to collect the dead at the door with a single sentence? It's really not my intention. The elders in my family are old. Some of their memories are not clear, and when they heard that I came down from the mountain, they specifically asked me to come and ask." Halberd Chen explained. "Fellow Taoist Yen can testify for me." "Indeed, I trust fellow Taoist Chen." Yen Shekha nodded his head. In this way, the knowledgeable Taoist priest ran out of ideas as to how to inform. After a pause, Chen Jiwei sighed. "That's just it. Why don't I go with you to find Taoist Chiyun first, and wait to ask him before we see if we know who the elder's late friend is?" "Good thing too. Infinite Heavenly Father." The knowledgeable Taoist priest sighed in relief. It would not be his problem to bring up the debt collection side of things again when it came to Taoist Master Shiyun. Then he led the way. "Yen Shisha has been here a few times, just to introduce the halls within the view to Chen Ji. Chen Ji just sort of visit. In addition to the Hall of the Three Pristine Ones, the Hall of the Spiritual Officers, and the Hall of the Ancestors, which are common to other Taoist temples, the Qingfeng Guan is also dedicated to the winds of the four seasons with each of the four places. This is the Hall of the Bright Succubus, where the spring breeze is enshrined. Every spring equinox day, the spring breeze goes through the hall, and the sound of 100 birds singing together will be heard in this hall, like the interplay of zither and celestial music around the beams, which is very marvelous." Passing by a hall, Yen Shisha purposely pointed to introduce it to Chen Ji. Rare indeed. As Chen Ji listened to the hundreds of birds chirping, the image of Miss Bai standing in the hall teasing the birds actually popped up in his mind. On the day of the spring equinox, a fox and 100 birds making such noises in the temple seemed quite interesting. A smile surfaced on Chen Ji's face. Yen Shekha did not notice and was still introducing himself. "There are 3 other places in the Quan for which offerings are made, called the Hall of Qingming, the Hall of Gate of Heaven, Dian, and the Hall of Wide Mo. In fact, the south wind should be called Jingfeng or Kaifeng. I think it's the old Taoist of Qingfeng Guan who had to find a suitable name. That's why he took the southeast sunwind to make up the number." "Ah, is that so?" Chen Ji retracted his smile before he regained his senses from the image of the party, and felt that he should tell it to Mr. Su and Elder Samuel when he returned. "It must be very interesting." Subconsciously, he responded, but didn't take it to heart. "It's just a name. If you like it, not to mention it's in someone else's view." The knowing Taoist priest's face was going black. At that moment, an inquiry came from the distance. "Fellow Taoist Yen, you're here?" As the 3 stood still, a white-haired Taoist slowly rose under an old pine in the distance and nodded his head in greeting. "Seen your uncle. They said they are your close friends and have come to look for you," the knowledgeable Taoist priest said hurriedly. "Nothing, I already know. Go ahead." "Yes." Knowing the Taoist priest hurriedly retired. Afraid to go a little slower, we'll have to hear Chen Halberd that collection speech. "Farewell, Taoist Master Shiyun." Yen Shekha greeted the Taoist and introduced himself to Chen Ji in a low voice. "This is the current supervisor of Qingfeng Guan. There are any matters in the Guan that you can look for Taoist Shiyun. Fellow Taoist Mercy." Taoist Chiyun bowed his head and greeted Yen Shisha, then looked at Chen Ji. "And won't you introduce me to this fellow traveler? It's a Taoist friend from Mount Sendai. Something came up the mountain, so I brought him here specifically to pay my respects to the Taoist master." Fellow Taoist Mercy. Mercy. Taoist Chiyun and Chen Ji greeted each other, then looked at Yen Shisha. "Fellow Taoist Yen has come this time, or do you want to discuss the Tao?" "Nonetheless, this time it is a fight." "Oh, usually when you say you want to fight Tao you have chosen to discuss the Tao. Why do you want to fight today?" "It's not that I'm the one who wants to fight, it's fellow Taoist Chen." Yen Shekha smiled and explained with Chen Ji. "Qingfeng Guan has a tradition of fighting, and anyone who can win a fight over the Taoist priests in the Guan can make the same request. Iron Gold Town of Good Sword, many are clear wind view in the Taoist bot. Taoist friend, you want a good sword. I also need to cast for a period of time. Why not look for them to fight? Win to ask for a handle more quickly." So it is. Chen Ji finally understood why Yan Xixia had asked him to come to Qingfengguan to fight. And yet, there's a little bit of it that doesn't make sense. He only knew 2, or let's say 3, arts, so how could he win the fight? They'll choose a Taoist of your age to come, so as to sharpen the incentive. I've seen your magic. You shouldn't lose. Chen Halberd was stunned, but gained confidence. If he was his own age, he indeed probably wouldn't have lost. Are you sure about the fight, fellow Taoist? Taoist Heian asked warmly. Chen Ji made a bow and saluted. Originally Shang felt that it was inappropriate to fight rashly, and since there is a tradition and a reward within the canto, I would like to give it a try. That's blunt. Taoist Chiyun laughed out loud. There's no harm in it. Cultivation is meant to be eye-opening. And since you, Taoist friend, have proposed it, I'll take the initiative and agree to go to the preaching ground to let them open their eyes. Go. Taoist Master Shiyun led the way, heading toward the mission field again. Picking off a few leaves with his hand, he pinched the spell and whispered a few commands, spreading his hands, and the leaves flew up from the wind and turned into kingfishers flying away in the air. Good spell. Chen Halberd praised from the bottom of his heart. The green bird transmission technique. It's not considered to be profound. It's recorded in many Taoist books. Haven't you read it? Taoist Chiyun slowly opened his mouth, half chatting, half testing. Indeed, I have not seen it. There are no such spells on the mountain. And what kind of arts does the Taoist friend know? Control the fire. Detain the soul. Taoist Chiyun's eyes flickered with a few moments of surprise. This is not even an unusual technique. You Taoist can be really different from normal people practicing. First difficult and then easy. And the master did not teach you? No master. Just happened to learn it by chance. So, Taoist Chiyun nodded, his eyes twinkling, and there were a few moments of intent. To be able to master these 2 arts without a teacher, you are indeed a good candidate for cultivation. Would you like to consider joining my Qingfengguan? Thank you for your kind words, Taoist. There are no such plans for the time being. Pity. Taoist Chiyun shook his head. Then I hope that fellow Taoist will never stay his hand later, and not embarrass the latecomers in the Guan too much. Unconsciously, Taoist Master Shiyun had already viewed Chen Ji as a peer, and did not have the contempt with which he treated Taoist priests of this age. By the time the 3 of them arrived at the preaching ground, many of the Taoist priests from Qingfengguan had already arrived. Qingfengguan's rules have always been there, but come to the Guan more Taoism, fighting is very little. Many people have never seen. Today especially come to see the fun. Even the knowledgeable Taoist priest who had guided the way earlier was among them, and was saying something to the person beside him. When they saw Taoist Master Shiyun appear, they all quieted down. The pine waves rolled up the smoke from the stove. The sandalwood mist. The old Taoist spoke softly. This is the Taoist who has come to fight, and those who have practiced for more than 5 years don't need to come out. After the Taoist finished speaking, some of the older Taoist priests extinguished their thoughts of going forward and watched quietly with caged sleeves. The younger ones are not convinced, but they look at each other and don't dare to go forward, and they are still a little afraid of the words of Taoist Shiyun. It was only after a while that one about the same age as Chen Ji walked out. Senior uncle, disciple would like to try. May I? You? Maybe. Just be careful. Yes, the young Taoist answered. Disciple will be careful and won't hurt this fellow Taoist. Taoist Shiyun opened his mouth, but it was not easy to say that he was reminding him to be careful with such words. I believe fellow Taoist Chen is also a measured one. The crowd then retreated a few steps away, leaving enough space for Chen Ji and the Taoist from Qingfengguan. This Taoist friend, the poor Taoist Qingfengguan Weihei, who specializes in calling the wind and the rain, has come to ask for advice. Sendai Mountain, Chen Ji, specializes in controlling fire and detaining souls. Please. The other party also did not despise or disdain Chen Ji because he had no sect, and began to cautiously pull away, pinching the spell and reciting the incantation silently. The wind slowly picked up in the mission field and a light rain fell. Chen Ji then understood the reason why Taoist Master Shiyun had chosen this Taoist priest. When the jutsu is not refined, it cannot be released very far. The wind and rain were indeed unfavorable for Chen Halberd to execute the fire control technique, and as long as the weak underworld Taoist pulled away, he could wear himself out. Unfortunately, Chen Ji had dealt with cunning demons and ghosts, and had learned the essence of fighting techniques from Yan Xixia. It's feasible to change the direction a little bit as long as you can win. If the Taoist doesn't come to his side, he can go to the Taoist's side. So looking in the direction of the Taoist, he lifted his steps forward. The Taoist froze for a moment. Watching Chen Ji walking towards himself was actually a bit flustered, and hastily retreated. But backward retrogression is far from as fast as Chen Halberd sprinting, and do not dare to turn around and run, and soon let Chen Halberd compress the distance. The storm still drifts. Chen Ji, however, knew that the distance for his fire control had arrived. Then the blazing, bright sun in his heart resurfaced, and a mouthful of fierce flames erupted, wrapping around the Taoist's entire body. A moment later, the flames dispersed, but the Taoist was unharmed. The Taoist froze in place, double-checked it, finally confirmed that there was no problem, and arched his hand. Fellow Taoist is skillful in his techniques and flexible in his fighting. It's me who lost. It's meant to be a discussion on the law, so what's the point of winning or losing? Fellow Taoist's art of wind and rain is also very skillful. I've been taught. Chen Haste also arched his hand. A smile appeared on the Taoist's face as he arched his hand at Chen Ji. The two men went off the field, and Taoist Qian asked again, anyone else want to come to the fight? No one spoke up now. So Taoist Qian nodded his head and educated them to be humble and diligent in their studies in order to have such a high level of art cultivation like Chen Ji. If there's a next time, you won't be allowed to lose to fellow Taoist Chen. Taoist Master Shiyun briefly summarized. The group of Taoist priests looked at Chen Ji and decided to go back to their efforts. Only then did Taoist Qian look at Chen Ji with satisfaction. Let's go. Since fellow Taoist wants a sword, it's time to go pick one out now. Chapter 29, Once a Knower. Fellow Taoist's arts are indeed profound, and it's really good that you can still think of taking the initiative to attack during a fight. Taoist Shiyun nodded his head, not sparing any appreciation. The disciples in the Guan often go down to the mountains to get rid of demons, but they mostly rely on their arts and neglect their body skills. This move by the Taoist friend may be able to make them wake up. It was taught by Taoist Yen. Chen Haste returned. So, then you are much better than him. Taoist Shiyun had a smile on his face. Fellow Taoist Yen once had a discussion with me about arts and martial arts, and said to me that unusual Taoists are too prepared and slow to perform arts, far less convenient than martial arts, and they say that beyond 7 paces, the sword is fast, and within 7 paces, the sword is accurate and fast. And then? Chen Halberd felt that Yen Chekha was about to be defeated. Otherwise it would not have been so bad that he had been discussing the Tao and not fighting later on. Then I beat him up and told him what Taoism means. Taoist Shiyun said blandly. Chen Ji looked at Yen Qixia, revealing a look of determination. Who could be so desperate to get back if they hadn't lost? It's Taoist Shiyun who doesn't speak of martial virtues. Who pinches the spell before the fight begins? Yen Chekha argued. Taoist Shiyun smiled broadly as he stroked his beard. Fellow Taoist also cultivates. How can you say such nonsense? I am a Dharma cultivator, so naturally I have to prepare my Dharma skills at all times, just as you are a sword cultivator. If demons and ghosts rise up and injure people, is it possible that you have to sharpen your sword on the spot? Yen Shuxia was dumbfounded. In that case, there doesn't seem to be a problem with staying ahead of the game. Actually, Taoist Yen can do the same. Halberd Chen explained. Oh, I see that you can draw talismans. So instead of drawing talismans to invoke the gods, you can come up with a few auxiliary talismans, and stick a few more on your body for backup before the fight. No one stipulates that sword cultivators can't use talismans. Yen Shishia's eyes lit up. Not that he'd ever thought of that before. Thinking only of the bad combination of jutsu and swordsmanship, it was inevitable that he would fall short if he was distracted by 2 things. If it is a rune paper, but it is really feasible. Rune magic was vast, and swordplay was profound, and together, it might really be another means to an end. Taoist Master Shiyun also meditated and deduced. Halfway through the day, his eyes opened with emotion. Fellow Taoist is truly a heavenly talent. Wonderful, wonderful. Such a sword technique is truly extraordinary. If fellow Taoist Yen grasps it, he can come back to the fight. Definitely. Yen Chekha jumped at the chance. The 3 of them also stopped in front of the door of an ordinary compartment. The treasure trove is here. Have you ever thought about what sword you want? A treasure trove? Chen Halberd raised his eyes. The door to the plane room was padlocked with a brass lock, unmarked and unguarded, and if he hadn't been specifically warned, he would have assumed it was a quiet room within the canon. Taoist Master Shiyun fumbled for the key and clicked the lock, pushing the door open. Dust poured in, and it had obviously not been opened for some time. How can such an important place be so casual? Chen Halberd was overwhelmed with emotion. This wasn't like the treasure troves of cultivators he had imagined. How do you think it should be? Doesn't this kind of place need to be guarded by at least a half-sleeping clan senior who looks like he's about to die, but is actually a first-class clan senior in the world? Otherwise, what if someone steals something important? And where did you hear this from? That's mostly true in fictional theater. So it is. The theater at the bottom of the hill is really interesting, but it's not quite right. We're just small gates and small viewpoints, so how could we have any valuable treasures that need to be guarded that much? Taoist Chiyun laughed loudly and pointed to the house. Fellow Taoist can think about the requirements of the sword first, and I'll just dust and clean up a bit. Saying that, he pinched up the spell, and it was the same Hu Feng Chung Chung. but it was much more natural than the Taoist priest who used it just now. Between the clear breeze surrounding the room, Chen Ji asked lightly, "Shame, I really don't know what should be required to choose a sword. What sword was used previously? Haven't used the sword yet. So it turns out that Taoist friend has not chosen a sword." Taoist Master Shiyun stroked his beard and smiled. "Then feel free, is nothing more than lightweight, thick and thin length. Some people pay attention to, some people do not pay so much attention to. Hold the right is, if it is really against the demon ghosts, no sword. Cannot say that pick up a hand will not use, that will fall into the inferior. Also, it seems that this sword cultivator's surname is not he." Chen Halberd flashed his thoughts and looked at the swords that were displayed in the room. There are hundreds of mouths in total, and they are really different in weight and thickness, so I don't know which one is better for a while. Anyone who hasn't seen blood? Kid swindler, you even know about blood refinement, and you still say you don't know how to use a sword. Taoist Shiyun snapped. Truth be told, it was the elders who told me to choose this way, and I am unaware of the blood refining method. Are your elders sword cultivators? Shouldn't count. It's Confucianism. Chen Ji thought about it. The dead Confucian cultivator is also a Confucian cultivator, so it is not wrong to say so. A gentleman with a sword. That knows it's no wonder. Taoist Shiyun nodded and pointed to the sword rack in the room. Those were forged by the master at the bottom of the mountain. All of them have never seen blood, so you can take your own. Chen Hastings then went up to pick it out, viewed left and right, only to feel that each handle seems to be similar, longer and wider. He held in the hand is not much difference. After thinking about it, everything has qi. Gold is one of the 5 elements, should also be able to see the difference, so he activated the qi watching technique to look carefully. Now I really saw the difference in the sword. Some of the swords emitted a brilliant white light, the same as Yan Qixu's small sword, with sword qi wrapped around the body, sharp and compelling. According to what is stated in the breathing method, Gungjin is yang, the main sword to kill. This is a typical Gungjin qi. Some of the swords were as warm as jade, with hidden earth and watercolors mixed in, while others were a jumble of sword qi that just didn't look good enough to the eye. Mostly impurities mixed in during forging or insufficient hammering, just not visible on the outside. So Chen Ji chose one with a body of Gungjin qi and went out the door. Picked it out so quickly? Looked at them all pretty much the same. Thought this one would be a good throw. So I picked it. You don't sound like a Dharma cultivator, and a sword cultivator in general. Taoist Shiyun laughed loudly and flipped out another box to Chen Ji. And used swords can be put in a box to raise the sword qi, and then take it out when it's time to use it. It's a sharp weapon, and it's always bad to put it outside in an unusual way. Chen Halberd nodded his head, then realized why there was a sword case. But isn't the scabbard the same? You'll have to ask fellow Taoist Yin then. I'm only slightly versed in swordsmanship as well. Taoist Qian looked towards Yan Qixia. Maybe the scabbard holds more swords? With a scabbard, wouldn't it be hard to carry more swords when you go out? A sword case is much easier. I can't think of any reason beside that. Anyway, the sword trick was never mentioned either, so maybe it's not important. Yan Shaka slowly said. Fellow Taoist, you're not learning your craft well, Chen Halberd leisurely said. Yan Qixia's chest once again ached. Who is a serious practitioner who asks a sword cultivator why he uses a sword case and not a scabbard? Even thinking about whether to come to a fortune teller to calculate whether their recent life is not a bump in the road. Otherwise how would they meet a Taoist friend like Shinji? Taoist Shiyun just smiled and dropped the lock, not paying any attention to the two playing around. When the three of them returned to the tree where they had been, a Taoist priest had already brought the tea stove and tea utensils. Taoist Master Shiyun asked the two to sit down before asking them what their plans were for today after the fight was over and their swords had been chosen. There is indeed one more thing I would like to trouble the Taoist master with, Chen Halberd said. Accommodation? It's also possible. There are quite a few empty houses in the Guan, and there are also bunks, so it's possible to stay for more than a few days, not to mention one day. It's not lodging, but I have a bill to collect and I don't know who to call. Oh, Chen Ji then said that Mr. Su had asked him to collect the debt. I wonder how long you elders live. I only know that he was a Shiotsai in the 5th year of Didiak, but the exact years, I'm really not sure. 5 years of Daud. That's really a high achiever. No wonder he can remember things from 100 years ago. Taoist Master Shiyun lamented and continued. However, 100 years ago, Qingfeng Guan wasn't very famous, and there weren't many high-ranking people who came to visit the Guan, all of whom didn't match up with what you said. If it's a showman, then it's even less of one. How does the Taoist master remember so well? 100 years ago, I was precisely the Qingfeng Guan's knowledgeable Taoist priest, and those who came here to visit were about to visit my master, all of which I led the way. Taoist Shiyun smiled broadly as he stroked his beard. The figure of that chief horn Taoist boy respectfully leading the way back then appeared in his eyes again. As I walked, I didn't realize that I was graying at the temples. It is exactly lying down to watch the flowing clouds not counting the years. Suddenly startled the crane shadow to change the world. Chen Halberd froze. I didn't realize there was such a connection. Taoist Master Shiyun was not so bad as to lie to himself. In that case, could it be that Mr. Su remembered wrongly? It's not impossible for a ghost of hundreds of years to have biased memories if they wear out. Thinking about it, he arched his hand and apologized. If that's the case, I should go ask the elders in my family to see if I'm remembering it wrong. So I'll make the Taoist master laugh. No harm done. Taoist Qian smiled and handed over a small porcelain gourd. Taoist elders are old. Can remember Qingfeng Guan is not easy, even if there is no release of debt, is also a former friend. This bottle of Qi Nourishing Dan is even a gift to see you. People can take it to regulate their body and prolong their life. What if the ghost served? Chen Halberd asked. Ghosts naturally cannot. Wait. Fellow Taoist, your elders are ghosts and not humans? Taoist Qiyun's face changed suddenly. Exactly. Chen Halberd nodded. The party felt it was a bit rude to say it outright, so I didn't say it. You should have made it clear. Taoist Qiyun burst out laughing with an ayah. Among the guests who visited my master 100 years ago, there was indeed a ghost but at that time I could not yet see ghosts. I only remembered that my master talked freely to the empty house all night, and only when I asked on the second day did I say that it was for Mr. Ghost, and also for the Yakult. So it's a former friend from 100 years ago who's here. I should inform my master. If it's his debt, the Quan wouldn't dare not pay it. You guys wait, allow me to ask my master about it. Saying that, he did not even cast any spells, and just got up and walked briskly towards the back of the view. Only when Taoist Qian left did Yen Qixia look at Chen Ji. So this is the debt of a deceased person you were talking about? Surprisingly, you received it on the head of Qingfeng Guan's old Guan master? He is a far-famed high-ranking person in Qingliang Mountain. You can really? Yen Qixia thought for a long time, not knowing how to describe it, and simply arched his hand. Mr. Yen is impressed. I didn't know that originally. Chen Ji shook his head calmly, but some other thoughts flashed through his mind. When he came down the mountain, Mr. Su only said that he would collect the debt, but he never said anything about whether or not he wanted to count the interest. I also don't know how many points of profit are counted in the silver of the pawnshops in this town, but he took a good sword in the Guanli, but saved the silver of the sword casting. Should also be enough to discount interest. What is the Taoist thinking? Yen Shekha asked casually as he saw that Chen Ji seemed to be deep in thought. When he heard Chen Jiabo voice his thoughts, he hated not hearing them. Admire the fact that Chen Jiabo is really new to the game. There was something else to say when a kingfisher flew in on wings and stopped in front of the two. Fellow Taoists, Master has invited you to come and meet him. Then go. The two followed Kingfisher towards the depths of the kamikaze. Chapter 30, Such an old acquaintance. Small yards, old pines, bushes, sunken incense, clear tea, and old ways. Chen Ji originally thought that Qingfeng Guan's old Guan master was a renowned master, and had lived for 100 years, so he should be about such an immortal and Taoist image. But I never thought that when I saw it. Although the objects were those objects, they were completely different from the picture I had imagined. The kingfisher flew up to the eaves of the house and turned into a green leaf that slowly drifted down. The small courtyard Dan furnace below adding firewood. The furnace vaguely beeping and booping, a sign of alchemy. The white-haired old Taoist stood at the edge of the furnace staring intently at the mouth of the fire. There was vermilion sand and yellow paper with something written on it on a low table on the side. Chen Halberd unintentionally swept a glance. Suspecting that he was mistaken, he scanned again. This time confirming that he was not mistaken, he recognized the words on it. 1 block of tofu, peeled on both sides, cut into 8 pieces and dried. Fry in oil until golden. Sprinkle with salt flour and a large glass of rice wine. Not a talisman indeed, but a recipe. Shine, bear. The old Taoist lifted the lid of the furnace and poured in a cup of rice wine. A cloud of wine rose from the Dan furnace. Even the aroma of oil and tofu aroma mixed together spewed out, and the small courtyard was flooded with flavor. Looking at the old Taoist again, he covered the Dan furnace and picked up the next piece of yellow paper, glancing at it before handing it over to Shiyun. The back steps are easy, so follow them and don't break them for me. It won't. Taoist Shiyun answered in a loud voice and took the things in the old Taoist's hands, standing aside to serve the Dan furnace. Only then did the old Taoist wipe his hands and sit down to pour tea, and the first thing he looked at was Qin Ji. Are you a descendant of Suyu? No. Is that his disciple? Neither. What's that? You say it's the elders of the family and this or that? The old Taoist didn't even pour the tea and simply asked. Sort of a co-worker. Ha? The 3 people in the courtyard were dumbfounded, not understanding how this colleague was going to explain himself. We're all working as misters for the foxes on Sendai Mountain. Chen Halberd explained briefly. Although Yen Chekha knew the identity of Chenji, he couldn't help but admire Chenji's guts after hearing that there was also Mr. Ghost. Taoist Chiyun opened his mouth wide, not expecting it to be like this. Only the old goddess of mercy laughed out loud. Mr. Fox. Ha, indeed it's something he could do. Even so, none of you know of this past, and it is time for me to speak with you about it. That year I had only taken over Qingfengguan for a short while when Suyui suddenly came to visit on the mountain. I thought it was an unenlightened hairy ghost and was about to catch it, but he said he was an earthly Confucian scholar who had reached his great limit and refused to leave. So he used the rising speech technique to transform himself into a ghost body and came here to discuss the way. At that time I had not long practiced monasticism. I also felt curious. So I argued with him, and one by one, I was actually cheated by this guy for 100 taels of silver. Chen Ji was silent, just pretending that he hadn't heard the word cheat. Can the whole thing with the reader and the Taoist priest be considered a scam? Besides, the debt is confessed, and you have to pay even if you cheat. Shi Yun, the old goddess of mercy suddenly shouted. Yes, back then I was still the know-nothing Taoist. Taoist Shi Yun responded with a smile. No, that's not what I'm talking about. It's time for the tofu to add the autumn oil, and when it boils, you can add sugar and fine scallions and it's ready to go. I know, master. Taoist Shi Yun flashed a flash of embarrassment that he would be wrong. The old goddess spoke again. This is how this bagua tofu should be made. It must be just right to be delicious. It is an immortal food that is no less than an elixir. You'll see when you taste it later. After saying that, he looked at Chen Ji again. Suyu, is he okay now? You can still use the Confucian practice of writing. You just don't remember it very well anymore. Bad memory. The old watcher murmured inside. The memory wears off. A sign of old age to death. At that time, I said that after being a ghost, you should not think of continuing to practice Confucianism, and that you can get away with being a ghost cultivator. So why don't you listen? Chen Halberd's heart skipped a beat. Mister. So is dying? But not already a ghost. How else can you die? Nor had I heard Elder Samuel and Miss White say anything about it. And I didn't know if they didn't know or if they deliberately didn't say anything about it. The thoughts fluttered before he opened his mouth again. Dare I ask if the goddess of mercy knows how many years Mr. Su has left? If it's an ordinary person, they only have about 10 years to live. And if it's a ghost, they can live for about a couple hundred years. But you can rest assured, Suyuhi must have found a way to prolong his life all these years. He can't die. Otherwise you wouldn't have been asked to come and collect the bill. This 100 taels of silver. I see that he has never forgotten it. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't leave Mount Sendai, I'm afraid that he would have come in person long ago. Chen Ji heard this and finally put his heart down. Hundreds of years of life was a long time indeed, given his current perceptions. I believe that Mr. Su should have made a breakthrough by then as well, and I will be able to prolong my life by a lot. It was just that he was still curious as to how the old Guan master owed Mr. Su the 100 taels of silver, by regular people. If you can remember silver, you can certainly remember what happened in the first place. But the fact that the old goddess of mercy never mentioned it could only mean that it was Mr. Su who did something back then. Just like how Yen Xixia didn't mention that he had been beaten up by Taoist Shiyun. But if I ask the old goddess, I won't get an answer. So I might as well go back and ask Mr. Su. The old goddess of mercy continued to speak. Suyuhi said at the time that the earthly Confucian cultivators were most pedantic, that the acceptance of disciples demanded a bundle of rites and rituals, that there were disciples and old friends for cultivation, and that the academies were mountainous. The good saint's words but taught extremely poorly. He did not like these, and could not avoid being a human being, so he decided to become a ghost, intending to teach a group of demons to learn Confucianism. He also said that he would wait until the day of his teaching to take the Confucian demon to open the eyes of those fake pedants. We didn't have any contact behind us. I didn't think he'd really become one. But why didn't he come to speak with me? Su hasn't quite made it yet, so I'm embarrassed to say. Chen Halberd then stated that the foxes were taking the foxology exam, and that he and Mr. Su were busy with this matter. The old goddess nodded. Fox exams and fox studies to go to the Tarzan maiden is the right path. If you can do it, you will also have great merit, but it's a pity that the only demon under the world that has this honor is the fox. It's a pity, he said, shaking his head and beckoning for 11 silver ingots. 100 taels of silver are here, to pay off his bill, and the remaining ingot is given to you to buy something for both the fox and him when you return to the mountain. Sort of a visit from the deceased. This, Shenji didn't know whether to accept it or not, though the next fox may be into all this. The white girl is about as unhappy as it gets. What? You can't accept it? That's your reward for winning the fight. You take it and buy it for them. That's fine, right? Thank you, old Guan master. Chen Halberd was not burdened by this and only remembered a favor in his mind. What else to say? The tofu finally came out. Taoist Master Shiyun skillfully opened the lid and took out the tofu, put it on the table, and it really smelled good. The old goddess of mercy gave the three of them a share, leaving only one piece for himself to taste, nodding in satisfaction. Old friends come. Tofu smells good. Nothing to enjoy today. Chen Halberd. Three people also clip up to taste. Really mouth and mouth. Only feel refreshed. Even the body is a few points lighter. I'm afraid this tofu of the goddess of mercy is not of extraordinary quality either. Is it? Chen Ji has eaten 100 years of yellow essence. The effectiveness is far less than this tofu. So he guessed that this should also not be simple. The old Guan master smiled faintly and looked at Taoist Shiyun in triumph. Shiyun, ah, look at you. I said you don't know how to eat and drink and you still don't believe me. Little friend, eat a piece of it and then you will know that this tofu is not a mortal product. This is made from the winding cloud beans harvested from Qingliang mountain, and can lighten the body if taken for a long time. It's just that the unusual method of absorbing it is too fast, so it can only be made into tofu and slowly dissolve the medicinal power in the body. So that's how it is. Thanks for the guidance from the old goddess. Where did Chen Ji not understand the old Guan master's intentions at this time? This tofu is not the old goddess's own craving for food. It is all a gift for them to keep. Foods that strengthen the body are more or less considered heavenly, much heavier than 100 taels of silver. Chen Ji was unable to return the favor, so he could only get up and bow, sincerely thanking him. Yan Shekha followed and got up. Thank you for your love, old Guan master. What is the need for such a great gift for some small matter? The old goddess waved her hand. It's getting late. If you guys have questions about cultivation, say them all together. People are getting old and can't talk, so it's time to go to bed when the answers are done. Hearing this, Yan Shekha silently backed away while looking at Chen Ji, already dipped into the light of fellow Taoists to eat this piece of tofu. It's not good to ask again. It's better for you to ask. Good thing too. It just so happened that Chen Ji still had a question that was unanswered. The old Quan master was a high-ranking person known left and right, so he would surely be able to know the answer. So Chen Ji arched his hand and inquired aloud. I wonder if the goddess knows how squirrels cultivate. Chapter 31, Painted Skin Umbrella. Squirrel? In the small courtyard, the wind picks pine nuts to fall, and the fire scorches tofu. A squirrel happened to run by on the old pine, its fluffy tail brushing the sky and polishing the eyes of the trio with a little shock. The three men went into a trance, thinking they had heard something wrong. You mean squirrels? A squirrel like that just now? Exactly. Chen Hastings nodded. The three froze, not knowing what to say for a moment. Fellow Taoist Chen, be careful. No nonsense, Yan Chuxia advised in a low voice. Old Guan master is a renowned master of the left and right. It's hard as hell for an ordinary cultivator to get a word of guidance, so don't waste such a good opportunity. Taoist Chiyun also scowled behind his master, signaling for Chen Ji to ask questions properly. The old goddess of mercy looked at the old pine. The squirrels had long ago not known where they had run off to. Only the empty branches trembled gently. His eyes were calm. He did not know what he was thinking. The small courtyard was quiet again. A moment later, the old Guan master turned back to look at Chen Ji. The poor Taoist is a bit confused, so I'd like to ask little friend to explain. Please, Master Canon. I see that you are also new to the Tao not long ago, and although the arts are profound, there are only 2 of them, and you should not have dabbled in practicing the 6 arts. I wonder why you're asking how demons practice. Even if you want to ask the demon, little friend is Mr. Fox. You should ask how the fox cultivates. How can you ask the squirrel? To tell you the truth, I met a squirrel demon on my way down the mountain, and because I didn't know how to cultivate, I was given a few pine nuts and asked to please ask a high-ranking person to inquire. The goddess of mercy is a renowned master of the left and right. I thought there might be a way. Chenji put down 5 pine nuts on the table and slowly said, this pine cone is knotted by lightning striking old pine. It can nourish chi and cultivate the body. I've eaten one. The effect is not weaker than the tofu that the goddess of mercy invited me to eat. I don't know if I can change the cultivation method used by squirrels. The goddess watched Matsuko nod, her eyes growing more and more satisfied. No wonder Suyu would let you come to collect accounts to meet your deceased friend. Surely you are a trustworthy person. Said he got up. When Suyu left that year, he said that he had entered the ghost road, and that he didn't know when he would dissipate, and that he was relieved that he couldn't leave the Confucian inheritance. It was agreed with me that if there was a reliable person they would send them to me in the hope that I could teach something. And he said that the hearts of men are treacherous, and that he may not be accurate in reading people, and that I should be allowed to test them 1 or 2 more times when the time comes. Chen Halberd was surprised. So the question was a test? Ran. The old Taoist nodded. If you were to ask for a magic treasure in the party, it would be rated as lower. If you were to ask about the confusion of your cultivation, It could be rated as middle. If you were to ask about Suyu's well-being, it would be upper. It's just that you, fellow Daoist, have indeed exceeded old Tao's expectations, asking about the situation after knowing about Suyu's situation, and at this moment would even ask about a squirrel demon's commission because of a promise. Such a person who is so redoubtable and trustworthy. The old Taoist has not seen many people in his life. Could the Taoist master really have a way to let Mr. Su live longer? If so, are you going to change the question? Chen Halberd thought about it. I still have 100 pounds of 1,000-year-old yellow essence at the Fox. Would that be enough for another answer from the Taoist master? Well. The old Guan master shouted in agreement. His eyebrows and hair so happy that they flew up. Suyu really wasn't wrong. If you have such a mind, why worry about your own cultivation? It's just that the vision isn't good enough, and with a character like yours, it would be a shame to learn to be a sourpuss like him. Originally, I intended to teach you to cultivate the 6 arts, but now it seems that you have fallen short by seeking virtue, but I thought you were seeking the law. I see that you have a rounded chi but your soul seems to be injured. How about opening a furnace for you to refine a soul-nurturing pill? Possibly mending a soul cripple? The old Taoist shook his head. Not since. Then there is no need to trouble the goddess of mercy. My soul is not injured, but has been subjected to an outlaw making an animal. Lacking some, I am afraid that the soul-nourishing pill is useless. Creating animals? What an outlaw is this? Create evil. In that case, the soul-nourishing pill is indeed useless. The old road again contemplation, but is difficult. Such as Chen Halberd this, really do not know what to send good. Taoist Master Shiyun thoughtfully whispered something in the old Taoist's ear. The old Taoist's eyes lit up. Excellent, then fetch something like that. Soon, Taoist Shiyun came with a bamboo bone umbrella. As you said, you may not be able to look at the other things, but this one should be suitable. What is it? Chen Halberd asked. Painted umbrellas, Taoist Master Shiyun said. In the past, the master used to go down the mountain to get rid of demons and catch ghosts. A painted skin ghost plagued the countryside and harmed countless people. The master beheaded the demon and then peeled off the skin of the painted skin ghost to make this umbrella. As long as you open the umbrella, you can hide your body and appearance, and those close to you will not be able to recognize it. So it's perfect for hiding your tracks. So amazing? Chen Halberd opened his eyes wide and staggered as he looked at the painted umbrella in front of him. This was probably the first magic weapon he had seen, and the effect was truly extraordinary. The key is still made by the old viewer himself. No wonder Yen Shekha said that he is the first master of the 3 mountains and 1 river or so. There is really some ability. Little friend, you escaped from under the soul-eating technique of creating animals. If the outlaws know about it, they will not let you go. This umbrella may come in handy. No need to excuse yourself. Then thank you, Master Guan, for the gift of the treasure, and I will send it again when the yellow essence is finished being concocted. And it doesn't have to be. The old goddess waved her hand. My Qingfeng Guan has been open for more than 100 years. Although it's not rich, it doesn't lack these treasures. You've only just joined the Tao. Just keep it for yourself. It will soon be the gathering of the group of demons at Mount Sendai. You should need to change something as well. Taoist Qion also smiled and said, just take it. It's rare for master to give something away. I want you to talk more. The old goddess chided. Taoist Qion did not say anything, but just smiled. By this point, Chen Ji also knew that it was not good to continue excusing himself, so he arched his hand and sincerely thanked him. An elder's gift is not to be resigned. The next time I come to see the goddess of mercy, I will be sure to bring a good gift. Got it. The old goddess nodded his head in a salty manner and slowly spoke again. Taoist demons are different. The squirrel cultivation method is really not available in the view, and the group demon gathering does not need to be asked again. If you have the ability to go to Cemetery Hill Town, there may possibly be there. Said flicked his sleeve. A few pine nuts will once again fly back to land in front of Chen Halberd. These you also take away, that is. The squirrels give you to change the gongfa. You ask a question just, cannot afford to be a piece. Then thank you for the squirrels, Master Kano. Chen Hastings smiled. Where can't you see that the old goddess is just a knife with a sharp tongue and a soft heart? The old goddess looked at the two men again. It's getting late. Are you going to stay on the mountain afterward? As I have gained some insights from discussing the Tao, I will not bother your Guan and return to my cultivation. Yen Chekha respectfully bowed. What about you? The old goddess of mercy asked Chun Ji again. I'll make a trip back to the town. There are still some things I need to take care of before going back to Mount Sendai. Since it's getting late, I'll leave first. Chen Ji also arched his hand to take his leave. Don't bother. I'll give you a ride. The old Quan master lifted his pen to write and draw on the talisman paper, and in a matter of tea he drew a boat, pinching up the spell and reciting an incantation before pinching up the talisman. Eyes closed. Go yeah. Chen Ji heard this and subconsciously closed his eyes. The old Taoist slapped his palm in front of Chenji. Bang! The bare-chested, burly man dropped the large bag he was carrying and slammed it on the greenstone pavement, shaking out countless dust. Stores lined both sides, all open and burning with red-hot fires. Dry wood is piled up against the wall. Anvils and sledgehammers banging. The sound of iron smithing and the clamor of the marketplace rang in his ears. Chen Halberd moved his hands, feet and lips without discomfort. One could not help but marvel at the old Guanmaster's miraculous Taoism. In the blink of an eye, he had gotten himself down from Mount Qingliang to the town of Taijin. In terms of sophistication, it's still above Miss White. Do you want to beat something, young sir? Our store has good craftsmanship. Things won't break even after decades of use. If you're looking for a sword to fight, we have excellent stock in our store. Why don't you come and take a look? Stores on both sides were solicited. Chen Halberd arched his hand. Not looking to buy anything, wanted to ask how to get to the inn. The people in the store were still enthusiastic even though they didn't make a sale. Just go straight down this street, turn right at the end and go another block. Thanks, pal. Chenji checked that nothing was missing from his body and went forward to the inn to find the woman from earlier. After all this time, she should have found the right place. Chapter 32, Returning Home in Clothing. Taoist, you're finally here. Chenji just entered the door of the inn when he heard the woman's voice. Turn your head and look. The woman, a bundle in her arms, sat at a table in the corner that happened to overlook the doorway. The face was still a bit cloudy, but there was already some hope. Seeing Chenji appearing, he hurriedly jogged over and opened the baggage in his arms, revealing a house deed transaction book. Deed of perpetual sale. Hereby, the deed holder Wang Sanyong, who is of the nationality of Taijin town of Hatian Prefecture, now due to the relocation of the whole family, through the persuasion of the middleman Zhang Ming, sells his ancestral house. No. 15 of the A-word of Tai Ti Lane. 2. In addition to the buyer's name is empty. The other places are written rules and regulations. Just short of signing and sealing and then go to the government office to pay the tax can be completed. Chen Halberd couldn't help but give him a sideways glance. He had thought that the woman would at most be prying for good news, but he hadn't expected that she had even gotten the deed transaction book ready. And the price is fair. If you calculate according to the area on the deed, it's almost a 3-entry courtyard, selling for only 90 taels of silver, which is a great bargain. It just doesn't look like she can do it professionally. Do not dare to hide the Taoist master. Is to ask the shopkeeper to find a familiar dental firm to do it. It just so happens that this mansion is for sale. Know that it is not to do the bureau. I also went to see, Indeed Square, then made the main fixed. If it doesn't fit, there's no harm in it. You've seen the house and are familiar with it. I'll give you the silver. And once you've paid for it you'll be ready to pick up the things you'll need to open a herbal medicine store. Ha! The woman was still a little unrecovered. This is a matter of several dozens of taels of silver. How come Chen Ji doesn't even care about it, and leaves it to her, a person she just met not long ago? You're so relieved to see me, Taoist? Chen Halberd nodded. I'll believe you when you say you can do it. Is there a problem? None. That is, I have things to get back to, so don't let me down the next time I come back. Definitely. The woman's heart surged with excitement and hope a little more. Just as she was about to leave, Chen Ji called out to her again. Is there anything else the Taoist master wants? And forget to ask for a name? Where does a woman have a name? My father's name was Sun, and when I was alive, the neighbors called me second sister Sun, and my husband's family name was Lu, and then they called me Lu's maiden, and now I don't know what name I should have. If the Taoist master finds it convenient, just call out to Sister Sun Ah. Good, then I will address you as Sister Sun Ah. Chen Halberd nodded. She was going to be working at the herb store later on, and she always needed a name to call her. My surname is Chen and my name is Halberd. Just call me Mr. Chen in the future. I'll go first. When Sister Sun goes to buy, tell them not to save money and use the best materials. If they find problems, but they won't give them a penny. I know, Mr. Chen is on his own. Chen Halberd thought about the fact that he hadn't missed anything before he went out in the direction of Mount Sendai. Traveling to the mouth of the bazaar, Chen Ji's eyes swept over the things hawked by the vendors, and suddenly stopped his footsteps and turned his direction to enter the bazaar. He had bought a house and still had 10 taels of silver on him from the old goddess of mercy. Just the thing to get something for the foxes. Entered the bazaar. Chen Halberd could not help but lament that this world turned out to be as rich as this. There are sugar gourds on the firewood stacks, osmanthus cakes in the pickets, dried fruits with honey in the wooden boxes, and milk sugar dumplings, which are very much like milk candies. How much for the candy cane? 5 cents a string. How many strings are in this stack? There should be 40 strings. Take it all. Ha! Just give me even the pallets, and the silver will be settled to you later. That's not okay. Chen Halberd pulled out silver. 10 taels of silver flashed. Carrying the gourd of the stall owner, word's edge inflection, agreed to come down, smiled and followed the Chun halberd. Took the initiative to help carry, but also asked if you want to send to the house. The mansion is too far away. This will do for now. Just drop me off outside of town later. Yes, the grain of silver is real. Just go to the mouth of the town. The candy cane seller decisively agreed. Chen Jiabao went back to the stalls selling honey dates, dried cinnamon, dried fruit, and lactose rounds. Again, ask for the quantity and buy it all in one package. For a while, the vendors in the market all knew that there was a rich young man on the street, and all of them squeezed over with things for Chen Ji to choose. This gentleman, buy mine. My ice-crusted cheese is delicious. My lord, why don't you try my family's willow dew? It's most refreshing at this time of year. And I have ginger sliced winter melon candies, moisturizing the lungs and clearing phlegm. Perfect for a snack. No one cares that Chen Ji is wearing a Taoist robe. They all call him Prince. I'll take all the winter candy too. Chen Ji shouted again, estimating that there was not much silver left in his body. He called out to someone to cut the silver to pay the bill. After paying for all of it, I was sure that there was less than 3 coins left. Chen Ji then asked them all to load up and send themselves outside the town, to the intersection leading to Sendai Mountain. Are you going out of town, sir? Shall we go to the merchant caravan to find more people before traveling? There are demons and ghosts outside the town. Much harm to the people. Only a few days ago a woodcutter died, and his wife was still crying at the inn the day before yesterday. The ghost has been removed. Chen halberd slowly said. It's Daoist Chen. At that moment, someone shouted loudly and recognized Chen Ji. The ghost was caught by this Taoist priest. I saw it last night at the inn. I just didn't recognize it for a moment. Taoist priest, forgive me. So the vendors were abuzz again. There are a few even embarrassed to receive silver, pulling out to be returned to the Chun halberd. The Taoist master helped us clean up the demons and ghosts on the road. It's too late to return the favor. How can we accept the Taoist master's silver money? Yes, extremely. This if I accept the silver from the Taoist master. I'm afraid that I'll go back and let my fellow villagers poke my backbone. It's better for the Taoist master to put away the silver, and consider this food as our thanks. One thing leads to another, and it cannot be counted as such. Chen halberd waved his hand. I'm also going to open an herb store in the town now, and I'll have to deal with it in the future. So if it's like that this time, can it be like that every time? Indeed I can't. So, take it. The thought is appreciated. Chen halberd took the snacks they had organized, and carried the straw pallet poles filled with candy canes again. Ready to go. Taoist Chen, wait. Someone behind him called out to Chen Ji. Taoist master, with these things to move inconvenient. In the stretcher free, can lend Taoist master first use? Next time back to the town to return me is just in Yaoji grocery store. Chen halberd looked. That person's back does have a bigger than normal cargo load. Thank you for your help, Lang. I'll be sure to return it personally when I return. The crowd waved goodbye, and Chen Ji set off on the road back to the mountain with his traveling bag on his back. Strange to say, there are some paths that feel incredibly long when you first take them, and then feel as if you've blinked your eyes when you return. This was the case with Chen Ji at the moment. It took a day and a night to go down the mountain and I felt miserable, but on the way back it didn't take long to get to the place where the 7 friends of Sendai appeared. There were also traces of scattered pine cones on the ground, but not the ones that lightning struck the pines to produce. Are there squirrels around? Chen Ji stopped and shouted loudly. The grass rustled all around and there was no response. It seems to be away. Should be out doing something else. Chen halberd shook his head. I was going to stop by and share the news of the ask with the squirrels, but that will have to wait for another day. But I didn't want to get up just as there was a chirping sound in the distance. Chen Ji looked far away and saw a pointed head drilling out of the tree hole, and saw Chen Ji instantly laughing and drilling into the tree hole shouting, "Come out quickly! Mr. Chen is back! Soon!" A row of squirrels drilled out of the tree hole, stood on the trunk of the tree and stretched their necks, confirming that it was Chen Ji, then quickly jumped down from the tree and popped up in front of Chen Ji. The excitement on his face couldn't be hidden. The big squirrel was even rubbing his hands together as he nervously inquired, "Mr. Chen, why are you back here?" "I came back after things were done." "What about the feats?" "Haven't asked yet." Chen Hastings shook his head in shame. "I approached a high-ranking person in Qingliang Mountains Qingfengguan to inquire, and he didn't have a gong method for squirrel cultivation either." Although they had guessed that this might be the outcome, when they actually heard Chen halberd say it, the squirrels still felt a sense of loss, especially since they had also heard of the name of Qingfengguan, and knew that there was about nothing that could really be done about it. So he sighed and even hung his tail on the ground. "But the old Quan master was kind enough not to take your pine nuts, and told me to ask in Cemetery Hill Town when I had a chance, where the fish and dragons might be." Chen halberd added, "The old goddess is such a good man. Squirrel sighed and blushed a few times better. This time I also have some experiences down the mountain, so I can speak with the netherworld, and when the time comes, I can also ask the netherworld if they know about it. The squirrel's eyes lit up almost to the point of glowing. Mr. Chen is really nice. It's really nice to remember squirrels at a time like this. Rather, there's no need to rush it, in case the netherworld doesn't even know about it. If that's true, then we'll just have to accept it. The big squirrel lamented. Then he looked at Chenji to ask if he needed help. It's still a long way to the fox from here, and I'm afraid it's inconvenient for Mr. Chen to carry his bag. It just so happens that we haven't seen Elder Samuel for a long time either. So why don't we go as well? Good thing too. Squirrels and foxes are also considered old friends. Chen Halberd will rest assured to put down the bag, and they embarked on the road back to the fox. Then look at the squirrels beside me, also carrying luggage and snacks, and actually have a feeling of returning home with the clothes on their backs. That's so nice. Chen Ji thought and quickened his pace. Without realizing it, the fox office was in sight. Chapter 33 Putting. Rights don't speak. A fox in the bushes had long since poked its head out of its hiding place at the smell of a living person. Upon realizing it was a squirrel, he opened his mouth and licked his lips, leaping forward. But I was afraid to make a move when I saw them holding something up and there was a man in front of them. Soon the moonlight draped down, and recognized the front as Chen Halberd. A group of wild foxes lost interest, obediently get down to continue to bask in the moon. There were also some smart ones who immediately pulled their legs out and ran towards the deeper parts. The enlightened fox had commanded that when he saw this man return he should go and inform him quickly. I don't know what I'm going to do, but I'm sure it's not bad if I promise a favor. Soon a large group of foxes arrived in great numbers, shouting from a distance, "Sir is back." Chen Halberd caught a glimpse of the familiar few foxes at the front of the fox group and waved his hand with a smile. "And Mr. brought us good food? Are these edible?" A group of foxes looked at the zero mouth behind Chen Halberd sticking out their tongues and drooling. Shirahachi even rolled over like a ball to get close to the cinnamon cake and wanted to open his mouth to take a bite. Unfortunately, Chen Ji moves faster, grabbed it by the neck and lifted it in the air. It was a tactic learned from the white girl, and when the fox didn't listen it was just as good to carry and reprimand as the cat. White 8. White 8. How are you such a glutton? This is dog, not food. It's the Taoist friend Shirahachi stretched his voice, his eyes blearily aggrieved. Such a nice cinnamon cake, so it's not for eating? Pity. But I really didn't know that cinnamon cakes could also be cultivated into Taoists. The osmanthus cake is for eating, but the Taoists below are not. You're too eager. Chen Hao grabbed the cinnamon cake again, revealing the large squirrel below. Bai Bek's eyes widened and he was staggered. Why are there still fellow Taoists here? What are you guys doing following Mr. Chen? But are you trying to stop the road to rob these snacks? Chen Halberd cried and laughed. White 8's thinking is genuinely clear. What kind of good demon would specialize in stopping for snacks? Raising his hand to flick Shirahachi on the head. Don't be rude. This is a former friend of Elder Samuel. Elder Samuel White 8 Fox's mouth was wide open, not daring to speak again, even lifting his claws to pinch his own mouth. Mr. Chen, I didn't mean to talk about them. Can you tell them to tell Elder Samuel not to tell Miss White about this? Or Miss White will get angry and I won't be able to eat. Chen Halberd cried and laughed. This White 8's thought process is indeed clear. Obviously just let the squirrel not say it, but also have to say to the side of Samuel Sr. I'm afraid it's not even possible for Miss White to not know about it. Speaking of which, where is Miss White? Went down the mountain again? Well, the white girl went down the mountain shortly after Sir did, and has not yet returned. It's a shame about the snacks. Was thinking of asking her to try them. Chen Ji subconsciously said, when I bought snacks myself, I didn't know what was appropriate to buy, thinking that the white girl should love sweets as much as an ordinary woman. So I bought a lot. It's a bit of a shame that it's not there now. However, these snacks are inherently high in sugar and are not prone to mold. Fox also have practiced the art of condensing water into ice. Hard to cast spells to make a few pieces of ice to make a refrigerator, but also can be preserved for a few days. Maybe it tastes better after being kept refrigerated, and it should be able to wait until the white girl returns to the mountain. What pity! As Chen Ji thought, a familiar voice came from behind him. Turning his head, he saw the white girl appear behind him. White clothes such as snow, a pair of fox eyes, bright eyes, the end of the eyes like a wolf hair full of dipped in vermilion hooked out a touch of flushed afterglow, quietly looking at himself, smiling like Spring Mountain. Miss White, what a coincidence to come. Chen Ji put down White 8 and smiled as he arched his hand. I was thinking about how I was going to save the snacks until the main man came back, but I didn't realize that the main man was already here. Miss White, did you hear everything? Don't ever punish me. Shirahachi huddled at the white girl's feet. shrinking into a ball and wailing. The white girl lifted Shirahachi again and poked it hard in the head. You can really need to change the nature. Serving food law learned into your like. See, everything want to eat a bite, but not. No one bullies you on the mountain. But if you meet the demonic ghosts and Taoists next to the mountain and cheat you with food and drink, I'm afraid you'll fall into the evil way if you're not careful. White 8 wouldn't dare. White 8 shook his head into a rattle. Then don't be such a glutton in the future. Quickly apologize to fellow Taoist. White 8 landed on the ground and stood up straight to learn people generally arch. But the body is too fat. Cannot do the action. Simply lying on the ground. Open his mouth to pull out a large piece of yellow essence. Bai Fong was abrupt. Please don't blame me. This piece of yellow essence is for you to make amends. Don't worry. The gongfu I cultivate is special. And this yellow essence is clean and not stained with saliva. The squirrels looked at each other, gathered together and whispered a few words of discussion before accepting the yellow essence and taking out a pine cone as well. These are pine nuts from a lightning-struck old pine. And they're good, too. Then thank you, fellow Taoist. Shirahachi took a bite of the pine cone before looking at the white girl. Miss White, this is from a fellow Taoist. Can I take it? Take it. And go get some more of the wild fruits you usually pick to entertain your fellow Taoists. Right this way. Shirahachi's eyes narrowed into lines as he rolled away on the ground. The white girl then looked at the squirrels. I know you guys. Back then it seems that you lived on Samuel Sr., and then you didn't come back after you became a demon. Originally, I was going to come, but I didn't dare to come when I knew that Elder Samuel was living with the fox. The big squirrel said again the reason why he had spoken with the Chun halberd. Did you trade pine nuts for yellow essence at the group demon gathering? I have an impression. The white girl nodded, also a little surprised. If I had known that fellow Taoist wouldn't be able to concoct, I should have said to change the concocted ones. The big squirrel blushed. At that time, I didn't know that foxes were so good, but I heard from other demons that foxes were insidious, and that they didn't dare to make good ones because they were afraid of substituting the best ones for the best ones. The white girl was stunned and didn't expect the squirrel demon to be so blunt. There was a moment's pause, but then a guffaw. So nowadays it's always good to know that foxes have it too, right? Indeed. In the future, if you have more pine nuts, you must come directly to Miss White to exchange them. Good. Next time you come just say you're looking for mine and they'll bring you here. The white girl smiled and nodded her head, then took Shinji and the squirrel with her to meet Elder Samuel. Shinji is also considered to have seen the ability of Senior Samuel to be able to get news from the grasses and trees in the mountains. It hasn't gone anywhere yet. Elder Samuel had already shown his human face waiting for them. Seeing them from afar, they greeted them by shaking their branches and leaves. Mr. Chen is back. Ah, and you little ones, finally willing to come back? Hello, Elder Samuel. Whoosh. Chen Halberd just asked hello. The afterglow glimpsed a few squirrels rushing to the elder acacia. 3 steps and 2 steps rushed up to the branch of the elder acacia. Its long, thin claws scratch at the branches and galls of the locusts, and it screams. Not bad, not bad. You guys remembered my preferences. The elder acacia makes a comforting comment, stretching its branches and shaking its foliage. The squirrels were extra happy too, talking about things that happened in the past when we didn't meet. With a smile in her eyes, the white girl looked at Chun-Ji. Mr. Chen said that he went down the mountain for the fox to find the method of transforming to look at people. Can you find it? Found it. Chen-Ji then spoke out the method of letting fox go down the mountain to open a herbal medicine store, observing people in the process, and practicing his lookout. The method is indeed excellent. But, the white girl nodded, but then shook her head. Foxes have not reached their home. Down the mountain to show their form is afraid to scare the people who come to see the disease. If they provoke the monks and Taoists to come over to get rid of the demon, there are other troubles. This object can be solved. Chen-Ji took down the painted umbrella from behind his back. The white girl instantly changed her face. What an eerie ghostly aura. Where did you get such a thing? It's from the old Guan master of Qingfeng Guan. Chen Halberd also talked about his work with Yin Shixia in catching ghosts, meeting the Lu judge, going up the mountain to collect debts, and fighting the Dharma. This one day of your descent from the mountain is not a leisurely one. I could not have encountered such a lively scene for a year at the bottom of the mountain. The white girl teased. It's no wonder I didn't see you descend the mountain. So you went away on a talismanic ship. Ha! Chen-Ji froze, not understanding how the white girl knew she had gone up the mountain with this statement. I went down the mountain to pick up some food and passed through the town, and I happened to see you going out with that sword cultivator. The white girl said casually. Said and digressed. This experience of yours is related to Mr. Su, so you should say it to him as well. Exactly. So one man and one fox entered the cache again. Mr. Su had also finished his lesson at this moment and was floating in the air not knowing what he was practicing. When he saw Chen-Ji asking the same question, Chen-Ji replied as usual. but said more about the Guan master. And Mr. Su listened attentively. Is he well? Looking a lot tougher than you are. A human is naturally better than a ghost, and it's best if he can live some days, lest I still die in my head the next time I look for him. Does Mr. Su have any old grudges with the goddess of mercy? Chen Halbert asked. Why do you ask such a question? He was quite disconcerted when he spoke of the 100 taels of silver, and said that you had deliberately practiced deception. Put, rite of passage. Mr. Su almost cursed and restrained himself. Old Nubizi's skill is inferior to others and still says this wild talk. When I go up to Qing Feng Guan next time, I'll make sure he has no face-to-face. So what really happened back then? It wasn't just Chen Ji. Even the white girl was curious to open her mouth. Chapter 34, The Ghost Fishing Man. It's nothing really. Just watching him fish and betting with him on whether or not to take the bait. Who would have guessed that he didn't catch a single fish all night? Mr. Su floated in the air, unimpressed, but the smile at the corner of his mouth was completely suppressed. Just like that? The white girl wrinkled her brow, not understanding what there was to be angry about. Instead, it was Qin Ji who came to a realization. It's the weird desire to win or lose among anglers that's at work. But thinking about the words that the old Guan master had cursed out, Chen Ji always felt that things weren't that simple, so he tentatively opened his mouth. Mr. Su, did you say something at the time? Well, I did recite a poem. What poem? The night is still, the water is cold, the fish do not eat, and the boat is full of empty moonlight. Mr. Su spoke at a leisurely pace. The corner of Chen Ji's mouth twitched. No wonder the old viewer used the word cheat. Using this kind of risque technique while someone is fishing is not cheating. It's just unconscionable. The old goddess of mercy can still give silver, which is considered an excellent way to raise chi. If it were any other fishing guy, it would probably be an unending battle between Confucianism and Taoism. Ahem. It's actually not that exaggerated. When I was fishing, didn't he also freeze the entire river with his spell? We're all on the same page as each other. So why is he scolding me? Chen Halbert sighed. Such tactics are not comparable. But the 100 taels of silver? I waited until his eyes was almost open and recited the line about the lone boat Demoiselle Wang, fishing alone in the snow of the cold river, and there happened to be a big fish hanging on the hook. I thought it said you could only use it once in 3 days. Halbert Chen asked curiously. At that time, I had just turned into a ghost not long ago. My soul was still strong, and thinking that I couldn't lose face, I braced myself and used it again. What a damn desire to win. Chen Ji shook his head, rather helpless, but he also learned about that past event back then. More and more. I think there is something interesting about a ghost. He then took out the sword he had selected and presented it to Mr. Su. Good sword. Mr. Su saw the sword come off and his eyes glazed over for a few moments. It was at this time that Chen Ji asked, what does Mr. Su need the sword for? It's natural for a gentleman to hold a sword in practice. Mr. Su said slowly, if you didn't practice the sword when you were alive, you can naturally try it when you have time after death. Ghosts can practice swords too? Unusual methods may not work. There is one way that does. How? Good thing too. Mr. Su had already said so it was not good for Chen Ji to ask any more questions, and left with the white girl to return to the place where she was staying. Miss White, it was me who was abrupt about that day. As the one man and one fox walked, Chen Hastings suddenly opened his mouth. What is it? Ask your maiden name, Chen Halbert slowly said. The white girl stumbled on her feet, not knowing how to answer for a moment. Chen Halbert, this sincere eyes, really let her can't be angry. Simply just pretend not to hear, asked Chen Halbert down the mountain harvest. Chen Ji then picked up the important ones and spoke to the white girl. Go down the mountain to catch ghosts, meet Yen Chek Ha, and ask the judge. The netherworld is indeed magical. The fox is also a little incense with the netherworld. If the Lu judge comes here, I can ask the squirrel cultivation for you. Chen Halbert froze. Never heard of the fox having this relationship. The white girl laughed. Don't you know why Lady Taishan traveled the world on the Midyuan festival? Don't really know yet. The white girl arched her hand toward the sky. Taishan Maiden Spirit Ing. Originally East Yuda Di. Taishan Fu Jun's daughter. The upper lead the world's fox affairs. The lower command of Ufu divine soldiers. Illuminate the good and evil on earth. So the fox in which also listen to the dispatch. With this relationship, it is natural to be closer to the netherworld. Chen Ji was dumbfounded. But he had never thought that a fox demon could still have such a deep background. No wonder foxes are the upper middle level of demon cultivators. If one has such a background, one should indeed have that status. You go on. Chen Ji continued to speak. When he heard that Chen Halbert had learned another new art, he staggered and lamented that this speed was much faster than some famous mountain Taoist priests. You, that relief art do not need to be easily cast. Doomed to haunt the body is the earth's calamity. Small disaster relief. Big disasters have nothing to hide. Understand? Got it. Chen Halberd nodded silently. This is also something that Yen Qixia has not said. I am afraid that even he himself does not know. In the future there is an opportunity to meet but can mention a sentence. When talking about Sister Sun A, Miss White also couldn't help but shake her head and lament that she was a bitter person. Waiting to hear 90 tales to buy a 3-entry mansion again frowned slightly. This thing is odd. I am afraid that the mansion is not right inside. The fox is inside. Mr. Chen, what are you laughing at? Halfway through her speech, Miss White couldn't help but inquire by looking at Chen Ji's appearance. It's just that there are demons and ghosts to support the body. Ordinary people can't live. Is the fox still afraid of demons and ghosts? Indeed. The white girl froze, then shook her head. Even forgetting that the fox is also a stream of demons and ghosts, it really shouldn't be afraid of these. So it's excellent. The white girl nodded her head repeatedly and proceeded to talk about drafting the pharmacy. It's late today. Tomorrow I'll have Fox pack up the herbs left in the mountains and bring them along to the bottom of the mountain. It'll be troublesome for Mr. Chen to come back and forth later. Indeed. And I don't know of any way to make it easier to get back and forth. Chen Halberd looked at the white girl. I don't know if Miss White has a talismanship type of spell? There is naturally. The white girl nodded. But these types of spells require an extremely high level of Tao. Your current cultivation is only unable to perform them. Chen Ji was instantly deflated. Is it really necessary to climb the mountain every day? It's not necessary. The Fox clan also has light body techniques. This type of technique does not belong to cultivation techniques, but it can be passed on to you. Although I can't travel 1,000 miles a day, it's enough to travel around this place. It's not going to be on all fours like a fox, is it? Chen Halberd asked nervously. If that's the case, it would be better not to practice. Naturally not. Just teaching you to walk lightly, such as I used when I brought you here that night. Yes. Then hitch up your hand and I'll show you the ropes. The white girl lifted her wrist. Chen Halberd hitched up through his clothes. The last time, though it seemed to be the same, it was the white girl who caught herself and arrived without feeling it. Now but really feel the white girl's wrist exudes a faint coolness, different from the unusual cold. More like lunar outcropping. The white girl answered Chen Ji's thoughts and spoke faintly. You already know how to look at Qi. Keep a good eye on my body and watch the breath flow. Good. Hiss. As soon as Chen Ji's words fell, the white girl had already stepped out in stride. Chen Halberd again felt the same feeling last time, only this time forced to endure the difficult to exercise the Qi technique, only to find that the white girl's legs seemed to surround the wind like the green breath. Every step is like the wind rolled white clouds. The white girl herself was even more relaxed and unaffected. The scenery on his side kept skimming by, and the white girl's voice clipped the sound of the wind. Go and try to feel the wind breathe. Breath of the wind? Chen Ji flashed thoughts in his mind, but he did not understand how to do it at all. The method taught by the Taoist in the dream was actually completely unusable at this moment. Occasionally, when I try, the wind fills my nostrils in a moment and I choke and sneeze. The white girl frowned and slowed down, calling out the wind and calling out fire. Being able to control fire overnight, but not being able to feel the wind's breath? Odd. Empty your mind and breathe with me. Chen Ji tried to breathe this time, and indeed, he could detect the breath of the wind. Closing his eyes again, he felt more and more clearly the flow of the wind in the air, and the whole person seemed to appear in the wind, able to easily rely on emptiness to protect the wind and float away. After a long time, the white girl landed on the ground holding Chen Ji. Finally his feet were on the ground, but Chen Ji was still as if he was flying, his heart stirring, and a page was quietly turned in the book of anecdotes. Fox transmission. Chen and Yenqing traveled to Qingliang Mountain and argued about the law, losing nothing. When they met the goddess of mercy, they realized that they were old friends and collected their debts. The goddess of mercy gave him an umbrella and a boat to return to him. Chen Shangmu and asked the fox. The fox will not, and then passed the art of empty space with Chen. Chen Long look will not. The fox angry, said there is not a night to control the fire and not the wind? Chen began to call the wind. Can be 100 miles in the air? Chen Ji was excited in his heart, but he couldn't help but stare sideways at the white girl when he saw the middle sentence. A good fox also won't. If it wasn't true in the book, I would have been fooled by the white girl. I guess the fox is a real cynic. Why is Mr. Chen looking at me like that? The white girl raised an eyebrow when she noticed Chen Ji's gaze. Chen Halberd thought about it and opened his mouth seriously. I still think that the rune bow technique is better. If I improve my cultivation, can Miss Bai teach me this technique? Chapter 35, The Naughty Gentleman. You. The white girl's expression flashed with a trace of consternation, but there was nothing she could do about it. It was her own words and she could only agree to it. It's just inevitable that you're going to have to get a lesson in this runeship art. After all, foxes aren't everything. If it's a hassle, forget it. I'm just having fun and talking off the top of my head. And this voucher technique is good enough for that. Chen Halberd looked at the white girl and couldn't bear to tease her. The biased white girl herself is more interested. If I can't even find the technique that Mr. wants to learn, doesn't it mean that my fox clan has no one? Don't worry, sir, I will definitely find it for you. Since that's the case, then I'll trouble Miss Bai. You breathing method to practice day and night. Cultivation is like rowing a boat against the current. Not to advance is to retreat. The art is only skill. Sense of heaven and earth nature is its own Taoism. The white girl sized up Chenji for a few moments before faintly saying, if I seek out the runeship art and you still can't catalyze it, that would be bad. I know. In these few days, you will cultivate well on the mountain, and I will take care of the matters below the mountain. Seeing that Chenji was going to say something else, the white girl asked with a smile, Mr. Chen, you live in a simple place. Refer to the side of the people and the inn will be able to. But you know the fox to be what kind of room? The means by which foxes store and concoct herbs are also different from human beings. These Mr. Chen does not know yet, right? Indeed. Chen Ji nodded. This was truly beyond his knowledge. That's why these days Mr. Fox's homework is being examined on the mountain. And when it's time to go down the mountain, it's good to keep them from slacking off. It should be. Then I will go. The white girl turned into a gust of wind and drifted away at the sound of her words. Chen Halberd transported the chi technique also did not look for the white girl to perform traces of magic. Secretly sighed a really clever. Then sat down and began to breathe in the mountain 5 chi. Before I knew it, the morning breeze was loosening and the sky was fully lit. Chen Hastings got up, only to feel refreshed. 2 days have not practiced breathing method. Yesterday's attempt was not even half a bit of rawness, and even the 5 senses are immersed in. He didn't even notice the morning dew condensing on his body. Looking at the morning dew on his body, Chen Halberd's heart moved. Tried to use the wind calling technique to gather into a half fist-sized water ball, swallowed it in one mouthful, and took out the dried yellow essence to finish eating it. It didn't take long for a hot breath to develop in his belly. Chen Jiaban knew that this was the effect of the yellow essence, but after feeling it for a few moments, amazement was still born in his eyes. I didn't realize that together with the morning dew, the effects of the yellow essence would be much stronger than usual. Could this be the benefit of a meal? No wonder practitioners don't eat at the end of the day. But otherwise, it's still a good idea to try a few more times to double-check and see. Chen Halberd was indecisive and planned to try again tomorrow. But now he was going to test the fox's cultivation. I was about to leave when I thought of something else. Stopping in his tracks, he activated his lookout technique to see what was in front of him. This time there was no Miss White present. Chen Ji himself felt the wind in front of him, and understood more and more the wonderful use of the wind calling technique he had learned yesterday. When competing with the Taoist priest of Qing Fengguan, the Taoist priest called in the wind. The wind that walks is also the wind when you are on the royal wind with the white girl. The wind is not different from the wind. It is just used differently. Just as at this moment, all of the invisible winds in front of Chen Ji's eyes took shape. The mountain wind has a shape, like a swimming dragon, through the clouds and into the forest. A strand of wind thickly intertwined with light, outlining ink strokes between heaven and earth. The wind comes. Chen Ji raised his hand to catch a wisp of wind, and a layer of clear air enveloped his body. Pick up the pace. It was actually climbing the stairs and stepping onto the mountain winds. One step was several feet away. As the wind traveled through the mountains, Chen Ji's figure stood in the wind, his clothes fluttering like a true immortal. In a few moments he was out of the hill where the fox was. To be like a reed, to be like the wind, to be like the wind, to not know where to stop, is really magnificent. This sentence popped up in Chen Ji's mind, and he couldn't help but recite it. The mountain wind was so volatile that even the sound drifted extremely far. A loud, bright laugh came from the distant mountains. Good article. I wonder where a fellow Taoist has come from on the wind. Chen Halberd broke out in a cold sweat. The first time he casted the wind exhalation technique, he didn't even have a good grasp of the situation and ran into another demon's territory. Just have already dealt with many demons, and know that demons can also communicate. So the nervousness flickered. Stood in the wind rushed the voice came arch. I am a gentleman invited by the Fox clan in the mountains. I have no intention of disturbing your cultivation, so I will leave. Mr. Fox? Not just a ghost? The voice seemed a little curious. Mr. Su is here too. I'm new, so that's how it is. Listening to you recite your articles, you do have talent. This year it's not good to say that there are still a few who will be admitted to the Fox school. I wonder if Tomo is, knowing so much about foxes and living so close to them. It should obviously be a fellowship demon. Chen Ji opened his mouth to ask. Rather, there is no introduction. My name is Clasping Festival Monarch. Also practicing here, usually also good poetry and articles. Taoist friend, if you have the pleasure, please come and drink a cup. Although Chen Halberd has some means of not being afraid of unusual demons and ghosts, this clasping Jejuan also sounded like a fellowship demon. But he still felt that he shouldn't set foot alone in a strange demon domain. Thought about it and made a side excuse. There's a lesson for Fox to teach, so I'm afraid I don't have much time. There is no harm in it. I'll let Elders Samuel and I know. And Fox is not too far behind. And it's a shame that we can't have a face-to-face conversation when we meet such an elegant man like Mr. Holding the Festival gentleman said. But how will you inform Elder Samuel? It has been notified. And Elder Samuel will just say it with you. Ha! Chen Ji was still frozen in the wind when he suddenly heard Senior Samuel's voice ringing out from the clasping festival monarch. Mr. Chen, don't be in a hurry. Since it's the clasping festival monarch who invited you, naturally there's nothing wrong. I've already spoken with the foxes and told them to come back later, so you can discuss the Dao in peace. The blade that Senior Samuel had given to Chen Ji was slightly warm, and it was indeed the voice of Senior Samuel himself. With Senior Samuel certified, Chen Ji put his heart down and decided to go and have a look at the argument with this clasping festival monarch. Since it has been in the Sendai Mountain into the Tao, is also considered a member of the Sendai Mountain, can not just stay in a place with the fox, but also to meet the side of these monsters. So he straightened his robes and asked the holding festival king how he would get there on his own. I'll make my own way for the gentleman. As the words fell, the clouds between the mountains retreated as much as they could, leaving behind only a cloud ladder walkway leading to the mountains. Monsieur came by the wind, and shall come on the clouds. The voice of the clasping festival monarch sounded slowly. Sure is a good technique. Chen Halberd Qigong technique also cannot see how this is done, only to see the cloud step below the hidden slender leaves to support, but did not recognize what is. In the end, it was only attributed to the fact that the clasping Jejuan's techniques were profound. Soon, Chen Halberd along the cloud ladder line to the mountains below the open space. Just landed. The cloud ladder will quietly drift away. Returned to the mountain sea of clouds, but did not see anyone or demon waiting here. I am already here. Where is the Taoist friend? Chen Ji asked as he bowed to the empty spot in front of him. Mr. Fox, I've been here the whole time. The voice of the clasping festival monarch rang out. In front of Chen Ji's eyes, a bamboo forest swayed with the wind, so the sound came from the forest. The cultivated bamboo holding a knot was originally this holding knot. Rather, I misunderstood. Chen Halberd came to a sudden realization. He only thought that this was the elegant name of a demon cultivator who liked articles and poems, but he didn't expect that it was a group of bamboo demons practicing here. It's rare to still enjoy the articles so much. Nonetheless, the green bamboo swayed, arguing against Chen Ji's words. Not a group of bamboo demons, but one bamboo demon. This bamboo forest is all made of one of my bamboos. In the middle of the conversation, a young figure appeared in the bamboo forest, lightly waved his sleeve and summoned a few bamboo stools, and then arched his hand towards Chen Ji. I am cultivated from grasses and trees, and have no long things, only some bamboo rice and bamboo dew to take, but please enter the forest and taste it. Sir, Chen Ji has become somewhat accustomed to the demon's straightforwardness. He said whatever he had to say, and as if he really didn't have a heart, he followed with an arch and took his seat. See, on the table there is a small dish of corn-like things, about only a few dozen grains, and another inch bamboo tube. Inside is a light green sweet rain, vaguely permeated with fragrance. It's already an extremely sumptuous hospitality. You Taoist friends have gone through a lot of trouble. It's all on me, so it's not much of a bother. Holding Jejuan smiled as he explained the origin of the things on the table. Bamboo rice is the fruit of bamboo blossoms. Before cultivation, bamboo blossoms 9 deaths, and can only leave some bamboo rice. After cultivation, although not to death, but also to remove most of the life in order to leave these better bamboo rice. Bamboo dew is even more rare. Sir should know that cultivators eat wind and drink dew more than water and rice on earth, right? Already know. Chen Hastings nodded. Bamboo dew is the dew I collect early in the morning, stored within the bamboo joints, and then melting the essence of the sun and moon in it every day, brewing for 3 years to have such a cup. Bamboo rice is good for the mind, lightens the body and benefits the qi, and bamboo dew clears the mind and removes fire and poison, all of which can be used for cultivation. Surely it's not easy. Chen Hastings was positively emotional. This was truly a spiritual material that had been exchanged for life and time. It was also fortunate that it was a bamboo demon. Otherwise Fox wouldn't even have the patience to collect and craft such a thing. But just befriending, that's a little too expensive. So Chen Halberd looked at the bamboo demon and slightly arched his hand. I wonder what your friend wants to see me about. Chapter 36, Confucianism Among Demons. Is this, my intention so obvious? The clasping festival monarch slowly said. Approximately. Chen Halberd thought about it and nodded seriously. Holding Setsun sighed. I don't know, when did you find out?
It should start with the explanation of the origins of the bamboo rice and bamboo dew after you set them out.
Chen Halberd opened his mouth,
a little too deliberate in informing me of the value of these things.
Just meeting, these things are too expensive. If we are talking about Tao and Dharma, you should not know my strength at the first meeting. Thinking about it, it's about the fact that the Taoist friend has something to look for me and has known about me for a long time. It's Elder Samuel, isn't it? Chen Halberd spoke again.
Otherwise it wouldn't have responded to me immediately after you said it.
Should you have agreed? This, holding Jejuan fell silent, not knowing how to speak.
Indeed it was my idea. Elder Samuel's voice rang out leisurely. You also know the difficulties of grass cultivation.
Most grasses and trees spend their entire lives, or fall into the mouths of birds and beasts, or are cut down by people, or are destroyed by disasters, and very few can absorb the essence of the sun and the moon in heaven and earth for a long time. But this is unusual grass cultivation, and there's something different about holding Jejuan.
Oh, Chenjichi curiously surveyed the bamboo forest in front of him,
trying to find out where the different points were. It's not the lookout that makes the difference,
Elder Samuel slowly said,
holding Setsuna-kun. Why don't you explain it yourself?
It should. The bamboo shadow shook lightly, and clasping Section June spoke solemnly.
Actually, I'm not a wild bamboo in the mountains. Chen Halberd responded, sensing again that something was wrong. What else could the bamboo forest on Sendai Mountain be, if not wild bamboo? I was originally a pen,
and my former owner should have been a Confucian cultivator who used me to write many poems and articles,
and left a lot of talent in me. Then I didn't know what had happened.
So I strayed to Mount Sendai.
Initially there was no consciousness, but then it realized that it seemed to have a consciousness and wanted to live. So the head of the pen turned into a bamboo root and re-entered, and the body of the pen grew into a bamboo, and the back of it absorbed the essence of the sun and the moon and turned into a bamboo forest. The clasping festival monarch slowly said, isn't this great?
It's commendable that you can go from a dead thing to a living bamboo and cultivate to such a level.
But, I realized that my absorption of the sun and moon essences doesn't allow me to go any further. Holding Jejuan's 5 senses screwed together in embarrassment. Ever since I reached this realm 60 years ago, I haven't made any progress in absorbing the essence of the sun and the moon anymore. It seems that the demon's cultivation method won't work with me. Elder Samuel also nodded. Indeed, even the emperor's flowing syrup has no effect. Hearing this,
Chenji raised an eyebrow and also realized that this situation of holding Setsun was indeed not simple.
He'd read an explanation of the emperor's flow syrup in a book. The earth and the sky run on the basis of the first sun, and the night of the Chinese New Year, which occurs once every 60 years, is the day when the Star King of Taiyin moisturizes the world's demons and ghosts.
The moon's splendor that night contained empyrean syrup. When the moon reaches the middle of the sky, countless filaments of gold fall down to the earth like rain.
Ordinary grass, trees, birds and beasts lucky enough to get the emperor flow pulp care can also fade grass and trees animal nature. Open the spirit to embark on the cultivation of a road. Cultivation of the demon ghost absorption is worth 100 years of hard work, and even a step into shape is not impossible. That's why it's most valued by demons and ghosts, and it's incredibly precious. It would be very problematic for the clasping festival monarch to be unable to break through the realm after receiving the emperor's stream syrup. After a pause, Chen Ji asked tentatively, has Elder Samuel ever seen it? Have seen it. There is no abnormality. Only that Miss Bai and Mr. Su have also seen it and said, say what? Mr. Su said that I should not be a demon. What's that? It's a Confucian cultivator. Chen Halberd froze. There was a slight confusion of thoughts in his head. Mr. Su himself was at least a Confucian scholar in his life, and after his death, he turned into a ghost or a Confucian scholar. How come even the bamboo demon is now a Confucian scholar? What else did he say? Chen Ji asked subconsciously. He said that what has supported my cultivation until now is not the essence of the sun and the moon, but the initial residual talent. It's just that it's been too long and there's no replenishment of talent. So the cultivation has stagnated here. The sun and moon essence absorbed in the back is only the same as unusual grass and tree cultivation in general, strengthening the body's roots and bones, and there is no way to break the boundary. If you want to continue practicing, you must improve your talent to do so. I about got it. Chen Halberd nodded. Sort out this not so complicated situation. Holding section gentleman from the species should be a demon, but according to the means of cultivation, using talent cultivation is a Confucian cultivator. If we follow Mr. Su's idea, this should approximately be considered a Confucian demon. Unfortunately, it has nothing to do with Mr. So, otherwise about can also go to Qingfeng Guan to show off with the old Guan master. It's not as if they're still looking to themselves to solve their problems now. Then what can I do for you, Taoist? Chen Ji retracted his thoughts to look at the clasping festival monarch again. The clasping festival monarch bowed and saluted.
I heard Senior Samuel say that you are extraordinarily talented. To the waterfall casually recite 1,000 famous lines.
Wasn't convinced. Fox thought you were a gentleman so might be biased. Just wanted to ask a fellow Taoist to give it a try. But when I heard the article uttered by Dao Yufingshu Yufeng just now, I believe that Mr. is truly of great talent. So I implore you to be able to help me with my practice. Well, Chen Ji's eyebrows danced slightly, always feeling that it didn't seem like a good thing to say. However, he was also quite curious about how holding Jejuan would be a Confucian cultivator, so waited for him to continue speaking. Mr. Su spoke with me about a few methods to recite and understand the Confucian classics, to feel the will of the sages, and if I can understand them, I can cultivate them. Indeed. Chen Halberd nodded. Mr. Su told him about this method and taught the foxes the same way, but the progress was quite slow and the foxes did not make an inch of progress even after several years of study. I originally thought that I was a grass and wood demon and didn't care about time, so I asked Miss White to find the classics of the saints and recite them day and night through the books, but I didn't think it would be of any use, and my talent didn't grow in the slightest. When I asked Mr. Su about it later, I realized that I would only recite it and not understand it, so I made no progress. What about listening with the fox? Chen Halberd asked. Since Elder Samuel had a way to fly leaves to send the gods, clasping section June should also have it. Have also tried. Still not too good effect. About the reason that Mr. Su's talk is not compatible with the demon. Oh, I see. Chen Halberd nodded. That's what the white girl said once. He spoke of the classics more suited to the idea of a demon, and about as much as could be understood by the holding Setsunakuan. If that's the case, accumulating talent seems fine. I'm afraid that would be too much of a delay for you, fellow Daoist. Embracing Setsukuan was embarrassed. So Mr. Su came up with a more pleasing method for me. What? He said that since ancient times talent has been embodied in poems and articles, so if you, Taoist friend, can write a poem or article for me, the talent contained in the article will be enough for me to cultivate. Chen Ji was stunned, and even somewhat admired Mr. Su's conception. Although he hadn't met the next Confucian cultivator, he felt, based on his intuition alone, that Su Yu's understanding of Confucian cultivation might far exceed that of ordinary Confucian cultivators, otherwise the law would not have been proposed. It did make sense at least at first glance, and he wanted to give it a try. Even if it doesn't work, there's no danger. Only one thing, I don't know which piece would be better to write. It's really not easy to write about bamboo and be talented, and preferably demonstrate cultivation. As Chen Ji thought about things, his gaze unintentionally glanced over the depths of the bamboo forest, and his eyes lit up as he discovered a different place. Bamboo forest. There is a bamboo and other bamboo are not the same. The body has a light and dense spots, layers and layers, such as scales. The shape is also not straight up to the sky, but curved and coiled, like a snake with its head up. Fellow Daoist, what was that all about? Chen Ji asked, pointing at an extraordinarily thick bamboo in the bamboo forest. Holding the festival gentleman looked back and came to a realization. That was a long time ago. I still do not know how to cultivate. A long snake coiled there from time to rest. A long time, even the shape of the bamboo altogether changed, and then also left the snake mold, somehow long inside the bamboo. I thought it was rare at the time, and I don't know why it has become so today. Excellent, the verse is there. Chen Ji retracted his eyes and smiled slightly. I was thinking about how to write something, and it just so happened that this bamboo brought ideas. White flowers shake the phoenix's shadow, green knots move the dragon's text, leaves sweep the sun to the southeast. Branches bring clouds to the northwest. Chen Ji opened his mouth and slowly stepped forward, reciting a poem from his memory that wasn't exactly famous, but was sufficiently appropriate for the needs of the moment. With every sentence he recited, the oniony aura of the clasping Jejuan's body flourished. With every step, a monumental shadow appeared behind the clasping section monarch, and so the 4 sentences read, the whole bamboo forest is actually crackling, collective uprooting scurrying out several meters long, and oozing vitality from the bamboo forest bloom. Even Chen Halberd feel comfortable both physically and mentally, and then look at the hugging knuckleheads themselves. Chen Halberd selected that bamboo has been emerald like jasper, body crystal, body dragon scales, dragon horns more obvious. If you don't know, you are afraid to think that there is really a dragon hibernating on the bamboo, and behind the person of the holding sectional monarch, a long bamboo shadow like a dragon was already propped up in the sky, not knowing how much distance to probe out. It's really accomplished? Elder Samuel's voice rang out leisurely, with a few moments of disbelief. It took a long time for holding Setsukuan to come back to his senses as well, respectfully bowing and arching. Mr. is truly unrivaled in talent. He had originally just listened to Mr. Su's words and wanted Chen Ji to try. I didn't think I'd be able to make it this far.
The problem that had trapped him for decades was solved so easily. The mountain wind blows and the bamboo forest whimpers, mixed with more than 100 years of sourness and delight. All of them were turned into bamboo rice and bamboo dew on the bamboo tray in front of them. Mister's great kindness is beyond repayment. Some bamboo rice and bamboo dew, please, don't mind. When I consolidate my cultivation, I'll think of a way to find a side gift to show my gratitude. Just take it. It will be convenient for him to coalesce these in the future. Sir, you may still have to go and see the group demon assembly, and the things of the clasping Jejuan can also be traded with other demons. If you don't take it, he'll get over it, Elder Samuel leisurely said. Since this is the case, I thank you for the gift, and I will invite Mr. Su to join us for another day to discuss the Tao. I'm also curious about Confucianism among demons. Definitely. After agreeing on a time, Chen Ji received it with peace of mind, and only then did he get up to take his leave and return with renewed wind. It's time to meet the fox. Chapter 37, People speak of demons. When you go, you ride the wind, and when you return, you ride the wind. It didn't take long to land in the clearing beside Elder Samuel. You're back, Elder Samuel slowly said. It's really troublesome for Mr. Chen to hold the festival, gentlemen. It's not really trouble. It's just. Chen Halbert thought about it and looked at Senior Samuel. I don't suppose he can hear us when we talk like this? Is that about hugging Setsuna-kun? Exactly. Naturally, I can't hear you. Then how were you able to speak from such a distance, Elder Samuel? Elder Samuel laughed out loud. Live a long time, always a little special skills. You see, my appearance cannot see anything. In fact, my root system has long been spread throughout the entire Sendai Mountain, and there are fellowship of grass and trees. Pumping a little thought attached to it, will be able to speak with you. The demons on the other side also know about this ability, and will ask me to send messages when something happens in the mountains. Elder Samuel really does have extraordinary abilities, Chen Haste lamented. He had previously only thought that Elder Sephora was a chi extension to the clasping festival monarch, but he hadn't expected it to be the main body itself. Moreover, this ability is very convenient. If he lives on Sendai Mountain in the future, he can trouble Elder Samuel to find foxes and side demons. Naturally, the leaves of Senior Samuel's tree rustled, and then asked Chen Ji what the words that Chen Ji hadn't finished saying were. It would also be good to speak with Mr. Su, Chen Halberd said. That's easy. I'll just inform him. Without seeing any movement from Samuel Senpai, Mr. Su emerged from the ground and stood in Samuel Senpai's shadow, yawning and looking uninspired. Didn't Mr. Chen go down the mountain? How did you return? That was the day before yesterday. It's already back. And you've forgotten again. Mr. Su, Elder Samuel spoke leisurely. Is that so? Mr. Su froze in place and was silent for a moment. That seems to be the impression. I really can't remember much. It seems like the memory has gotten a little worse lately. Mr. Su, you have to be careful what you try. If the ghost dies again, there's really no way to come back, Elder Samuel leisurely said. Ghosts can still die? And come back? The old goddess of mercy had also said something like this, and I had forgotten to ask before, but now it was time to ask. Chen Ji was puzzled, but he didn't ask immediately, waiting for Senior Samuel to continue explaining. Mr. Chen was trying to say something about holding Setsuna-kun. Wow, it's him. Mr. Su hadn't forgotten about that and nodded. How? Having obtained a poem from Mr. Chen, he has broken the boundary and can continue his cultivation. What poem? So awesome. Mr. Su looked at Chen Ji, his eyes surprised. Elder Samuel then recited it and explained again the visions that were shown on the holding festival monarch. Mr. Su floated in the air for a long time before speaking. Indeed a good poem. I have also written a few poems for the clasping festival monarch, but unfortunately they were ineffective. Mr. Chen's talent is indeed far superior to mine. There are many poems written about bamboo. Mr. Chen's poem is not comparable to ordinary poems in terms of mood and weather. The phoenix does not live unless it is a sycamore, does not drink unless it is a sweet spring, and does not eat unless it is bamboo and rice, whereas the bamboo Mr. Chen writes about shows the dragon form, which complements the phoenix appropriately. The latter sentence is even more wonderful. Obviously just a white description, but it seems to see with their own eyes the bamboos tall and magnificent. The genus is really not an unusual bamboo demon. Bamboo dragon alludes to the candle dragon, which is the mountain god of Zhongshan, the legendary great god who opens his eyes for day and closes them for night. No wonder this poem can make the holding festival monarch breakthrough. With this talent I'm afraid that all the world's bamboo demons have a direction of cultivation. Mr. Su lamented. Chen Ji opened his mouth, not thinking that these few lines of poetry would have such a great effect. After a long moment, he bowed his head in shame.
It's really just that I saw a dragon-like bamboo joint on the clasping Jejuan, and that's why I thought of this poem. It's not that remarkable.
Such modesty is rather more like the weather of a gentleman's falsehood.
Mr. Su is too kind.
Chen Ji hurriedly waved his hand and changed the topic,
asking what he wanted to ask. But does it count as falling short for the hugging festival monarch to cultivate in such a way? How so? A ghost and a demon asked seriously.
Chen Halberd thought about it.
As you have said,
the clasping festival monarch needs talent to cultivate, but he doesn't have enough talent himself, so he can only rely on the talent in the poems and essays that others have shared with him.
Wouldn't this kind of cultivation be a castle in the air, a water and moon mirror? To put it badly, in the future,
if there is no source of talent,
won't holding Jeojun be unable to cultivate at all?
So that's the problem. A demon and a ghost nodded indistinctly at the words and laughed again.
What Mr. Chen said is indeed deserved, but it's only deserved. Why? Can a man succeed in anything he does? Naturally I can't. So it is with demons.
Elder Samuel faintly said.
Cultivation is not easy.
And I'm afraid that out of the millions of birds,
beasts, grasses and trees, only one will be able to set foot in cultivation.
Not to mention the ones who escaped the 3 plagues and 6 robberies to be able to cultivate to the Great Dao line.
Just like foxes escaping the dog robberies, and grasses avoiding the felling robberies are extremely rare.
Under such circumstances, being able to cultivate is already the desire of many demons.
Mr. Chen thought is certainly excellent, but many demons just happen to become a demon. Just think of living some more time. If you cannot live when it will be resigned,
and did not think of cultivation to the future. It is by chance that the clasping Jejuan cultivates,
and the affliction is only because, unlike us, he is unable to continue his cultivation,
and that is why he seeks talent.
If he really has the idea of wanting to seriously cultivate in the future, he might also go ahead and take the initiative to figure out how to get himself talented,
and at that time it will be his own business. When Elder Samuel finished speaking,
Mr. Su also nodded. Indeed.
I also became a ghost before I realized that the thoughts of the demons are indeed different from people,
such as foxes like this, but the demon in the alternative. But I forgot to say with you, Chen Ji was silent, feeling emotion in his heart. The vast majority of people embark on cultivation,
even if they gamble their lives to fight for that nebulous bit of immortal destiny in the underworld.
But I didn't expect the demon to be so spontaneous. If you look at it that way, foxes still need to take exams to cultivate. It's really a bit more like a human being. And it's the ones like holding Jejuan that are the standard demon cultivators.
And it's his behavior of using the human heart to speculate about demons that falls short.
People talk about demonic matters. How can there be a difference between up and down? Mr. Chen for holding festival June plan far-reaching, is a true gentleman behavior. When informed of the group of demons, in the future to see you must be respected. Extremely. Mr.
Chen should not excuse himself.
One demon and one ghost then decided on this. Mr. Su spoke again. In fact, if you want to be a Confucian cultivator,
besides practicing your own talent and hiring someone to do poems and essays,
there is another method. Oh, Mr. Su, please. Chen Halberd was curious to ask for advice.
This is also considered a practice method,
and even if you can't practice it yourself, it's good to hear more about it. Mr. Su smiled and looked at Chen Ji. Do you know where there is the most talent in the world? Talent? Chen Ji pondered in deep thought,
flashing through a few places,
and tried to answer. But the temple? Mr. Su's expression froze, stammered and couldn't even say the next words. How? Not right?
Right is right.
But too right. Mr. Su sighed. I thought you would say places like the academy and the school.
But I didn't expect you to talk about the place under the sky where talent reaches the top.
And that's not a place where holding Jejuan can go. Go?
Chen Ji froze at his words and seemed to understand what Mr.
Su was talking about in terms of the method.
These places like the academy and school hall are full of talent.
If holding Jejuan can be planted inside, washing talent day and night, absorbing the essence of the sun and the moon, it will be faster than an ordinary demon cultivation. Is that right? Mr. Chen is really smart. Exactly. Mr. Su laughed out loud.
Chen Ji also understood why Mr. Su was a bit helpless when he heard the name Fuzi Temple, the ancestor of the literati in the world,
the ancestral court of Confucian cultivation.
How could such a place be a wild bamboo cultivator like the holding festival monarch to be able to go in? I'm afraid that it might only be possible if it really becomes a great bamboo dragon demon capable of rivaling the phoenix one day.
It's just that it was a long time ago, too. On the contrary, it is indeed not simple for Mr. Su to come up with this method. There's more to say. Mr. Su, however, waved his hand.
Recently, I tried a new cultivation method and my soul is unstable, so I can't come out for too long in the daytime. so let me recuperate for a while and talk about it at night. After saying that, he hit his trail and disappeared, leaving Chen Ji and Samuel Sr. to stop at the same place.
Would Mr. Chen like to teach now? Elder Samuel asked. There's no rush. There are still questions I want to ask Elder Samuel.
You say.
I don't understand the words of the old master of Qingfengguan, and you both said that the ghosts died, and the words that came back.
You said this. Elder Samuel spoke leisurely. It is rumored in the netherworld that people die as ghosts.
Ghosts die as, and die as. There seems to be more behind it.
But an ordinary person is already considered to be nothing at this point of the,
not to mention the high behind it.
And ghosts are still able to cultivate into ghost immortals,
and even take over and come back to life.
You're too early in the day to need to know this content just yet.
Just heard it a couple times and was a little curious.
Chen Ji thought about it and knew that this was the reincarnation of cultivators, so he asked Senior Samuel again.
Is there a way to jump out of life and death?
Also,
Elder Samuel nodded.
Legend has it that by practicing to become a true immortal, with a lifespan equal to that of heaven and earth, one can jump out of the cycle of reincarnation.
This one is a little hard. Is there an easier one?
If you have great merits or good deeds in your life, you will have the chance to be named in the Een register as a Een prefect after death, and you can also jump out of life and death.
But it's not exactly easy, Elder Samuel added.
Why? Elder Samuel smiled broadly and looked at Chen Ji.
When a person is alive,
many positions still have to wait for the previous one to die before they can be vacated.
Does becoming a ghost not have this tradition? Not to mention that ghosts in the netherworld are harder to die, so it's even harder than on Earth.
So it is. Elder Samuel continued to inquire with a smile.
Mr. Chen, you've been in the Tao for less than a decade. How can you ask about life and death first?
It seems a bit too early.
Before one cultivates immortality,
it is natural to consider matters of life and death, Chen Halberd said seriously. Even thought that when the next time the land judge invites you can ask first to see what the people of the netherworld think about this.
You can really be different from other practitioners. Elder Samuel shook his head again. At this time, the foxes had almost arrived. Gathering around Elder Samuel, they saluted Chen Ji and asked apprehensively, "Good day, Mr. Chen. Are you going to test your cultivation today?"
Chen Halberd looked at the foxes, either excited or panicked in his eyes,
thinking about what Mr. Su and Elder Samuel had said just now. Demon should also have the nature of a demon, even if the examination of the school should not be so oppressive.
So he smiled and shook his head.
Forget it, let's take a day off from Mu today.
The crowd of foxes were pleasantly surprised, and immediately arched their hands and thanked Chen Ji and dispersed in all directions.
Shadows of the trees.
Only a few foxes that have a deeper friendship with Chen Ji are still arching their paws and waiting in the same place.
Sir, we still have questions we'd like to ask.
Chapter 38, A Letter from Judge Liu. Chen Halberd swept through with a glance and shook his head helplessly. The ones left behind are kind of old familiar foxes.
White 2, White 7 and White 8 need not be mentioned.
And there was also one,
White 19,
who was also the youngest of the foxes with names in the Fox clan. According to what the white girl said,
by 19 opened his mind and spirit when he was in his 50s. It was roughly equivalent to a human Montanan child who had already entered the way, and was a well-deserved genius of the Fox clan's cultivation. What else is going on with you guys? Ask for practice, trying to get down, want to eat, wanted to try out the jutsu, the foxes answered seriously. Chen Halberd first ignored the two unreliable ones, Bai Qi and Bai Baiji, and looked to Bai Air and Bai 19 to ask what was the situation with their spells. That's it. Shiranui sidled up, winced twice, clenched her fox paws, her eyes determined, and sneezed out a blast of flame.
Sir, I've been able to perform fire control techniques without the aid of an open flame, but it's just the way it is now,
and I can't do it as smoothly and naturally as sir.
Well, you retry. I'll take a closer look. Chen Jifeng didn't have the time to use his breathing method.
He only thought that this big firework was really good and didn't get to see the details.
That'll have to wait.
Bai Air was embarrassed. Every time you've cast a spell,
you have to wait for all the breath in your body to straighten out before you can cast it a second time. Then White 19 you first.
Yes, sir. Bai Xix's eyes widened as he looked at Chen Ji.
I practice the art of marrying dreams, and according to Miss White,
I've already started.
But the genus of demons and ghosts are by nature innocent and pure and difficult to enter into dreams.
And Mr. Su is a ghost and can't dream. So I thought I'd ask the gentleman to try out the effects of the dream grafting technique. Chen Halberd was stunned. A reasonable request. Indeed, but it's a red sun over the sky, and it's really not the time to go to bed. You might daydream? Not yet. Then just come back to me at night. Good. White 19 agreed readily and turned to leave. When Bai Air was still preparing, Chen Ji looked at Bai Qi Bai Baba two foxes with a stern face. Is your transformation fixed? It's not fixed yet. The second fox's face was ashamed.
So what's all this talk about going down the mountain? There are dogs at the bottom of the mountain.
If you don't take on a form, beware of being caught by the dogs.
But Mr. said that we have to go down the mountain and observe people so that we can take shape.
If we don't observe, how can we take shape?
Rather sharp-tongued, Chen Halberd shook his head,
not expecting Fox Do to use this logical loophole. However, he and the white girl also talked about this matter, but it can be solved. Just cannot tell the two foxes now, lest the next fox mind floating. So thought about it and smiled slightly. Not many foxes can go under the mountain, only 4 or 5 per decade. The first batch will be selected from the top few foxes of the examination school, or can grasp the foxes as soon as possible to replace the next batch.
White 7 White 8 opened his beak wide, his face full of incredulity.
Ha! I can't believe I have to take a school test. Mr. didn't say that before. Then hear it now. Chen Halberd continued to laugh. Not to mention that you know this news a few days before the next fox. So go on and don't lose your fox at the exam. It'll have to do. Sir, farewell.
The two foxes arched their paws and sighed as they left unhappily. Only when the two foxes were out of sight did By Air blink.
Why did the gentleman lie to them? You know,
if Sir really wanted to choose a fox in the name of the test, he would have only just told the group of foxes.
And what kind of fox do you think should go down to the mountains to learn to transform? Probably only Miss White Nose. Indeed. Chen Hastings nodded. Although he is a gentleman, he can only teach the method. Really to fox cultivation talent, or to the white girl to judge. What about you? Chen Halberd asked.
By Air said leisurely. Miss White said that when we can perfect our transformations, we can travel the earth, and also said that the earth isn't as beautiful as we imagined it to be, so I probably won't go down the mountain. I'll just wait for the morphing logistics to practice the arts to get into the fox school.
Good thing too. Chen Halberd nodded and didn't say anything else this time. Each fox has a will, and it's not easy enough to know what you want.
By Air also stopped talking about these things and looked to Chen Ji to bow.
Sir, I'm ready.
Chen Halberd transported the Chi lookout method in his eyes.
Then let it begin. Bang! The flames exploded again. This time,
Chen Halberd saw clearly and easily found the problem to tell By Air. So By Air thanked Chen Ji and continued to go find a secluded place to feel the sun true fire cultivation.
And after the foxes had all dispersed, Chen Hastings actually felt some boredom.
After coming to this world there had been a feeling of being shelved. But today there was finally a moment of leisure.
Mr. Chen.
He was thinking about what to do when a soft call came from overhead. It was only then that Chen Ji realized that the original night had passed, and that the 7 friends of Sendai had not left, and were still on Senior Samuel.
Why are you guys still here? It's about to be a gathering of the group of demons.
It's inconvenient for us to go back and go over again. Elder Samuel asked us to go over with the fox, so we can take care of each other on the way.
Is it far?
Chen Halberd has not asked in detail about the matter of the group of demons gathering.
At this moment, listening to the squirrel demon mentioned, also curious to ask. It doesn't seem to be far, but it's not really close. It's a little hard to tell. You'll know when you've been there. Chen Jiabao couldn't understand what the squirrel said.
Near and far should be a definitive answer.
How can it still be unclear?
Unfortunately, there was no fox around, so I had to ask Samuel Senpai. Unfortunately, I have mobility problems and have not personally been to the group demon gathering. It was all told to me by my best friend and the demons next to me.
So I might as well ask Miss White. She's at the bottom of the hill.
Then there's no need to hurry.
In a few days the full moon will be the time of the party. She'll be back. So you'll see for yourself then. Also,
Chen Haste nodded and heard the squirrel speak again.
Mr. Chen, we have a request. I don't know if you can agree. What request? Can we sit in on your lesson for the fox tomorrow? Sure. Chen Halberd nodded.
But there are no feats in the fox's course either.
So let's just say it's an argument. That's also extremely good. They are all demons and should have pretty much the same cultivation style. So we might be able to understand it if we listen. And a few days ago, Mr. Meng taught breathing method, recently already feel vaguely able to feel the 5 chi in the mountain. If there is another progress, I'm afraid that it can also be like the fox of the party, like fire breathing. Maybe it's okay, then you guys just come. Seeing Chen Halberd's promise, the squirrels happily went up the tree again to scratch Senior Samuel. Chen Ji is really out of things this time.
Prepare to go back to your room for a short nap.
The waste plate on his body, however, suddenly emitted a clear and cold aura. Turning his head, he realized that a ghostly shadow had appeared beside him, emitting a monstrous ghostly aura.
Chen Ji subconsciously pinched out the soul detention technique, but he saw the ghostly shadow holding up a waste plate and shouting,
"Immortal, don't do anything, it's Judge Liu who asked me to deliver the letter."
Only then did Chen Halberd hastily close his hand,
dispersed the spell,
took out the waist plate gifted by Lu Judge to himself to compare, and it was exactly the same. Confirm your identity before asking where this ghost letter is. Senior Immortal, wait a moment. The ghost shadow held the waist plate into itself, and in a few moments it transformed into a Lu Judge appearance, with vivid whiskers and hair, bold and inviting. Fellow Daoist Chen, I have finished my business in the netherworld, so I have found a pot of moon syrup wine, and I invite you to drink it with Qixia at midnight tonight. Can you come? It's natural to go to the appointment with Judge Lu, but I just don't know the location and how to get there. Just go to bed early tonight. I have my own way of inviting you to the feast. Judge Lu laughed out loud, then pointed between his eyebrows. Since your message has been delivered, there is no need for you to stay on Earth. Just come back. By order of Judge Lu, the ghostly shadow slowly dissipated in front of Chen Ji's eyes in response. Chen Ji came back to his senses and looked around, but found that Senior Samuel and the squirrel demon were still scratching and talking, so he opened his mouth to inquire. Elder Samuel, did you see a ghost beside me just now? Ghost? Mr. Chen is joking. Just now you were just standing still. Nothing happened. Where is there a ghost? Samuel Sr. shook the leaves. Chen Halberd was silent and staggered in his heart. Is this the magic of the netherworld? It's really brilliant. The more I look forward to what I'm going to dream about tonight. Chapter 39, What a Wine. Is Mr. Chen confirmed to have seen a ghost? Elder Samuel said with concern. Indeed. Chen Ji took out the waist plate given by Lu Judge and explained with Elder Samuel about the ghostly shadow that appeared beside him just now and the circumstances of Lu Judge's invitation. Manifesting in the daytime and still having such a technique. This undertaker is indeed not simple. Elder Samuel lamented. And Mr. Chen. In the first 10 years of his initiation he was able to drink at the same table with the land judge of the underworld, so he really had a great chance, and I'm sure that he will be able to enter the netherworld's famous talisman after his death. This is actually good to die later. Chen Halberd silently, always feel that this statement seems to be looking forward to his own early death in general, but in the eyes of the demon, the netherworld long life is also long life. It should be an excellent wish strike. So thanked Elder Samuel. Thinking of something else inquired if Samuel Senpai had also met the people of the netherworld. I've only met a few of the underworld officials. Can you elaborate? Naturally, but there's nothing to it. Elder Samuel slowly said. The acacia, also known as ghostwood, is in the 5 elements and can possess ghosts. Living a long time always attracts wandering souls who have died in vain to this place. In as many as 5 days, or as few as 3 days, the ghostly envoys of the netherworld will seek me out, and when they see that I am an enlightened demon, they will also converse for a few moments. Hasn't it come in recent days? Chen Halberd thought that after he came to the mountain in addition to the ghosts at the beginning, it seems that he has not seen the netherworld officials. Curious to ask. When the fox came here, I drew all the wandering spirits to another place, so that the fox and the ghost would not meet. So it is. Chen Hastings nodded. Now there is no more problem. Just waiting for the Lu Judge to come here tonight. On the contrary, he had promised by 19 that he would discuss the dream marrying technique with her this night. But now I'm afraid that it seems to be a bit difficult as well. Looking around, he didn't see it, so he had to ask Samuel Sr. to speak with her when he saw White 19. I know. Go about your business. Elder Samuel shook his branches and hid his features in the bark of the tree, reverting back to his old tree form. Chen Ji also found a secluded spot on the mountain and started breathing and practicing. This was the benefit of the dream Taoist who had explained the Xian Shan dream method. It is not picky about the time, as long as there is 5 elements of qi it can be practiced. And when it enters the body, it flows naturally and unceasingly. It was just that Chen Ji was still unclear about what mana was all about. The techniques he had mastered were all considered to be aided by natural qi, and they didn't seem to have much to do with mana. That's why he was still a bit puzzled when Miss White said that she wanted him to hurry up with his cultivation and reach the level of the driving runeship art at an early date. Do jutsu actually require mana? Isn't it just a matter of getting it right? It seemed like I had to wait for Miss White to return and ask how much mana was required for the driving runeship technique, and what level I was considered to be at. And yet, I don't know when I'll be back. Wait for it. Anyway, he had already returned to the mountain, so he would leave the things under the mountain to the white girl. Chen Ji closed his eyes, and between his breaths, the 5 qi of the mountains flowed and surrounded itself to moisturize. When I opened my eyes again, the birds and animals had returned to their nests, and the mountains had been clothed in the waning sun. It's time to go back. So Chen Halberd got up and rubbed his tingling legs, and returned on the wind to the house. Also do not know how to wait for the Lu Judge summoned. Simply light a incense and then closed his eyes waiting to fall asleep. Soon, in a trance of consciousness, he heard a voice from beside him. Fellow Daoist, why don't you wake up? How can you tell me to get up when I'm just about to fall asleep? Chen Halberd grunted. Put, there seems to be something open. issued a light sound, and then Chen Ji will smell a rich but refreshing breath. Sleep couldn't help but twitch his nose in emotion. It smells so good, murmured, suddenly realizing something. How can anyone talk when they're sleeping in a cabin by themselves? Also, the aroma wasn't the one you lit yourself. Opening his eyes, he recognized at once that he was not in his hut on Mount Sendai, but in the palace where he had been last time. People still lie on the ground, but do not feel the cold, the body on the contrary warm. Yan Shekha also lay motionless on the side. There were low cushions set up in the distance, and Judge Lu was sitting there pouring wine. The table was full of fruits and vegetables, many of which were things that Chen Ji had not seen before, especially with the wine being poured at the moment. It is not like normal wine that is transparent or cloudy, but like a brocade made of silver silk, pouring down from the mouth of the jug. Looking from afar, the green cups and lanterns are like picking a corner of the clear sky, the silver wine in the lanterns gently swaying, even as the moonlight brewed in the lanterns, the silver waves rippling, brimming with the green sky. A fine wine indeed, Chen Hastings blurted out. Originally thought that the Lu judge said to prepare the wine was a substitute, but I did not expect it to be real wine. Just looking at it is absolutely beautiful. Taoist friend is fast to wake up. Only shouted. Even did not use the aroma of wine to crave you. Was thinking of drinking a cup first. Did not expect you to wake up, just in time to share a drink. Lu judge laughed cheerfully. Whiskers and hair fluttered and picked up a lamp full. Cover back to the bottle seal. Only then carefully put down the bottle of wine to invite Chen Halberd into the seat. Judge Lu really is a lover of wine. What is the reason for this statement? I've heard that only a true lover of wine would do this. Not even wasting the vapor that escapes when pouring, and would seal it with the lid of the pot. So that's what you're saying. Judge Lu came to a realization and waved his hand to beckon the wine to Chen Ji. Fellow Taoist will know why I am so precious once you taste it. Can you drink in your dreams? It may not be possible on the side, but it is possible here. Judge Lu smiled slightly. Fellow Taoist should hurry up and taste it. It won't be effective if the alcohol escapes later. This wine is precious and powerful. It took me some effort to get it from the prefect's side. You will benefit greatly from drinking it. It's just a shame you're not a demon. Good. Chen Halberd took the wine with suspicion. All five senses are indeed present. No different from being awake. Drink it in one gulp. Silver satin wine slipped into Chen Ji's mouth, but not like looking at that sticky, but like a cloud of clear air. Melt in the mouth, teeth and cheeks. Revisited. I only felt that my body was bathed under the moonlight, and all my physical qualities were enhanced. The contours of my body became more and more obvious, and even my height vaguely scurried up a bit. When I felt it again, the moon was high in the sky. Chen Halberd obviously did not see, but also know that the moonlight falls on his body, and can even feel if this moment to absorb the moonlight will be faster than usual 30%. No wonder the land judge was sorry they weren't demons. If you are a demon or ghost, you can save 50 years of cultivation with just this cup of wine. But people can be strong and healthy, they just can't absorb the moonlight. It's amazing what a glass of wine can do. It sure isn't easy. Chen Halberd drifted off. After a while, he came to his senses and looked at Judge Lu and arched his hands in succession. It's really good wine. No wonder Judge Lu is so precious. In my place I'm afraid I wouldn't even be able to take it out and drink it. Thank you Judge Lu. No harm done. Wine is meant to be drunk when you meet a friend. And it's not a waste if you can recognize that this wine is precious. He raised his eyebrows again when he finished. There are indeed not many people on earth who can recognize this wine. Why don't you guess what this wine is brewed from? Fellow Taoist Chen? I am not yet able to understand brewing. Judge Lu, this is difficult for me. It's just a game. Just say so. Chen Halberd thought about it. Brewing wine on earth mostly uses grains. Judge Lu's bottle should not be these mortal rice. And the effect after drinking it is somewhat similar to the Emperor's flow syrup that the demons often talk about. But Emperor's stream syrup is rare. Could it be brewed from moonlight essence? Judge Lu laughed out loud, extraordinarily happy. Fellow Taoist Chen still says he doesn't know how to brew wine? One taste and you can tell that this was brewed from the moon. So you are indeed intelligent. There's just one thing you're wrong about. This isn't moonlight essence. It's brewed from real Emperor flow syrup. Chen Halberd was secretly staggered. This kind of heavenly treasure. Unusual demonic beasts and grasses can get a trace or to thank the heavenly blessing. I did not expect that someone can be used to brew wine. It's a luxury beyond imagination. Not a luxury for Hirsch too. The Emperor's flow syrup is originally a specialty in the Moon Palace, and the Emperor's flow syrup on Earth is nothing more than a spoonful of it that she pours onto the Earth every aeon. And there's plenty more of it in the Moon Palace. When Judge Lu finished speaking, Chen Ji opened his mouth and didn't know what to say. No matter how much he dared to think about it, he really hadn't thought that this wine was actually brewed by the Taiyin astrological monarch, and that it was a real immortal brew. It's no wonder that the Lu judge has to get all this status from the prefect. Then he thought of the cup he had just drunk from the cow and regretted it. If I had known that this was an immortal brew made from Emperor Flow syrup, I would have savored it slowly. There's still a lot in the pot. No need for you to be chagrined. We'll just drink again when fellow Taoist Yan wakes up. Indeed, one shouldn't drink behind Taoist Yan's back, especially when it's such good wine. One should be with him. I was right about you. Judge Lu stroked his palm and laughed. Then we'll drink to it when he wakes up. Good, Chen Ji answered, his gaze falling, sweeping over the plate, and again, he was overcome with emotion. This time, I really bothered Judge Lu. Such sumptuous dishes have never been seen before. Judge Lu has taken the trouble. Don't bother. The netherworld has eateries too. Got them to order one. Well, I should have thought that a person like Judge Lu would not cook himself. With that said, Chen Ji could not help but be curious and archly inquired. I wonder if Judge Lu could tell me about the netherworld. Chapter 40, The Fox Enters the Dream. Lu Judge's tiger eyes narrowed slightly, revealing some curiosity if nothing else. I don't know what aspect Tomo would like to ask about. Let's start with this netherworld liquor store eatery, shall we? Somewhat curious about the lives of the unusual ghosts of the netherworld. These would be good to talk to you about, the land judge slowly said. Fingertips tapped a few sides, but there was no rush to speak. Thoughtfully, odd. Both have lived in the netherworld for hundreds of years, and Pro is about to be introduced, but for a moment he doesn't know what to say. Why? Weekdays are busy, and the occasional free time is spent practicing cultivation. It's been a long time since I've had a leisurely conversation like this on the Tao. Judge Lu shook his head. That's just it. Let's not talk about that. Since you, fellow Taoist, want to hear about the netherworld, I'll talk to you about it. But I have to ask you a question first. Judge Lu, please. What kind of place does the Taoist think the netherworld is? Chen Halberd wrinkled his brow, not knowing what to say. His knowledge of the netherworld was pretty much only the ones he seemed to know from novels and operas before. After thinking about it, he said, about the place where people will go when they die. There are the 10 temples of Hades, the Ox Head and Horseface, the 18 layers of hell, as well as the Ghost Gate Pass, the Lookout Point, and Mangpa Soup. These, beside them, will not know. Chen Halberd's voice faded. It's not bad to know this. It's true that there is, and it's normal for the next Earth to be unaware of it. Opera novels, on the contrary, mostly don't write about these things anymore. Please also ask Judge Lu for guidance. Judge Lu nodded. You were right about one thing earlier. The biggest difference between the netherworld and the young world is the living life and the ghost life. There really isn't much else. Heaven is divided into yin and yang, and the netherworld and the young world are essentially the two sides of the copper almanac. There are towns on Earth, and there are towns in the netherworld. Outside of the town there are stern ghosts roaming around that will prey on unusual ghosts, no different from the demonic beasts on Earth. There are also eateries, wine shops, markets, and various artisans within the town that are a little closer to Earth. Fruity is marvelous, Chen Haste lamented. So it's true about the walking yin, too, naturally, but a magical device, or a side ability? Is it possible that the true bodies of the living can also enter the netherworld? Judge Lu laughed out loud. It is possible, but unusual people cannot, unless there is a special art or heal protection. This is not convenient to tell you in detail. Most unusual people who enter the netherworld do so in their dreams. For example, that great Judge Chui, who is a judge with me, takes care of the affairs of the young world by day and judges the grievances of the netherworld by night, and is also considered to be walking the netherworld. You're so now. It counts. Me now? In the netherworld? Chen Ji was so shaken that he actually developed a few cold sweats. How is it? Dog scary? A bit of teasing drifted across Judge Lu's brow. Chen Halberd stabilized his mind, then looked around and shook his head when he didn't feel any scary aura. It doesn't seem to be different from the last time I was here. It really doesn't make a difference. It's all in one place. Last time I heard Judge Lu talk about the one-thought netherworld, I was a bit curious. Can this thought also be transformed into the field? You said this. The land judge laughed. This is a personal enlightenment. The earth has zhuangzi, can dream of butterflies traveling thousands of miles, pointing out the dream. And there is a dream of yellow sorghum. Waking up people do not know as a dream is true. Dreams and reality are often only a hair's breadth away from each other as well. How do you think you can tell the difference between true and false? Fellow Taoist? Chen Halberd was silent. He didn't understand dream magic and was completely unable to comprehend all of this, only feeling that he vaguely understood something but couldn't grasp it. After some careful thought, he still shook his head. The genus doesn't understand it, perhaps not until it has practiced the art of dreaming. In that case, I'll gift you a dream art, and if the promised elixir refining fails, allow me to open another furnace next time and send it back. Judge Lu raised his finger to point at Chen Ji's forehead. It seemed to feel like there was something more in my head. but I couldn't clearly recall it. It's natural to wait until you wake up to remember what's in your dreams, so you'll know when you go back. After chatting a few more times, Yan Qixia finally woke up, covering his head with a bitter look on his face. He noticed that Chen Ji and Lu Judge had suddenly come back to their senses, and hurriedly made a bow to make amends. Today the cold poison attacked. Drank a few more cups of wine. I did not expect to be drunk until now. I missed the banquet between Judge Lu and fellow Taoist. I should be punished. Cold poison? Come up here and look with me. Judge Lu raised his hand on Yan Qixia's wrist and began to take his pulse. It only took a few breaths to let go. Approaching the full moon. Too much yin qi induces cold poison. Not a big deal. Drink a cup of this wine. It can alleviate the symptoms. Chen Halberd couldn't help but be stunned. Can the judge of the netherworld actually take the pulse of a soul to deduce the condition of the body? Souls can indeed tell something. But you, Taoist Yan, are in a special situation. Unusual people, but I don't have this ability either. After saying that, he poured Yan Qixia a cup of moon syrup wine. Please try this wine. Yan Qixia raised his head and drank, spewing out a cloud of alcohol. Good wine. Then he shook his head, a gleam in his eye. It's a shame the cups are too small to be enjoyable. They should have used a gourd. Why don't I punish myself with 3 cups first? Playing weird again. Judge Lu laughed and cursed as he stopped Yan Qixia. In total, it's only this little bit of good wine, Taoist Chen, and I can't afford to drink it. Waiting for you to come along. Instead, you still want to use the gourd. Hurry up and take your seat. Then Yan Qixia was invited to take a seat before the banquet officially began. After 3 rounds and 5 flavors, we talked about the recent days. It was only then that Yan Chekha began to study the rune sword art. The land judge, on the other hand, is pursuing the previous case of the shadowless ghost. Well, rather forgot to mention it to you, Judge Lu said with a straight face. The last time we parted, I sent my underlings of the underworld to access the souls that have inexplicably disappeared in recent years, and there are indeed some that don't match up, arranging for the underworlders to chase souls. They did find a few sets of evil spirits that harmed people, but they did not find the ones who created animals to eat souls. Judge Lu, does the Book of Life and Death contain my place of origin? Chen Ji suddenly thought of this. When Judge Lu spoke out about his young life before, he only thought about not exposing the secret of his soul and forgot to ask about it. If there is a place of origin, it can be traced from there. One seems to be able to know the body of this world oneself. Having relived a life stained with karma, it was indeed time to do something for the original family. There was, but the trail has been broken. 2. The land judge returned. Why? Demons slaughtered the village, and the entire village has long been devoid of living people. Judge Lu waved his hand and a screen of light appeared in front of him to reveal the village. Blood through the brick wall, white bones exposed to the wild, skeletons into a rat's nest. It's been a long time, but you can still see the tragedy of the time. Chen Halberd swallowed his saliva, only to feel a coldness on his body, practically feeling the side of this world that was not peaceful. After spending a lot of time in the Sendai Mountains, it just feels like the years are passing by. Even a few days ago, when he caught a roadside ghost, he only thought it was a small thing, but now he truly understands what is the hell on earth. My condolences, fellow Taoist. Judge Lu sighed and persuaded. Demons are in rebellion. There are many tragedies on earth. You may have escaped by a fluke and been targeted by this group of evil paths again, but you are blessed with a great life and have been saved by the fox demon again. This is an encounter that only those with great chi can have, so perhaps it's a good thing that Taoist friends can't remember it. If you can't let go, you can kill a few more blood-eating demons in the future as revenge for your family. I know. Thank you both. Chen Halberd nodded. It wasn't so much that he was lost in this, but he was thinking that it was a bit too much of a coincidence. Unfortunately, it is not good to say this again, so press the mind. Only ask the Lu judge asked the address intends to cultivate after the success of the past to see if you can find anything else. Ha! While Chen Ji was still thinking about things, Judge Lu raised his eyebrows and looked at Chen Ji. Fellow Taoist Chen, you seem to be in some trouble? May I help you deal with it? What kind of trouble? A fox wants to enter your dreams. This is my student, called by 19. Originally wanted to take me to try out the art of marrying dreams, but I didn't think that the Lu judge would invite her, so I didn't inform her. Chen Haste was busy explaining. Why don't I just wake up and go clear it with her before I come back? Why bother? The land judge waved his hand. Since she is a student of fellow Taoist, it is also considered her destiny, so just open the door and let her come in together. But she hasn't dreamed yet, so how? Before Chen Ji's words left his mouth, he heard Judge Lu laugh. Fellow Taoist Chen, confused. If you haven't entered a dream, how can you knock in a dream? As the words fell, he reached out and swept into the void. Then the huge image of the Lu judge that Chen Ji had seen in his memory was revealed again. A giant hand moons, exploring something, and for a moment grasping something and retrieving it. Boing! All that was heard was a scream, and a crimson fox appeared before the trio's eyes. By 19 did not fall asleep, and after a few moments of trance, he opened his eyes and looked at Chen Halberd, then looked around and raised his finger in shock. Sir, what's going on here? How are there other people and ghosts in your dream? Chen Ji's eyelids fluttered, only to realize that the words were rather ambiguous. This white 19 didn't look like he was here to test out the arts, but rather like he was here to catch an adulterer in general. Waving his hand, he signaled her to be quiet first, and then introduced her to Judge Lu and Yen Qixia, a ghost in a man. The land judge of the underworld? Sword cultivator Yen Qixia? By 19 stared at the two with wide-open fox eyes, and actually shivered and fainted straight away. It was a long, leisurely awakening. The first sentence made the three of them hold their tongues. Mister, you're scaring the fox with this dream. Chapter 41, Marrying Dreams Technique. What's there to be scared of? Are we going to eat you? Judge Lu stood up and stared at By 19, his whiskers and hair flying with reckless abandon. These words and actions, however, made By 19 even more afraid. Kiki, the judge is going to eat the fox. Sir, help. By XIX's voice almost took on a sobbing tone as he whooshed and hid behind Chen Ji. Chen Hastings was a bit helpless. This Lu judge how to be a ghost for hundreds of years, but still so childish, to flirt with bullying a small fox. Judge Lu had better not scare her. According to the fox's age, By 19 is still a child. Of course it is the child who will feel afraid. If it is a big fox demon, how can it be afraid? This kind of cute fox demon is the most fun. And then a little older, I do not know what it is like. Miles, I have seen those fox demon. Just, fox in person. Do not say this. Lu judge seems to be emotional, shaking his head and no longer say more. Re-smiling and asked By 19 to follow Chen Ji to learn what arts. How to come to find Chen Ji tonight. May I speak? Sir? Yes. They're all dogs. Got Chen Halberd affirmation. White 19 less fear. Tilted his head crisply said. I practice the marrying dream technique, and I came to see Mr. tonight to try out the technique. But I didn't expect Mr. to have a guest and disturb a few of you. Marry the dream. Judge Lu smiled slightly. I also know some means of entering dreams. It is just right to discuss with you. Can you demonstrate here? I am not academically proficient. I am afraid that I will fail and make the Lu judge laugh. No harm done. It's just an argument. Sir? By 19 tightly hugged Chen Ji's calf and cautiously looked at Lu Ji and Yen Qixia. Chen Halberd was in a bit of a trance. This kind of scene, actually as earthly children in the reunion banquet performance program, the original fox demon also cannot avoid such behavior. It's just that Judge Lu didn't do it to get a rise out of watching the fun, but really wanted to point out By 19. So Chen Asta nodded his head. Judge Lu is a high-ranking person who enters dreams. If he is willing to instruct you, it would naturally be excellent. You should thank him before casting the spell. By 19 thanks Judge Lu for pointing out the art. Hearing Chen Ji's command, By 19 simply bent down and touched his head to the ground, sincerely thanking him. What a knowledgeable fox. Judge Lu and Yen Qixia exchanged glances, then looked at Chen Jichi full of admiration. Previously, they only knew that Chen Ji was Mr. Fox, and they didn't know that they had also taught such a well-mannered fox. This does not dare to be greedy for credit. The fox's manners are all taught by Mr. Su. I have only been here for a short time and have not contributed much. Instead, I have allowed the foxes to go on the path of the demons again, and I do not know if it is good or bad yet. Foxes are originally demons. How do they still walk the demon path? Yen Qixia asked curiously. Chen Halberd then uttered the day's account of Zibubu's weirdness and Nyang Tai Shan's remarks that the foxes were too human-like. Judge Lu gazed and pondered for a few breaths and was quite emotional. I originally thought that you, Taoist friend, were distorting the classics of the saints, but if Nymphet Taishan has said so, it's not easy to evaluate. Demons have to be like humans in order to cultivate. This is the consensus of cultivation. But if one is truly human-like, is it still considered a demon? This is a question that even many great cultivators haven't considered. And for you, Taoist friend, to be able to consider this for the fox, you are indeed worthy of the phrase Mr. Fox. There was a pause, and then he added, if the foxology exams start this year, can fellow Taoist Chen let me know that I would like to come here to take a look. Judge Lu also cares about foxology? Chen Halberd was a bit surprised. Although the Fox clan is cared for by the Taishan maiden, and there are thousands of links with the Yin division, but just some wild foxes to test foxology, not to alarm the attention of the land judges. Could it be that you want to make good karma with the Tarzan maiden through these foxes? That's a hard thought for you. Judge Lu smiled and shook his head. I was originally under the command of the prefect, and I had previously sought out the fox and ghost to ask questions and also had contact with the Taishan lady's men, but I did not cross paths with the lady. Besides, What kind of divine figure is the Empress? How could she possibly look at me favorably just because I'm taking care of the fox? And why is that? It seems you don't know about foxology? Judge Lu asked rhetorically. I only know that this is the way of fox cultivation. In that case, you can go ask the people of the Fox clan, and as it involves the internal strife of the Fox clan, I will not be able to say much to you. Sky fox and wild fox? So you knew? It is also known only as the difference between a sky fox and a wild fox, and nothing else. So much for. Judge Lu pondered for several breaths or shook his head. Then let's not talk about that. It's always a matter of the Fox clan. It's not good for me to say more as an outsider, said the man looking toward White 19. It is not right to make you wait all this time, so you may begin. Fellow Daiwas Chen can go over and cooperate properly. Judge Lu had a smile on his face. Chenji guessed that Judge Lu might have something that wasn't suitable to say in front of outsiders, so he stopped asking and instead asked by 19 how he was going to perform the grafting dream technique. Sir, I am not yet skilled in the art of casting, and I need a medium for casting, which is not available here. What's needed? Judge Lu asked. 1 stick of soul-inducing incense, 3 drops of moonflower, yellow paper, talismanic brush, sunken ink, and it would be even better if there was dream taper blood or dream taper bone. White 19 returned. Moonflower can be replaced with this wine for better results, and beside that there happen to be these. Allow me to fetch them. Lu Judge drew a drop of wine from the cup and sent it to Bai 19, and then he performed the means that he used to receive the fox in just now, and his huge palm was in the sky, and in a moment he withdrew it, and he was already holding a few things that Bai 19 had said. White 19 collected the drink, gave it a gentle sniff, and licked his lips. Indeed, it is better than the moonflower, thanks to Judge Lu, and the dream taper blood is here, so the spell should be successful. Preparations then began. Chen Ji looked at it curiously, not understanding why the dream marrying technique still required so many things to be prepared. Miss White said that dreams are between yin and yang, and that entering a dream is no less than traveling through yin and yang, and that you should be well protected before you go. Soul-inducing incense is used to draw out one's own soul, moonflower to condense the soul and stabilize the dream, and talisman paper as a means of using it in the dream. The blood or bone of a dream taper can reduce the probability of nightmares. It's just too precious and usually not used. White 19 explained. I see. It is indeed not simple. Chen Ji nodded, and for the first time, he felt that there seemed to be something not easy about the arts. At least he didn't understand it immediately after hearing the principles like he did with the breathing technique and the fire control technique. Still having to think about how this was done, Bai 19 had already drawn the talisman and arched his hand in the right direction to ask Chen Ji to rest. Sir, in order to perform the spell, I'm going to have to ask you to fall asleep first. Good. Chen Halberd had to close his eyes. The sound of White 19 chanting an incantation rang in his ears, chirping and squeaking like a fox's call or some unknown beast's language. About a few moments of sleep came on. Chen Halberd thought to sleep quickly, but did not want to sleep. The more you want to sleep, the more awake in the brain, even more awake, even the body are altogether hot. That's just it. Maybe not today. Some other time. Chen Hastings opened his eyes to clarify the situation with Bai 19, but he got up and was stunned in place. The bamboo bed, the hut, the half-lit candle on the table, and the shoes he had taken off by the bedside, even placed at the exact same angle. He was actually no longer in Judge Lu's one-thought underworld, but back in the mountain hut, looking out the window at the moon. It was about the hour of clowning, so he got up and rubbed his head, thinking about what had happened. Could it be that you can't dream in a dream? Knock knock. Just as he was thinking, there was a knock on the door, while White 19's voice rang out. If you are present, sir, the student has come to ask for instruction in the art of dream entry. Chen Hastings opened the door, seeing Bai 19 waiting at the side with a book box. There were still a few points of exhaustion from the haste of traveling. Did you just get here? Yes. The party went to the bottom of the mountain to look for a medium to cast the spell and came a little late. Did Elder Samuel not tell you that I am meeting a guest this evening? I said so, but I came thinking that the gentleman should be drunk when he returned, and more likely to try it. Not been here before? No. And do you have enough casting medium with you? I don't have any wine made from Diru syrup here. Nature. Sir found it? Bai 19 was about to reply, but he realized that Chen Ji had already discovered the problem and looked at Chen Ji with wide eyes. How did the gentleman know? No, I should say how he found out it was a dream. Chen Hastings pointed to the moonlight in the sky. The party drank the moon syrup wine and was able to clearly perceive the breath of the moonlight, not realizing that it even senses the moonlight in dreams. If I hadn't opened the door to see you, I really wouldn't have realized that this turned out to be a dream. It was poorly thought out on my part. White 19 thoughtfully and respectfully bowed. The dream won't last long if you survey the brokenness of the dream, so please close your eyes, lest you suffer the chaos of waking up. Chen Hastings closed his eyes as instructed. Sir can open his eyes now. Chen Ji paused and reopened his eyes, and sure enough, he was back in the great hall of the netherworld. Judge Lu and Yan Qixia were still in place watching him. White 19 hands. The soul-inducing incense has only burned through less than 30%. It's, not a dream anymore, is it? Chen Halberd looked at them. A man, a ghost, and a fox shook their heads. Chen Halberd's heart was slightly moved, and it was known that a new chapter had been added to the Book of Strange Tales. Chapter 42 Dream Taper and Popularity. But it's not good to check at the moment. Chen Ji was rather more curious about the situation of the party and looked towards Yan Qixia to inquire. Is there anything unusual about the Taoist friend seeing me in a dream? Not ever. Yan Shakha shook his head, only fell asleep on the ground and did not move in any way. No different from normal sleep, and only got up when Fox unlocked the dream technique. What a wonderful method. Chen Haste lamented out his party's experience. It's pretty good too. To realize you're in a dream from this point in the Moonflower is already better than average. Judge Lu nodded. This little fox's dream marrying technique is indeed good, and with diligent cultivation, it will not be bad in the future. Rather, we should pay attention to the details of the dream in the future, and practice more often. The initial failure can be assisted by taper blood, and then do a good job later. This bottle of dream taper blood will be given to you as a gift. This is so precious. By 19 hurriedly shook his head, not daring to agree. The land judge shook his head. Take it. This thing is a heavy treasure to you, but to me it's just a small thing. Today you happen to be here. It is considered fate. In the future, if you cultivate the dream art, remember to send me a bottle of good wine. I'll remember that. And keep in mind Judge Lu's teachings. Pack 19 resumed bending to the ground, thanking him earnestly. Judge Lu nodded and then went on to talk about the many things that should be taken care of when practicing the dream marrying method. The more Bai 19 listened, the more excited he became. And when Judge Lu finished, he kowtowed repeatedly. Many thanks to Judge Lu for his guidance. I will not dare to forget it. Don't forget the merits of fellow Daoist Chen. If it wasn't for him, you wouldn't have been able to see us this night. I know. When I wake up, I'll go to listen to Mister's orders. White 19 said evenly. Chen Jiwei did understand Bai 19's excitement. Among the demons he knew, the only ones who practiced the dream marrying technique were her and the white girl. But the white girl only once in a while to return to the mountain. White 19 have cultivation confusion, cannot ask in time. This time to meet Lu Judge can be considered a great opportunity. Check out the new additions to the anecdotes by the way. Marrying the dream. Chen Sheng good cultivation, but into the Tao of short, low magic power. Difficult to perform high art, only through the control of fire to solve the problem. One night, Mr. Lu invited him to a banquet, and he went into a dream, which coincided with the fox seeking to learn, and he also went into a dream, and he realized the depth of the dream art, so he learned how to marry a dream. Chen Halberd froze. This time, the anecdote was a little different from the previous ones. I can't believe I'm directly saying that my mana is low. He himself had only been initiated into the Tao for a few days, and his breathing techniques weren't even practiced on a daily basis, so it was already good to have a few points of mana. If one were to enter the path and be fast and have strong magical power, wouldn't that be a true genius in cultivation? But dream entry is indeed mastered, and the knowledge exists in the brain. Even the dream entry technique given by the Lu Judge just now had become much clearer, but it wasn't as rounded as fire control and wind ride, and it always seemed to be lacking something. Could it be the reason it hasn't been successfully cast? Chen Ji thought about the previous spells. With the exception of the Doom release technique, the other few had all been successfully cast. So thinking about things, he looked to Judge Lu. Judge Lu, after following the fox into a dream for a while, I seem to have some understanding of the Fong's dream entry technique, and I would like to try it as well. Dream entry? Shock flashed through Judge Lu's eyes, and after a few breaths, he suddenly realized. So waking up from a dream counts as waking up? It's kind of interesting. Since it's such a coincidence, try it. I'll escort you with me. Judge Lu narrowed his eyes and surveyed Chen Ji, nodding slightly. It was only then that Chen Ji thought of what Lu Judge had said when he passed on the art in the party, that the art was passed on in a dream, and that he could not see it until he woke up. But I didn't expect Chen Jiaba to be able to enter another dream and still wake up right in the middle of it. It is indeed coincidentally awesome, but it was important to cast spells now, and to find someone to work with you. According to what Bai 19 had said, although demons and ghosts could all enter dreams, people were still the easiest. So Chen Halberd looked at Yan Qixia. Fellow Daoist Yan, I might have to trouble you to sleep over. No harm done. I happen to want to feel what it's like for a regular person to encounter a dream entry. Why feel this?
Chen Halberd was puzzled. Lu judge about me into the dream. The dream will be able to beckon. This is a first-class means of entering the dream. Ordinary people cannot learn. But if you meet an unusual demon or ghost to enter the dream, you should also know whether it is a dream or not. And if it is a dream, it's just time to see if the sword can split the dream. Yan Xixia said in a loud voice. Chen Halberd was dumbfounded. Using the sword to break all laws. Even trying to enter a dream. This was indeed the way a sword cultivator would think of. I just don't know if this dream can be cleaved by a sword. Will it matter if it splits? After all, Lu Judge had been able to transform reality in dreams, and if he really died in a dream, he might lose his life in reality as well. That should not be. Judge Lu shook his head. The method of killing people in dreams does exist, but it's not something that ordinary people can cultivate. It requires an extremely high level of Dao skill, and a large gap between the two people to make it work. I might have been able to do it if I had taken a shot at an ordinary person, in your place. It probably wouldn't have even worked. And what happens if I die in my dreams? Yan Shakha asked. With your current level of Dao, even if you do die in a dream, it's just about the same as not having a good headache from not sleeping, so there's no need to worry too much. In that case, it's good to try. Chen Hastings agreed. Yan Shekha also laid down and began to fall asleep. By 19 was also curious about the match between Chen Ji and Yan Xixia, chirping and sending the leftover materials he had just used. And take it, sir, I have enough. Then I'll go ahead and give it back to you when I get back. Chen Ji took out the materials, recalling the process by 19 had handled, and began to cast the dream entry means. Yan Xixia didn't know whether he was already sleepy or had taken the moon syrup wine, but soon he was breathing long and hard and had already fallen into sleep. But Chen Ji here tried several times and still couldn't succeed. Obviously, the soul-inducing incense had been lit, the more effective moon syrup wine had been used, and even the incantations needed to separate the souls had been recited clearly, but they always failed at the last moment. Every time, they looked at the holes formed on Yan Xixia's dreamscape without being able to drill their souls over. Fellow Taoist Chen, you are unable to exit your soul and enter your dreams? Judge Lu was the judge of the netherworld, and watched as Chen Ji tried a few times and found the key to the problem. Indeed, Chen Hastings was mortified. I didn't think it would be so difficult to leave the soul, and I tried several times without success. It should be because of your soul. The land judge slowed down and said, your Taoist friend's soul is denser and more popular than ordinary souls, and it is a little more difficult to leave the soul. But just now, I saw how easy it was for both Fox and Judge Lu. Is this not the same level of difficulty? Naturally. Judge Lu nodded. I'm a ghost. It's a fox. And Ben can both walk the yin and yang. So it's natural to be closer. You have a thick soul and too much popularity. So it's not naturally easy to leave your soul unless you use external help. Allow me to think. Judge Lu pondered for a few breaths and suddenly spoke. There, the skin of the dream taper can hide and cover the popularity. If you carry a piece of dream taper skin with you, it will be much easier to leave the soul. The skin of a dream taper is so powerful? Sure. Judge Lu nodded. Taper is an ancient divine beast fae, born to feed on dreams, often mixing with the human world to devour all kinds of dreams, so it is extremely suitable for dream arts, and those who have the ability to cultivate dream arts will have some on hand. Chen Halberd arched his hand. Dare I ask Judge Lu where I can buy the skin of a dream taper? There's no need to buy it. I have a piece. I'll just give it to you. Lu Judge once again showed his giant hand and touched out a black textured and white chaptered skin and handed it over to Chen Ji. The fur was softer than satin. This is the skin of the dream taper. You may try the effect. Chen Halberd took it, and before he used it, he felt that the breath on his body was much lighter, and even his soul was alive, and he could even see the dream world floating on Yan Xixia's body without the need to recite the incantation. In that case, fellow Daoist, try again. Judge Lu asked Chan to try again. So Chen Ji resumed following the marrying dreams method and began to recite the incantations and perform the movements. This time there was not the slightest obstruction. A transparent figure jumped out from Chen Ji. It's done. Chen Halberd's eyes twitched as he stared at the hole in Yan Xixia's dream world. Fong just swept through a glance. Not really see the dream scenery, but now it is clear. See Yan Chekha's dream scenery. Just in time to find out. The mind moved, but it found another addition to the book of anecdotes. However, Chen repeatedly failed to try. Asked the Fox and Lu Judge, said that the popularity of the heavy, difficult to enter the dream. Lu Judge gifted taper skin to cover the popularity, so that you can marry the dream. Chapter 43 Golden Light Rune Sword. With a thought, Chen Ji lifted his step and stepped out. The dream taper skin in his hand then whirled and flew up, protecting his transparent soul like a cloak. Then the entire person drilled into Yan Xixia's dream gap. His eyes went black, revealing the landscape of his dream. Pines, ancient viewpoints, and the waning moon.
Yen Shekha in a Confucian shirt in the court dancing sword.
Like a swimming dragon. The sword intense and sen.
Through the clouds through the sun. Chen Halberd hung high in the sky, overlooking Yen Qixia practicing his sword. Feeling more and more the subtlety of this dream entry technique. It is actually possible to enter the most secret places of others to spy on their secrets without even realizing it. I'm afraid that Yen Shekha doesn't even know that he has entered his dream at this moment.
Look down again and look at yourself again. Obviously clothed in the skin of a dream taper.
It was as if there was nothing there, as invisible and shapeless as the breeze. But Chen Ji was clearly aware of it. As long as one wishes, one can immediately have a form and change it at will. I just don't know if this is an ability brought on by the dream taper or the ability to enter the dream itself. Chen Ji tried to change shape in the air and played for a while, just like a child with a new toy. He couldn't stop. For a good half day, he was going to change his look, but then he noticed that Yen Qixia had stopped below, putting away the sword in the evening, as if practicing the sword was over.
It's time to go and greet fellow Taoist Yen. Chen Ji was thinking about how to go down,
but he saw Yen Qixia touching out a stack of talismans, his eyes glazed over and his mouth chanting,
"Heaven and earth, the metaphysics of the universe, the root of all air."
Chen Ji reacted to the fact that he was chanting the Golden Light Mantra. This is one of the more widely circulated Taoist techniques in this side of the world.
You can protect yourself and get rid of evil spirits.
Chen Halberd had seen it a few times in the Fox Division's cultivation books and had some impressions, but it was the first time he had seen someone use it.
At this moment, Yen Shekha recited the incantation.
The talisman in his hand turned into a golden light,
emitting a murderous aura,
condensing in his palm but not throwing it out. He drew his sword with his backhand,
and once again activated the sword technique. Shine!
Chen Ji instantly heard the sound of gold and iron clashing. Looking again at the sword in Yen Qixia's hand, it was already plated with layers of golden light,
just like the golden light spell of the party. A good way to go indeed.
Mere sword techniques had extremely low lethality against evil spirits such as demons and ghosts, and it would indeed be quite a bit better if they were empowered by the Golden Light Mantra. It seemed that Yen Shekha's path of sword cultivation was getting steadier and steadier.
After watching for a while longer, Yen Shekha's sword practice ended.
Chen Ji simply turned into the appearance of Judge Lu and fell down among the clouds, stroking his palms in praise.
Good sword play. Just now,
when I heard that Taoist Qixia was practicing the rune sword, I was wondering how it was cast, but I didn't expect it to be so wonderful.
When did Judge Lu come here?
From the time you took out the golden light charm.
How dare you be so early?
Yen Qixia's face was filled with astonishment as he contemplated the situation just now, his complexion growing more and more serious. This dream entry technique is really treacherous and powerful. I actually didn't realize that Judge Lu had arrived at all. If Judge Lu is a foe and not a friend, wouldn't it be dangerous?
You didn't find it now? Could it be that you even noticed the anomaly when you went to the banquet just now? Halberd Chan asked with a smile.
Anyway, he hadn't noticed the problem at all in his sleep, and almost thought he'd woken up in the netherworld. It is expected that Yen Shekha should be the same.
Sure enough,
Yen Shekha was stunned in place, shaking his head in shame. Nor has it been found.
In that case, I'm not as good as the little fox that fellow Taoist Chen brought, who knew this was a dream as soon as he arrived. By 19? Indeed gifted.
Chen Halberd nodded at the thought.
Not as good as her herself.
Worthy of being a fox that could make both Miss White and Judge Lu feel that they had the talent to practice marrying dreams.
The ability to perceive dreams was indeed powerful. Despite being afraid of Judge Lu and Yen Qixia,
he still said in one breath that it was a scary dream.
Yen Qixia asked again after lamenting. Judge Lu, if you can't find out that this is a dream, how can you defend yourself? Swordsmanship.
Yen Shekha thought of something else when he finished speaking and tightened his brows.
How come fellow Taoist Chen has not yet entered the dream? Could it be that you're not good at marrying dreams either?
As Yen Shekha was so serious, Chen Ji was a bit embarrassed and bowed.
Rather, I've bothered fellow Taoist Yen. Why did Judge Lu perform this great honor? Yen Shekha was bewildered.
Only then did Chen Ji think that he had not restored his own face, so he got up, wiped his face and revealed his original face.
Fellow Taoist Yen, I'm actually not Judge Lu. You, fellow Taoist Chen?
Yen Qixia opened his mouth wide in a few moments of disbelief, and after a moment's pause, he suddenly exclaimed,
You actually cultivated it?
It was a fluke, and I'll have to rely on the dream taper skin gifted by Judge Lu to mask my popularity. That's also the skill of a fellow Taoist. Yen Qixia scat his tongue around and surveyed Chen Halberd seriously. Although the dream taper is rare, the fact that Judge Lu can take it out means that it's not considered a heavy treasure. If there are dream tapers with such a talent in their flesh, blood, bone and skin, there are no telling how many people in the world who would enter the dream. But the Taoist friends just before the banquet to get the dream art. A cup of wine kung fu has been through the law.
This kind of talent is envious not to come.
Really? Yen Shekha suddenly lost his voice. Fellow Daoist Yen, how come you're not saying anything? Shame on me. Just now I was thinking that you don't have this talent, but now it seems that it's me who underestimated you and appeared to be insufficiently open-minded. Not so much. Chen Ji hurriedly shook his head. I didn't think I could succeed on my first attempt. I should have seen the process of by XIX's dream entry and had some epiphanies, and the method given by Judge Liu was suitable for getting started. Fellow Daoist is still too modest. Yen Shekha shook his head. But it's also good. The world has talented cultivators like the crucian carp in the river. The stream of demonic ghosts and evil spirits are also flies and dogs. The Taoist friend's move is a gentleman hiding his weapon, waiting for the time to move. If there is an opportunity, it will surely rush to the sky. Punching the sky? Chen Ji thought about it, but there was no thought about what he must do. It seems like it would be nice to be able to practice and stay here at the Fox. As for actually getting out there and seeing it, there doesn't seem to be any rush. It won't. Yen Shekha shook his head. A dazzling figure like you, Taoist friend, who attracted the attention of the Fox Demon and the Lu Judge when you first entered the Dao, and managed to make the old Guan Master look sideways. Surely you won't be obliterated. Even a brief period of seclusion in the mountains in the company of a Fox Demon is only storing up momentum and hiding a weapon, and will surely wait for the right time to move. In any case, it's a wonderful blessing. Thanks to fellow Daoist Yen instead. Chen Halbert arched his hand. Since we don't know how to defend against it, why don't we try to see if we can break it? Just now, when I watched fellow Daoist Yen use the Golden Light Mantra rune sword, I thought it was a bit of a novelty, different from all the spells I've seen before. Then try. Hearing this, Yen Shekha no longer dwelled on future matters. Let's talk about the future. The most important thing is to test the sword now. I wonder how you think it's appropriate to try. Yen Shekha raised his sword and slowly said, I don't know the next way, but Fang Bai 19 entered the dream and said that I was sent out because he found a break in the dream. She said dreams don't last long when they're broken. I'm sure that if you, Dao friend, can make the rune sword create a bit of extraordinary movement, there can also be a breakthrough. After Chen Ji finished speaking, Yen Shisha fell into deep thought. Ryoga rose with his sword. Then I know. Please cooperate with me to try. How do I try? Can the Taoist become the grandma of the Orchid Temple? The sword in Yen Shekha's hand emitted a golden light, and there were a few moments of anticipation in his eyes. Wyatt, fellow Daoist also knows that I'm a sword cultivator. In fact, I'm not an unusual loose cultivator, but I have a teacher. But the sword cultivator is used to being alone, and there's no other difference between a loose cultivator. It's not an intentional concealment. Yen Shisha said an apology and spoke again. I came to Qingliang Mountain only because my master said that my destiny is here and that I can cultivate the sword art. Now that I have met you, I know that I have found my destiny, and if this talismanic sword art is successful, I will still have to walk the world, cut down demons and eliminate devils, and go through life and death in order to become a true sword cultivator. According to my master's words, fellow Daoist said previously about the Orchid Temple, regardless of whether it's true or not, I always have to go to Suhang to take a look, and if there really is such a place, I will definitely get rid of the demons and defend the way. Yen Shekha's eyes burned as he stood with his sword, his leopard eyes like torches, swallowing mountains and rivers. Yes, Chen Jiqi answered in a loud voice. Since fellow Daoist Yen has such an idea, I will rehearse it with you. Chen Ji shook his body and transformed into the tree demon grandma's original body from his memory. Enough 10 feet high huge acacia tree rises up from the ground. Gnarled branches and trunks, vines cover the sky. The bark of the tree protrudes countless bone spurs hanging mori white bones. Each leaf is like a human eye high hanging in the air dripping bloodlines. When the wind blew, the branches and leaves shook, and countless phosphorus flames fell from the trees. And when they fell on the wood and stone, they immediately ignited the hawk flame, which was green and white. Before we saw the skeletons piled up under the trees, exuding a bizarre and enchanting aura. What kind of demon is this, to be so terrifying? Yen Shisha's hand holding the sword trembled slightly, his eyes all showing shock. Chapter 44, The Demon in the Dream. It was no wonder that Yen Shisha had turned pale. Although he had seen many demons, none of them were as oppressively strong as this tree demon grandma in front of him. Although he knew that this was only the incarnation of Chenji, he still felt trembling. Fellow Daoist Yen, this is the image of the tree demon grandmother that I heard from the flying bird, and there is even a deficiency. After all, I have never seen it with my own eyes. Chenji had already transformed into a tree demon, and even his voice had become sharp and grating, like a rusty saw stuck in the wood. It makes you sore. It's already terrifying. If it's really such a terrifying great demon, slaughtering a temple is understandable. Yen Shekha let out a long breath, his eyes flickering. Bald sons only recite sutras, and expecting to catechize such a great demon is indeed difficult for them. Chen Halberd listened to Cadden secretly skimming his lips. Fear is that Yin Shisha just wanted to say is not this word. Scruples himself beside only hastily changed his mouth. But now it is not good to talk in detail. A demon together. Should do something to get rid of the demons and subdue the devil is the right thing. Fellow Daoist Yen. Let's begin then. Chen Halberd reminded in a cold voice. The vines above his head were like snake stalking and had already wrapped around Yin Shisha's feet. This kind of ability was beyond Shenji's expectations. He has long been unable to remember what ability the tree demon grandma has. Just thinking that both tree demon control vines should be easy. Just can restrict Yin Shisha action. If it is with poison, it will be more difficult to prevent and control. I didn't realize that the thought was born and the vines were already following my heart. So fast. Look at the sword. Yin Shisha let out a sigh of emotion before he pinched up his sword technique to cut through the vines and attach a golden light spell to his sword. A sword was swung down and the vines broke before Yin Shisha shouted. Fellow Taoist is really even less martial than the Taoist priests of Qingfeng. Sneaking over here before it starts. Chen Halberd looked away with a dry smile. Fellow Taoist really doesn't remember. Taoist Shiyun can pinch the spell and wait for you. Can't a demon be ready to invite the king into the jar? Good. Rather, I wasn't paying attention. Yen Chekha shouted out loud, then held his sword and pinched the talisman, assuming a stance. He was about to attack but then suddenly stopped and looked at Shenji. What are you going to wait for? Fellow Taoist? Not waiting for anything, but I would like to ask you what kind of spells and attacks can you carry today? Yen Chekha said seriously. This, really doesn't know. Chen Halberd froze, then shook his head. If it was a real tree demon grandmother with bark and trunk protection, I'm afraid that Yen Chekha's sword skill could only be considered as scratching an itch, but I really don't know what will happen if I incarnate this one in a dream. He had also seen Yen Chekha's rune sword art, and if it was too powerful, he was afraid that he himself would have to lose half of his life. Thinking about it, he said slowly, why don't you, fellow Taoist Yen, give it a small try first? Then try it first. Yen Chekha nodded in response, also relieved. I didn't dare to make a move because I thought that my talismanic sword was too powerful. This tree demon looks fierce and treacherous. In fact, it is the Chen Halberd incarnation. If it is really too much force, I am afraid that there will be one less Taoist friend. Now it's easier to try the opposite. Please come. Chen Ji also wondered how big the difference was between his transformed tree demon grandmother and his original body. And with a thought, black mist surged out of the bark, firmly wrapping itself around him. Another white bone was drawn from the tree and gathered together. The inside topped with vines to form a sturdy bone shield. So, it should be that this is enough. Chen Ma's words fell, and Yen Shisha was well prepared. The runic sword with golden light chopped down in the air with a muffled sound, only managing to shatter the outer part of the bone shield. Even without the need for Chen Ji to deliberately think about it has automatically replenished. Chen Halberd was stunned and swallowed the mass of saliva. Worthy of being a tree demon grandmother, it is indeed a bit sturdy. Fellow Taoist can be a bit more vigorous. Yen Shisha was silent for several breaths and slowly spoke. 7 points of force have been used. Any more and I'm afraid it will have no effect. Then he shook his head and looked helpless. If this demon is really as difficult to deal with as what you have visualized, I'm afraid that it has already become a climate, and I'm afraid that it will be difficult for me to subdue it on my own. But why is it that after all these years, not a single word has gotten out? Such a great demon. Not to mention that there are people on Earth who have to take care of it. Even among the cultivators there should be people who have to take care of it. Suzhou and Hangzhou are rich and affluent, and the incense of the 100 officials and the city god are all extremely prosperous. How could they malfeasance to such an extent? Yen Chekha frowned. However, Chen Ji thought of something and slowly opened his mouth. I'm afraid it's been a long time since anyone who saw her came out alive. Yen Cheshia was dumbfounded, only feeling a chill on his body. If it's this vicious, I'm afraid we'll have to think long and hard about it. Chen Halberd at this time also had many questions to ask. Simply with Yen Shisha said after the initiative to unlock the dream, back to the side of the Lu judge. A fox and a ghost are sitting opposite each other drinking tea. You're back. Judge Lu swept his gaze over the two and smiled slightly. How come you look so tired? Shen Ji then began to repeat what had just happened. With the dream tapers baby, it's not that hard to succeed in the dream for the first time. What about the back? Chen Halberd then talked about the transformation tree demon grandmother in the back. Lu Judge sucked in a mouthful of cool air and really couldn't believe what he was hearing. You said that the first time you entered a dream, you have already mastered the art of dream change? And that you were able to manifest a demon with a strength similar to that of your own body? And fought with Yen Shisha for a while? Fellow Taoist Yen can testify. Chen Ji looked at Yen Shisha. Indeed. Yen Shisha nodded seriously. No wonder you are so tired, even acting in dreams takes spirit. And your behavior is no less than 3 days worth of fuss, the land judge explained. So that's it. Chen Halberd put his heart down. and after Judge Lu knew how Chun-Ji was behaving, he came forward again to take a closer look at Chun-Ji. Do you have a mentor? No. And there seems to be no ties in the world? Not for now. Then would you like to come to the netherworld as an errand boy? Chen Halberd froze for a moment and shook his head decisively. It won't die for a while. Pity. What a pity. Judge Lu shook his head again. It's rare to come across a cultivator who is so passable at entering dreams, yet still alive. Or else I would definitely have you transferred to my side as an errand boy. The corners of Chen-Ji's mouth twitched, and he always felt that Judge Lu's words were even more excessive than what Senior Samuel had said. Elder Samuel just wished him to enter the netherworld after death, but Lu Judge hated to follow him and do things instantly. Fellow Daoist is unaware of his own talent. It's also fortunate that I was the one who saw you. Otherwise, if it was those guys, they would all be tampering with your life and death book. Judge Lu lamented. Chen Halberd pursed his lips, indeed wondering why the method of entering dreams was so valued by the netherworld. This is a matter of great importance, but it is not convenient to tell you now. I will tell you when you decide to come to the netherworld. Chen Halberd nodded. Not that it was going to generate much curiosity. Knowing too much about this thing can really kill you, but it's good. At least the life and death aspect can be looked down upon a bit. When you die, you have a in position, and you can practice as usual. Chen Halberd thought to chat a few more sentences, but heard a few if not the sound of the rooster crowing, although not through the ears, but also enough to wake up. So looked to Judge Lu. The netherworld also has roosters? Judge Lu narrowed his eyes and his expression changed slightly. This is the crowing of the rooster on earth, and the rooster's crowing divides yin and yang. Fellow Daoist, I'm afraid that the banquet is about to break up today, so if you have any questions, please speak quickly now, otherwise I don't know when I'll see you next time. Truth be told, yet there is a problem. Chen-Ji arched his hand and was not polite. Judge Lu, I would like to ask, how can a squirrel demon cultivate? Chapter 45, There is wine in the mountains. A squirrel demon? Why do you ask? Judge Lu's whiskers and hair were blossoming, and his tiger's eyes were filled with suspicion. Chen-Ji then quickly talked about what happened between him and the squirrel demon with the experience of asking about Qingfeng Wan. There is no answer from the true cultivator on earth, and the town of Cemetery Hill has not been visited in recent days, so I think the Lu Judge, who criticizes life and death and has seen a lot of things, should have an understanding of the situation. So that's it. Judge Lu looked sideways, and after a moment's pause, he actually owed his body slightly. Fellow Daoist is truly a great virtue. Why is Judge Lu doing this? I've heard that there is no one who believes in what he says than Tail Shang. Fellow Daoist Chen, for the sake of the squirrel's promise, has gone so far as to ask the true cultivators upwards, and the ghosts and gods downwards, more so than Tail Shang. Mr. Lu admires it. Judge Lu spoke calmly, a few moments of respect flashing in his eyes. Following a pause, the divine light flowed and slowly said, Squirrel demon is indeed rare, but there seems to be a squirrel demon in the city of Netherworld. When I go back I will inquire clearly for you, and send it along with the pills. Thank you, Judge Lu. Chen-Ji breathed a sigh of relief. Finally a matter had been resolved. It would be a bit of a shame to collect the squirrel's pine cones and not even get an answer. The land judge nodded appreciatively. Does fellow Daoist have anything else to ask? If there is nothing, Mr. Lu will have to go back. There is one more thing, but I just wanted to ask for a place name. Where? Shenzhen. Judge Lu frowned. Seems to have heard, but suddenly cannot remember where I heard. Let me go back to think, if there is news, and bring a message to you. Chen-Ji was excited inside. The fact that one could embark on cultivation, apart from the Book of Anecdotes, was mostly due to that book, the Book of Strange Tales of the Xian Mountain. That Taoist dream transmission method can be more subtle than into the dream. If you can go to see, but also to fulfill the wish, if there is any news, it will really help me a lot. I don't even know how to thank Judge Lu. Simple. Same as that little fox. Just send me a bottle of fine wine. The wine is good to find. But I wonder how I'm going to give it to Judge Lu. You have my waist tag. You can call me with it. Or you can open an altar and invite me like Daoist Yin. Or, Judge Lu suddenly laughed out loud. It's fine to bring it when fellow Daoist Chen enters the netherworld as a fellow servant. After saying this, the figure slowly faded away, leaving only a sentence of see you later. Take care, Judge Lu. Chen-Ji together with Yin Qixia arched their hands to send off Judge Lu. In his heart, but there are a few helpless. Lu Judge is a good ghost but unfortunately is too much like to look forward to their own death. Open your eyes again. No longer in the great hall of the netherworld, but actually back inside the Fox Hill Lodge. The lamps and candles were out. A wax print was spread on the table. The window was white, and the sound of the early foxes chanting could be heard from afar. If it weren't for the black textured and white stamped dream taper skin still in his hand, he would almost think that he had really had a big night's dream. bracing himself to sit up. He saw the petite fox body lying on the ground, along with the grafting dream magic casting medium scattered all over the place. It was White 19. Chen Halberd wanted to wake her up, but felt groggy, more labored than a night of no sleep, and forced himself to drink half a pot of herbal tea before he was completely awake. Resting for a few more moments, finally gaining strength, he got out of bed and shook White 19. It's time to wake up. The light is letting in. Pushing and shoving a few times, By 19 slowly opened his eyes, but he was a bit more energetic than Chen Ji, shaking his head and already able to get up. What hour is it? Sir, the rooster has crowed, and it's about past the hour of dawn, and it will be sunrise soon. I can't believe it's been so long. What a blessing. White 19 patted his heart for a moment. Chen Ji was puzzled and asked by 19 what he was afraid of. Miss White said that the dream entry law can't exceed sunrise, otherwise others will wake up and the dream will be broken and easily injure the soul, and if it's serious, you might die in the dream. And so it is said? Chen Halberd then understood why Lu Judge heard the cock crow and had to go back. However, the Lu Judge is a profound Taoist. I'm afraid it's not for their own safety, but worry about them dying in their dreams. It seemed that Judge Lu was really a good ghost, or else if he dragged on a little longer, he might really have to go down to be a colleague with him, but it was a night of learning. Chen Halberd was still satisfied. Indeed, Mr. is so kind to me. He actually invited Judge Lu to instruct me in the art of marrying dreams. Thank you, Mr. By 19 respectfully thanked him. Chen Ji thought about it and accepted the gift, reminding her again that she should not forget to find good wine for Judge Lu. Fox has to be true to his word. But one thing came to mind when I finished. Although by 19 is good at marrying dreams, but the transformation is a mess. So far there is no way to condense even a little bit of human form. How can I go to the bottom of the mountain to look for good wine? Wine. Not that you have to go down the hill. There's some up there too. By 19 thought about it and said with Chen Ji, on the hill? Where? Group Demon Banquet. White 19 whispered. I've heard from foxes who've been to the Group Demon Banquet that on that day the group demons all bring the best liquor they've brewed to drink together. The monkey demon has the 100 fruit drunkenness. The flower demon has the 100 flower brew. The bamboo demon has the bamboo leaf green. And the mountain god has the earth spirit sweet. All of which are very good. There are also some ghost cultivators who have their own brews, which are just a bit scary. Oh, a mountain god can make wine too? How horrible can ghost brewed wine be? Chen Halberd asked seriously. It's not surprising that demons can make wine. After all, he had also heard that wild monkeys in the mountains collected wild fruits and put them in tree caves, and occasionally they could brew monkey wine. So he thought that 100 fruit drunk, 100 flower brew, and the like were similar. On the contrary, the mountain god's earth spirit sweet and the wine brewed by the ghost cultivator had never been heard of before, and there were a few moments of curiosity. I heard that the earth spirit sweet is a spiritual liquid formed by the mountain god after conditioning the spiritual plants on the mountain, the earth's chi, and melting the essence of the sun and the moon, and that there is only 1 cup per year, all of them dripping from 10,000-year-old stalactites, and that only the demons selected at the group demon banquet will be able to get it. There are many wines made by ghosts, but I've only heard of wines made by the hangneck lady. Or you can talk about it, at least I haven't heard of it. White 19 look out the window, already flooded with daylight before shivering slowly. It says that the hanging neck maiden hangs from a tree and absorbs grievances in moonlight every night, and when the ghostly body can't carry it, it drips down to the ground. Prepare an urn in advance and bury it underneath. Put a piece of hemp rope used by the neck maiden to hang herself. Catch it full and then bury it for a few years. It's the Yellow Springs lure. Just 1 drop will be able to make a person close his breath and fake his death for 2 hours. An eye-opener indeed. Chen Halberd nodded. It was true that one should still ask the demon ghosts. Otherwise where would one know that there was such a good wine? Luckily, he almost had to think of going to the earth to give good wine to the Lu Judge, and now he was laughing at himself when he thought about it. Where is the mortal wine of mankind comparable to the fine wine crafted by demonic ghosts? Even though the yin and yang are separated, the wine found with the heart is a gift. But in order to set up a banquet, Lu Judge had gotten the wine brewed from the prefect's side of the emperor's flow syrup, and it would be a bit unintelligent for him to really give away earthly wine. It seems that this group of demonic banquet is a must-go. If one could obtain the earth spirit sweet, it should be considered a fine wine favored by Judge Lu. Then sir, by 19 will leave first. Last night I got some guidance from Judge Lu. My heart is enlightened. I want to go to seclusion for some time. I have to trouble you to say something to Mr. Su for me. As Chen Ji thought about things, by 19 had already collected the arc medium and picked a small bundle to arch his hand in farewell. Chen Haifeng nodded his head, then remembered something and called out to by 19. Are you going to take the fox school this year? It should be. Wanted. But I don't know if the current cultivation can pass the examination. White 19 hesitated.
I remember your grades. Chen Halberd opened his mouth thoughtfully. Incarnation is lower down, virtue is middle up, and learning is middle up. Jutsu seems like it could be up for grabs nowadays, and complementing transformation should be something that could be entered into foxology. You can carefully learn to transform after you consolidate the grafting dream technique, and I will also speak with Miss Bai to instruct you for more time if I can. Thank you, sir. Bai 19 thanked him again, his eyes delighted. If that was the case, she also had the hope of entering the fox school, which was something about every Sendai Mountain fox demon wanted to do. Go on. Chen Ji watched Bai 19 leave before he looked at the dream taper skin. There was still disbelief in his eyes. Obviously something obtained in a dream, but it is able to travel through the dream world to reality. The genus is magically awesome. Instead, I'm going to ask around and find out what kind of fae this dream taper is. As for prying the news of the demon, naturally, it is still the preferred choice of Elder Samuel. It just so happens that there is still news to share with the squirrel, and it is also considered to be the fulfillment of the promise. Chapter 46. Is a fox inferior to a human? The color of the sky is just right. The foxes are still on their own with breakfast and practice. Chen Ji walked all the way, or rather stepped on the wind, and did not startle those foxes. After a night's sleep, I was tired, but when I came to my senses, I realized that my spirit was better than before. Even the wind exhale technique lasts a little longer. To describe it exactly, it was about an hour that it had previously lasted, and now it was about a quarter of an hour longer. It's already a nice boost. If it wasn't a bit dangerous to enter the dream, Chen Ji would want to try it more often, and the benefits of breathing techniques are revealed. Chen Halberd was now about to be able to make his breath hide in the natural 5G, and although it was not yet rounded, he was already able to avoid some creatures that did not have a keen sense. Those foxes didn't notice it just now, but when the mountain wind blew through the branches and leaves of the acacia seniors, the sound was still heard. Mr. Chen is here. Why are you hiding your breath today? Good morning, Elder Samuel. Chen Halberd fixed the wind and slowly fell down before asking how Senior Samuel had found himself, perpetually blowing the mountain wind. I felt that today's mountain wind was a bit different, so I paid extra attention, and only then did I realize that it was Mr. Chen. Elder Samuel replied with a soft smile. Chen Halberd drifted off into realization and nodded, sighing with emotion that Senior Samuel was indeed different from ordinary demons. Surprisingly, even the mountain wind could sense the abnormality. If you stand in one place and blow wind and rain day after day for hundreds of years, you can do the same, but it is not as patient as Elder Samuel. You do tell the truth. Elder Samuel laughed and shook his head, inquiring if Chen Ji was planning to summon the fox for a lesson. It's still early. There are other things I want to ask Senior Samuel, and by the way, I also have something to say with fellow Taoist squirrel. What kind of things is Mr. Chen going to say? Speak quickly. We're all here. The 7 friends of Sendai do look a little cute as they poke their heads out of the canopy in unison, with pine cones cradled in front of them. Chen Halberd smiled slightly, stating the answer to the question of asking the Lu judge. There's no guarantee of success, but it's always a possibility. Thank you, Mr. Chen. The squirrel was silent for a long time and bowed earnestly in thanks. It's so grateful to bother Judge Lu for our sake. Even if all the pine nuts we have stored are given to you, sir, are not enough to say thank you. Also no need. Originally promised the Taoist friends to help you to inquire. It is the land judge people. Well, Ghost, good. You want to thank should also thank him. Yes, thank you Judge Lu. The big squirrel opened its mouth, but looked at Chen Ji. But we have to thank Mr. Chen as well. If it wasn't for Mr. Chen, I'm afraid that in this life we would only be able to see Judge Lu when we die and fall from the path. Where would we be able to know such words? Now that our cultivation is low, we shouldn't be able to do anything for Mr. But if Mr. has any orders, death wouldn't dare to excuse us. It's not that far yet, so just cultivate at ease. Fellow Taoists. Chen Halberd arched his hand. Instead, a bottle of wine should be prepared for Judge Lu as a token of appreciation. It should be. When the group of demons banquets, we will definitely exchange the wine back, and we will ask Mr. Chen to transfer it for us at that time. Big Squirrel said seriously. It's natural. The squirrels thanked them again and returned to the canopy. Chen Halberd looked at Senior Samuel again. I wonder if Elder Samuel knows about the Dream Eater. I've heard Miss White speak of it as an ancient divine beast fae, but I've never seen it. So how did Mr. Chen ask about it? Last night's dream to go to the Lu Judge banquet. During the banquet Lu Judge gifted me and White 19 Dream Taper skin and blood. Can actually bring out from the dream. Think the divine, but do not quite understand. Want to know more? Then you should ask Miss White. Elder Samuel leisurely said. Tree demons don't dream. And there are no dream tapers in Sendai Mountain, so I've never seen this kind of demon before. Chen Halberd was stunned.
This answer from Elder Samuel was something he hadn't thought about at all. It's just that grasses and trees don't dream before they become wise, but they don't even dream after they become fine. I can't really say it's good or bad, but I don't have to worry about letting people sneak up on me from my dreams, even though I don't have the pleasure of going into my dreams. But Taoist Yen might like this ability. However, after getting the answer, Chen Ji didn't bother Senior Samuel much, asking him to summon Little Fox over for the lesson and then entered the library of hidden books. It wasn't long before the little foxes arrived in full force. White 7 and White 8 huddled together in the foxes in triumph. Chen Ji previously said that he wanted to test the results of his cultivation, so they went back and secretly practiced hard for 2 days. It was felt that they should be able to steadily overtake the foxes beside them, and that the chance of going down the mountain was not theirs. But I never thought that Chen Halbert did not mention the matter of the examination school today, but really explained the precautions of breathing method with the foxes. Although the foxes were absorbing the moonlight, Chen Ji had previously asked the white girl. The method of absorbing the moonflower and the 5 chi was similar, and the method could not be passed on. But Chen Ji's method could be introduced in 1 or 2 ways. How much the foxes could comprehend was up to them. White 7 White 8 2 foxes also heard that this is the top good cultivation method. Want to listen carefully, but listening to always think of their own still hard to practice the transformation and art, and look forward to Chen Halbert as soon as possible to test the school. But until Chen Halbert finished his speech, and answered a few more foxes' questions, still there was no intention of examining the school. Bai Chi couldn't help but raise his paw. Sir, Bai Chi has something she wants to ask. Chen Hastings put down the chalk. What is it? Mr. said he was going to test foxes' cultivation. I wonder when it will start. You jutsu have been fixed? There! White 7 shouted at the top of his lungs. Then start now. Chen Ji thought about it. I'm afraid it's hard to get Bai Chi to build the road right from the start. It can only be done in a gradual manner. Recognizing your shortcomings may be the only way to be motivated. So with a smile, he asked the fox to move a large rock and looked to Bai Chi after placing it in the middle of the bookstore. You practiced the wall opening technique, and casting the technique to break open this stone is considered the completion of the examination. Ki? Bai Chi's mouth opened wide as he stared dazedly at the stone in front of him, which was several times larger than himself. Is Mr. joking? How can a fox break through such a large rock? How can it be unbreakable? Chen Halbert shook his head. When I was at the bottom of the mountain, I saw that mortals were able to separate thousands of pounds of boulders with a single hammer. You have cultivation. Is fox still inferior to mortals? This can't be right. Bai Chi puffed up his mouth and shouted in disbelief. Thousands of pounds of boulder. Even the cultivation of profound fox to break open all need half a fox life. How can a mortal man a hammer to break open? Must be sir you teach people to cheat. Exactly. How can a mortal do what a fox demon can't? The other foxes also chirped and spoke for Bai Chi, not believing that a mortal could split such a large stone with a single hammer. Even Mr. Su heard the commotion and came out to see what was going on. After a good half a day of listening to what the foxes were discussing, looked squarely at Chen Hastings. Mr. Chen mustn't talk nonsense. How can a mortal possibly break through a 1,000-pound boulder? Don't take it for real by watching some tricks at the fair. When I was alive, I also saw the chest-broken boulder trickster. A hammer-down boulder in pieces, chest intact, and later realized that it was processed out of the powdered green brick. It just looks like a boulder, but in actuality it's as flaky as a pastry. Mr. Su, but I'm not talking about juggling. Chen Ji also said with a straight face. I saw a man quarrying stone at the bottom of the mountain, but it was a hammer that split a 1,000-pound boulder. So if you don't believe me, you can demonstrate it here. May. Mr. Su responded. Chen Jifu knocked on the trunk of the tree to wake up Samuel Sr. Seeing Senior Samuel's face emerge, explaining what he was going to do, he also had to ask Senior Samuel to confirm that he wasn't running a spell. Naturally, Senior Samuel agreed, and he was also curious as to how Chen Ji managed to split a 1,000-pound boulder with his mortal body. Soon, all the things that Chen Ji was going to use were delivered. To say all, it's just a hammer and a couple of wedges. Will there be anything else, sir? White 7 asked. Enough. So you can open a 1,000-pound boulder? The foxes shook their heads, all refusing to believe it. Mr. So also advised Chen Jiabao to be cautious. Chen Ji countered with a laugh that there wouldn't be a problem, and then began to prepare for the opening of the stone. So Mr. Su gave way to allow Chen Ji to demonstrate. The foxes stretched their necks for fear of missing Chen Ji's movements. Even Elder Samuel shared a few moments of attention. The group of foxes and demons and ghosts all waited with bated breath for Chen Ji's movements, wanting to see how the mortal would separate the 1,000-pound boulder. Chapter 47, Foxtrot. In fact, Chen Jiabao hadn't personally opened a stone before, but I've seen enough to know the key. The stone is not monolithic and has internal textures and veins. so if you find the right place to smash in a wedge, even the tightest and heaviest stone will split in half, especially after learning the chi lookout technique. Even vaguely can also see the structural direction of the stone's interior. Although smashing stones took some effort, it was not a problem for Chen Ji's current physique. So take a look and start with a hammer and wedge. The foxes, demons, and ghosts all sensed that there were no fluctuations in the spells on Chen Ji's body, so they quietly waited for him to make a move. The hammer smashes down, the wedge goes deep, and the stone chips fly. Between the bangs, Chen Ji inexplicably thought of two numbers. Smiling slightly, he shook his head to drive away these ponderous thoughts and refocused on swinging the hammer. On the side, Bai Qi picked up a small stone that had crumbled away, and after running the open wall method, he realized that the stone was not much smaller, so he skimmed his mouth, even less convinced that Chen Ji could do it. How could a mortal do something that even a jutsu couldn't do? He was even stretching out his paws to calculate how long it would take to fully unravel the stone if he were to cast an open wall. Halfway through the day, he lifted his claws to hold his head and shook his head. It's too hard and too long, and Fox can't really count with only 2 paws. White 8 reached out a paw to poke White 7. I can lend you the math. Doesn't seem to be enough either. The 2 foxes sighed and were about to say something else when they heard a fox shriek. The stone cracked. Raising his eyes to look, he saw that with Chen halberd knocking, the jack stone has cracked a gap like a spider's thread. How could manpower come to this? The foxes chirped and opened their beaks in disbelief. Mr. Su didn't say anything, but he also watched Chen Ji's movements more carefully. Only Elder Samuel seemed to think of something, wrinkling his brows in thought. For a while the only sound in the entire library was the sound of Chen Ji knocking down the hammer. The crack has grown. Another fox call. The spider-like slit expanded to the size of a hair. If not for the fact that those present were all demons and ghosts, I'm afraid they wouldn't have been able to see clearly. White 7 White 8 rubbed his eyes. Want to see a closer look, but not wait to put down the paw. The side of the fox has called out again. It's open. It's really open. Ears clanged and debris crumbled several feet away. White 7 White 8 busy to open his eyes, but has missed the moment of the stone open piece, only to see Chen halberd standing on the stone. The other half of the boulder slowly collapsed. The broken surface is as smooth as ice. Chen halberd slowly opened his mouth. What do you all think? This. The fox demon was still jaw-dropped, beak open, staring in disbelief at what was in front of her. There were also bold foxes who came up and touched the brake to confirm it, and, after a long time, scared their tongues. It's really the same as if the spell had split it. Mr. Chen really didn't use magic? Mr. Su asked. Chen halberd shook his head. Elder Samuel also helped testify. It's true that I didn't feel the fluctuation of the spells. It's just that Mr. Chen's strength is all over the place, but he doesn't look like an unusual scholar. Chen Hastings smiled faintly. All thanks to the breathing method, the body is much stronger, but it's a pity that it's not a demon and can't absorb moonlight, otherwise it should be even stronger. That's not really the truth. Naturally, Chen Ji felt that the reason for his improved physique should be attributed to the Xian Mountain Dream Method. According to the description in the Xian Mountain Dream Method, the 5 elements of Qi corresponded to the 5 viscera and 6 bowels of the human body. And breathing in the 5 Qi of the mountains could strengthen the 5 viscera, and even the body's roots and bones were strengthened. Breathing techniques for unusual people don't seem to work as well. He had deliberately asked Yen Shisha and the old goddess of mercy, both of whom said that although the breathing method was considered cultivation, the progress was very slow. However, Elder Samuel did not have any doubts about Chen Ji's claim. Grass and tree demons originally breathed in the breath of heaven and earth, the essence of the sun and the moon to enhance their physical qualities. It's not surprising that people can do that, and Chen Ji himself felt that after the breathing method hammering, he was about a bit better than the body of an unusual Jianghu martial artist. I just don't know how it compares to a sword cultivator like Yen Shisha. It was a lot to think about, but it was only a few short breaths. Demons, ghosts and foxes in the field have seen the stone opened by Chen Ji with mortal law, all surprised to speechless, especially White 7. The whole fox crawled on the rocks, trying to find and feel the traces of the jutsu's presence, and also went to work on the tools that the Chen halberd used. Unfortunately, it also just doesn't work. Tilting his head, he looked at Chen Hastings. Sir, did you really not use magic? Elder Samuel didn't even find any trace of the spell. It should be useless. Mr. Chen is really good at this. Mr. Su answered for Chen Jiabao. So, how can people be so powerful? White 7 stretched out her paws and looked at her tiny paws with emotion. So the fox demon is actually really inferior to a human? Bai Qi sighed long and hard. Mr. Su also lamented. This hand of Mr. Chen's stone opening technique, although it is not a technique, but it is more shocking than a technique. If other stonemasons can also know this means,
Opening mountains and splitting mountains is only a matter of concern. Chen Halberd froze and hesitantly opened his mouth. But, Mr. Su has never seen a stonemason going up the mountain to quarry stone? Since I have been studying and practicing the sword since I was young, I have not traveled far, so I really have not seen it. So, Chen Ji understood why he felt so emotional. Shiokai, the 4 bodies are not hard work, the 5 grains are not divided. The neighboring family walks out of the water to call for help in an emergency, as if arguing the rights of Zhou to put out the fire chapter. He thought it was an exaggeration of the ancients, but he didn't expect to actually meet such a showman. Sighing and shaking his head, he looked over at him. Mr. Su, the stonemasons have been quarrying stone heads like this for a long time. You just read books without seeing it, and the demon ranging technique has never seen it before, so it's just not clear. Only then did he explain to Demon Ghost Fox how this would open the stone. Mr. Su was silent. He really didn't know about it. I see. I didn't know what it was about earlier, but now that I know, it's really amazing. Elder Samuel was enlightened. Elder Samuel also knows this method? The foxes asked in surprise. It's not that I know, but the roots sometimes grow along the cracks in the stone, and over time, the stone holds up and explodes. I used to think it was because the roots were too strong, but now I realize it's because of that. The foxes came to a realization. This is indeed the same as what Chen Jiaba did. Go on, all of you. Go practice your arts. Chen Halberd waved away the left and right foxes, but left behind the white 7 and 8. Sir, my examination. Did I fail? Bai Qi buried his head deeply. Yeah. Chen Jiqi returned with a stern face. You think you can be better than other foxes just because you've learned 2 days worth of jutsu, but you don't know that there are foxes outside of foxes. You are not even familiar with the techniques of the arts, and many of the truths are unclear. If this is all counted as you passing the examination, it's not fair enough to the other foxes, and it won't allow you to be admitted to the fox school. It will only harm you. Speaking of foxology, White 7 and White 8 drooped their heads and put away their ears in shame. Chen Halberd was considering their entry into foxology, but they were only thinking of going down the mountain to have fun, which was somewhat disappointing to Chen Ji's hard work. Does Sir really think we can get into the fox school? 2 Fox asked in a whisper. It doesn't matter what I think or don't think. What matters is how you think about it yourselves. And if you really want to take the test, there is a way. And please, sir, enlighten me. Chen Hastings smiled faintly. Would you like to learn the tricks of the party? Think. Now then, there is a good thing that you will be willing to do if you do it to improve your arts and virtues? Willing. Bai Qi is willing. Shirahachi is willing too. The 2 foxes nodded repeatedly. Good. Chen Ji nodded slightly and looked towards Bai Qi Bai Ba. Starting tomorrow, there will be no need to listen to the daytime lessons. Just go to the quarry head and build a road down the mountain. To build roads and bridges, to accumulate virtue and do good deeds, is most good merit, and the section of virtue is bound to go up. Chen Ji said the words hidden in his heart for a long time and was satisfied. Bai Qi, however, was so shocked that she opened her beak and did not return to her senses for a long time. Fix the road? White 7 struggled to gesture her paws outward. From the mountain to the bottom of the mountain, the fox has to walk most of the day. If the road is built, I'm afraid it will take years. Sir, you want to exhaust the fox. It's not for you to finish your training immediately, and it's mainly for the purpose of practicing your wall opening techniques. Chen Halberd slowly said, I've seen you use the wall opening technique when digging for yellow essence, and about all you thought about was quartering it, without seriously thinking about how to use it more effectively and precisely. This time it's just right to go and get a good workout. And when you can easily organize a step with the open wall technique, the technique should count for something. With 2 subjects on top, and a good reading on morphing, it should be possible to enter the fox school. So, Bai Qi's fox eyes rolled with a few heartbeats. Before he could answer, Beck could not help but inquire, what about me? Sir, this is all about Bai Qi. What does it have to do with me? Your arts can carry just the right amount of materials to build the road. And when the road is finished, your arts and virtues should be rated as superior as well. Up. And foxology. The temptation is indeed great. The 2 foxes looked at each other and nodded through clenched teeth. Sir, we have decided. Tomorrow. No, today we will go to repair the road. The 2 figures stopped stopping and trotted towards the originally not so spacious pathway, soon disappearing from sight. This method of Mr. Chan's is truly eye-opening. Mr. Su lamented. Cultivating the road and practicing the method. I'm afraid that even Miss Bai wouldn't be able to think of such an ingenious method. It's just that demons and ghosts don't understand human suffering, and the last time I went down the mountain, I almost broke my leg walking. Then now that we have the art of calling out the wind and don't need to walk, why do we still need White 7 and the others to build the road? It's no good with me.
or with others. Besides, the road always needs to be repaired, so why don't they do it? And there's a benefit to be had with the Fox School of Examination. That's true, so we'll wait a few days and see how they do. I'm also going to go cultivate first, so if something comes up, come back and shout at me. Mr. Su nodded and hid his form. Senior Samuel also withdrew his breath, leaving Chenji alone again. When I was about to leave, I called up the book of anecdotes in my mind, and I saw a new chapter, The Way of the Fox. Sendai Mountain. The mountain is dangerous and steep, and all the paths are small. Since ancient times, there have been few people and many demons. When Chen Shang lived here before he became a Taoist, he traveled like a blind tortoise into the wood, which was quite difficult. He wanted the fox to repair the road, but there was no reason to do so, so he did not say anything. Just a fox asked Chen, that can open the wall. Chen with mortal strength to open the boulder. The fox demon ghosts are horrified. The fox wants to learn the art. Chen then sent the fox to repair the road. Said that can be repaired. Can also be repaired virtues. The fox was happy and went away. So he cultivated the fox road to the bottom of the mountain. Chen also got the art of opening the wall. Chapter 48, The Mountain God's Dilemma. Is it a wall opening technique? After Chenji finished reading the book of anecdotes, there was indeed some extra knowledge in his brain, and he also felt that there was a slight similarity with the part of opening the stone just now. However, the subtlety of jutsu is more than manpower. As long as the mind thinks about the general appearance, you can perform jutsu to open the wall. There happens to be a rock. Why don't you try it? Chenji thought and then looked at the stone that had been opened just now, and the way Bai Chi had opened the wall that day came to his mind. Squeezing the spell in the same way, he finished reciting the incantation and pointed his 3 fingers together as a sword pointing towards the half boulder on the ground. Ka-ching! The inside of the stone resounded like the sound of crushing hickory nuts, and then the naked eye could see cracks appearing in the stone. But unlike opening a stone with a chisel, there was only a hair-thin gash. Not waiting for Chen, halberd action will be separated from left to right. The section is completely missing rough stubble cracks, almost like a copper mirror fuzzy reflection. Sure enough, it's still much more powerful than the mortal arts. Chen Halberd collected the technique and nodded, already understanding the usage of the open wall technique. Would also like to try something a little more detailed, like carving a portrait directly from the open wall technique. But the stone blew apart without a bit of success. The most it resembles is a stone of uneven thickness. It still doesn't seem to be working out too well. Chen Halberd shook his head and closed his hands to start cleaning up the trash left on the ground. But I don't think it's a problem with the spell, only that it's due to my own raw hands. Skilled stonemasons are able to use hammers and chisels to carve lifelike figures of scenery into stone. Wall opening is a jutsu, so naturally it can be done. It just takes a lot of practice to get to his level. Why don't I also go and build the road with Bai Chi? Thoughts flashed through Chenji's mind. Yet again, he smiled and shook his head. He was going to practice his ability to cast spells with precision. And where could he practice that by going to build a road? It would be better to carve some small objects. Portraits are a bit too difficult though, but you can start with foxes. As Chenji thought about things, his ears twitched slightly and he heard movement ringing out behind him. Thinking it was a fox coming back to read again, he turned around but saw a figure he hadn't seen in a long time, and a smile spread on his face. Miss White is back so early. How are things at the bottom of the mountain? Some important things have already been done, and I'll let Sister Sun take care of the rest. The white girl said slowly. It just so happens that 2 days from now will be the time for the gathering of the group of demons, and it is also necessary to come back early to prepare something. Only 2 more days? Chen Halberd was overwhelmed with emotion. At the time when I heard about it, I thought that it was inappropriate for a mortal to go to a gathering of demons. I did not expect less than a decade, but has already mastered several spells, nudging a demon to break through the realm, and even the ghosts have subdued too, which is also considered to be a real cultivator. When you think about it, it still feels like a dream. Still curious as to what kind of party this was, though, that even the white girl took it so seriously. You'll see when you go. The white girl sells a story but doesn't explain. Truth be told, I precisely wanted to know in advance, and wanted to see if I could get that cup of earth spirit sweet. Chen Halberd said truthfully. You even know about this, sir? The white girl was surprised. It was White 19 who told me. Chen Halberd then said Lu Judge Dream Invite Feast. Even White 19 also got some creation thing. Lu Judge that is the big man of the netherworld. Can get Lu Judge point. 19 is indeed a good life fox. The white girl pursed her lips and smiled lightly, looking at Chen Ji again. I also have to thank Mr. Chen. If it wasn't for the fact that you happened to be at the banquet, 19 wouldn't have had this fortune. It's true that it's easier for foxes to practice the dream marrying technique, but the blood of the dream taper and the moon syrup wine are both rare treasures, so it's a debt of gratitude to you, sir. 19 is my student, as it should be. Chenji doesn't feel that this is his credit. Previously received down white 19's thanks. Is to let her heart peace of mind? Really speaking, or Lu Judge heart good. Then, Mr. asked for the Earth Spirit Suite also to thank Judge Lu for his kindness? Exactly. The white girl pecked her head and spread her eyes. Then indeed we should want this. The wine next to the group demon banquet is indeed good. But there is nothing like the Earth Spirit Suite. If we want to thank Judge Lu, it is also this wine that is the most suitable. But this requirement for choosing a demon, I also really don't know either. Does Miss White not know about it either? Chen Halberd froze. He thought that by 19 didn't know because he hadn't been to the group demon banquet, and that Miss Bai had been there and liked to drink, so she should have known about it. But he didn't think that Miss Bai didn't know either. I know, but I don't know what the topic is this year, the white girl explained. The gathering of the demons originally came about to solve the problems between the demons. Exchanging treasures, discussing the word, and making friends, are all in there. Then the mountain god thought that since the demons were going to gather, they might as well have more entertainment. And that's how the group demon banquet came to be. As it is a banquet in drinking, it is natural to have games and prizes, and the Earth Spirit Suite is the reward for coming out on top in the games. Is that Earth Spirit Suite still enough to share? Chen Hastings suddenly asked. The white girl frowned. What is the reason for this question? Sir, the group demon banquet is held once every 3 months, and the Earth Spirit Suite is 1 cup a year. If we do the math this way, the mountain god will have to post 3 cups of Earth Spirit Suite a year instead. So how can we do that? You say the matter. The white girl couldn't help but laugh. The mountain god could have lived many more years than us and accumulated an unknown amount of Earth Spirit Sweetness. So how could there be no reward? Besides, who says you can pick the top prize at every party? Is there anything else you can't pick? Chen Halberd was stunned. Naturally, and it's only common that you can't pick the top. Demons don't easily submit to other demons and ghosts. The white girl thought for a moment, recalling, it would be better if it was an unusual request. But sometimes the mountain gods come up with things that can't be done. Like what? One year the mountain god wanted to see the transcript of Sacrifice Mountain G, and asked people to go to the Temple of Literature to ask for a copy. But none of the demonic ghosts dared to go there, so they didn't get it. And naturally no demonic ghosts gained the Earth Spirit Sweetness that time. This is indeed difficult for you. Chen Halberd burst out laughing, lamenting the fact that this mountain god really dared to make a question. The most talented people in the world are in the Temple of Fuzi, and the Temple of Literature is the next one down. All generations of sages and sages of the statue writings are in there. The most is the vast and frank. Unusual demons and ghosts, if they are close to the I'm afraid they have to show the form of the loss of mana, which dares to go in and ask for the book. But he was more curious. Did the mountain god see the book later? Then I don't know. Anyway, the matter was not mentioned again at the banquet afterward. So when the gentleman asked me how I was going to get it, I didn't know. I really didn't know what the mountain gods were going to ask this year. I see. Thanks for the answer, Miss White. Chen Halberd arched his hand and thanked him. The white girl returned the salute and thought of something else. Mr. doesn't have to care too much about the Earth Spirit Suite. If I really can't get the top prize, I can also exchange it with the demon who got it. Even if it's not good enough. Fox also has fellow cultivators who are good at brewing wine, so I can go and change a pot back. Perhaps not as good as moon syrup wine, but it's still a top-notch good wine. Good. Then I'll thank Miss Bai in advance. Chen Ji guessed what topic the mountain god would come up with this time. It would be best to get a cup of Earth Spirit Suite, and then it would also be a dignified way to thank Judge Lu. If it's not possible, we can only follow the method that Miss White said. Although it was unknown in his heart, he was looking forward to the gathering of the group of demons 2 days later. A group of demons arrived in the mountains, and 100 ghosts walked on the feast. Cultivation flourishes when it does. Chapter 49, Foxfire Like a Dragon, request for follow-up reading. Is Mr. practicing open wall techniques as well? The white girl asked casually. Miss White sees it? The stone on the ground doesn't look like something Bai Chi could do, and the fox next to it shouldn't be able to do this jutsu either. Elder Samuel and Mr. Su shouldn't be so bored to open stones here either. So I guess it's only Mr. Chen Halberd thinking about how to explain this to learn their own open wall art thing, but do not want a white girl simply do not ask this, but concerned about why there is still no use of art to open the traces of stone. I made it the way the mountain masons do, to show the white seven that you can't be proud of knowing jutsu. Sir is doing fine. The white girl nodded seriously as she listened. I had previously seen people occasionally opening rocks in the mountains, but I hadn't thought to take Fox to see them. But Mr. Chen also needs to practice diligently. The last few times he opened the wall, it wasn't really good. Indeed, at first it was thought to carve a portrait, but not after casting the spell. It's really hard. The white girl smiled and shook her head. Although the open wall technique is a simple technique, it's easy to open wide. but it's difficult when you get to the point of subtlety," said the man as he casually beckoned a piece of gravel. "I remember that when I practiced wall opening techniques, it was easier when I used wood. And then I switched to stone only after I was able to form patterns on wood with a single thought. At the beginning and you are similar. Always explode the stone. And then the stone can also be carved out of the pattern will be considered a small success. Until such as the wood, such as the formation of a thought is a great success. This one's for you." Chen Halberd looked down and realized that Miss White had already cast the open wall technique while she was talking. The gravel in his hand transformed into a spirited little fox. It was much better looking than anything Chen Ji had ever seen. When Sir is able to do so, the art of opening the wall will be considered practiced. The white girl shook away the stone shavings in her hands and cast another spell, and all the stones on the ground disappeared. Only then did Chen Ji come back to his senses and deeply thanked him. "Thank you, Miss White." "Nothing, Sir." Teaching for little fox. One's own cultivation really can't fall much behind. If you have any questions feel free to ask me. After saying that, he remembered something. Asked Chen Ji how he hadn't seen Bai Qi. Chen Halberd then spoke out about letting the two foxes build the road. The white girl froze for a moment and unfolded her smile. Mister has really thought of ways to repair the road to accumulate virtue and practice the method. It is indeed a good place to go. It's just bitter for them, going to work as earth foxes at a young age. An earth and wood fox? Building roads and bridges, moving earth and felling trees. Mr. Chen's description is apt. Waiting is the time to go see them. The white girl guffawed and smiled, then thought of something else and fished out a jade slip. "Mr. Chen, this is the talismanship technique you wanted. I have found it for you. You can learn it and try it out first. If you feel that you don't have enough mana, don't cast it easily." "Is there a lack of mana? How can I determine this?" Hearing this statement again, Chen Ji pondered for a moment and asked about the doubts in his heart. The white girl thought for a moment and looked at Chen Ji. "You already know how to control fire. Can you demonstrate it to me? Just give it your all. No need to be concerned." "Good." Chen Ji composed himself and seriously prepared to execute the fire control technique. He had gained a lot of opportunities in the past few days, and had absorbed a lot of the mountain's 5 qi, so he also wanted to try to see how far he could go. So with the thought of the sun in his mind he spewed out a mouthful. Chest blaze into a fire dragon. Protect Chen Halberd body around the circle circling. Quite a lofty posture. After a few laps of Chen Halberd's mind, the fire dragon rises up in the air again, changing its movements above its head, making a gesture to pounce. It took tens of breaths before it faded and dissipated into the air. How? Chen Halberd looked at the white girl. This was already a technique that he could hold now, and he also wanted to hear what Miss White had to say about it. Sir has been in the way for 10 years. Yes? Exactly. That's really good. The white girl smiled. Hearing the white girl praise, Chen Ji did not feel elated. Entering the way for a decade. So it's not bad. That is to say that the normal situation still doesn't work. Chen Ji, however, also wanted to see what it was like to be cast by a person of high magical power. So he arched his hand and asked the white girl, "I wonder if I could ask him this, by to perform the spell to see how profound the magic power should be?" "Yeah." The white girl seemed to have anticipated this and agreed without thinking. He then smiled and looked at Chen Ji. "You retreat. Forget it, you come to my side." The white girl waved her hand, signaling for Chen Ji to take a closer look at her flank. Chen Hao went as he was told and waited for the white girl to cast her spell. The white girl sucked in a breath and puffed out her mouth, looking dainty and a little cute. Then exhale slowly. Phew! The voice was very soft, but it gave Chen Ji a palpitating feeling, and he hurriedly looked at Miss Bai. Flames also happened to erupt from her mouth. The red and white flames exited, lukewarm as if they had no power at all, but in a flash they rose against the wind. The flames seemed to rush up into the sky, transforming into a 1,000-foot dragon in midair, a few points larger than Mount Sendai. Waiting for the fire dragon coiled together, but then revealed the image of the fox face with red eyes and peach blossom eyes, just like the white girl that day when she turned into a demon to scare people. The fox's eyes were crimson, and the hair on his body was flowing, and it was only when he looked closely that he realized it was a dazzling fire breath. With the fox head and dragon body coiled in the air, Chen Ji felt that even his breath became scorchingly hot and unbearable. Chen Hastings looked back at the white girl again. Instead, she remained standing not far from her side, her eyes clear. After a few more breaths, about the time he felt that Chen Ji had already seen clearly, he slowly inhaled. The airborne fire dragon turned into red and white flames again and retracted into the white girl's mouth. Only then did the white girl look at Chen Ji. "Mr. Chen, what do you think about controlling the fire like this? Fruity is awesome." Chen Ji returned to his senses, his eyes filled with marvel. He had previously thought that his protective fire dragon was good enough. However, compared to the white girl's, it is not even decent. and can only be said to be the teasing of a blindfolded child.
Yet the gentleman need not think so. The white girl smiled.
Unusual people or demons who have been in the Tao for a year may not be as proficient in fire control as Mr.
It's just that fox fire happens to be a technique I'm good at as well, and that's why there's such a vision. But you also need not worry. Fawn just watched you casting spells. About a few more months of effort can also cast this talismanship art. A couple months? That's okay. Chen Halberd breathed a sigh of relief. There was also some more tangible understanding of mana. Then something else came to mind. Miss Bai. When I went to Qingfeng Guan to discuss the Dharma, I heard that water and fire arts are mostly valued in the form of dragons, which are ferocious and can suppress the other side when fighting. But I see you. Why a fox? Yes? The white girl interrupted. Exactly. This is the truth that Mr. Teach Fox how can you not remember again? When did I say that? Mr.
said that no matter how far the fox has practiced, it must remember that it is the top fox,
and since it is the top fox, isn't it normal for the fox fire to be the fox's appearance?
The white girl squared her shoulders.
Mr. is a human and new to the Tao. Fighting may not be as good as a dragon, but a fox may not be as good as a dragon. Chen Halberd froze in place. Halfway through the day, he arched his hand and saluted. Miss White is right. It's me who's obsessed.
The white girl nodded in satisfaction. The arts that Mr. wants to learn have also been given, and what should be said about the wall opening art has also been said.
There is still one more night left in the group demon gathering, so Mr. can go and cultivate by himself, and come back to call out to Mr. in the morning. Allow me to go and check on the white 7 and the others first. 2 earth and wood foxes. That's interesting as hell. Wonderful. Wonderful. There's just the right amount of wind coming. After the white girl finished speaking, she stepped on the wind and went far away, disappearing from Chen Ji's line of sight.
Only then did Chen Ji look closely at the little fox in his hand. It is carved in stone, but it happens to avoid all the cracks and rough spots, leaving only the most delicate fleshy parts.
At the moment, it is a bit like jade in the hand.
It's really a marvelous jutsu. Chen Ji decided that tomorrow he would go and look for some suitable wood and practice diligently as Miss Bai said.
As for fire control, just now, watching MS Bai perform, it seems that I also understand a lot, and when I think about it again,
I should also have made progress.
Thinking about things,
Chen Ji had already walked to the white girl's small courtyard and found the position where he had sat before to continue absorbing the 5 chi of the mountains. This time it felt different. I only felt that the 5 chi in the mountains seemed to have a shape, like a dragon fox pouring into the body, but it was much more rapidly absorbed than before.
I don't know how many hours have passed.
Chen Ji's ears twitched as if he heard something else.
When I opened my eyes,
I only saw what seemed to be the warm light of the setting sun in the sky, and the white girl was standing not far away with a bag of things. The wind ruffled the hem of his coat,
making a subtle rustling sound. Mr. Chen's cultivation is over.
The white girl looked over and opened her mouth with a smile.
I was going to wait until you were finished, but now it's just right to hand it over. What is it? The last yellow essence you found.
Before to move the medicine hut to the mountain.
Then it is just right to bring along to deal with it. I personally concocted out. Later you can go to change something needed back. Thank you, Miss White.
Chen Halberd seriously thanked him,
but then reacted. Wait, isn't the group demon gathering tomorrow? Why are we leaving now?
The white girl looked surprised and shook her head slightly.
Hasn't Mr. paid attention to the time? You've been practicing in this suck for a day and a night. Chen Halberd was stunned.
He only felt that he was sitting here for a few moments,
and looking at the color of the sky, he thought that 2 or 3 hours had passed,
but he never thought that a day and a night had passed.
No wonder. What's weird? No wonder the earth says that there are no years of cultivation,
but the world is already 1,000 years old.
It's really true. The white girl couldn't help but laugh and shake her head. If it's like this, sir, it really doesn't count as 1,000 years, even if it's a great demon with the Tao, a cultivation or a decade or so at a time. It doesn't count yet. And what does that count as? Halberd Chen asked curiously. The white girl looked toward the distant mountains with a slight frown. Has Mr. Chen ever seen a mountain or river in another shape? Naturally.
I know that on Earth there are also places like Turtle Mountain,
Elephant Trunk Mountain, Lady Mountain, and most of them are named because the mountain has a shape. Chen Ji replied, but with disbelief. Why does Miss White suddenly ask this? Grass cultivation still has a period to follow. Mountain and river cultivation will have no time,
often more than 1,000 years to have a little change.
Cultivate the form will not know the past tens of thousands of years. Again,
we have to absorb the essence of the sun and moon for an unknown number of tens of thousands of years,
and occasionally obtain aura before we can formally enter the way. This is the cultivation of this that has no years,
and the world has been 1,000 years. Chen Halberd listened to only feel trance. Before actually from these tangible mountains and rivers is also the original cultivation of the essence of the monster. It seems that in the future have the fate should go to visit one or two. There was something else to lament about, but then he heard Miss Chen speak. Let's go. If we don't go, we won't be able to make it to the group demon banquet. Saying so, he invoked a wisp of fresh air, so Chen Ji didn't think too much, following the white girl to step on the wind, rushing towards an unknown direction. Chapter 50, Naikawa on Earth, Request for Catch-up Reading. When he first stepped on the wind, Chen Ji thought that only himself and the white girl were in the past this time, but when they had traveled for a while, they found that Mr. Su had already been walking with by 19 on the mountain in front of them, with the 7 friends of Sendai behind them, so the white girl took him and dropped him from the wind and walked with them. Mr. Chun. The 7 friends of Sendai were thrilled to see Chen Ji, and even held out a handful of pine nuts and handed them to him. Take it, save it for the road to relieve your boredom. Chen Ji looked at the handful of pine cones borne by the lightning-struck pine tree with some emotion. How powerful a cultivator would have to be so extravagant as to use such heavenly treasures as snacks to relieve boredom? Shake your head and send it back to the squirrel. You guys still have to change things for cultivation. Just invite me again when you have more later. The big squirrel hesitated, looking down at Pinecone and then at Chen Halberd. It can't be. How much would it take to exchange resources for cultivation? If it's never enough, could it be that we never repay Mr. Chen's kindness? Squirrel monasticism may be difficult, but it does understand etiquette. Mr. has done a lot for us, and Squirrel remembers it all, so please do take it. I have many more pine nuts on hand here for Judge Lu's wine exchange. The big squirrel spoke, and it was only then that Chen Ji realized that his furry tail was also covering a backpack made of leaves. What is this? It's a backpack that Samuel Senpai prepared for us, and it can hold many pine nuts. Said also opened the display to show Chen Ji. There are indeed hundreds of pine nuts in there, just from the outside. It really doesn't look like it can hold all that. I don't know how Elder Samuel managed to be able to make this leaf bag hold so much. It would be a good idea to go back and ask, or if it wasn't complicated, beg for one, feeling that it might be useful when traveling the world. It's better to talk to the squirrel side first now. In that case, I am relieved. Chen Ji nodded, knowing that the squirrels would not lose the opportunity to cultivate because of these pine nuts, and received them with peace of mind, but it wasn't all loaded up when I received it. Instead, they took out a handful and gave one to the white girl and the white 19 a fox, and then one to each of the squirrels. What is the meaning of this, sir? Squirrel asked in surprise, not daring to pick it up. You gave me pine nuts and I felt happy that I should share them with my friends, so I did. The squirrels hesitated for several breaths, but took the pine cones. Mr. is a good man. Chen Ji smiled but didn't say anything, just accepting the good guy card, then looked at by 19. Aren't you going into seclusion? The white girl and I spoke some methods of marrying dream art, have not yet completely learned, and so on learned together closed, just to go to look for beautiful wine for Lu Judge Seniors. White 19 nodded. So much the better. Since Miss White had pointed it out, Chen Ji did not say anything more, then looked to Mr. Su. Is Mr. Su going to the group demon gathering to exchange something? I can be allowed to do it for you. Why are you wandering late at night? Mr. Su waved his hand. Some distance. It's manageable. Just wait and bother Miss Bai or Mr. Chen to take care of it, lest there be any accidents. Naturally, the white girl nodded. Chen Ji, however, was puzzled, not knowing what else he had to go through in front of him, and that a ghostly Confucian like Mr. Su would need to be taken care of as well. It's Naiha, but not the netherworld one, but the tributary on Earth, the white girl explained. The gathering of the group of demons is a big event on Mount Sendai, and it is initially held in a flat area on the mountain. After that, it goes to the cave of the mountain god for the feast. After a long time, the group of demons find it troublesome, so why don't we go to the mountain god's cave at the beginning? And to get there we'll have to pass through the tributaries of the Nai River. But even though it's a tributary, it has what the Nai River originally had. It is able to make the soul sink into it and not be able to pull itself out, and those with a weaker fixation will lose their souls and be injured by it. Isn't that dangerous? Chen Halbert asked. Indeed, demons are entities and won't have a problem, but ghosts are a bit troublesome and can only be crossed with their own skills or sheltered by a side demon cultivator. Then why did the mountain god set up this sort of test? Chen Halbert had a flash of light and thought of something. The white girl nodded slightly in agreement with this statement. After all, there are too many demons in Mount Sendai, and the group demon banquet has to set some thresholds, and being able to pass the Nai River is the key. And it's not exactly a test. It's kind of a favor from the mountain gods to the demons and ghosts. Although the Nai River attracts souls, the effect of the earthly tributaries is much weaker, and watching the river here can strengthen the soul as long as it resists temptation. Even if a ghost crosses it, it has the effect of condensing the soul, so the slightly more powerful demons and ghosts of Mount Sendai will all go over to cross the river at that time.
So it is. Chenji now finally understood why Mr. Su also wanted to visit.
I'm afraid that he also wanted to condense his soul and try his new way of cultivation.
And where is the manhwa?
Almost there. The white girl walked in front of her, with the crushed leaves clicking under her feet and the sandy rustle of the soil,
which was extraordinarily pleasant.
Chenji also hadn't felt the evening mountain road for a long time, so he followed along and moved slowly.
From time to time on the road, there are also beside the demons and ghosts appeared. Met Chen Halbert and his entourage. Some will greet with the white girl.
Some also pass by without saying a word.
But when you pull away and look again,
you're still walking in the same direction.
Chenji was a bit confused,
so he asked the white girl,
"It's just as well to ignore demons and ghosts you don't know well, but how come there are obviously familiar demons who don't travel with you either? They just left without seeing each other?"
"This is the reason for crossing the river Nai," the white girl said slowly. "Regardless of the demons and ghosts, they are all vulnerable when crossing the Nai River and can easily be attacked by a sneak attack, completely transforming them into wandering souls and resentful ghosts in the river and drifting down the river into the netherworld.
Most of the demons can't come back from the netherworld
and become the food for the severe ghosts over there. And only the ones that got away and were able to escape into the city of the netherworld to explain the situation can come back with a dream to explain the situation. But it's also a lot of trouble. That's why there are usually no demonic ghosts traveling with them if they are not a passing or trusted friendship." It dawned on Chenji that he understood the concerns of these demonic ghosts.
Indeed it should.
Then he looked at the squirrel demon and Mr. Su was just about to ask them how to get past this naiad. Red sun sinking in the west cage layer of blood color, only hanging in the distant mountains to reveal a small half of the slight sway,
as if the next breath will be completely sunk into the western mountains.
The white girl's voice followed.
"Here we are."
Chen Halbert hastily raised his eyes to look.
Instead,
he found no sign of a river in front of him, only a cave that was mopped up around the perimeter until it was smooth.
"Where's Nahe? The cave is it?"
So the white girl led the way and all the foxes,
ghosts and demons followed into this pitch-black cave. Chenji drilled into the cave and suddenly realized that a few things were not quite right. Obviously there are still sounds outside, birds chirping and birds calling and beasts roaring, but after entering the cave it is quiet and abnormal. Not hearing these sounds in the slightest, only the crashing water in front of him, and the image in front of me seemed off. It was clear that the white girl, Mr. Su, and the others were not far away, but there was no one to be seen around. The shouting also seemed to come from a great distance. What's more crucial is that it took Chen Halbert reaching out and touching the water to realize what the problem was. The river, surprisingly, flows against the current.
There also seemed to be something swimming back and forth in the river.
Chenji looked carefully, trying to see clearly,
but he only felt a trance begin to form before his eyes. The memories of the period before they turned into donkeys also appeared suddenly and slowly came up.
"Brother, I think this guy is good. How about turning him into a donkey?"
"Ha, how good is it?
Screwing up your people is not something you or I can afford to do. Anyway, there are still skins given. Let me try. If it doesn't work then pull it and sell it. Even the netherworld won't be able to find it."
"That's just it.
Do as you say and make it clean."
Yes, it seemed to be two voices, and it seemed to be several,
noisy and inaudible.
Chen Halbert more carefully listened, but the more fuzzy. The whole person is eager, hate to come to their side to listen clearly, and yet, he was afraid to come closer. Chen Halbert couldn't think of any other reason for him to hesitate, so he could only press closer and closer. The voices also seemed to sound much more authentic.
Even the thin,
faintly disoriented voices were audible.
"Come on, come on. What do you know when you come?" The last of Chenji's hesitation disappeared and he dove in headfirst. Wow! A gourd of ice water was violently thrown on Chenji's face. Chen Halbert's eyes snapped open.
Where are the people and the voices that just spoke?
Only the white girl, White 19, Mr. Su, and the 7 friends of Sendai.
A few demonic ghosts and foxes looked at him with worried faces.
"Mr. Chen, are you okay?"
Chapter 51, The Great Fair at Sendai Mountain, request for follow-up reading.
"What happened to my?" Chenji shook his head, still a few degrees of unconsciousness. Taking another deep breath, he looked at the people in front of him, his 5 chi flowing, no different than usual, but thinking about the picture of the party, and not sure if this is really the white girl line. So according to the method described in the ancient books, he bit out the blood of his tongue and rubbed it on his brow. When he saw a few more people still as usual, he was relieved and sat back in meditation.
"You were normal when you entered the cave, but soon you kept looking down at the water,
and you didn't respond even when we called you a few times.
Miss White knows that you are a soul attracted to the river Nai and greets us with a quick crossing, but you were so heavy that you slammed straight into the water and sank downward. Fortunately,
Miss White fished you out and woke you up only on the shore. If I'm late,
I'm afraid my whole body will sink into the river and become a walking corpse. Chen Halberd, listening to the bystanders describe this only to feel cold, scalp numb, cannot help but shiver. It turned out that what he had experienced was actually something like that. It's hard to say whether it was a fantasy or actually happened. Gasping for breath, he looked at the white girl and was about to thank her, but he saw that she had a calm face, and when he saw his gaze looking over, he smiled faintly and fished out a pill to hand over. Cheng Xin pill, to condense the qi and calm the mind. Chen Halberd swallowed a mouthful, felt that the mouth melted away mass of clear spiritual qi, down the throat to moisturize the internal organs. Even the mind is much calmer. There was no longer that palpitation when I breathed again. What did you see? The white girl asked softly. It was before I turned into a donkey. A few moments of astonishment passed over the white girl's face. Can you still recall these things after you've been hit by the animal creation soul eating method? I don't know, but the image was clear as day when it came to mind. Then speak with me. Chen Jiabao then told the images he saw in the river. Even the feeling of wanting to get closer but not daring to do so. The white girl paused, frowning in deep thought. That's not something I can judge anymore. If I have the chance to see Judge Lu next time, I can ask about it. Doesn't even Miss White know? Chen Ji pursed his lips but didn't say anything, only nodding his head. Good thing too. After saying that, he remembered something and looked at the Nai River flowing not far away and opened his mouth. Miss White, what is in the river Nai? There isn't much of anything, but I clearly saw something swimming in there, extremely fast, and the memories came from seeing them. So, the white girl slowly pondered, and suddenly her eyes lit up as she thought of something. What you see should be a soul viper. What's that? There are water vipers on Earth, which for 500 years are transformed into augurs, and for 1,000 years into dragons, and for another 500 years into horned dragons, and for another 1,000 years into winged dragons. There are also these creatures in the Nai River, but they have turned into soul vipers, feeding on the souls on the surface of the water, transparent as glass, and the faintly flowing light is the light and shadow of the souls they devour. Rumor has it that the Nai River sinking is when the souls fall into the Nai River and attract these things, and when they come up and tear and bite and don't let go of them, they become the rations of the soul vipers. But I've never heard of seeing a soul vermin being able to recall lost memories. How strange. The white girl finished and sighed again. It's just that these things originally only appeared in the netherworld Naiha, but I didn't expect that they are now on Earth. So it seems that something is really going to happen in this world. The demons and ghosts around them were silent. The things of the world were very long ago with them, and only the white girl who went down the mountain from time to time had such feelings. Chen Ji also did not have much memory, and it was even worse to say anything. However, the white girl is also just a casual feeling, and do not want to say anything more. Call out the foxfire for Chen Halberd drying clothes and then re-greeted a few demons on the road. Mr. Chen, you are in your first fright, so follow me so that I can protect you. Good. After the Naiha incident, Chen Ji also knew that it didn't seem safe for him to only be able to call out wind and control fire, so he honestly followed behind Miss White. However, the white girl's voice could be heard slowly ringing out. You may tell these things together to Judge Lu, he should have a decision. Raising his eyes to look, but the white girl did not turn around at all, but just walked by herself, so he realized that this is the white girl did not want to attract attention to quietly tell him, and so there was also silence, just a nod of knowledge. Then walking, he remembered about Mr. Su, and asked curiously how he had come along. If there are soul vipers and he's a ghost, it shouldn't be easy. Ha! Some little snakes, can they still hurt me? Mr. Su laughed contemptuously and floated forward, his tunic torn and split in cloth at his feet, and covered with teeth marks. The couldn't help but shake his head. Worthy of being a Confucian cultivator, his mouth is hard. Then asked by 19 and the 7 friends of Sendai, but it is and the white girl generally have no problem. So once again to go forward. After walking some more, Chen Hastings grew curious. When I came here, I still saw the demons and ghosts on the side. How come I didn't see any after crossing the Nai River? It's all on the go, and you'll see it soon enough. The white girl spoke slowly, suddenly spreading her face and smiling as she looked toward a place of bright light. Look, there's not the arrival. Chen Halberd looked at it carefully. A clearing did appear at the end of the road. The moonlight was just right. The trees were silhouetted, and there seemed to be lanterns picked and candles lit. Dozens of tables and tablecloths were laid out together with all kinds of fruits and delicacies, and it was indeed a banquet. It was only when we got closer that we realized there was more than one way to get here. Instead, there are many switchbacks leading down. They were considered to have come a little late, and there were already many demonic ghosts sitting in front of them. And it wasn't lanterns that were picked out of the trees, but large bats of unknown species. The appearance of the birth of not so ugly. Wings as thin as cicada wings, when closed just through the body of the inner fire gold red, emitting light, From a distance it is like a lantern. As for the ones busily arranging things by the various tables and cases were a group of rat demons. One went back and forth, moving with awesome swiftness. Chen Halberd watched, only glad that he was not afraid of these two kinds of creatures before. Otherwise scared also to scared half dead. Where dare to enter the table? Miss White is here. The 7 friends of Sendai actually came with Fox as well. Ha! Fox has a lot of demons and ghosts coming this year. As the white girl and her party approached, there were demonic ghosts on the sidelines to greet them. Wait, what a strong popularity. How did you even bring someone with you, Miss White? Among the crowd of greetings, a large pig-headed demon twitched his nose and suddenly looked at Chun-Ji. People? How are there people? The demons and ghosts next to this all cautiously backed away, staring at Chen Halberd with eyes that seemed to be scornful. This is the gentleman invited by my clan, a first-time Taoist, and a close friend of Mr. Su. Is there a problem? The white girl spoke first, looking to the demons. The demon banquet. It's naturally fine for the demons to come here, but the humans, well, it's not appropriate. Indeed, no one has been seen coming to this party since it started. A demon spoke in a low voice. How inappropriate. At first it was said that it would be convenient for the demons to come and exchange things, but then it wasn't the ghosts that came as well. The white girl swept her gaze across the circle to a figure with a heavy tassel wrapped around her neck. Hanging neck maiden. Do you think so? The figure that the white girl had named shuddered and was filled with consternation. Miss White said yes, concubine to come here but also inappropriate. But demon ghost, after all, is the same stream, but also all the friends of the Taoist give face. I can come to see the world, but this gentleman invited by Miss White to come here, always has to have a reason, right? The lady of the hanging neck said, in a modest way. It actually threw the question back. The group of demons then followed and shouted. Indeed, demons and ghosts belong to the same cultivation outside of man, so they come, if people can all come. In the future, there is no need to call the group of demons banquet, simply call it the Sendai Mountain Grand Fair, and we exchange heavenly treasures. So we'll go down the mountain trail and sell some dates, peaches, dry firewood, and big cakes. The big pig-headed demon from the party also grunted a large paragraph. It's the pull. There is nothing wrong with that statement. It is your clan's business for you to hire someone to be a gentleman. Miss White, it is out of our hands, but if there is no other reason, this group of demon banquets should never be allowed to participate. Chen-Ji also understood what was happening here by listening to the voice. Turns out it's still because of who you are. When Elder Samuel said that he should be able to come to the group demon banquet, and Miss White didn't mention that there was still an identity problem, he thought it was really that easy. Now it seems to be a pain in the ass. I was thinking that I should secretly tell Miss White that I would just wait outside. It's not good to evilize Miss White's relationship with these demons and ghosts of Sendai Mountain because of myself alone. When I first entered the mountain, there was a conflict, but now it is not good to do it again. But then he heard the white girl open her mouth. You usually take the form of a human being, and other practitioners are unwilling to communicate with you. So I, the Fox clan, have invited a gentleman to discuss with you, and you have to be questioned in this manner? This is really outrageous. Then you say you need a reason to keep Mr. Chen, and let me hear what it is? The group of demons fell silent. They couldn't refute what the white girl said. They disliked humans. Not that they really thought humans were unworthy to sit with demons. Rather, they usually have to learn from people when they take shape. But the earthly practitioners dislike them as demons and basically won't discuss the Dharma and the Tao with them. The demons were not convinced in their hearts and they could not look at the people. Now that he saw that the Fox clan could befriend people, he disliked Chen-Ji even more. But after the white girl poked at their thoughts, it was not good to admit it. So they discussed it. Since it's an argument, he has to show off his cultivation. There has to be at least one more side demon's approval. 2. No. 3. You foxes are not allowed to be counted. Also, we're here to exchange things. And if people come here to see the world, they have to have heavenly treasures. And also the mountain gods will recognize him into the feast. The group of demons said so. As the words fell, the white girl stepped aside as if she had already expected them to say that. The first 2 are not difficult. Sir, just show yourself to them. He then left Chen-Ji to face the group of demons by himself. Chen-Ji took a step forward. Raise your eyes. Monkeys and deer in the forest. Pigs and sheep in the mountains. Snakes and turtles in the water. Most stayed true to form. Only a few were able to take human form. And it was not clear if they didn't like it or couldn't do it. At the moment, however, they were all looking at him. One pair of eyes looking up and down. But not menacing, mostly curious. It should have been exciting to see so many demons. But about the time the effects of the heart-cleansing pill hadn't dissipated, Chen Halberd actually felt calm in his heart. And after a little thought or two, he arched his hand and opened his mouth.
The group demon banquet. You all are the protagonists. I have come here in haste, and I do intrude. Since you all are willing to give it a chance, let me show it off. He said that he was about to cast a spell. Instead, he saw the pig demon frown and blush in displeasure. There are so many of us demons. Why did you only say I give you a chance? Is it possible that you are looking down on the other demons? Ha! Chen Halberd froze violently, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. Instead, many of the demons on the side giggled and pulled the pig demon to explain what the demons meant. Pig demon suddenly realized. Hate bowed his head, but the hair on his face was too dense, but could not see whether there was a blush. It was only then that Chen Haste continued to start the display. Chapter 52 Recognized by the Mountain God, Request for Catch-up Reading. The first one to demonstrate cultivation. Chen Ji was not timid. Although he had been in the Tao for a short period of time, Miss White said that his cultivation was not too bad. That should also be enough in front of a group of demons. The two jutsu, calling the wind and controlling fire, are both good for demonstrations. So I reached out and felt it, and sure enough there was a light breeze. However, after feeling it, Chen Ji was jumping in his heart to think of something. He himself had traveled all the way from the cave along the Nai River, during which he had not gone out, and up to here, too, it seemed to be the scene in the cave. Where's the moon when you don't even touch the light? Where's the wind? However, it is not suitable to think about it in detail now. The act is important, and the matter of the wind, we will ask Miss White later. As soon as Chen Ji's mind moved, he had already picked up the steps and stepped into the wind, just as the clasping Jejuan had demonstrated on that day. However, this was a method that Chen Ji had researched on his own. The wind is invisible, but also tangible. As long as you can find the image of the wind, walking on the wind can be so easy. 1 step off the ground, 2 steps into the air, 3 steps into the clouds. The group of demons on the ground couldn't help but look up with emotion. Good tactics. This wind calling technique has some attainment. Treading on the wind and stepping on the clouds as a step. Truly a good tactic. Chen Jifu slowly walked down, stopping at about the height of the treetops, tranquilizing his mind and observing the red sun. In less than a few breaths of time, a fire dragon swam out of the mouth, circled around, lit the fire pot on the table and then returned to the mouth. The expressions of the demons and ghosts varied. Some were surprised, some appreciative, and some couldn't read the expressions, but mostly the gaze softened a bit. To be able to cultivate to such an extent, one is considered a fellow traveler. Yet there are demons who feel general. A demon that had taken human form but kept a few feathers on top of its head to show off its identity showed disdain. Is that all? It's just a basic wind call to control fire. And even this fire dragon isn't really skillfully controlled. How does one deserve to argue? Which of the demonic ghosts present doesn't know these tactics? Then who is there who knows all this in the first 10 years of his initiation? May he come out and tell us? Before the group of demons could speak, the white girl spoke first. The demons froze in disbelief at this. Is it true that you have been in the way for less than a decade? Indeed. Elder Samuel can testify to that. The white girl said. That should be true. The human race is really smart and awesome for cultivation. The group of demons originally still do not believe. But after hearing that Senior Samuel can testify, there is no more doubt. Chen Ji once again lamented the reliability of Samuel's predecessor. Just a single name caused the group of demons to react in such a way. And after some discussion among the group of demons, they also recognized Chen Ji's strength in terms of cultivation. Let's just count you as having passed your cultivation, and you may discuss the Tao with us. A demon shouted. Thanks a lot. Don't be too busy thanking me yet. You still have to gain the approval of other demons. Can any of them vouch for you? That should also be enough. Chen Ji thought for a moment and fished out the leaves gifted by Senior Samuel from his bosom, as well as a few grains of bamboo rice given by the clasping section June. This is a gift from Elder Sephora and the clasping festival monarch. And if we don't count the Fox clan, the 7 friends of Sendai and Mr. Su, I wonder if it's enough. The demons fell silent as they looked at Elder Samuel's leaves. Since there is a token from Elder Samuel, there is no need for a side demon to recognize it. And this item is also considered to be passed by you. It's your turn to display the heavenly materials and see if there's anything we need. Good thing too. Chen Ji thought about it. Since Miss White had brought him here, she naturally didn't need to worry about the matter of not revealing his wealth. So he touched out the lightning-striking pine nuts, bamboo rice and bamboo dew, and took out the concocted yellow essence tablets. Are these okay? The demons swallowed their saliva, even if they do need such a good thing. So after a moment's hesitation, they nodded. Could be. There's only one last item over there. Chen Ji was slightly apprehensive, thinking about the mountain god's approval and wondering how to count again. By this point, the group of demons did not speak, nor did the white girl, and they all looked quietly at the position at the end of the topmost table. The
The mountain gods have not yet appeared. Chen Hastings was suddenly a little curious about what a mountain god looked like. Most of what he remembers is the kind that gets knocked out by a monkey with a stick in Journey to the West. At the time it still felt like the mountain gods and lands were nothing more than that. Now that I really came to the world of cultivation, I realized that the mountain gods are also deities that have entered the grade, and have been the lifelong desire of many cultivators. The biggest deity that an ordinary demonic beast could see in its lifetime was the mountain god. But there are several kinds of mountain gods. The great emperor of the 5 mountains is in charge of the mountain gods of the mountains under the world, and he can also ordain the mountains of his own territory, which is a mountain god that has entered the orthodoxy of the divine court. Secondly, the mountain ranges will be enlightened, and the mountain gods will become mountain gods after accomplishing their cultivation, which are naturally generated by heaven and earth. Again, in order to commemorate the civil servants and military generals, the earthly emperors would appoint them as the ear mountain gods of the mountains where the coffins were buried, and they were the earthly gods, which would easily fall into disrepair with the change of dynasties. In the end, it is a powerful demon in the mountain who has gained authority and called himself the mountain god, which is to see the size of the fist, and anyone who comes can try it. According to what Miss White said, the mountain god of Sendai Mountain seems to have a spirit but has not been ordained. It's no wonder that the demon was sent to find a copy of the Sacrifice Mountain Journal. It is difficult for the divine court to ordain, but it is much easier for the earthly sacrifices to ordain the mountain god, who is the essence of the mountains and has the means to stabilize the authority of the mountain god even if the dynasty changes. Is this Mr. Fox? Just as he was thinking about it, he heard a sound like the rubbing of stones. Chen Halberd raised his eyes. The mountain god's position was at the moment sitting on a stone man. It's a real stoner. All the limbs and 5 bodies are made of stone. The body is entangled with green vines, and the position of the whiskers and hair is also grass, and there are grass clippings flying between shaking. Opening his mouth allowed Chenji to feel the aura of Mount Sendai that he had seen on weekdays when he was observing the mountain and rationalizing the chi. It's the god of the mountain no less. Chen Halberd arched his hand. Greetings, mountain god. The other group of demons similarly bowed and greeted the mountain god. There's no need to be polite. Please sit down. The mountain god's words fell. There are already vines rooted out of the ground, coiled into the shape of a table and a few, and there are light bats and mice to send fruits and melons. You guys sit down too. The mountain god looked to the group of demons. I have known about Mr. Fox for a long time, and I have also read your requests, so there is no need to say anything more when Mr. Fox can enter my Sendai Mountain Group Demon Banquet, at the behest of the mountain god. The group of demons nodded, yet there were still demons who were unconvinced, muttering in whispers. Why doesn't the mountain god test Mr. Fox? After all, he's a human being. The mountain god swept his sight over the group of demons and nodded slightly. Just as well. It's time to show you what Mr. Fox has done. Do you know where all these things on him came from? I don't know. The demons shook their heads. So the mountain god said Chen Halberd for the Squirrel Demon Cultivation 3 asked the Fox Road Ghosts, and said pointing out the Fox family to repair the road, and then pointing out the embracing section of the June break through the realm. The demons listened with their mouths wide open, unable to believe that this was something that a person could do for a demon. The gaze towards Chenji was also much softer, even bringing admiration and respect. When the mountain gods had all finished, they once again asked the group of demons, how is it? Are there still demons and ghosts who oppose Mr. Fox's entry today? Don't dare to object. I am in awe of what you have done, sir, and I was rude in the past. If this is to be opposed to the gentleman, am I not worse than a man? Me too. This gentleman of the Fox clan is a good man, and should indeed come and enter the feast. The group of demons then apologized anew to Chenji, and invited Chenji to go and sit beside them again. Even the pig demon who was the most reluctant in the party came over and introduced himself to Chenji to ask for forgiveness. Chen Halberd was also in a trance for a while. I didn't realize that this would lead to a relationship with the demons of Sendai Mountain. Revisiting the white girl, already at some point, he had brought by 19 to sit beside himself, with Mr. Su and the 7 friends of Sendai at his side. With a quick thought, he knew that this must have been arranged by Miss White, and so arched his hand. Thank you, Miss White. It's all about what you do. I'm just relaying it to the mountain gods. Miss White smiled faintly and raised her wineglass to remotely honor Chenji. Congratulations, sir, on passing the accreditation. Thank you, Miss White. Chenji raised his cup in return, and when he put it down, he heard the mountain gods speak. Since all are here, let us begin. What you have brought and what you need may be said at this moment. When all of them have been changed, a banquet can be held, and then we can taste the earth spirit sweet. Goo. Chenji clearly heard the demon beside him swallow his saliva. With a slight sideways glance, he saw a toad demon bulging its cheeks and its eyes blazing, and the demons on the side were similar. all of them longing for this earth spirit sweet. It was only then that Chen Ji remembered that he hadn't asked what the effect of the earth spirit sweet was, so he asked the white girl in a low voice. According to the mountain god, the effect of the earth spirit sweet is even greater than the emperor's stream syrup. When Miss White only said one sentence, Chen Ji understood why the group of demons all had burning eyes. Can save 100 years of hard work? I'm afraid that in the eyes of the demon, this is no longer a fine wine, but a real treasure. But it's comparable to the emperor's flow syrup, so it does count as a good wine to return to the land judge. I just don't know what the mountain gods will demand this time. As Chen Halberd pondered, a demon had already gotten up to talk about what he had brought and what he had requested. So also first press the doubt and start listening carefully to see if there is anything you need. Chapter 53, Even People Envy Demon Ghosts, Request for Follow-Up Reading. The first to rise was a snake demon, with an inning voice that could not be heard as male or female. Coiled on his seat, his tail picks a carrier for mortals. I have a snake mold here that I left behind when I molted my skin for 700 years. It can be used to refine magic weapons and also used as medicine. I would like to exchange it for a potion that contains augur blood. After saying that, he picked up his backpack and showed it to the group of demons. Only the demons all shook their heads to indicate that they didn't. The pig demon also spoke in a loud voice. You're the only snake demon in Mount Sendai. And you haven't even transformed into a Jiao yet. Where are we going to find the Jiao blood stuff? We can't go to Purple Cloud Mountain and ask the Purple Cloud Dragon King for it, right? I can't beat that. The pig demon shook his head, and the other demons shook their heads with laughter. This one really doesn't. There are also demons who want snake shedding but no augur blood elixir. Taking out the side elixir and asking, I have the Een Fury pill, which is refined by collecting the grievances of the earth, and can transform the fury heavens. Does little dragon monarch need it? The snake demon, however, shook his head. I don't need this as I don't have any side killings or sins other than eating. Look at the group of demons again. If there is no Jiao blood elixir, dragon blood coral will do. As long as it is a little bit the size of a soybean it will be enough. That would be even less. Seeing the group of demons shaking their heads again, the snake demon had no choice but to give up and resumed his seat, allowing the next demon to continue. Chen Hastings felt that such an exchange was new, but then another point came to mind. Miss White, exposing your strength like this, aren't you afraid that the exchange will fail and allow other demons to set their sights on you? With the god of the mountain and Elder Samuel looking out for us, nothing like this has ever happened, the white girl said. Chen Ji was silent. He didn't expect a place like Mount Sendai where groups of demons gathered to be so harmonious. It was rare. So he asked about the augur blood elixir and dragon blood coral again. Both of these are things needed for the snake to transform into an augur. The snake transforming into a Jiao needs to catalyze the demonic Dan into a Jiao Dan. And the head is born with a Jiao horn in order to stimulate the Jiao dragon bloodline in the body. But this process is very painful. And to say that it's 9 deaths and 1 life is not an exaggeration. That's why many snake demons search for heavenly treasures. And the augur blood elixir can increase the probability of bloodline awakening as well as heal wounds. So it's the best thing to have. Wouldn't it be better to use augur blood then? Jiao blood is not easy to preserve. So many of them are stored as Jiao Dan. So it is. Chen Ji nodded and asked about the dragon blood coral again. Is this something in the ocean? Of course not. The white girl smiled and shook her head. He is talking about the real dragon blood. Falling on ordinary grass and trees will have a great chance. If you can carry through the dragon blood erosion will become a dragon horn model. Just will not be able to withstand the dragon blood crystals condensed on the outside. Look at it from afar as red coral. Only have this name. The dragon blood coral effect is better than augur blood, and it can also revitalize blood and flesh, but it's even more rare. No wonder it can't be exchanged. Something like this only won't be taken out easily even if you have it. That snake molt might not be enough, right? The white girl shook her head. That snake demon is sometimes short of being able to transform into a Jiao, and a 700-year-old snake molt is a good thing to exchange for what he said would be a good deal, but it's just that there really isn't any. So there's nothing that can be done about it. After saying that, he looked at Chen Ji again. That's why there are also few group demon gatherings that can be exchanged for something good. So Mr. Chen doesn't have to lose his head if he doesn't find something suitable. Naturally, it has been excellent to come and open my eyes, Chen Halberd said seriously. If he hadn't come here, he wouldn't have even known about the dragon blood coral and Jiao blood pill. That's good. If you don't have anything you want to trade for later, you can also say what you want, and they'll come to you if they have it. Okay. Chen Ji nodded and continued to listen. What the latter few demons and ghosts brought with them was considered part of what they had on them. The deer demon brought a pair of top-quality blood antlers, capable of revitalizing blood and prolonging life, repairing the meridians, and is a top-quality healing medicine. The old turtle brought with him a fragment of his own faded shell, which can be used in the art of divination and is quite effective. The wolf demon took out its shed teeth, which could be sacrificed to refine magic weapons or used to set up formations. Chenji looked at it and only felt that demons also had the benefits of demons. At least anything on your body can be traded for treasure. However, except for the blood deer antler, which was looted by all the demons and finally exchanged for half a gourd of moonflower with emperor flow syrup, all the other demons' things were not asked for by any demon. The white girl had instead changed a few pieces of turtle shell, saying that she wanted to seriously study the art of divination. It was only then that Chenji felt that what said Fong Kai Pig Demon was actually right. This was really considered the Sendai Mountain Grand Fair, but what was being sold was not the usual mountain specialties, but what was on all the demons and ghosts. If you were on your own, Chen Halberd looked down for a few moments and still felt that he should forget about it. There didn't seem to be anything that could be regenerated other than his hair and nails. If you really sell something like the stretching legs and staring pills, you're afraid that you'll be beaten by a demon until you stretch your legs and stare. After a few more demons, things that weren't on the demons finally began to appear. The monkey demon took out a jade pendant. This is something I exchanged with a Taoist priest outside the mountain. It can assist in condensing the 5 chi of the mountain. So any Taoist friends who have practiced breathing techniques can try it out. What do you want? A demon asked sharply as soon as the words fell. Need a strip of handy weaponry. Not made of mortal iron. I have a withered vine stick that has been sacrificed for 100 years. Can I exchange it for this jade pendant? May. A demon shouted and a deal was soon agreed upon. Chen Ji, however, felt that this finally had the appearance of some group demon gathering. The next couple of demon things that were exchanged were pretty good too. There are mirage dream beads that can set up formations to make dreams, silver gathering grass that can grow silver, and the 100 soul streamers that you get from killing evil cultivators. Unfortunately, there was nothing that Chen Jiabao was interested in. On the contrary, by 19 entrusted Miss Bai to exchange for that mirage dream pearl, and Mr. Su exchanged for the 100 soul streamer. Why did Mr. Su buy this? Could it be that you want? Chen Ji couldn't help but inquire after watching Mr. Su obtain the 100 soul streamer. In his impression, this kind of magic weapon used by evil cultivators was full of dirty things. This was especially true of the 100 soul streamer, and it was unknown how many wrong souls were contained within it. Mr. Su is a ghost again. If he is not careful and has an accident, he can be saved even too late to save. No harm done. Mr. Su knew what Chen Ji was going to say just by looking at him. Shaking his head, he explained heavily. There is enough yin chi under the 100 soul streamer to protect me from coming out in the daytime. I am trying to re-sacrifice this magic weapon to wash away the grievances so that it will be a real magic weapon. And that? Rather an eye-opener. Chen Halberd nodded and thought of something else. Can ghosts also sacrifice magic weapons? Naturally, I can. It's just that I have to trouble Mr. Chen to bring it back for me, and look for you to take a look at it when I offer it. Little things. Chen Ji waved his hand and took the 100 soul streamer and placed it on the side, while he himself continued to wait for what the rest of the demonic ghosts brought. But no interest showed up until the end. Chen Ji finally understood what the white girl meant when she said that she wouldn't lose her mind even if she couldn't exchange anything. The scale of the Sendai Mountain Group Demon Banquet was still a bit small, and these were the only things that could be traded. But it was worth it to see a lot of things. Just as Chen Halberd was lamenting, the mountain god's voice suddenly rang in his ears. Why doesn't Mr. Fox exchange things? Could it be that you don't have anything you want? This time the group of demons also looked over. Chen Ji was busy arching his hand and rising to explain. There are those who want it, but there are those who want it more, but they are afraid to do it. Oh, the mountain god frowned. The demon ghosts have been paid back. What do you want more? I want a cup of fine wine, and I have heard that on this Sendai mountain, the mountain god's earth spirit sweetness is the best, so I have been waiting. If you don't get it yourself, and a side demon or ghost gets it, you can also try to exchange it. The demonic ghost next to him laughed out loud. This Mr. Fox is straightforward and sharp, but really different from the others. The mountain god smiled back and nodded. In that case, let's have a feast, and I'll think about what game to set up this time. Chapter 54, Sacrificing the Mountain Ji, Request for Catch-Up Reading. The mountain god poses a jade gourd. There were about 10 or so cups of it, shaking it like a 5-colored aura mingling and stirring, attracting the crowd's attention. What a thick aura. Chen Halberd at a glance will sigh with emotion. This wine liquid outside the tumbling escape are the 5 elements of spiritual chi. Usually, when he absorbed for a few hours through the breathing method, it was only a trace, less than 1/10,000th of what escaped from the circumference of the earth spirit suite. No wonder it was a treasure that was no less than the emperor's flowing syrup. Chen Ji even had a vague feeling that this earth spirit sweet might be much more valuable than emperor stream syrup. It's just that the group of demons didn't realize its true value. More and more, he wanted to come out on top and get a cup of earth spirit sweet. Look around. The group of demons and ghosts all held their breath and stared at the earth spirit suite in the gourd in deathly silence and discussed in low voices.
Why did the mountain god take out so much today? Could it be that there are more people to choose from? If so, I should take a cup. Last time I entered the third place. I can surely have it this time. I'm just afraid that this time there are even more difficult problems handed to us, and I'm afraid that no one will get. I just don't know what the problem is this time. All the demons are looking forward to getting it, but they are also worried that the mountain god will come up with a difficult problem, so they are particularly entangled. But now there was nothing to do but wait patiently for the mountain god to speak. Da, da, da. The mountain god's fingertips pointed at a few surfaces, and debris fell to the ground as his eyes roamed and landed on the group of demons slowly. The time before, I asked you to search for the sacrificial mountain record. You were unable to get close to the temple of literature, and no demonic ghost sought it out. It's a pity that the cup of earth spirit liqueur was not there. The hearts of the demons trembled as they all looked at Chenji. This time, if we still have to find the sacrifice mountain journal, it will be cheaper for this Mr. Fox, the identity of the people, into the temple of literature without the slightest problem. This sacrifice mountain G is not a rare classic. Borrowing a copy of the book is even more simple. It's a real bargain, the demons thought. But the mountain god spoke again. But I finally managed to find a copy of it after some effort later, and had some of it transcribed as well, so I didn't need to look for this book this time. The demons then breathed a sigh of relief and stopped looking at Shinji. At least the people had no head start, and there were demons who took the initiative to ask. So what does the mountain god want us to do this time? You will then look at this ritual mountain journal and just find a way for me to seal the rite. The mountain god spoke slowly. There is quite a lot written in this book, but it looks really obscure, and I don't know what kind of way is suitable for me. You are all demons and ghosts with the Tao. You should be able to have your own insights. So look together and speak with me. The mountain god said and waved his hand to distribute dozens of copies of Sacrifice Mountain G in front of all the demons and ghosts. Of course, this matter is not simple. A cup of earth spirit sweet shabby. If there is a demon can say the method, this gourd will be all for him. Dang! A demon was shocked and raised his hand to knock over the cups on the table, not daring to believe what he heard at all. A gourd of earth spirit sweet is worth 1,000 years of hard cultivation, and as long as the one sealing the right law, it's practically no different than giving it away for nothing. The demons couldn't wait to start flipping through books to give the mountain god ideas right away, but some of the wise demons did not get excited in a hurry, and archly inquired about the mountain god. If a method is proposed, how does the mountain god verify it? Yes, extremely. If it can't be verified, and a demonic ghost first proposes a method that can't work, wouldn't it be a waste of all this earth spirit sweetness? Don't worry, to my level, whether I can succeed or not has been sensed in the underworld. Naturally know the true or false, the mountain god said slowly. And what if the methods proposed by several demons are all fine? Another demon asked. The group of demons pricked up their ears again. Neither of them had previously read the sacred mountain journal. It is possible that cultivation to the present realm has about the same understanding of cultivation, and it is true that such things may happen. It's better to ask ahead of time so you don't hurt your feelings. If that's the case, a few fellow Taoists can equally share this gourd of earth spirit sweet. The mountain god smiled and spoke, but it would be better to do it quickly. If the first method is usable, the latter will not be necessary. The demons suddenly froze, and then reacted to the fact that there were many ways to seal Zhang, but there was only one result. If someone else gets the jump on them, it's useless to have the best law in the world. He hastily thanked the mountain god and began to flip through the book. It was the first time that Chen Ji had seen so many demons and ghosts flipping through books together, and he couldn't help but look at them a few more times. I just realized that demon ghosts outside of foxes are fun to read. The snake demon coiled his body, but he was able to use his tail to turn the pages of a book. The tip of his tail swept over the pages, turning them extremely smoothly, and it looked like he often read books on weekdays as well. The monkey demon and the deer demon are by and large usually on good terms, and at this moment together, the antlers are racking the book, and the monkey paws are turning the pages, and the speed is extremely fast. Just clamor the most ruthless pig demon but no temper. Even the demons and pig demon cannot distinguish. At this moment is unable to understand the content of the book. Simply drop the book, grab a few fruits and vegetables swallowed. Seeing Chin Halberd looking at himself and looking back with rounded eyes again. Is Mr. Fox still going to laugh at my illiteracy? No, I just think it's a bit of a shame. If you could read too, wouldn't you be able to read books to try and give the mountain god an idea? The pig demon grunted twice, but it was disdainful. There are so many demons in the mountains, and I'm not the smartest one. I can't beat them in reading, and I definitely can't beat them in reading. Why don't I just eat and drink at ease? I'm not good at it, so why make myself work so hard? On the contrary, Mr. Fox,
You are the one who has the ability. So hurry up and read the book before you miss this opportunity. I'll read it later. Just curious about the way demons read books, Chen Halberd said. People are just strange. If a demon has such a good opportunity, it will definitely not pay attention to what the next demon is doing. The pig demon shook its head, not understanding Chenji's behavior. However, after knowing that Chenji is going to read a book and then look at a few melons and fruit strolling, if Mr. Fox is reading, may I have these? Lest they go to waste. Good thing too. I really can't eat this much. Chen Halberd laughed and shook his head, serving melons and fruits, lamenting the fact that this pig demon rate was really powerful. He then began to look through the Sacrificial Mountain Journal. I had heard the name earlier, but hadn't asked in detail what the book was. Nowadays, when I look through the contents, I realized that this is a book that specializes in the contents of rituals to the mountains, from the 5 mountain edicts to the Emperor's sealed Zen, from the folk rituals to the witch Nuwa worship mountain, and even some of the means used by the evil practitioners are recorded in it. It is also known why the god of Mount Sendai already has a name, yet he seeks to seal his righteousness. The mountains have spirits, yet they are still demons. It is just that the body is a mountain, which is naturally much stronger than the birds, beasts, grasses and trees transformed into demons. However, without the royal seal, still cannot control the surrounding earth vein aura, and is not really a mountain god. However, Chenji looked through the records in the book, but felt that seeking the mountain god divine position was not simple. Even the simplest blood food sacrifice requires more than 1,000 lives to be sacrificed in conjunction with incantation formations, gathering the unjust ghosts and blood-feeding demon congregation, and defiling the earth's veins in order to have the name of the evil mountain god. They also have to be constantly on guard against being discovered by the 5 mountain emperors or the ghosts of the netherworld, and being detained in the Jinshan prison to be tortured and refined. Dynasty edicts depend on luck. Hundreds of years down the line, there are always a few mountains can happen to edict success. As for the 5 mountain edicts, they are almost unattainable. Even the book only mentions a few strokes when mentioning the 5 mountains and a few famous mountains. In this case, it seems that it is not easy for the god of Mount Sendai to seal the correctness, and it is no wonder that he would take out such a gourd of earth spirit sweet as a reward. Chen Halberd Hart thought, hand movement but not slow. About 3/4 of an hour past will read the entire Sacrifice Mountain G, thinking up the methods that can be used. The side of the demon also have to see the end of the fast. At this moment has risen with the mountain god to talk about their own method. A mountain god may learn from a demon to find someone to seal his righteousness and stop him to ask if he looks like a mountain god. When the words fell, the group of demons bemoaned how they hadn't thought of this method. If a demon can be so sealed positively, the current mountain god can naturally be as well. They are all demons. How can they forget this method? The mountain god listened but just shook his head. The karma of sealing a god is different from that of transforming into a form. No one can have such great fortune and luck unless that person happens to be an earthly emperor. So, that won't work. The demon who spoke lowered his head, his face full of chagrin for missing a gourd of earth spirit sweet. The group of demons fell silent. A moment later, another demon thought of something. If so, wouldn't it be better to send a dream to the emperor of the earth and ask him to ordain the mountain god as a mountain god? The group of demons listened as realization dawned on them. Yes, extremely. That's a good law. Passers-by are not allowed. It would not be better for the earthly emperor to come and edict. How about this law? The mountain god shook his head again. If dreaming is useful, there are so many mountains with spirituality on earth. How come there are only these few mountain gods all these years? Naturally, it is also not possible. Doesn't that work either? The demons then deflated. We can't just go to the temple of the great emperor of Dongwei to burn incense and ask the great emperor to ordain the mountain god, can we? The bold demon suggested. Instead, the mountain god laughed out loud, shaking off a floor of broken rocks and flowers. Which demon is so bold? Dare to burn incense in the temple of the great Eastern Emperor for such a matter? If you really go, I'll give you a cup of earth spirit sweet, and when you come back, I'll just give you another gourd. Joking. The mountain god is joking. The demonic ghost that suggested it earlier kindly waved his hand, not daring to mention this matter again. After several consecutive spells with no possibility of success, the mountain god did not lose heart. Just looking at the group of demons calmly inquired, is there any other way? Is there nothing the fox can do? The mountain god looked to the white girl. The white girl shook her head slightly. If the mountain god just wants to become a mountain god, there is naturally a method. But just wanting to be a dignified mountain god is difficult. Allow me to think again. In that case, then think about it. Only that law should not be said again. It is not good. It is not good. Said something that came to mind and slowed down. If there is no other method, this method of yours, I can grant you a cup of earth spirit sweet. Reveal? The crowd of demons heard these words, but they changed their faces and shrieked out in shock. The spells they had managed to come up with hadn't even worked. And Fox here had actually given the mountain god one spell already, and was starting to think of a second one. Is this still something a demon on a mountain could do? It's also too inappropriate for a demon. But no demon dared to ask the mountain god how to confirm that what the fox demon said was true. One can only envy Miss White for getting a cup of earth spirit sweet, and secretly comfort oneself that it is only a cup, and if they figure out how to do it, there is still a gourd waiting. But the group of demonic thoughts had not yet fallen. Chen Ji, however, rose and arched his hand. Dare I ask the mountain god if there is a time requirement for sealing the rite? Not really, time doesn't mean anything to me. In that case, I do have a method for sealing the mountain gods in the right way. Oh, tell me about it. With a twinkle in his eye, the mountain god invited Chen Ji to come forward and explain. Chapter 55, A Pot of Earth Spirit Sweet. Chen Halberd felt strange. Just now those demons said the method when the mountain god also did not let them go forward. How to their own but to go forward. But since the mountain god has said so, it is only right to go up and explain. Chen Halberd got up and took a step out. Frowning, he obviously felt that his distance of this step was not quite right. Beside him should be next to the demons and ghosts of the short several, but the footsteps fell has been the mountain wind on the face. Cannot help but close his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he had realized that he was not at the banquet venue, but standing on top of the mountain, and was overlooking the entire Sendai mountain. The mountain god was still sitting not far in front of him, with the jade gourd on a short table in front of him, as in the square. Mr. Fox, please take a seat. The mountain god beckoned, and a stone seat floated up from the ground, which was quite a bit more comfortable to look at than the party's vines. Chenji sat down before asking why the mountain god had brought himself to the mountain to talk. Isn't it just fine for the demon next to you to say it where it is? Thinking that the method Mr. Fox said might actually work. I came here first to listen. Is that all? Or what other reasons does Mr. Fox think there are? It can't be that hearing the law will keep me from ever telling a second demon, can it? So you're not afraid I'll actually do it if you say something like that to my face? If the mountain god really did that, he wouldn't have said it out loud like that. The mountain god laughed bashfully. Miss White said that you are an interesting person, and now that I see that it is indeed true, it is indeed interesting. No wonder you can become Mr. Fox. After saying that, he opened his mouth again. So, what method do you intend for me to use to seal the positive? If it's a blood sacrifice, then there's no need to say more. Miss White has already mentioned it and I don't like it. Not blood sacrifices, but incense. The wild god's succubus shrine? It also falls down. And yet it doesn't count. That can be detailed. The mountain god took a few moments of interest. So Chenji thought about the many books he had read and slowly opened his mouth. The mountain god seeks the priesthood, and is considered a wild god promoted to a proper earth god. Only now there is insufficient merit, no name in the UFU, and no door for edicts. If it is to succeed, it should be a three-pronged approach. Unusual mountain ranges are still haunted by evil demons and severe ghosts, and you need to get rid of the demons and catch the ghosts to accumulate merit. So Mount Sendai saves a lot of work. The mountain god only needs to take care of the people who go up the mountain to cut wood and hunt, so that they don't encounter fierce beasts and have something to gain by entering the mountain. Then he can gather the people's hearts, and then he can set up a temple by dreaming a dream, and the matter of merit and virtue will be accomplished for the most part. The gentleman may proceed. The mountain god nodded slightly, recognizing this. If there are merits and temples, the mountain gods can invite the idols of the 5 great emperors of the 5 mountains to worship and enjoy the incense together, and offer prayers at every Bun festival, and then they will be able to keep their names with the 5 great emperors of the 5 mountains. The mountain god is the spirit of the Sendai mountain, so using the name of this mountain god temple to worship the great emperor of the 5 mountains to share some incense is not unauthorized, and perhaps it can also be entered into the directory of the Earth Spirit yearly examination. The 5 mountains themselves will also select suitable mountains to be ordained from the Earth Spirit annual examination. More than a few decades, less than a dozen years, after the assessment on the upper, the time is ripe, and then ask the Taoist priests of Qingliang Mountain to make a table on the text, for the mountain god to ask for sealing. Most likely can be successful sealing the rite. The mountain god closed his eyes and deduced that there were actually a few things that were feasible. Couldn't help but ask Shinji, how can I make sure that the assessment is on the top? There are foxes in the mountains. The mountain god frowned and was about to ask again when he suddenly realized something. You mean foxology? Exactly. Chen Hastings nodded. Although he has not seen how the Fox clan next to him, Chenji is clear about the situation of the Fox clan in this Sendai mountain. With the 4 signs of foxology, several foxes have the potential to enter foxology. Even if it is not possible this year, study hard, and in a few years there should be some enrollment. According to Miss White, The Fox School is the school of the Fox tribe in the world, and it is the Taishan Nianjiang who is in charge. If the Sendai Mountain Fox clan was able to enter a group of foxes, they should have noticed this place. And Dongyue Emperor and Taishan Maiden is a father-daughter relationship. Under the Gong Chao out of the audit, will inevitably take care of this face. Still unsure, the mountain god knocked on a few more sides of the opening. How does Merit know this? Their dissipation can be far more lucid than ours. Chen Halberd laughed. The mountain god was silent again. But I never thought that Chen Ji would even count on this. If that's true, there really seems to be something going on with Fengzheng. But he still couldn't believe that the problem that had plagued him for centuries had been solved so easily. After a few moments, he rose and arched his hand. Mr. Fox is really not simple. Being able to think of combining merit and incense, and then using this bit of foxology to seal the relationship properly. I finally know why Fox hired you as a gentleman. There really is something to it. After saying that, he looked at the tabletop Earth Spirit Suite and casually handed it to Chenji. This is the reward that was agreed upon earlier, so it will be given to you. I have already taken the one for Miss White, so there is no need to say it again in front of the other demons and ghosts. Can you remember that? Understood. Thanks to the mountain god. Chenji knew what this meant when he listened to the mountain god's words. Although there is the face of the mountain god in Samuel Sr., those yellow essence, bamboo rice, and lightning-struck pine nuts in his body can be disclosed. But these 10 or so cups of earth spirit sweetness were different. Money moves people, and foreign treasures even more so. With a cultivation of over 1,000 years, even a great demon would be moved. So it was naturally inconvenient to make it public. This act of the mountain god is to protect him. Seeing that Chen Halberd understood, the mountain god also nodded and got up. In that case, go back. As the words fell, Chen Ji felt the sky spinning and almost fell over. Fortunately, this feeling went extremely fast, before reacting to have landed on the ground. Staggering to stabilize his body while the group of demons are looking at the mountain god. How does Mr. Fox's method work? Where have you gone? Mountain gods? The demons' method didn't work. How about the humans? The demons appeared even more excited than Chen Ji. The mountain god shook his head in the upper position. Nor is it as good as Miss White's method. He then poured out a cup from the jade gourd and handed it to Miss White before looking around at the group of demons. Earth Spirit Sweet then only said goodbye to this cup. Sealing the right thing is difficult. Have you all trouble? The sky is just right. Then open the feast to enjoy. The god of the mountain clapped his hands, and a mouse rejoined with new fruits, vegetables and meat. The various demonic ghosts and wines that Chen Ji had wanted to see earlier were also served on the table at this moment. So all the demons and ghosts stopped caring about the party, and the drinking was peaceful. It was also the first time for Chen Ji to see a demon and ghost banquet, so he couldn't help but look at it curiously, only to see Mr. Su Royal Wind picking up the wine cups and melons and fruits and placing them in front of his body, and breaths floated out from the wine and fruits and melons and fruits and merged into Mr. Su's body. I can't help but be curious and ask if this is also a method of breathing. It's the method of air eating, which you will naturally know when you become a ghost. Mr. Su patiently explained. Man eats the 5 grains, and the ghosts and gods eat the 5 airs and fragrances. Ghosts have no entity. In addition to incense, they can only ingest food and blood food on the breath, so that also counts as a meal, so that they do not starve to dissipation. Wouldn't that person also be able to use this method to cultivate the grain? It's possible. It's just that earthly delicacies can't be enjoyed if you become a ghost. Mr. Su lamented. Chen Ji but shook his head. Judge Lu hosted a banquet that day, and the netherworld also has a wine shop that can still make earthly food that doesn't taste bad. Mr. Su couldn't help but laugh. How do you know if what you eat in your dream is gas or grains? If it were grains, would you still go to the outhouse in reality? Chen Halberd was in a trance for a while, but he couldn't think of whether he had been there that day. If you can't think of it, then forget it. You don't need to be tense all the time to practice, and today you should drink. Mr. Su again. Royal Wind raised a cup to toast to Chen Ji. Also, Chen Halberd cannot think of the answer. Also no longer think. Anyway, the dream thing has passed. Might as well enjoy the moment. Group demon banquet. So join the feast and have a good time. I don't know how much time had passed, but there weren't even a few demons and ghosts left standing. The demons that could still walk returned to their own territory carrying the familiar ones that were already drunk. The remaining solitary demonic ghosts, left unattended, lay down on the ground, muttering dreamy words under their breath. Halberd Chen was also a little drunk. Looking around, I couldn't see Mr. Su, but I saw Miss White standing by the side, so I asked Miss White about Mr. Su's whereabouts. He's not up to the task of drinking, and has already followed 19 White back to rest. Then why hasn't Miss White gone back? Of course I'm waiting to go back with the gentleman before I have another accident in the river. Chen Halberd looked at the white girl, but could not see the expression on her face, only felt that the tone seemed to be with a smile, but also seemed to be concerned. Wanted to say something, but in the end it was just a thank you. The white girl smiled slightly. Mr. Chen, you are the gentleman of my clan, so there is no need to say thank you. It's just that this drinking capacity is still a bit incompetent, so I will have to practice more in the future. With those words, he had already caught Chen Ji's wrist and stepped into the wind. The mountain winds fluttered, and Chen Ji seemed to return to that day when he first came to Mount Sendai. It's just that this time, I don't need the Fox Clan's secret medicine to be able to see this mountain scenery. The moonlight is like a waterfall, and the shadows of the pines sift silver. The white girl stepped into the wind and suddenly spoke. I really didn't expect the mountain god to come up with this kind of question this time. It's awfully hard to answer. I only got this cup of earth spirit sweet, so I won't give it to by 19 to use first. Sir can bring it to Judge Lu next time, and I'll just find a new good wine for her. Chen Ji's heart warmed, but he shook his head. It should not be necessary. Why? I've already gotten a pot of earth spirit sweet. Chen Halberd slowly opened his mouth. In mid-air, the wind messed with his breath. Is that true, sir? Chen Ji then felt out the jade gourd on his body and gently shook it. The five-colored light flowed, and even the mountain wind stirred much stronger. The white girl looked at Chen Ji with a bewildered expression. How did the gentleman do it? Chapter 56, The Law of Knowing the Ground, Request for Follow-up Readings. Chen Halberd waited for a moment. It wasn't that he didn't want to answer, but he was waiting for the mountain god's reaction. Miss White said before that the mountain god has senses on Sendai Mountain, and this matter concerns Feng Zhang, so I don't know if I can tell Miss White. The mountain wind was silent, and there seemed to be a faint sound coming from it. No harm done. Chen Ji's heart was clear. This is the mountain god is going to borrow the name of the Fox clan, conceal more to the white girl, so he briefly told what he had said to the mountain god. Such a means is truly wonderful, but it is a shame to borrow the name of the Fox clan and not communicate with Miss White. No matter, if there are really a few people who can get into the Fox school, it's fine to borrow it. Maybe in the future Mount Sendai can also become a famous mountain. By that time, my clan will not be considered wild foxes, and perhaps we can have such elegant names as Qingqiu and Tushan, which are still considered to be advantageous. Sendai Mountain Fox. What do you think? The white girl looked at Chen Ji. It's not as good as Sendai Fox, Chen Halberd said seriously. The white girl laughed out softly. Mr. Rather really picked on the name. I'm afraid I don't know what makes Qingqiu and Tushan karmic to have this name, right? Miss White said last time that it would be fine if a heavenly fox appeared in the clan. Oh, Sky Fox. The white girl tilted her head towards the nine heavens, a few moments of divine light flickering through her eyes. Does Mr. Chen know how to cultivate into a heavenly fox? Naturally, I don't know. Well, the white girl sighed and said slowly, the fox of the mountains and the wilds is a demon, and with cultivation it is a fox fairy, but it can only be a heavenly fox if it can take over the creation of heaven and earth, so that you should have no perception. Change the other words with you to say is, ordinary fox demon only one tail, cultivation for hundreds of years. The cultivation will be refined after the increase of one tail, after that the increase in the tail needs more time, and up to 9 tails, before the sky fox, and to the realm of the heavenly fox, if it is incarnated. The tail wrapped around the northern dipper, the mouth contains the heavenly constitution, has been with the dragon and phoenix in general, are taking over the creation of heaven and earth. The Fox clan 10,000 years is difficult to come out of a godly beast. Chen Ji also tilted his head to look at the big dipper in the air. Being able to wrap around Hokuto's tail? Sure is a good big fox, rather much bigger than the dragon transformed by the white girl's foxfire. Mr. Chen flatters me. My foxfire is just a technique. How can I compare it to a heavenly fox? I believe that Miss White will definitely be able to cultivate into a heavenly fox in the future. Chen Halberd slowly said. Why so sure? If it can be repaired, it can always be repaired. So why can't it be you? The white girl couldn't help but give Chen Hastings a sideways glance. How does Miss White look at me like that? Thinking about what you said to the mountain god, and that I could cultivate into a heavenly fox. I wanted to ask if I could directly ask for a mouth seal with you to see if I look like a heavenly fox. Ha! Chen Halberd was staggered. He was not unfamiliar with the Haikao seal, and the party had also been spoken of by a demon at the mountain god. But the unusual demon begs for a mouth seal but only for the purpose of transforming into a form. White girl this even want to beg mouth sealing into a sky fox. This is how much face to do. And I don't know what the consequences would be if I did say something. I heard that ordinary people encountered the mouth sealing out of their own fortune and luck does not match will be bad luck. Serious cases are feared to die. If he really sealed a heavenly fox out, I'm afraid that he wouldn't even have a chance to be a colleague with Judge Lu, right? It may be reduced to nothingness like the. That's just it. I'm just saying. When she saw that Chen Ji was really thinking about it, the white girl hurriedly waved her hand. I'm afraid that even the Taishan nymphette has no way to orally seal the heavenly fox, so it's better if Sir doesn't think of trying. Then don't think about it. Chen Ji retracted his sight, but he put it down quickly. But looking at the white girl, there are still a few points of curiosity. Before the transformation of the demon does not seem to reveal the tail. Also do not know the white girl is a few tail cultivation. Mr. Chen has something else? I would like to ask Miss White how many tails of cultivation she is. Naturally, it's still one tail. Well, it's time to go back. Elder Samuel and the others should have prepared a sobering soup. After saying that, he once again went away by the wind. Chen Halberd blinked. It always seemed like the white girl wasn't telling the truth. But the white girl had already ingested the clouds again and left, so it was no good to ask anything else. Retreading the clouds, he returned to the fox in a few steps. Falling into the wind, he saw that in front of Samuel Sr., foxes, ghosts, and squirrels were sitting in a circle, with jugs of wine warmed by the campfire in front of them. There were also 2 low tables empty with bowls of wine that should have been reserved for them. Miss Bai, Mr. Chen, have a seat. Come finish your sobering soup. Elder Samuel smiled and motioned for them to sit down, and asked Squirrel to pour another bowl and bring it over. Sure enough, it's what Miss White guessed. Chen Halberd smelled the flavor, different from the kind of sour soup on earth. It is indeed refreshingly awesome, like something brewed in the mountains. With a small sip, he felt mostly sober and clear. Couldn't resist asking how this was done, and it worked well. I don't know. It's wine brewed by a deer demon. I thought it would be fun, so I switched some. Mr. Su laughed. Chen Ji nodded, and then reacted to what Mr. Su said and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Wine edge comes to be a cure for alcohol as well? The world is big. There is indeed nothing strange. The deer demon did not think that he could brew such a wine, but also do not remember to put something. I'm afraid that next year will not be able to drink. Chen haste sked. Drink a cup of more and more, feel clear in the brain. Lamenting that this deer demon is indeed a demon talent, able to brew such a decongestant wine. If you have a recipe, you can take it to the herb store down the hill. Besides the blacksmith store, Iron Gold Town has the most taverns, so it should be a good business. Rather. The white girl nodded. Then I may try to restore the recipe. Miss White still has such skills? Chen Halberd looked at it suspiciously. Fox pharmaceuticals are also to pass the pharmacology. Deer demon brew is nothing more than mountain herbs. More tasting a few times should be able to try out. Then it will all be reserved for Miss White. Chen Ji took a look at what was left in the pot, which was only about 10 or so cups, so he stopped drinking. Anyway, the wine was pretty much sobered up, so there was no point in drinking more. Mr. Su and the others stopped pouring more after they knew the wine was useful, and even moved the jugs away from the campfire so as not to dissipate the smell of the wine and influence Miss White's judgment. Since they're all back, let's disperse. Elder Samuel drew back his branches and said slowly, there's no rush. I do have a nice glass of wine here that I would like to share with you all. The white girl stopped them with a smile, taking out a cup of earth spirit sweet given by the mountain god. It emitted 5 colored millimeters of light between the flows, transmitting the slightest hint of a seductive wine aura. Although Chen Halberd got a gourd of earth spirit sweet, but also has not yet opened, is also the first time so close to watch. I only felt the exotic fragrance and the 5 colors flowing. It was indeed a wine that was no less than moon syrup wine. But then he thought he had a gourd full of them and waved his hand again. This is too precious. Miss White should keep it for herself to drink. If she can have 100 years of cultivation, she should be able to sky fox a little closer again. Exactly. I would like to share a cup of the other wines, but this is only 1 cup, and it's not enjoyable to drink, so Miss Bai can keep it for herself. Even if you don't drink it, the demonic ghosts on the side are willing to offer many things in exchange. So if you really drink it, wouldn't it be a waste? The demons and ghosts did not take it well, but the white girl guffawed. 100 years of cultivation without the company of all of you, but also extraordinarily uninteresting, not to mention that tomorrow we'll be going down the mountain with Mr. Su. This cup, it will be treated as a practice. So fast? Chen Ji was in a trance and thought that Miss White was going to return to the mountain for a while, but I never thought that I would have to go down the mountain tomorrow. Originally, I came back only after things were done under the mountain. And I've already waited for 2 more days for the group demon gathering, so now it's time to go back, the white girl said and then asked Shenji, does the gentleman have any business pending on the mountain? And yet, no. Then go down the mountain, it should take some time for the fox to see the people. Listen to Miss White's arrangement. Chen Hastings nodded. Mr. Su, however, showed sadness and counted the days worrying. Mr. Chen went down with Miss Bai? How is that fox cultivation? There's less than 100 days left before the fox examination. It'll be back. the white girl said. A few cultivation is okay. Just morphing unfamiliar foxes I will first bring down to teach them to morph. The next foxes in the mountains to cultivate, but also to trouble Elder Samuel and Mr. Sue to take care of it. If something happens, you can let me know to come back. So be it. Mr. Sue stretched his brow without so much as a worry. Samuel Sr. shook his branches and leaves, not surprised. I know, Miss Bai. You can just go by yourself. Rather, the 7 friends of Sendai were envious. I also don't know when I will be able to be as strong as Miss Bai. Just grow up a little more and have more time to practice. The white girl smiled at them. There is no need to hurry in matters of cultivation. It is always possible to cultivate. Drink this cup of earth spirit sweet, then go and cultivate properly. After saying that, he waved his hand, and a dozen more jade calendars appeared on the case table. The earth spirit sweet cannot see the gold and iron things. Will be divided in the marigold each drink is? Although only a drop, but also subtle awesome. The white girl said with a smile. All the demons and ghosts bowed squarely. Thank you, Miss White. This kind of heavenly treasure, not any demon is willing to take out and share. Although there is a drop, but the love is 1,000 pounds. Chen Ji was just about to refuse when he heard the white girl's voice ring out. Mr. Chen, don't excuse yourself. That pot is yours. This cup is my intention. Besides, this drop is already enough. Chen Ji was a bit puzzled, not understanding how one drop was enough. But the white girl had already gone to explain with the demonic ghost next to her, so she had to drink it with her head tilted back with doubt. A bean-sized drop of liquid slipped from the marquee, something that should have been moisturized lips and then not. But it was only after the entrance that Chen Hastings realized how wrong he was. Drinking this earth spirit sweet was actually a completely different experience from moon syrup wine. The 5-colored breath exploded in his mouth, and his breath tumbled, in turn causing Chen Ji to almost choke and cough uncontrollably. Scorching heat gushed out, actually like mountain fires erupting and lava flowing. In an instant, all the trees are sprouting, and business is booming. And then like 10,000 strands of gold and iron sounding together. The sound was so eerie that even the bones in his body trembled and shivered. In just a few breaths of time, it was actually a 5-element rotation. The wine came up and hit the internal organs as if they had changed places. Chen Ji was in a trance as if he saw the process of the mountain god struggling to collect the breath of the spiritual plants in the mountains, and then condensing the 5 chi and utilizing the earth's veins to condense it into wine. But the benefits are clear. He only felt that the meridians in his body were widened, and even his physique was much stronger. When he came back to his senses, he realized why the white girl said that a drop of this wine was good. 1 drop is already so painful. If you really drink a full cup in 1 gulp, I'm afraid you'll lose half of your life, right? No wonder Miss White told him to give it to Judge Liu. Chen Haste lamented, and with a movement in his heart, a new chapter had surfaced on the book of anecdotes. The sweetness of the earth. Sendai Mountain, many demons. The value of the group of demons feast. Chen wanted to enter. The demon heard the popularity, but even difficult. Sendai Fox said that Chen was good at helping the demons, so he was allowed to enter the banquet. The mountain god begged to be sealed, but the group of demons cannot. Chen Nai said plan. The mountain god was very happy. The gift of the ground spirit sweet. Drink it to get to know the ground law. Chapter 57. Human spells are hard to learn. Request for follow-up readings. Chen Ji was in a trance and remembered the image he had watched just now. Guessing that the place where the mountain god took him should be the location where he usually observed the mountains and combed the earth's chi. Suddenly, he understood why drinking the earth spirit sweet would be so strange. The earth spirit sweet was originally a secret medicine made from the spiritual energy of the mountains and rivers, and the essence of the sun and moon. And things that have spiritual rhythms have memories that arise. The image Chen Ji saw after drinking the earth spirit sweet was the process of the mountain god collecting the earth spirit sweet. When ordinary demons and ghosts take food, they also have this realization, but they can't imagine that this is a mountain mystic method, and they just think that it is the agar that enhances their cultivation. It wasn't like he had the book of anecdotes to be able to record the vision and turn it directly into a jutsu. Now it seems that it is he who has picked up the pieces. The rest of this earth spirit sweetness is not really useful for anything else. It's better to return the favor to the land judge if you're just practicing. How does it feel? At some point, the white girl had already rejoined Chen Ji's side, urgently smiling and sizing up Chen Ji. It dawned on Chen Ji slightly that he knew what she meant. The white girl must have drank the earth spirit sweet before, knowing its effect, but deliberately not say. Otherwise some protection is not so embarrassing. A slight shake of the head. It's a pain in the ass. My internal organs feel like they've been hit by a carriage. Hearing Chen Ji's words, the white girl knew that he had already felt the effects of the earth spirit sweet and smiled faintly. It is precisely not to say that there is an effect. The earth spirit sweet collects the 5 chi of the mountains and melts the essence of the sun and moon. The most is a good secret medicine to regulate the body and strengthen the muscles and bones.
But the effect of a drop will be enough.
And then more will have no effect.
So the demon ghosts got the earth spirit sweet or also some self-use.
The other all changed something else.
Magical indeed? I thought it was similar to moonshine.
It could be similar. Actually, the white girl said slowly. If there is a masterful brewer who can adjust the wine's character, add heavenly herbs and earthly treasures, and then after several years of aging, it will also be much more palatable.
Instead, the wine effect will not be as good. Just the mountain god is stone cultivation become. No organs,
the body of the earth spirit sweet patience stronger.
Unusual people and demons will not be as good as that.
Chen Halberd was also surprised to hear it.
Is it surprising that the brewer can even temper a wine like this? It's not like there are only brewers on earth.
The white girl shook her head slightly.
Mister, are you not forgetting that the wine brewed by those demon ghosts at the group demon banquet is only weaker in effect than the earth spirit lilac, but it's also a real demon brew.
Indeed,
rather I forgot. Well, knowing you're okay, I'll see them go.
The white girl looked into the distance. Chen Ji looked away and saw the group of foxes lying diagonally on the ground with some curiosity.
Could their bodies have withstood the effect?
Chen Ji recalled how he felt just now, thinking that if he had given Fox's stomach such a blow, he was afraid that he would have fainted to death.
Naturally, I can't bear it, or I wouldn't have fainted.
Chen Ji was at a loss for words this time. It is indeed rare to find a fox as honest as Miss White.
The white girl didn't notice Chen Ji's eyes as she slowly spoke. Drinking the earth spirit sweet. It's harder to bear.
It's always not so hard to die on the spot, and the medicinal effect left in the body can be practiced and refined later.
It will always be enhanced. Besides,
this kind of creation beside the demon thought or not, they will understand if they suffer a little.
Also, Chen Ji nodded,
and together with Miss White, they carried the crowd of foxes to Elder Samuel.
However,
he found that Elder Samuel and Mr.
Su were as if nothing was wrong, and he couldn't help but ask them how they felt after drinking the earth spirit sweet. It's not much different from ordinary wine,
except that it's much more effective in nourishing the soul,
and even the spirit is much more plentiful. Mr. Su floated in the air. The robe around his feet had been restored as good as new,
and it seemed to have worked very well indeed.
Elder Samuel, on the other hand, shakes his branch.
There is no beside feeling, and it is similar to the daily absorption of the 5 chi of the mountains.
Rather, Mr. Chen should now refine the aura in the wine as soon as possible before it escapes too much.
It was only then that Chen Ji noticed that both Senior Samuel and Mr.
Su seemed to be in cultivation at the moment, so he nodded and said no more,
and went to the small courtyard to cultivate himself, riding the wind, but in no hurry to land. Instead, he ran his ground sense art in the air to check out the situation here. The knowledge that the party received slowly surfaced. Chen Ji found that this geomancy was actually a bit similar to the feng shui geomancy used by the folk.
There are even methods of burying urns, digging pits,
looking at the roots of grasses and trees to listen to the earth's veins and identify the earth's chi. This is almost the same as the earthly method of burying bamboo tubes to observe the earth's chi to determine the seasonal weather.
For a while, Chen Ji didn't even know if jutsu originated from earthly jutsu or earthly jutsu was off of jutsu.
But for a few moments don't dwell on the matter.
All things are possible under heaven.
It is possible that an earthly guest will enter the practice of this art, or that a practitioner will enter the earthly world with this art.
So why bother to look deeper? How about studying the present moment?
Retracting his thoughts, Chen Halberd only then utilized this ground awareness technique to view the mountainous terrain of Mount Sendai in front of him.
Again, I think it's a bit similar to the lookout technique. However,
the chi-watching technique taught by Xian Shan Mangdao was to view the chi of all things, and did not go above the chi of mountains and rivers.
The art of recognizing the earth, on the other hand, is to look at the chi of the mountains and rivers. Looking at it at the moment,
one would really find some nice places in the Sendai Mountains. There is a purple aura like a haze,
and the noble aura flows.
There is also green air like green bamboo layers, the vitality of the excitement.
There is also the intertwining of the green and purple chi,
which naturally forms the shape of a yin and yang fish, and the flow of breath is endless. Unfortunately, it's all in the possession of the Lord. Chen Ji felt a few familiar scents from the chi surveying technique from afar, all of which were demons that he had seen at the group demon banquet.
Looking around again,
it turned out that only the white girl's small courtyard had the richest ground chi. So Chen Jiwei dropped down to the clouds and resumed his cultivation back in the small courtyard. But there is some curiosity about how Miss White chose this place.
Can't it be that she also knows the art of land? Another night of cultivation,
and when he opened his eyes, the fog in the mountains slowly dispersed. The rising of the morning sun left a touch of purple chi in the mountains, and the demons who had practiced the sun method were busy absorbing this purple chi.
Chen Ji, however,
had already set foot on the path down the mountain with Miss White, followed by 4 foxes. By 19 was aware of this, and there were 2 others that the white girl had selected to be trained in the art of transformation. Chen Hastings also remembered the name. Bai San was practicing the invocation spell, which hadn't made much progress from the last time he'd asked. Bai Si practiced to attract thunder. There were too many demons and ghosts in the mountain, and every time he practiced he would scare the demons and ghosts next to him, so the white girl brought them out together. There is also White 10, practicing refining, but it has been difficult to succeed. The white girl will simply take him down the mountain to see how people are refining. If you can pass, you can also give the Fox clan refining. As for practicing the transformation technique, it was not expected, depending on the enlightenment. This time there was no ingesting the wind and making clouds. It was to check on the 2 foxes that were building the road. On the mountain path, 2 little foxes were sitting on the ground with their backs to each other, looking at the boulders on the side and sighing. Ba, do you think it's really possible to get into the fox school when Sir lets us build roads? I don't know. Then why did you move this rock? Mr. asked me to do something. It should not harm me. Bai Air has already cultivated very quickly. Bai San and the others have gone down the mountain. I also want to fix and go down the mountain to have a look. What's there to see at the bottom of the hill? Bai Chi skimmed over. It may not be pretty, but there's good food. White 8 drooled with his beak open. The earth spirit sweet given by Miss White yesterday was just fine. Although my stomach suffered a bit, even the ones I ate down were shaken and messed up, and it took me all night to organize them. But it's a good thing I've organized things, or I wouldn't have been able to fit this rock in, White 8 said, reaching out with his paw and pulling out a piece of donkey roll and handing it to White 7. Yummy. You want some? What is this food? Donkey rolls, glutinous rice dough inside and bean noodles outside. Very tasty. Bai Chi took a piece, bit down but half a day did not bite open, so he returned it to Bai Baiji. Not to taste, don't eat it, I'd better open the stone first. If Mr. Chen comes back and sees that we've only paved 3 levels of steps, I'm afraid he'll say we're lazy. With that, he sighed and got up, looking at the boulder in front of him, spitting out a mouthful of water and stretching his claws to gesture and whisper. The dragon's spine hides 3 inches, the tiger's mouth gives way to 7, the wine goes with the dragon's beard, the chisel follows the phoenix's tail, the stone lady opens the door. Then he cast the open wall spell, but only crumbled a small piece of rock off the edge. So look at Shirahachi again. Shirahachi, you also went with me yesterday to see the man outside the mountain drive the stone. How do you think they can open a stone as big as that with one hand as well as the gentleman? And how I can't when I've obviously learned their incantations. Are human incantations so difficult to learn? Probably because you're not humanized, Shirahachi said as he rubbed his chubby belly and rolled over. People can succeed. Maybe it's because the spell is only useful if a person recites it. And if you're incarnated, you'll be able to do it. Hey, White 7 spread his paws inside. Mr. said that after repairing the road, you can transform, but if you don't transform and can't repair the road, then won't you never be able to? Naturally not. A voice rang out from behind the boulder. Bai Chi and Bai Baiji froze violently, then looked up and saw Chen Ji and the white girl walk out, their faces overjoyed. Hurriedly, he rose and saluted. Chen Halberd owed a return salute and then looked toward the already paved steps at his feet, looking at the whole green stone, but not really flat. Should be White 7 with open wall technique a little carved out. Foxclaw was small and not proficient in the arts, so it was good enough to be made like this. Although it was not as good as the striped stone road built by the Taoist priests on Qingliang Mountain, it was much better than the previous dirt road. You guys have done a good job the last 2 days. Hard work, Chen Halberd slowly said. Hard work is okay. In the past days, we also have to open the wall to cultivate. Just the thought of not being able to cultivate will be a little sad. We've been to see people open stones and we can't do what Mr. That, White 7 said in frustration. You mean that spell from the party? Exactly. Chen Halberd laughed out loud. Man has a handicap. How can a fox do the same? How do you think it's an incantation when you haven't even seen what a person reads this for? Isn't that a spell? Bai Chi was surprised. Chen Halberd slowly shook his head. When a person opens a stone, they have to identify the veins of the stone and find the weak points. But they can't look into the air. They can only splash water and observe. Where the water spreads out is where the stone is weak and can be excavated. As for the first 2 sentences, they were a reminder to the person holding the chisel and the person smashing the hammer to be careful not to hurt their hands. You are a fox. If you don't know how to look at the chi, you can still understand when you learn the last 2 sentences. How can you even memorize the first 2 sentences? Kiki. Bai Chi opened her beak, unable to believe what Chen Ji said. It took a moment to come back to his senses, shaking his head in disbelief. So I learned it all wrong? It's not all wrong. At least you can give yourself a pep talk, the white girl added from the sidelines. After saying that, he looked at Chen Ji. How about Mr. Chen demonstrates with him again? Good thing too. Chen Ji nodded, thinking about the trick of the wall opening technique in his mind, and probed out with his fingers. The stone that Beck moved cracked in half, just enough to make 2 steps out. So Chen Ji simply spoke clearly with Bai Chi about the key, and cast the open wall technique to cut through 2 more stones. Got it? It should be understood. And I beg you, sir, to allow me to try. Bai Chi stood aside as Chen Ji taught him and recast the spell. Pop. Sure enough, the stone was successfully cut. Understood. Bai Chi understands. White 7 was so excited that she jumped up and down. Another look to the white girl was full of excitement. Miss White, I finally know the open wall technique. Isn't it time to learn transformation? Yes. You fixed the road well. And when you come back next time, you will be allowed to go down the mountain if you fix it halfway up. What about me, Miss White? Hakuhachi also asked in a small voice. So are you? Yeah. Fix the road. Fix the road. Fix the road quickly and go. The 2 foxes, White 7 and White 8, were happy and continued to be excited about building the road. It was only then that Chen Ji and Miss White rose up in the wind to head for the mountain. Chapter 58, There are demons and ghosts in the town, request for readers. Coming back to Iron Gold Town again. Chen Hastings recoiled with some sighs. The place where I saw the woodcutter's ghost on my last visit is gone. And even the place of great evil where the teepee was set up has disappeared. The ground soil color is very new. Is recently added. Just don't know who is the handiwork. Even the earth dragon turned over the great evil ground are changed. It was the Taoist priest from Mount Qingliang who spoke with them. And the town contributed to changing the place. The white girl said slowly as she watched him cite. How did Miss White know? That day it happened to send someone to the store to collect the silver, saying that it was something about catching ghosts and changing the murderous land. So I knew it was here. How much? 1 or 2? It's dark. Chen Halberd smacked his lips. 5 taels of silver for a donkey. 90 taels of silver for a store place. Catching ghosts and moving earth. Oh, no. The ghosts have been removed. And there is only moving earth. Yan Shekha had clearly said that the Taoist priests in Qingliang Mountain only needed 50 taels of silver to catch ghosts. This actually still has to charge each store 1 or 2 silver. Really black to know God. Is there that many ghosts for him to catch in the small town of Taijin? The white girl listened to Chen Ji complaining but shook her head slightly. You're wrong about this. If it's not someone being greedy, then it's the Taoist priest from Qingliang Mountain who has some Taoist skills. Chen Ji looked at the white girl, not understanding why she said that. The white girl looked toward the town without saying much, only letting Chen Ji himself take a look with his chi technique. Also, I can't believe I forgot this. Chen Ji secretly said that he was still not accustomed to it, so he activated his chi surveying technique to look at it. Sure enough, I see some problems. There was some black gas floating vaguely in the middle of the town, but it was different from the usual gas of calamity and disease. Re-switching to the earth sense technique to look at it, it was only then that he could see it for real. The town should have seen the feng shui when the site was originally chosen, and it is still considered a precious place, but now there is a black disaster and disease gas attached to the side. So there's a demon in town? Chen Halberd looked at the white girl. The white girl nodded slightly. There are quite a few more. So I'll give this 1 or 2 silver for ghost hunting and demon removal, and I'll see what kind of Taoist skills they have that they dare to charge so much silver. Chen Halberd was stunned, lamenting the fact that this is really bad luck for him. He went to Mount Sendai as Mr. Fox, a mountain of demons and ghosts. It was hard to get to the bottom of the mountain. Thinking of opening a herb store to teach foxes to take form, and living a human life for a few days myself. I didn't realize there were many demons and ghosts in the town. It's true that the world is in chaos and demons and ghosts don't even avoid people when they enter the town anymore. When he walked not far from the town's entrance, Chen Ji also realized that the town was indeed different. Earlier it was all wide open, but now there are people guarding the entrance to the town and questioning them. So it looks like something is really going on. Chen Ji is about to go over, but remembered that behind the 3 foxes have not yet transformed. This head into the town will inevitably suffer interrogation. Might as well bring in a different way. Would it be possible for them to go in by the path at night and wait until the drugstore to rejoin them? Chen Halberd proposed. The white girl shook her head. You have to have the right number of people when you go in there. Or won't it show if someone goes to the drugstore one day and takes a look? The town is so small. How can there be a few more unseen faces out of nowhere? I'm afraid it will be more troublesome to say nothing when the time comes. And there's no registration to enter the city. And they can't even get their identification credentials. Karma is so taut. Chen Hastings nodded deeply, his knowledge of this world gaining more points. Originally thought that where demons and ghosts are rampant, mortals should not be concerned about these. But I did not expect that there would be stricter control. It is precisely because of the strictness that the demonic ghosts can be better detected. The white girl said slowly. Now that it has It would be a little easier to catch ghosts and get rid of demons if we could know more quickly what's out there without credentials.
Chen Halberd nodded, thinking of something, and only said that it was indeed so,
then skipped over the topic to ask how the white girl planned to bring the fox into the town.
Easy, just use this. The white girl smiled faintly and fished out an umbrella from behind her. It was the painted umbrella of Chun-Ji.
It was just that Chen-Ji was curious about how the white girl was going to use it. The old master of the gift umbrella only said that this umbrella can cover the body appearance.
Fox is now still beast form, should not be able to cover is. This then has its own way.
The white girl once again fished out 3 talismans and stuck them on the 3 foxes' heads.
Kiki!
The fox shrieked and grew up against the wind.
And in less than a moment, it had actually taken on the appearance of a human being. What kind of spell is this that is so effective? Chen Halberd couldn't help but sigh with a sideways glance. As long as a talisman becomes able to make the fox take shape, this means is to make Chen Halberd envious. There seem to be a few rumored immortal tactics within. What immortal means?
The white girl smiled and waved her hand.
It's just the simplest illusion talisman.
If you befriend the group of Taoist priests at Qingliang Mountain,
you can easily exchange a few of them.
It was given to me as an addition by someone else the last time I went on a rune shipward hunt.
It's not much of a good thing.
It's just something that will happen to get the 3 of them in the door is all. When the white girl finished speaking, the 3 foxes had already familiarized themselves with their physical situation. Although he was not yet able to perform 2 complicated actions, he was able to accomplish just walking and following.
Go!
Seeing that they were almost ready,
the white girl opened her umbrella,
which happened to cage the 3 foxes behind her,
and walked in style behind Chen-Ji.
Chen-Ji led Fox to the outskirts of the town but suddenly thought of another thing.
He doesn't have a voucher either. Last time, he didn't need this to enter the town.
And Yan Qixia used other means to help him avoid the trouble of lodging.
After that, I had things to do, so I forgot to go to the yamen to make up for it. But now it's an embarrassment. The guards at the entrance of the town also noticed Chen-Ji standing but not entering the gate and began to walk this way. Those guys? What are they doing standing there? Chen Halberd paused, already thinking fast about how he was going to answer the guard's question.
Why don't you say that you're a Taoist priest of Qingfeng Guan again,
and let them go to the Guan to seek confirmation and see?
The old Guan master should be able to make arrangements for himself,
right? Chen Jiqi was already thinking of a back way out,
but he didn't realize that the guards approached a bit closer.
And it was actually the one he saw in the hotel last time.
The guards also recognized Chen Ji and were filled with surprised shock.
It's Taoist Chen. Taoist Master Chen is back.
The guards shouted loudly, and people from afar cast glances. Then even those in line hurried over to arch their hands in bowing and saluting.
There were also people who simply wanted to invite Chen Jiabao for dinner.
The enthusiasm was so great that Chen Ji was a bit uncomfortable.
Luckily, the guards were dedicated and responsible,
scolding the group with a stern face,
which left space for Chen Ji and his party to have a breathing distance.
But vaguely, I also heard something about pills,
demon removal, and other things. Didn't Taoist Chen go up the mountain? How come he's back again?
The guards poked around. I was bored in the mountains,
so I went down to open a herbal medicine store, just to cure the sick and save people, and make good karma. Is that going to be more time at the bottom of the hill? It should. That's great.
The guard slapped his thigh and shrieked out.
The town's demons and ghosts will finally be taken care of this time. Ha!
Chen Ji was astonished. He had caught the woodcutter's ghost and the crone's ghost on the side of the road just before he went up the mountain.
So how could there be a new demonic ghost in this amount of time?
But the guards were so, naturally they wouldn't lie to him. So Chen Ji asked him to make it clear. It was just as well that the white girl was on her side and could judge what was going on. The guard then slowly opened his mouth and told what had happened after Chen Ji left the town. Chapter 59, Epidemic Ghosts, Request for Follow-Up Reading. The Taoist master captured the demons and ghosts from outside the town last time, but within a few days there were new ones in town.
Chen Ji frowned,
and before he could ask, the guard had already opened his own mouth. In the beginning it was someone who came home at night and saw a consumptive lying outside the door,
and thought it unlucky to heckle a few times. The consumptive doesn't argue, just spits and walks away.
But the man thought it was bad luck, and kicked the consumptive ghost anyway, and that night dreamed of a sickly shadow giving him the message that he had offended the epidemic ghost, and that it would take a great sickness to get well. He still did not believe, but the next day was sick on the ground. Also on consumptive ghosts in general, coughing from morning to night, even coughing out blood. Invited a few doctors said should not be consumptive disease, not so fast attack. His family looked for yellow earth to pad the road, fresh water to sprinkle the street to send the epidemic ghosts, and went to beg for incense ash to sprinkle around, but it didn't work either. The epidemic spirit entered his dreams again at night and beat him with a whip, and the next day he got up with sores on the place where he had been beaten,
the same as whip wounds. When I got up and the pain was too much to bear,
I went to get the temple priest and the Taoist priest to come over and see what was going on, but I didn't find anything wrong. He suffered another whipping after nightfall. Both legs are bloody, and when someone went to see him today, he could no longer get out of bed. It's almost nightfall now, and I don't know what other tortures I'll have to suffer tonight, and whether I'll live to see the morning. Chen Hastings nodded slightly. This does sound like a means for demons and ghosts to get back at people. Just curious as to why they set up guards at the entrance to the town to check on passers-by. It's stopping sneaky, the guard explained. Since the man got consumption, the next day someone else saw the consumptive ghost in town. All of them and the man in general beckoned, and all of them dreamed at night. How dare you make light of the epidemic ghost when someone has already been hit? I didn't know at the time, or the doctor had seen it, and the word spread in the neighborhood before I knew, but I had already seen the epidemic ghost. The guard sighed. The supervisor feels that the town's demons and ghosts have only been removed, and that this epidemic ghost should be a foreign evil spirit, and setting these up will prevent it from coming back. Chen Halberd realized that the town entrance, in addition to the refusal of the horse, the ground sprinkled with glutinous rice and salt, the road that must be taken to enter the town is also buried in the fire pit, is burning charcoal, vaguely a temple incense coming from the temple. Chen Ji exercised his chi-looking technique and saw a few extremely thin golden threads in the fire pot, outlining the traces of runic patterns. What's that? It's a golden light talisman, bagged from Qingliang Mountain. If there's an evil spirit that passes by, it'll reveal itself after the light. It dawned on Chen Ji that no wonder he felt something familiar. Yan Shekha also used this charm when practicing his sword. I didn't recognize it, only from the side view. These are indeed the ways to get rid of evil spirits and ward off evil spirits. So that's what the town is charging for demon removal silver for? Chen Halberd asked again. How did Taoist Chen know about this? The guards looked surprised. Chen Ji then pointed to the white girl beside him. This Miss Bai runs the herb store with me and already paid the silver the day before yesterday. But it is presumptuous. The guards looked ashamed. Had I known that it was the Taoist master who opened the herbal medicine store, I shouldn't have collected the silver for the town to get rid of the demons and ghosts. We haven't even shown it yet, but instead we collected the Taoist master's silver. It's too rude. Nothing, if there is no greed. Collect it. It is better to have someone to get rid of the demons than to have demons and ghosts that haunt us, and we can't even live in peace. This must not dare to be covetous. A stroke of the pen is noted. The guards were about to have some position in the yamen, and even talked to Chen Ji about it in detail. The town received a total of more than 500 taels of silver. Just ask the Taoist priest to draw a talisman to find the demon went 200 taels. The rest of the purchase of a variety of things went to 50 taels, but also to leave half to go to find people to find pills to solve consumption. Really no greed in ink. Chen Ji listened but had only one thought. That's how you make money as a Taoist priest? Come to see a demon's breath. Draw a few talismans is 200 taels of silver, or else I simply do not stay in the herbal store. Come out to be a Taoist priest. Just thought, but remembered that he did not go down the mountain to earn money, but to teach the fox to take shape. So he withdrew his thoughts and asked how he still had to find pills to heal. It is these 2 days there are foreign merchants said. Zhanshui town came a wandering doctor, specializing in selling some ointments and pills, specializing in difficult and miscellaneous diseases. Very effective. And many people have been cured of the disease for many years. Supervisor of the town heard this news then let people go to occupy the water town to ask him to come to see if the medicine can see the effect. First look at the first MO to die people, also MO to plague, and then ask the Taoist priest to catch the demon also does not affect. The supervisor of the town is a capable man. Chen Hastings nodded with emotion. With his insight, he also felt that the supervisory town's handling of the situation was very tactful, and it was no wonder that despite all of this, the townspeople didn't see any panic. He was thinking of excusing himself and returning to the herb store when the guard suddenly thought of something. Did the Taoist master say that he was opening his own herb store? Exactly. So it also sees patients and prescribes medication? I'm not very good at it yet, but this Miss Bai knows some of the arts of Qi and Huang. That's great. The guards were beaming. Supervisor of the town now let people carry the person who committed consumption to the academy. Please Saint's talent really with the epidemic ghosts. The town's doctor now do not dare to go over. The Taoist master has the Taoist line in. I do not know cannot go over to see? Chen Ji then looked at the white girl. If it was an ordinary demon or ghost, he might still have a fighting chance. But this is an epidemic ghost, not an ordinary demon ghost, and it's up to Miss White to decide. Since I'm going to open an herb store in the town, I should also show some means for people to knock. And this is also an opportunity. So I'll go and take a look. But I have a few juniors in this clan who are not good at learning, and can only do some sorting and concocting of medicinal herbs yet, but I also have to send them back to the store first, lest they meet consumptive ghosts on the way, and then go to the academy. How about that? Naturally it should. The guards nodded repeatedly. At times like these, it's a godsend to have a doctor willing to go, let alone just do something that should have been done in the first place. Then be careful on the road. Chen Halberd's sidelong glance signaled that there was something else stopping the sneak on the road. But the white girl passed a stabilizing look. Chen Ji then knew that this wasn't a problem and walked ahead with confidence. The white girl, however, opened her umbrella and spoke slowly. This is an umbrella to ward off epidemics. Smoked with 5-colored incense and mugwort, unusual diseases will not touch your body. You can come closer. Then a strange fragrance spread. The crowd smelled only feel clear and bright. More do not doubt the white girl's ability. Mouth called the famous doctor. And the foxes crossed the rice and salt fire pots. The runes and paper and incense ash and all that under the umbrellas. And sure enough there was no breakage. Soon, Chen Ji and his group returned to the herbal medicine store. Is Sister Sun-Ah in the house? The white girl called out as she snapped the door. Immediately a voice rang out from inside. But Miss White is back. Then there was the movement of getting up in a hurry, moving tables and chairs, and pulling down the latch. The door to the store opened and it was none other than Sister Sun-A. She was surprised to see them. Then worried. Miss Bai said she was going out to find some help. I thought it would take some time to come back. But I didn't expect to come back with Mr. Chun. How? Have you seen the consumptive on the road? Rather unseen. Good yonder. The town has been talking about consumptive ghosts for the past 2 days. And I don't know what to do. The white girl shook her head. Nothing. You can just settle these few juniors of mine first. Mr. Chen and I will go to the academy first. But be all safe. Sister Sun-Ah said. And hastily pulled out 2 more things from her arms. I heard them say that this is an epidemic ghost haunting the city. I sewed 2 epidemic-repelling scented pouches. I don't know if they're useful or not, and it's an intention to carry them with me. Good. Then thank you, Sister Sun. This is indeed useful. Miss Bai smiled and accepted it, handing another one to Chen Ji, before she let Bai 19 and the girls close the door and follow the guards to the academy. This stuff really works? Chen Ji looked at the scented capsule in his hand in confusion. It did smell like a special flavor. But he wasn't yet able to understand the medicinal properties and couldn't smell out exactly what kind of drugs were there. The appearance is embroidered with a tiger-headed Zhong Kuei, taking Zhong Kuei to eat ghosts and the tiger to suppress the 5 poisons. But is it really useful to the epidemic ghosts? The white girl smiled slightly. Sanju, mugwort, andrographus, calamus. But it's just some common insect-repellent medicine. If it's useful, it can also repel some unusual mosquitoes and insects. But if it's really an epidemic ghost, then it's of no use. But it's always a good intention. And to say that it doesn't work is to make people worry for nothing. So there is still this kind of mind. But I didn't expect it. Chen Halberd shook his head. People are always like that. When they have faith in their hearts, they feel that they can be better. So it's not a big deal. So there's no need to poke holes in it. Is it the same when Miss White tells fortunes? Pretty much. No wonder it's said that Taoist who has quite a good reputation. It's true. Oily mouth. The white girl rolled her eyes, but didn't get angry with Chen Ji, but just looked at the building in front of her with the green gas rushing up to the sky. But at the same time, she stopped her footsteps. The bookstore has arrived. Chapter 60, The God of Plague. Mav, request for catch-up reading. What man? What's the matter here? There were also people guarding the outside of the academy, and when they saw the 2 men coming over they shouted loudly. It's Taoist Master Chen, the one who caught the demon last time, and the doctor from the newly opened herb store in the west of the city. The guard leading the way hurriedly explained. Zhang Yuan, it's you who came. The guard who spoke recognized the person and was a little less wary, and held up the torch again to see Chen Ji's face and arched his hand. But the Taoist Master Chen who accepted the demonic ghosts in the fierce land a few days ago? Exactly. And this is? My friend, who is about to open an herb store on the west side of the city, knows something about medicine, so he came along to take a look. I'm the one with the wrong eyes. The guards at the entrance arched their hands and hurriedly welcomed the 2 Chen halberds into the door. Taoist Master Chen. Miss White, those consumptives are inside. Do you need to prepare anything when you go in? The guard stopped in his tracks and looked at the 2 men and asked. There is no need to prepare. Consumption does not develop so rapidly. It should still be the work of demons. Then Zhang Yuan and I will wait at the door. Catching and removing ghosts and demons may take a lot of trouble for Taoist Chen. But the supervisory town has ordered the preparation of medicines to prevent and control epidemics. So if you need them, just order them at any time. Good. Then thank you both in advance. Chen Halberd said seriously. Whether it's a demon or a plague, mortal bodies have a hard time dealing with it. It is indeed rare to find an errand boy who can still take his job seriously at a time like this. With that, he pushed open the door and walked into the academy with the white girl. The first thing you see when you enter is the statue of the saint that stands in the atrium of the academy. The green gas that we saw just now is emanating from here, charging straight into the bullseye, like a huge canopy enveloping the academy, and there is a trace of talent falling like rain, moistening the earth. Chen Ji had never seen a scene like this before and only felt marvelously awesome. The white girl was used to seeing the general bowing. Before explaining with Chen Ji, a statue of a saint is provided in the academy. The upper part of the academy can receive the talent of literature and music. The middle part can help to understand the classics of the saint. And the lower part can feed the talent of the academy, which is the residual shade of the saint. Mr. Su previously said that there are still grades in the world's academies, and they are all graded according to the talents of the saintly statues in the academy. Magical indeed. Chen Ji sighed with emotion, but he understood why all the scholars liked to study in the academy. This is about the place where one learns breathing techniques and meets a place with abundant spiritual energy, which is indeed a good place for practicing. So he followed and saluted, silently reciting in his heart the phrase student Chen Ji greetings to the sage. When he got up, he was in a trance, as if he saw the statue of the saint smiling and looking at himself, and a green gas flew out of the statue of the saint and disappeared into his body. Chen Ji was surprised and hurriedly looked at Miss Bai. Did you see anything unusual just now? What kind of anomaly? Chen Halberd froze, thinking that he didn't know how to say something better, so he asked tentatively, there are fluctuations of green chi within the academy? That does have. The white girl nodded. I saw it when I came in just now. The talent of the academy is suppressing the ghostly and pestilential chi on those consumptive ghosts, and it is indeed consuming. Chen Halberd was a bit surprised. It was not the kind of thing he wanted to ask about, though it was also volatile, but he didn't seem to be in any discomfort, and no one had said that more talent would be a problem, so it shouldn't be a critical matter. Chen Ji then stopped thinking about it and looked towards the copycat connecting corridor. The consumptives that were brought in just now were carried on stretchers and placed inside. That is, the stretcher is a little simple. 2 bamboo poles wrapped around a finger-thick hemp rope can carry people to move, that is, should not be comfortable, but no one should care about that when staying alive is an issue. At a glance, Chen Ji saw the first person Zhang Yuan said had rushed the consumptive ghost. At this moment, the face like gold paper, lying on his side is still coughing, but not even a little bit of sound cannot be issued, as if the throat stuffed with stone, general humming and dry choking. Chen Halberd mobilized his chi surveying technique. Sure enough, he saw a light gray and a faint black color permeating his body, which was a sign of calamitous disease and ghostly aura. The white girl also noticed him and leaned over to falsely pinch his wrist, actually checking his pulse with her chi. It didn't take long to shake his head and get up. How? It is not consumption. There is the calamitous aura of an epidemic ghost with a ghostly aura on his body. He is indeed possessed of a ghost, but it does look similar to consumption. It should be done by some means, rather more like a shadow left by an epidemic spirit carrying a curse. The white girl said slowly, can you unravel it? Yes, but it will take some time. And what is to be said to them? Not yet. The white girl shook her head. It's not like there's a plague in this neighborhood. Epidemic ghosts don't just appear in a place out of nowhere. It should be done deliberately by someone. Chen Ji froze, but he understood what the white girl meant. Someone animal ghost? Maybe, it's hard to tell. The white girl shook her head and took hair and blood samples from a few people, feeling out a few pills and stuffing them into their mouths. Well, that will keep them from dying. And the other things will wait until the epidemic ghosts come and see them this night. Halberd Chen looked to his left and right. Not quite sure. People are in the academy. How dare evil spirits come over? Ordinary evil spirits naturally can't come, but this epidemic ghost has left a shadow on them. And at the moment they are considered the epidemic ghost's devils, so they should have a way to come over. Then I'll start them off as usual. Good thing too. The white girl nodded her head. So Chen Jiqi spoke with Zhang Yuan and the two of them about the situation. The two men were quite relieved to know that the consumptive inside would not die. However, when they heard Chen Ji asking them to stay as far away as possible at night so as not to be tainted by the epidemic ghost's breath, there were a few moments of hesitation. Is it really possible for Taoist Chen to deal with demons and ghosts all by himself? I've heard that demons and ghosts are also afraid of strong-blooded men, and since I'm still a child, I might as well join you in the vigil. Ahem. Chen Ji was really a bit unstrung, and too embarrassed to ask the guard's age. He arched his hand. I appreciate the thought, but it's really not necessary to keep watch together. If the epidemic ghosts really make a mess, you'll in turn affect my ability to perform my spells. After saying this, he looked at the torch and casually gulped. Then he made the flame disappear, turning it into a fire dragon that circled around a few times and turned it back into a torch. The guards then realized that Chen Ji was not being polite, but really did not need him, and so arched his hand. Then does Taoist Chen want anything else? Blades, vermilion sand, yellow paper, black dog's blood, all of these. Can you prepare them? There is no need for it. And keeping it ready would in turn defile such a clean place as the academy. Then we know. The two of them arched their hands and left once again, leaving only Chenji and Miss Bai in the academy again. The white girl is studying the situation on the consumptive. Chen Halberd will not be these. The Chi lookout technique to see no effect. Simply sit aside to check the party's talent. Fang Zhaiqi didn't feel it when he entered his body. Even now, upon closer inspection, he did not find where the talent was, but only felt that the talent was indeed much more agile than usual. But I don't know how to call on this talent. Chen Ji somewhat regretted that he hadn't asked Mr. Su how a Confucian cultivator practiced in the first place. However, the mind moved and found that the anecdote had even changed a little. Originally, the book cover was unreadable and dusty, but now it looks as if it is cleaner and a few points newer than before. Could it be that the talent is being sucked out of the anecdote? Chen Ji thought about looking at the saint statue, trying to find some kind of connection. Ever since obtaining this book of anecdotes, Chen Ji had wanted to inquire about its origins, but there had been no whereabouts. Even Fox couldn't remember which gondolier's house he'd moved from. Now there is finally some movement, but at this time to see, the saint statue flat, completely did not show abnormalities. Only around the body of the faintly escaping talent shrouded the academy. Even Chen Ji couldn't help but wonder if the flash of emerald light in his party was an illusion. But the changes in the anecdotes were a clear reminder of what had indeed happened. One can only press on and wait for further changes at a later date. I was about to ask the white girl what she was doing. Instead, a triumphant whine was heard. Still found you. Chen Ji twisted his head to look. The white girl was pinching a small person made of thatch with one hand, while the other hand was holding a barely visible gray and black figure. Couldn't help but come up for a closer look. The figure was found to be vaguely recognizable, with a sharp mouth, monkey cheeks and ugly appearance, and from time to time lying on the ground as if consumptive. Is this the epidemic ghost? No. The white girl shook her head. If what they say is true, what is seen and flushed should be nothing more than the shadow of an epidemic ghost. The epidemic ghost is the plague god's horse-drawn servant, also known as the plague god's horseman, and was born extremely early, and in the records of the Fox clan, even the heavenly foxes have dealt with the epidemic ghost. If the real epidemic ghosts appear, not to mention a single Taijin town, I'm afraid that the entire Haijian prefecture will be riddled with plague. This should be that some miscreant has gotten the shadow of the epidemic ghost from somewhere and used it as an excuse to commit murder. I just don't know who is so evil. We'll find out when we see the epidemic ghost come over tonight. So what else do I need to prepare? Chen Ji's heart was apprehensive, but he still stabilized his mind and asked seriously, when the time comes, just stay by my side and protect me. With that said, he loaded the epidemic ghost's shadow fragment with the villain. Yes. Chen Ji nodded his head and responded, and then he took out the dried yellow essence and water to eat with the white girl, after which he closed his eyes and practiced to recuperate his energy. When he opened his eyes again, he could already hear the sound of the shifts outside the academy. In the middle of the night, watch out for fire and candles. The bright moon in the sky is no longer a full moon, but it still shines brightly on the ground, shining brightly in the academy. Inside the corridor, a few consumptive ghosts are next to a sickly figure emerged, red eyes and fangs, body pus sores, looking at the two men out of the ghostly aura. Have you also come to seek me? Chapter 61, Why Aren't You Dead? Requesting for follow-up readings. Sure enough, it's here. Chen Ji was appalled in his heart. Miss White was right. The epidemic ghost was actually able to enter the academy. I'm only afraid that the Xiantai Mountain group of demons will inevitably regret it when they find out. Epidemic ghosts can enter the academy. If they were more courageous at that time, they might have taken the handbook back and got a cup of Earth Spirit Sweet. It's a shame. The thought flickered. Chen Halberd looked towards the atrium at the same time as he stared at the epidemic ghost. The image of the saint still gushes out silk talent, falling on the consumptive people in the company corridor to wash away the calamity and disease. The previous effect was still good. However, when the epidemic ghosts appeared, there were some signs that they could not be suppressed. The first person to run into the epidemic ghost had by now white eyes and blue lips. Even the few that didn't appear sick were now eating and coughing as if they were going to cough up their lung tubes. The epidemic ghost leapt from side to side on the ground, bracing his twisted and deformed lone crutch, and landed beside each person taking a deep breath. The human body then gushed out a thread of life, which swam into the epidemic ghost like a snake. Epidemic ghost previously looked clearly a consumptive ghost look. This moment violently into the complement, but also vivid a few points. The restoration jumped and crawled on the ground, agile but like a monkey. On the contrary, a few consumptives on the ground who had lost their vitality showed their death. The epidemic ghost wasn't satisfied after sucking in the vitality, and looked back at Chen Ji to stick out his bright red tongue. I thought that these people would go to invite the true cultivators of Qingliang Mountain after receiving the silver, But I didn't realize that it was just casual cultivators like you, so I was worried for nothing. It just so happens that there aren't enough of these people for the epidemic ghosts to eat, so they'll take you to pad their bellies. My epidemic repelling method has reached a critical moment. As long as I eat you, I will be able to completely refine this epidemic ghost detachment, and then no one in the world will be able to stop me. The epidemic ghost Jiejia laughed strangely, and Shenji did not know what to say. Before inquiring about the origin of the epidemic ghost, he gave a clean account of himself, and I don't know whether he was sure that he could eat himself or whether he had become stupider with the epidemic ghost scent. But one thing is certain. This epidemic ghost should be what Miss White said it was. It was someone who had gotten the shadow of the epidemic ghost and the art of driving it away, and wanted to practice this evil spirit method. It would also go a long way to explaining why there was only one epidemic ghost in the beginning, and only slowly did there get to be more. I'm afraid the caster himself doesn't know what effect it will have. Chen Halberd looked at the white girl and found that she was also looking at herself, and a voice rang directly in his head. Stall him. I'm going to find his original body. Then there was no news, and even the body's breath dimmed. Sitting still and unmoving, Chen Ji's eyebrows jumped, feeling that he was now under some pressure. The white girl was probably going to track down the location of the evil cultivator's true body that was manipulating the epidemic ghost. So what she herself had to do was to stall the epidemic ghost as much as possible before the evil cultivator reacted. Thinking of this, Chen Ji's eyes twitched as he pretended to be surprised. How does an epidemic ghost even get into the academy? The epidemic ghost laughed rampantly, his gaze dripping with disdain. How much silver money has this supervisor town embezzled? He can't even afford to hire a decent Taoist priest, and he's letting those who haven't graduated to make up the numbers. But I'm in a good mood today, so I'll let you be the one to understand. The epidemic ghost bounced around the crowd, reaching out to ruffle the calamitous aura emanating from their bodies. It's true that unusual demons and ghosts can't come near the academy, but they have the soul seed I left behind in their bodies, and their breaths are fused, so even a saint would think that I'm their lost soul. So naturally they won't stop me outside. Rather thanks to you fools. Originally these people were scattered everywhere and I had to go through the trouble of searching for them. It's easier for me to absorb the anger now that it's all put together. After sucking those in 2 big live ones, I'm kind of good enough for that. When I slaughter the whole town again, in the future, this epidemic ghost won't need to call the plague god horseman anymore, and will just lead the horse with me. The epidemic ghost bared its fangs and laughed in wild paradox. Chen Ji, however, shook his head slightly, lamenting that this epidemic ghost was the one who really hadn't seen the light of day. Epidemic ghosts are called plague muffs, and that's really associated with the gods. If the heavenly court existed, the plague god would be a 36-part positive god priesthood. How could it be comparable to a loose cultivator on earth? You still want to take over the ghosts of the epidemic? I'm afraid that one look at the epidemic ghosts and I'll already have to report to the land judge's side. Chen Ji thought but didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at epidemic ghost to continue asking. How do you torture and harm people when you can take their lives in 3 days when you clearly do nothing? Naturally, it's to make a name for myself. If not, who would know that I also control an epidemic ghost? The plague will only spread faster if people are scared enough to try to escape. The epidemic ghost's eyes suddenly went cold. Well, there's already a lot to say to you, and it's not too late to say the rest when you're part of me. The epidemic ghost looked towards Chen Ji, not intending to waste any more time, and lunged straight at him. Chen Ji watched the epidemic ghost pounce and felt that it was completely different from when he had faced the roadblock ghost earlier. Still a few steps away had already felt a calamitous aura, and the whole person had fallen into the symptoms of drowsiness, dizziness, and weakness. Come a little closer. The consumptive lying on the floor began to wheel and cough. The voice seems to carry a side effect, penetrating Chen Ji's ears, actually from the heart to want to cough impulse. Ahem. When Chen Ji coughed out, he felt as if his entire heart and lungs were being tugged and pulled outward. If you hold it in any longer, you can't hold it in at all, and you can't stop coughing. Is this the power of an epidemic ghost? Surely it's a ghost that can deal with the heavenly fox. Just a mere shadow is so powerful. Chen Halberd forced himself to hold back the thought of coughing and stared at the epidemic ghost dead in the face. But thinking about how the white girl is looking, she made herself slow down the epidemic ghost. Fong had already tried hard enough, and now that the epidemic ghost was going to actually start doing something, even he wouldn't necessarily be able to hold it off for too long. The only card he can rely on now is the fact that epidemic ghost doesn't know what he's capable of. If they worked well together, they might be able to give the epidemic ghost a run for its money. As for actually catching the shadow of this epidemic ghost, Halberd Chen felt it was unlikely. These means are really far beyond what he can do, and the epidemic ghost was even more delighted to see Chen Ji's performance. What a sturdy stance! Cough it up! Cough it up! Such a strong body, always cough it up a little cleaner. When I turn you into my ghost of a devourer,
You'll be the strongest one. I've come to help you. The epidemic ghost shouted and stretched out his hand. Black gas emerging from his fingertips and wrapping tightly around Chen-ji. Right at this moment, the white girl's voice exploded in Chen-ji's mind. Mr. Chen, I've found the location of the epidemic ghost's main body, so you can make a move to stimulate him first. Got it. Chen-ji subconsciously nodded his head to look at the epidemic ghost, forcing himself to hold back the coughing sensation as a large sun hung in his mind. Opening his mouth, he spewed out a fire dragon straight at the epidemic ghost's face. Yikes! Ah! The epidemic ghost shrieked in surprise, not expecting Chen-ji to have such a technique, and unable to dodge. He actually took a solid hit from the fire dragon. Instant screams of misery. The air was filled with a putrid, dank smell. What a terrifying technique. Who are you? Why have I never heard of a character like you before? Just a casual cultivator on Sendai Mountain. The epidemic ghost howled with a fierce expression, its eyes almost flowing out of their sockets with a burning sensation as it stared at Chen-ji. Scattered cultivators? Scattergories are better. I want you dead. And I want you to be a great tonic for my epidemic ghosts. The epidemic ghost sucked in a mouthful of anger and transformed into 5 consumptive ghosts barring in front of Chen-ji, his eyes taking on a bit of exasperation. Originally, I didn't intend to use this move, but since you're looking for death, it's just right to see it with you. The 5 epidemic ghosts opened their mouths at the same time and surrounded Chen-ji according to the 5 lines of standing. 5 faces, either joyful or sad or laughing or demented, whispered incantations while craning their necks to seemingly breathe in something. Chen-ji didn't even hear what the epidemic ghost was chanting. Just by seeing a ghost breathing once, one's vitality dissipates. By the time all 5 ghosts had finished taking their turns breathing, it already felt like half of their lives had gone. What a horrible tactic. Chen-ji's heart fluttered, knowing why Miss White said it was a curse. He had a distinct feeling, if he let the 5 ghosts recite the incantation a few more times, he would really die here. But it didn't wait for Chen-ji to do anything. Talent Chi then gushed out from the saint's statue and flowed into Chen-ji's body. It had actually made up for all the vitality that the 5 ghosts had withheld from the party. Thus, the moon and stars are sparse. Bamboo shadows sift the wind. The 5 ghosts in front of the court froze in place, staring blankly at the Chun halberd. Not understanding what happened just now, Ryoga asked out in shock. Why aren't you dead? Chapter 61 Lady Taishan is in a hurry. Sure enough, it's here. Chen-ji was appalled in his heart. Miss White was right. The epidemic ghost was actually able to enter the academy. Chen Halberd looked towards the atrium at the same time as he stared at the epidemic ghost. The image of the saint still gushes out silk talent, falling on the consumptive people in the company corridor to wash away the calamity and disease. However, when the epidemic ghosts appeared, there were some signs that they could not be suppressed. The first person to run into the epidemic ghost had by now white eyes and blue lips. Even the few that didn't appear sick were now eating and coughing as if they were going to cough up their lung tubes. The epidemic ghost surveyed the consumptive ghost on the ground with considerable satisfaction. The grimace actually revealed a few wry smiles. Wonderful. Wonderful. I don't know who came up with the idea of gathering these consumptive ghosts together, but it saves me from having to go up to each one of them to absorb the anger. The epidemic ghost said, jumping from side to side on the ground with his twisted and deformed lone crutch propped up, landing beside each person and taking a deep breath. The human body then gushed out a thread of life, which swam into the epidemic ghost like a snake. Epidemic ghost earlier looked clearly a consumptive ghost look. This moment violently into the complementary angry, actually vivid a few points. The restoration jumped and crawled on the ground, agile but like a monkey. On the contrary, a few consumptives on the ground who had lost their vitality showed their death. There are 2 other living people. Come all the way here. Stay with them too. The epidemic ghost stared at Chen Halberd and waved his hand to send out a gray and black breath that swam over like a snake. One bite, however, it dissolved into smoke and dissipated a foot away from Chen-ji's body. And the treasure? The epidemic ghost's eyes were stunned, staring carefully at Chen-ji, but a few moments of delight flowed out. Still a cultivator who has entered the way? Absorbing your anger is much better than all these losers. The words fell, and there was no longer any mobilization of epidemic gray air. The entire ghost lunged straight at Chen-ji. This time, the convenience was completely different from earlier. Even the 2 ghosts that Chen Jiabao encountered on the road were different. Still a few steps away, he had already felt a disaster aura coming on, and the whole person was dizzy and faint and began to lose strength. The consumptive lying on the floor also began to cough. The voice seemed to carry a side effect, penetrating Chen-ji's ears, and the urge to cough was born from the heart. Ahem! Chen Halberd coughed out. The sound was very light, but felt that the whole heart and lungs were as if someone was tugging and pulling them outward. If you hold it in any longer, you can't hold it in at all, and you can't stop coughing. Is this the power of an epidemic ghost? Surely it's a ghost that can deal with the heavenly fox.
Just a mere shadow is so powerful. Chen Halberd was in a trance for a while, his gaze sinking. Just in time, the leaves gifted by Elder Soprano were slightly cold, ferrying in a refreshing breath. The ancient money gifted by Miss White also emitted a clanging sound, like the sound of a yellow bell echoing in Chen Ji's mind. Chen Ji's eyes instantly cleared for a few moments. The mind is also incredibly clear. It's just a vision of an epidemic ghost. Even the mortal guards know that it is the ghosts that are afraid of the positive thoughts in their hearts. The child can still drive away the ghosts. And with his own arts and techniques, and being in the academy, and with the talent of the saints to augment him, how can he be afraid of a single epidemic ghost? Controlling fire, opening walls, and detaining souls are all means. So Chen Halberd forced himself to resist the thought of coughing, staring dead at the epidemic ghost and gazing at the blazing midday sun, only waiting for the epidemic ghost to rush to a position less than 2 feet away from him. He opened his mouth and spat out a fire breath. The fire in his heart was already blazing, and he had been thinking about the sun for a long time. Chen Halberd, this mouthful of fire spray is actually thicker than the previous fire dragon full circle. After the exit is hidden dragon whistle sound. The epidemic ghost suddenly froze in the air at the sight of the fire dragon as well. There was still a reaction to dodge, but it was too late. Chen Ji controlled the fire dragon to directly hit the ghostly shadow of the epidemic ghost, and then turned the dragon into a rope to bind the epidemic ghost to burn. The air was filled with a putrid, dank smell. Ah! The epidemic ghost wailed in the fire, its cloudy eyes streaming out of their sockets, trembling like melted wax, and its epidemiological aura thinning out. Who are you? How dare you resort to such tactics? Chen Ji was silent as he pinched up his sword fingers to perform the soul detention technique. Villains die from talking too much, and he has to explain less and wait for everything to be sure of his capture. Still want to detain the soul? Do you really want to put me to death? The epidemic ghost finally showed a few moments of panic on its face when it sensed Chen Ji's soul detaining technique. However, when the spell was added to his body, he realized that the spell was not that strong, and could only affect his actions, and could not completely detain him. Another hideous laugh. How dare you learn how to get rid of ghosts when you're not academically proficient? Die for me! The epidemic ghost looked to the consumptive ghost on the ground and sucked in a sharp breath of anger. Originally just a wandering thread of anger suddenly grew to the thickness of a finger. Just that a few people who can still hold out at the moment vitality flow has gone 90% of the life. As for the first one who bumped into the epidemic ghost, at this moment there was actually no breath. No different from death. Epidemic ghosts have got the vitality to replenish, actually thump to explode the body. Divided into 5 parts to break free from the fire dragon binding after drilling into the body of a few consumptive ghosts near. Blink of an eye. A few dying figures actually stood up straight, the face of an iron green, no longer like a living person, but on the contrary, act quickly, turn out of the corridor in accordance with the 5 rows of directions to surround Chen Ji. Expressions emerged on the ironclad face, either of joy or sadness or anger. Wasn't going to use that move. Since you seek death, then it's just the right time to try out the power of this spell. The 5 consumptives seemed to speak at the same time and opened their mouths separately. 5 faces, whispering incantations while craning their necks to seemingly breathe in something. Chen Ji didn't even hear what the epidemic ghost was chanting, only to see a ghost breathe once. His body will gush out a black gas force to himself. Black gas into the body. His body will be less 1 point of vitality. It was actually exchanging its vitality with the chi of plague, and it was completely defenseless. What a horrible tactic. He had a distinct feeling. If he allowed the 5 ghosts to continue casting, he would really die here. And on the contrary, he didn't feel any fluctuation of the technique. Chen Ji finally understood why the white girl said it was a curse. However, Chen Ji could detect it, and the white girl also found problems. With a cold look in his eyes, he raised his hand to also cast the soul detention technique. Dare to hurt Mr. My clan. Collect. But it's not quite the same as the soul detaining technique like Chen Ji. The white girl's hand was actually like the one that Judge Liu had performed in the netherworld, transforming into a giant palm above the academy and lifting the 5 consumptive ghosts like puppets on strings. With a slight force, it actually ripped out gray shadows from them. And the higher power? The epidemic ghost's expression was finally horrified. And all of a sudden, he couldn't even care about absorbing the vitality that the consumptive ghost had exchanged, and drew himself together to fight against the white girl's soul detaining technique as he drilled towards the outside of the academy. Still want to go? The white girl coldly increased her grip on her palm, not forgetting to draw back to look at the statue of the saint and salute. Late Fox ventured to blaspheme the holy hearing. Today there are epidemic ghosts haunting the countryside with extraordinary means. Fortunately, they have already entered the academy, but please the saint's hand to trap the epidemic ghosts. Do not make escape. Good. A response resounded faintly from within the academy. Then the statue of the sage puffed up and emitted infinite green chi to envelop the academy,
and even the sound of chanting classics echoed in the air. The epidemic ghost incarnation slammed headlong into the walls of the academy, but it was as impenetrable as a bronze wall. Looking back, talent has been trapped like a cage in a bookstore. You're a fox demon? The epidemic ghost looked shocked and furious. You're a fox demon. How dare you ask the saint for mercy? Aren't you afraid that even you will be taken away together? Meh. The white girl laughed softly without saying anything, just took out the thatched grass villain that she had made just now, and pinched up the spell in her hand to recite it clearly. Responding to the 3 souls from above, taking in the 7 spirits from below, the Tarzan lady is in a hurry to take in the order. After the incantation was recited, the epidemic ghosts fleeing in the air actually lost all their strength and generally could no longer resist the soul detention technique, and their bodies shrunk into black shadows and drilled into the thatched grass villain. Pop! Just waiting for the last bit of blackness to burrow in, the white girl immediately took out 3 bamboo nails and nailed them to the thatched man. Well, detain it. Then he bowed again to the statue of the saint and respectfully asked the saint to take away his divine powers. Then the air was slowly recovered, and the moon and wind were clear again. Chen Halberd stared at the white girl in a daze, and then looked at the saint's statue, only to realize that the original fight actually has such a means. But it was the first to ask the same general question as the epidemic ghost. How is Miss White not afraid of the saints? After saying that and feeling that I am making a stupid mistake, the white girl has already stayed in the academy for a long time. If she is afraid, she should have been afraid long ago. The white girl smiled slightly. I also studied the saint's classics to enter the fox school, a fox showman of sorts. How would I be afraid of the saint? It's only right to be respectful. Another respectful salute before looking at Chen Ji. Is the gentleman still unwell? Chen Ji felt the vitality in his body, as if it had returned a lot, and shook his head. No more. That would be good. Time to see them. The white girl leaned over to re-examine a few consumptive ghosts possessed by epidemic spirits, fortunately in advance stuffed with pills to protect the heart and veins. At this moment will die, but not completely dead. Go back with warm tonic medicine to raise a half a year. Should also be able to recover. Looking again at the first man who had charged the epidemic ghost, the white girl reached out and tapped him a few times at his heart chakra. The man then violently coughed out a mouthful of black blood, finally getting a faint breath. This one will have to last a little longer. It will take a year to raise. Only after that did he let Chen Ji greet the guards outside and come in. I didn't expect to hear knocking and shouting when the voice dropped. Daoist Chen. Just now I heard quite a lot of commotion inside. Have you already succeeded in catching the ghost? Chen Hastings opened the door. Then he saw 2 guards standing not far away, looking forward, rather nervous. So he invited them in and explained the situation to them again. The epidemic ghost has been detained here. The white girl handed over the thatched figurine. The 2 guards, however, did not dare to take it, but just watched from afar and arched their hands. This would be a bad catch. In case we let another epidemic ghost escape, we would be sinners. I'm grateful to the 2 of you tonight. We will report to the supervisory town and should invite you to meet. Thinking that he would have to live here for some time, Chen Ji nodded his head and agreed. Then our brothers will first call for someone to send these people back, and then we will come back tomorrow to invite Daoist Chen and Miss Bai. Good thing too. Chen Halberd nodded, but saw that the 2 were still not leaving, as if they had something to ask. What else? I would like to ask the Taoist master. The epidemic ghost has been detained. Is it true that there will be no more consumptive ghosts to haunt in the future? To explain with the supervisory town, it's time to ask a clear question. Not good. The white girl shook her head slightly. Epidemic ghosts are quite rare, and this one in town doesn't seem to be a full-blown epidemic ghost, like someone got a remnant of a soul to store up, so we still need to be careful. So, we know. The 2 men's joy darkened and they sighed again, lamenting the difficulties of the human world, before arching their hands and leaving. Chen Ji also went out with Miss Bai towards the herbal medicine store. After walking all the way down from Sendai Mountain, before resting and experiencing such a menacing thing, I did feel tired too. It's also time to go back to rest. Chapter 62 Pot Immortal Medicine Hall. Just on the way, he thought of something else and inquired why the white girl was chanting the Taishan Nyangnyang's hasty order when she performed the soul detaining technique, which was not the case with the technique he had watched. Foxes are dedicated to the Taishan Nyang, and all the laws they learn are passed down by the Nyang, so they naturally recite the Nyang's name. It's not like the human race who all say Lao Jun, Tianshi, and Xuanmu, and that? Chen Halberd nodded and curiously inquired what the demonic ghost next to him would recite. That depends on what kind of Dao magic is learned. About the same kinds, but a lot of them can't use this kind of charms in Dao magic either. Most of them just rely on their natural aptitude. How so? The bear demon has infinite strength. The ape demon is good at imitation. The wolf demon hides shadows and traces. And the tiger demon is mighty and incomparable. In short,
All of them have their own natural aptitude, and if they can master them well, they are no less than earthly arts and crafts, the white girl said as she walked. Next time the group demon banquet is held, if we make it in time, you can go and personally argue with the group demons to see what's going on. Chen Hastings nodded. It's only natural to see it when you have the chance. Then he asked about the epidemic ghosts. Can you find out who bred the epidemic ghosts? Not easy. The white girl shook her head. If it's a heart and blood breeding, it can still be checked based on the connection, but if it's a spell that detains and dispatches it, it's hard to say, unless it's summoned on its own accord. And would it be possible to find the netherworld? Maybe. That's it. First please ask Miss White to detain it for some more time. If this side of the supervisory town has no means, I will report to the Lu judgment to break. May. Between Miss White's nods, the two of them had already arrived at the west side of the city. With the herbal medicine store close at hand, you can still see the lights on inside through the window. Going up and knocking on the door, Sun's sister and the foxes all came out together to greet them, and were overjoyed to see Chen Ji and the others. Mr. Chen and Miss Bai have finally returned. We've been worried here for a long time. How are the consumptives doing? With the scented pouch sent by Sister Sun, it's naturally fine. Sister Sun's face was ecstatic. Rather, it is Miss Bai who has lifted you up. It must be because of your excellent medical skills. After that, he asked about the epidemic ghost. It is also considered to be besides, but it is hard for Mr. Chen to struggle with the epidemic ghost for a few moments. He should be tired and should rest earlier. Only then did Sister Sun react, and even slapped her head to call out that she had lost her head and forgotten about the main event. You two haven't eaten yet, have you? There's water boiling in the pot. Why don't you settle for a bowl of vegetarian noodles? I'm also good at cooking when I'm at home. Not really. Goo. Chen Ji was about to refuse, but a hungry chirp actually resounded within his abdomen. Then 2 bowls would be good. The white girl laughed. I'll do it, Mr. Chen doesn't have to be so polite. It's a matter of passing by. Sister Sunna thought that Chen Ji was too hungry to say it, and left with a smile after purposely emphasizing it. Only then did the white girl look to Chen Ji to explain. Unusual people have to take pills to regulate their bodies after casting a spell, and it's normal for Mr. to feel hungry after letting the epidemic ghost siphon off his anger and casting a spell. Next time, sir, you may have a slice of yellow essence, which will also relieve your body of sleepiness. Remember. Only then did the white girl talk to Bai 19 and the others about what had just happened, telling them how they should handle such situations in the future. White for listening to the fighting scene but excited to the point of raising his claws to recommend himself. If Miss White has the opportunity next time, she should take me with her. I can split ghosts with my lightning magic. Good. Let's see how your thunder drawing technique cultivation is going some other time. And if it's okay, I'll bring you along next time. The other few foxes were mostly thoughtful. If I practice the art of marrying dreams, how should I deal with the epidemic ghosts? Does the invocation spell still work at this point? Miss White, is the refiner only able to run away? The white girl answered each one again. The 3 foxes nodded their heads vigorously as they listened, only feeling that they had learned something new. Chen Ji also hadn't seen the white girl teaching a few times. Listening to it now, it inexplicably reminds me of when I used to watch documentaries. The big fox teaches the little fox to survive. About as much as A few more conversations and the pasta was on the table. It was true, as Sister Sun said, that she was good at kitchen things. Noodles and clear soup are garnished with a few chopped scallions, and even though they are vegetarian, they are fragrant and appetizing, but it is a different flavor than yellow essence. Chen halbered a bowl of vegetarian noodles down, a lot of peace, attired as much as possible to unload, sleepy, so there was no thought of practicing, and a good night's sleep was in order. Open your eyes again and it's bright morning light. Even though it was an earthly town, there were 5 chi present. So Chen Ji took the morning light to make up for the practice he didn't have time to do last night. By the time he got up, the 5 chi on his body had increased a few more points. That's what brought the fox to the door. Mr. Chen, Miss Bai has an invitation. Chen Ji went out and saw Bai 19 waiting at the door, looking good, sighing that the effect of this illusionary body talisman was really good, and it could last for a day. When he saw the white girl and spoke to her, he heard her laugh softly. How can earthly talismans be so long-lasting? Except for a few? And they are? 1 per day. Can only hide it from those ordinary people just? Also fortunately this iron gold town has no city god man, or else we have to struggle to explain. I thought the painted umbrellas were concealable, too small. Put in the front hall is barely enough. In a few days I will go to find some painted ghost skin with them is. Good thing too. Chen Ji then didn't ask the white girl again how she went about finding the skin of the painted ghost. The white girl naturally knew more about this kind of thing than he did, and when she said she could find it, she could find it.
Asked again what the white girl wanted to talk about. Since we are opening a store, we should always have a name.
Sister Sun has already urged me several times,
but I can't think of a good name. You are a gentleman. Naturally I should ask you. So much for. Chen Ji nodded, thought for a moment, and opened his mouth.
Potentate's pill hall it is.
Simple and straightforward. Fox fairies? Hanging pots of elixir. The pot fairy. This is really good.
With her eyes shining brightly, Miss White nodded her head and agreed to the name, arranging for by 19 to write it down and hand it over to Sister Sun to customize the signboard. After that it was time to settle into duties with the foxes.
By 19 is a little more attentive,
and to practice marrying dreams, just in the front hall to greet the people who come and go.
By X was going to practice refining weapons,
which was just right for observing the tempering of the fire and being in charge of concocting medicines.
By San and by C took turns grabbing medicine. An arrangement was made, and the foxes all responded, promising to do a good job.
No.
Does the gentleman feel like saying anything else? Chen Halberd couldn't help but tsk his tongue. No wonder Su Xian's security hall was doing well, and he only now realized why. These foxes actually did not think at all about getting paid in the matter of manhwa. This kind of operation, how business is bad. The white girl instead took another look at Chen Ji and slowly opened her mouth. Fox is still small. Take the money is easy to mess up the mind. Then buy Mr.
and Sister Sun to watch before buying is good.
If you have something you see that you want to buy, come back and tell Mr. Chen to accompany you.
Yes. The four foxes nodded in response. Chen Jiqi was a bit embarrassed. It came off as him restricting foxes' freedom in general. So it was proposed that it would be better to give the fox $1 or $2 silver a month, so that if there was anything he wanted to buy, he would be able to purchase it himself without having to covet it.
It's not as gluttonous as Shirahachi, where there's nothing you want to buy. The white girl shook her head, but then he thought of something and agreed to Chen Ji's proposal. But you will always grow up, and you will have to buy things for yourselves when you enter the fox school in the future. Familiarize yourselves with earthly transactions now, and you will always be less likely to let the demonic ghosts on the sidelines cheat you in the future. There's no need to wait until the end of the month. So take this silver and go out and buy some things today, and come back later to see what you've all gotten. Yes, four foxes responded, quite pleased with the silver. The white girl is still not assured, and urged them not to wander more, lest the dog stares at them. But also do not just focus on looking at rare things, and look at the people on the street, but also to come back to test them. The fox's eyes lowered significantly. Chen Ji was quite understanding of by XIXs and their mentality. It's fun to go out and have fun, but if you know you have to write a travelogue, it's always a bit of an appendage. Go on. The white girl waved away the foxes and chatted some more with Chen Ji about the matter of the potentate's pill hall, when Zhang Yuan's shouts came from outside the door. Mr. Chen and Miss Bai, can you be inside? Yes, come in and talk. Zhang Yuan entered the door and first arched his hand to say congratulations before putting down the gifts he was carrying in his hands. Earlier I didn't know that you two were opening a herbal medicine store here. Today I see that I haven't had time to hang a plaque. I should not have opened yet, so sending a gift should not be too late. After saying that, he was afraid that they would refuse, so he hastily opened his mouth. It's not anything expensive, just the town's specialty pastries and a jar of wine previously rewarded by the government office. It's true that it's not too expensive, and it's not a burden to take it. Chen Ji then thanked Zhang Yuan. Another look at him in his official clothes and think of something. Coming here so early, is there news from the supervisory town? Exactly. Zhang Yuan had been thinking about how to bring it up better, and when he heard Chen Jiqi ask about it he just said it. The supervisor town already knows what you two have done, and originally wanted to come over to see you two in person, just as the Taoist priest who came up from Qingliang Mountain and the doctor from Zhanshui town have arrived. The supervisory town then thought of inviting a few of you to dine together at the mansion so as not to be neglected. I heard that the two of you had prepared a congratulatory gift for the opening of your medicine hall, but I won't be able to send it over until a little later. So, I'm sorry to trouble the supervisor of the town. Chen Ji understood why Zhang Yuan was embarrassed to say it. Last night it was said that the supervisor of the town would invite the two of them to a meeting, but now it had become a few people together, making it seem as if they were not being taken seriously. However, there are prepared gifts, but can see that it is still valued. It can only be said that those two people came a little coincidental. Chen Ji always didn't care, and even thought it was better. He is also really not good at official banquets and whatnot. Unlike the same demonic ghosts drinking and feasting to be lenient, but has sent Zhang Yuan to invite. It is not good to refute the face, so he whispered with the white girl to explain the situation, to see if she wants to go. Go check it out. Detain the epidemic ghost, always give this place a statement. Then let's go and take a look, just to see what the traveling doctor and the Taoist priest have to say about this epidemic ghost. Chapter 63, Elder High Fox. Seeing Chen Ji and Miss Bai agree, Zheng Yuan hurriedly went out to lead the way. It didn't take long to reach the government office. The gatekeeper saw it from afar and trotted in to report it. By the time Chen Ji and the others arrived at the door, there was already a middle-aged man in an official uniform sprinting out the door to greet them. When he saw the two of them, he first bowed and made a full salute before getting up and speaking slowly. This is Mr. Chen and Miss Bai, right? I'm Li Pingyun, the town's supervisor, and I'd like to thank you both for your help in catching the ghosts and blessing my Taijin town with peace. The supervisor town is overstating the case. We also live in the town and do our share of work. Chen Ji returned the salute. Supervisor Li breathed a sigh of relief at his words. I've heard people say that these two are a good deal, but now that I've seen them in person, I can confirm that they are indeed true. He also arched his hand to invite Chen Halberd to enter the mansion, personally leading the way in front, and said that he could not personally pay his respects for some reason. Chen Ji only felt that this supervisory town was overly polite. But I thought that if the demons and ghosts were haunting the city and really caused a big problem, I would inevitably be reprimanded or even dismissed by the state government. He himself was kind of keeping his crowbar, so it was normal to be polite. He was going to say something else, but he had already passed the second hall and saw the Taoist master sitting in the flower hall, and couldn't help but hook the corner of his mouth. It was a coincidence that the Taoist master from Qingliang Mountain was Taoist Master Shiyun. The medical practitioner on the side also cast a line of sight. The breath on his body is pure. Looking is also the right way. Li Pingyun and them introduced each other. This now shows proximity. Speaking of the traveling doctor is the famous doctor in Jianshui town. Surnamed Sun, Taoist Master Shiyun was much more solemn, saying that it was the high gong of Qingfengguan. The great Taoist master known left and right. When it came to Qin Ji and the white girl, they started from his last time to get rid of demons and catch ghosts, lamenting that he really was young and talented. And even the white girl commented on the legacy of the medicine sage, Shiyun Daolong, since there is no intention to compete for the wind. Listening to also smile and look at Chen Halberd to say a mercy. After not seeing you for a few days, fellow Taoist Chen's Dao has refined quite a bit. And the traveling doctor, knowing that it was Miss White who had treated the consumptive ghosts, wrinkled his brow in desire to speak. However, it was only a short moment, and Chen Ji even suspected that he had misread it, and Li Yunping had already arranged the banquet. But it was not good to ask again. Seat talk. Several people had already met because of the demonic ghost matter, so they also discussed the demonic ghost matter. Although Li Yunping is only a supervisor of the town, but is also a serious into the Ministry of the Official Directory, can be through the residents of the newspaper to know the situation of many places, rather more than anyone else knows. The matter of demons and ghosts, which was less in previous years, has become more serious recently. The north is still better, but I heard that there is a compulsion god in the southwest and an evil god in the south of the river, both of which have been unsettled lately, and I don't know what they want to do. With its proximity to Kyoto and the help of the immortal mountain Taoist master, this place is already the least haunted by demons and ghosts in the entire Hetian province. Taoist Shiyun's white beard trembled slightly as he slowly opened his mouth. The world is hard, tough indeed. The traveling doctor also lamented. Since I have been successful in learning medicine, in accordance with the ancestral training to travel around the medical practitioners to see the sick, many people cannot even buy the money to buy medicine. And even more so in order not to drag the family to get sick and then take the initiative to seek death. Really intolerable. Li Yunping sighed, not knowing what to say out for a moment. After a pause, he repeated Taoist Shiyun's words, lamented a sentence about how difficult the world was, and resumed asking about the epidemic ghosts. The white girl then took out the thatched little man. The previous epidemic ghost, if nothing else, has been detained here. May I have a look? Naturally. Chen Hastings grabbed it and handed it over. Taoist Shiyun saw that the thatched grass villain was a bit impressed, looked through it several times, staggered and praised it. A good technique. The original means of detaining souls only with the 5 elements and 8 characters is now directly used to seal wild ghosts, which are not good enough to run out of the house. A good way. The power is urgent. And at that time it was also fortunate to have the help of the saints. Otherwise it would have been difficult. Whoa, how does that sound? Hearing about saints. A few others grew curious again and inquired. Chen Ji then told the story of how they had asked the sages to help trap the epidemic ghosts, and that's how they were detained. The crowd then resumed Tisk's king. Li Pingyun even rose and arched his hand as a sign of respect. I've been in this iron gold town for several years, and I've never heard of anyone being able to invite the attention of a saint. Mr. Chen is truly extraordinary, but having consumed some of the talent of the academy, I'm afraid that my merit will suffer in the next few years. No harm done. Li Pingyun waved his hand, not taking it to heart in the slightest. The town was originally short of talent,
and it's not likely to see a scholar for several years. If we can get rid of the demons and ghosts, it's cost-effective to have a few more years. The town itself doesn't test for civil governance ratings, so it's nothing. Besides, if you can't, you can go to the next town and the academy to seek education, where there are also famous teachers. Going to school somewhere else? Chenji can't help but think of Suna's sister's misery. There are also demons on the road. I just don't know how to say it. Which is more important? Sacrificing some people's path to the imperial examinations in exchange for the peace of the whole town? It's a muddled account that can't be calculated. Chen Halberd shook his head and resumed talking about the epidemic ghost. This epidemic ghost. If Supervisor Lee wants to send it to the city god for disposal, just take it. I'll let a few of you make fun of me. Li Pingyun shook his head in shame. The town was not rich, and there were no famous military generals or men of letters, and the great virtues of the countryside were not yet sufficiently virtuous to have ordained a city god. It dawned on Chenji that she remembered that Miss Bai had only just mentioned this matter at the time, but I didn't realize it was such a lack of a city god. Li Pingyun arched his hand and looked at them. I wonder if there is any way to dispose of this Fong other than the city god? I can ask the Netherworld House on behalf of the sentence of disposition, and it is just as well that I can ask the epidemic ghost where it came from. So much the better. Li Pingyun's face was overjoyed as he resumed his inquiry. It shouldn't be long, should it? About the next few days should be able to news. Chen Halberd thought of Lu Judge gifted his waistplate. Just even send the wine together. Is not a broken promise. Then I will trouble Mr. Chen. If there is any more news, please notify me. Be sure to inform. Li Yunping then looked at Daoist Chiyun and the others. I'll have to trouble you two to wait a few more days. If there is still news of the epidemic ghosts, it should. Yet it's not good to take silver for nothing, and it's time to do something about it. The two men nodded in response, and agreed on the arrangement of drawing their own talismans for geomancy and opening a goodwill hall to see the sick. Only then did Li Yunping respectfully send them away. The four of them refused the arrangement of being escorted by the errand boy and walked along the long street on their own. It wasn't until he walked out a few blocks outside of the government office that the traveling doctor stopped and looked to the white girl to hold her baggage. Miss White, I have something I want to ask. I don't know. Well, Fong just looked at your expression. I know there is something. Should want to ask for a long time? Say it. The white girl nodded, not surprised in the slightest, which made the traveling doctor a little embarrassed. I just looked at those consumptive patients, and wanted to ask Miss White if she had given them any other medicine. Obviously, he was already terminally ill earlier, and his dead she entered his heart and lungs, but he was still able to hang on to his life until the warm tonic medicine kicked in. This isn't something an unusual herb can do, is it? It's a small rejuvenation potion. The white girl didn't hide it. This thing is not unusual, but in the eyes of mortals precious. In the practitioners hear about then sugar beans expensive not many are letting disciples practice before refining a few furnaces. But Miss White refined it herself? Yes. Then I wonder where Miss Bai got the Dan formula from? The traveling doctor asked, his face serious. Although the small rejuvenation pill is available in all families, the formula is different. I've smelled the elixir left behind by Miss Bai, and it's consistent with my family's recipe, so please give me an explanation. As the words fell, he actually had a torchlight gaze and did not flinch. Daoist Chiyun moved his ears, pretending to be unintentional but actually paying full attention. Chen Halberd looked sideways, thinking about how to compile a reason. Among the people present, only he knew the identity of the white girl, and if this Dan formula did not come from the right place, it would not be easy to explain. Only the white girl frowned thoughtfully at her words. A moment later, something suddenly came to mind. Do you recognize Sun In Chen? The traveling doctor froze for several breaths, swallowed, and slowly returned. It's my Gaozu, and this little rejuvenation pill was also passed down from his old man. I wonder how Miss Bai knows Gaozu's name. Yet I have never heard that my family has a family relationship with the white family. The white girl smiled slightly. Not exactly a family friend, just a passing acquaintance. He was picking herbs in the mountains before and accidentally fell off a cliff. I used the little rejuvenation pill to save his life, knowing that he is a traveling doctor. Because the poor have no money to buy medicine to cure their illnesses, they come to the mountains to collect their own medicine. So they have admiration, and pass on to him the small rejuvenation Dan refining method, so that when he goes back, don't forget the original heart. Nowadays, it seems that he has done a good job, and it is very good that he still remembers this matter in your generation. The traveling doctor froze in place for a long time. He thought he had caught the petty thief who had stolen the Dan formula, but he didn't realize that it was the high-ranking person who had bestowed the Dan formula on Gaozu. This time, in turn, the embarrassment was so great that the red face did not know what to say for a while. After thinking about it, Sol fell to his knees. The latecomer did not know the identity of his benefactor and spoke out of turn. Please forgive him. The white girl waved out a clear chi and picked up the traveling doctor, smiling and shaking her head. You can abide by the ancestral tradition of treating the sick and saving people, and sympathize with the poor who have no money to buy medicine. You are already a person of excellent virtue. Seeing me use out the pills and not being a former friend, it is only human to have such suspicions, and there is no talk of forgiveness. But your family is also destined to be with me. More than 100 years have passed and you can still meet his descendants. The white girl pondered for a few breaths, and after casting off her chi-looking technique, she nodded her head in satisfaction and handed out a scroll of bamboo slips. This art will be given to you. Practice diligently, or you may achieve something, and in the future, when you practice medicine, do not degrade the reputation of your son family ancestor. The traveling doctor's face was overjoyed, and he hastily took it with both hands and once again bowed his thanks. I will not dare to forget Miss White's great virtue. When he finished, he shook his head and sighed. If I had known that my benefactor was sitting here, I wouldn't have had to come here to make a fool of myself. If you don't come here, won't you miss a chance? The white girl smiled slightly. Not to mention that the epidemic ghost thing isn't quite over yet, and the town is overworked, so it's time to see a doctor. Your medical skills are sufficient. The potentate's medicine hall does not yet have a sitting doctor, so you will have a hard time in these few days. I wouldn't dare. I will do my best to see the patient. The traveling doctor agreed decisively. Knowing that the Chen halberd several people have the old also do not stay, immediately go to find the police officer to explain to the pot immortal medicine hall charity clinic things. It was only then that Taoist Qian looked at the white girl and owed her slightly. So it's the senior high fox. The poor Taoist actually did not see the clues. Really good high Taoism. How does the Taoist master call me senior? Taoist Heiyun sighed. My master and Mr. Su are close friends, and I'm discussing the Tao with Taoist Yen and Taoist Chen. Mr. Su is a Westerner hired by the Fox clan, as is Mr. Chun. If I go by seniority, I'm a latecomer anyhow, so it's best to call Fox Senior Ah. It's just better to pay attention in front of the bystanders and not expose my identity. Anyway, already in front of the traveling doctor to add seniority. Shiyun Taoist here white girl is not entangled, and the admonition of a sentence will not say more. I know it. Taoist Master Shiyun saluted earnestly, then also took his leave to go and set up the talismans to prevent demons and evil spirits in the town. Only then did the white girl look at Chen Ji, asking when the epidemic ghosts would be dealt with. Let's ask Judge Lu to come tonight, so that we don't have a long night. Chen halberd slowly said. It just so happened that he had acquired the undoing art and hadn't used it yet, so it was time to give it a try. Chapter 64, Sage Pleasant Chan, for K Big Chapter. Although Miss White does not recommend using this technique more often, but Chen Ji is not to eliminate disasters and solve problems, but to open the altar to pass the yin and yang to invite Lu Judge, but does not count the list of Yen Chekha's purchases on that day. Chen Ji had not been there since. However, the innkeeper is still there, and then pay money for him to buy a copy of it. Gu, Taoist Master Chen, you're breaking my heart. Inside the inn, Chen Ji just took out the silver, and the shopkeeper returned it in a hurry with a high shout. You accepted the epidemic ghosts in the town. I can't even thank you enough for the recovery of my business. How can I dare to accept your silver money? Besides, if my wife finds out, I'm afraid I won't be allowed to sleep in my room tonight. What does it matter? Chen Ji frowned, but was puzzled. Someone on the sidelines replied with a laugh. His brother and his brother-in-law drank and together they invited the epidemic ghosts. And if it wasn't for Taoist Master Chen's intervention, I'm afraid they would all be extinct. So much for. As Chen Ji realized, he accepted the thanks with peace of mind. I wonder when to send it to the Taoist master. Where to send it? The shopkeeper asked respectfully. Just send it to the West Pot Immortal Medicine Hall in the west of the city before 5 o'clock. Finished and added. I'm sitting over there with a high priest nowadays, so if you're sick you can go there too. There's no signboard on the door yet, so you might have to ask. Definitely. The shopkeeper promised to finish, but reacted to this seems to be some problems, which someone promised to go to the pharmacy for good reason. This is not a curse of their own disease in vain. It was good to see that the reason came to mind as soon as the thoughts turned. It just so happens that the two of you at home are still a bit weak, so we'll send them to see Mr. Chen some other time when it's convenient for him. Good, but I'm not good at gizmo, and there are other high-level people who sit in on the clinic, so feel free to go anytime. There were also a number of bystanders gathered in the inn. Knowing that Chen halberd is the high man who caught the epidemic ghosts are held in respect. Now heard that the high man can also see the disease. Most of the thinking up. Walking in the jungle, there is always some sickness and discomfort in the body. In the past, either because of the pain of money, or there is no good doctor to see the disease, always did not go to the medical center to see. Now that I've come across a high-ranking person sitting in the clinic, I've been tempted to take a look. I don't dare to ask for a good relationship with a high-level person, but it is enough to solve the disease. So someone borrowed a pen and paper and asked for the full address. Chen Ji waited for them to memorize, and went out to buy a good wine and some snacks and dried fruit before returning to the pharmacy. The fox who had gone out to shop had returned and was telling the white girl about what she had seen. See, Chen Halberd came back first. Salute, asked Mr. Good. Then looked to Chen Halberd. By things are sticking out the tongue. They're not white eights, and while they're not gluttonous, they do like good food. For her part, Miss White looked towards the fine wine and thanked Chen Ji with a slight nod. Halberd Chen put down his things before asking Fox what he had gone out to buy. Baek-san holds up the sugar painting in his hands. I saw the man with sugar painting turn to what animal will draw what animal out. Then out of the double silver let him draw a fox, but also really good to see Miles. White 4 is holding a couple of cannonballs. When I saw someone on the road welcoming a bride and putting a few of these out, I thought it was interesting, so I bought a few to see how it differed from the lightning attraction technique. White 19 shook his head. All you do is look at people and you forget to buy anything. The same goes for White 10. I watched people ironing and didn't buy anything to bring back, but I did learn a few tricks of the trade in fire and iron. The white girl smiled and nodded as she heard the silver the foxes had spent. All did well. Those who bought things and those who didn't. Did you get anything out of telling you guys to watch more people? The 4 foxes, however, opened their beaks not knowing how to speak. After a long time, they looked at each other before By 19 spoke first. Looking at a lot of people and realizing how complicated people really are. The skin seems to be the same, but there can be many faces. I have seen people buying things, and when there is not enough silver money, the seller swears and curses. If more silver money is given, they fawn and laugh. If it changes, I don't know what kind of shape it should take. The remaining 3 foxes simply nodded. Miss White, that's how we see it too. The white girl looked at the back 3 foxes with a faint grunt. And also this, just focusing on looking at the novelty outside, even forgetting the main thing. If not for 19 watching carefully, I don't know when you guys would have learned to transform. After saying that, but also patiently taught the foxes the trick of transforming into shape. Chen Halberd listened in thought. Fox transformations are first and foremost similar in appearance, except that this is the lowest form of transformation. Just like the fox car at that time, if you think it's fun, you can transform into it, and you can't even hide your head and tail hair. If you can't turn into a dead thing, you'll have a lot of problems if you turn into a human form, and that's about it for White 8. With a little refinement, one has to know enough about the mind of the object of transformation, which makes it much less broken than before. It would probably only have features like a foxtail or animal ears. Some of the transformed demons on Mount Sendai are probably of this caliber. That is, they only know human form and do not know human nature. With more sophistication, you can about take human form, but there are many taboos to be aware of. For example, if a fox is greedy and eats a lot of raw meat, bumps into a talisman that repels demons and avoids evil spirits after doing something bad, or moves to lustful thoughts, it is also easy to transform into an archetype. Unless one reaches the point where one is able to change appearance at will like Miss White, where all things are not taboo, then one can say that one is truly proficient in the art of transforming. So hard indeed, but having seen many of them, it's a little more understandable than listening to this on the mountain. Tomorrow we'll go out and see people again, the foxes whispered. And no, someone should be here tomorrow to see the doctor. Seeing that the foxes were doubtful, Chen Haste talked about what happened in the inn. Mr. is so skillful that he attracts people to his door this way, but it spares Fox from going out. Several foxes praised it. Chen Ji's skin was thin, but he was embarrassed. It was clear that he was the one who had found things for Fox, but Fox still had to praise himself, and he actually had a feeling that he had never had before. But thinking that this was the intention of bringing the fox down the mountain, he slowly explained again. It may be busy. I don't know if it will delay your practice, he said and looked at the white girl again. And on the river house side, Taoist who has already gone out to visit his friends, so naturally there's nothing wrong with him, and it's also a bonding experience to see a doctor here, as is the case with that Sun family. Besides, foxes are supposed to come to see people, and having someone here really saves going out and about, and makes it a lot easier. Mr. Chen Himo think there's something wrong with that, as if she knew what Chen Ji was going to ask. The white girl replied with a smile. That's good. Chen Hastings was quite relieved. Is Taoist Master Chen here? When he was about to say something else, the voice of the innkeeper came from outside the door. It turned out that the pickup was all together and he delivered it himself. It is not yet the hour of 5 o'clock, so there should be no delay in the Taoist Master's business, right? Chen Halberd took the things and looked at them. Indeed there was no missing. The time was also advanced quite a bit, so he arched his hand. Just as well, Pal has a heart. Then there's still business at the inn, so I'll go back first, And if the Taoist master has any more orders, just have someone send word over again. The shopkeeper hurriedly arched his hand and excused himself, not daring to stay for more than a little while. Chenji also knew that he was afraid that he would invite the judge again, so he did not force him to stay. I went back to the house and told Miss White that I was ready, so I rushed to the previous place to prepare an altar to ask Mr. Lu to show up. Earlier, watching people do these things didn't take much time, but when he got started himself, Chenji found that it was still a bit tedious. It took a lot of work to prepare the altar and the tableau, and it was already midnight. Although the Yin energy is heaviest at the hour of midnight, it is suitable for summoning the dead and lonely souls. However, the land judge is also considered to be the earth spirit Yin god. After the time of dusk is a good time. Chen Halberd burned the form, respectfully read the name of the Lu judge, said there is something to explain after waiting for a response. Within a short time, there was black gas rising from the ground, revealing the figure of Judge Lu. The opening is hopeless. Fellow Taoist Chen Ah, didn't I already give you the waist plate? How come you're still looking for me so formally? I have business to attend to, and I dare not be unofficial. Whoa, what is it? Judge Lu sniffed and inquired with a straight face. The town is haunted by an epidemic ghost. Epidemic ghosts? Judge Lu's whiskers trembled and his expression grew more and more serious. May elaborate. Chen Ji then told all that he had seen and heard since he came down from the mountain. Even the detention of epidemic ghosts in the academy. You two are so meritorious. Judge Lu saluted and thanked him before speaking slowly. This place is under the jurisdiction of Mr. Lu. If we really let this epidemic ghost become a climate, I'm afraid it will be another catastrophe. Saying this, he asked where the epidemic ghosts were. Chen Ji then touched the thatched grass figurine and handed it over. But I don't know whether it is bred by evil cultivators or how it came to be. So I happened to ask the Lu judge to take a look at it clearly. Good talk. Out. Judge Lu waved his hand to undo the restraints left behind by Miss White. The epidemic ghost figure reappeared into view. The epidemic plague breath that was so thick that it couldn't be melted spewed out. And the epidemic ghost gritted its teeth and wanted to attack Chen Ji again. Unfortunately, Judge Lu sealed all means with a single point of his finger. Epidemic ghosts are covered with iron cables, banging, unable to move, and even the gray and black gas are locked in the body cannot be exerted. Good jutsu. Chen Ji looked envious. This move was actually much more powerful than the fire control and soul detention when dealing with the severe ghosts. Ghost locking. Something the shades know. I'm just a little more familiar with it, but unfortunately it's a ghost technique and I can't teach it to you. If you, fellow Taoist, want to learn, wait until you're a fellow traveler. You want to die, too. Chen Ji felt as if he wasn't so envious anymore. Moreover, Lu Judge was obviously much more modest. He was afraid that he was more familiar with billions of points than the unusual Yin Jian was. After all, there are many kinds of inconveniences on Earth. Mr. Lu has to take this ghost back to the netherworld first, so wait for a moment. Lu Judge grabbed the chain to return to the ground. Less than half an incense burner's work. Returned, and his face was much more relaxed. How? It has been ascertained that it is indeed the shadow of the plague god's epidemic ghost, and that it is indeed bred by someone, and that there are further questions to be asked, but it is left to the prefect's headache to go. Judge Lu exhaled a much more relaxed breath. In the past, we were always the ones to clean up the little ghosts, but now it's hard to run into a big tricky ghost, so it's time for him to get busy. Judge Lu was really spontaneous. Chen Halberd smiled and shook his head. He thought that the atmosphere of the netherworld was quite good, and that it would be good if he was lucky enough to become a colleague in the future. Also can't be idle for a few days. The epidemic ghost appeared. I'm afraid that the side demons and evil spirits are not peaceful. I'm afraid that the back is going to be busy. Chen Halberd was not in a good position to answer. About the only thing that can keep the netherworld busy is mass death on Earth. At this moment, even if one were to lament a sentence about the wheel of heaven and fate, it would feel heavy. 8 words later it says how many corpses may be strewn across the floor. And it's tragically awesome. That's just it. This matter can't be talked about, but it's the things I owe to you, Tao friend, that I've finally brought over today. Judge Lu waved his hand and pulled out a jade gourd from his pocket and handed it to Chen Ji. 3 yuan soul pills. Pills made from Nai River water mixed with the essence of the 9 springs are good for cultivation. Thank you, Judge Lu. Chen Ji doesn't know whether the pills are good or bad, and he thinks it's good when he hears that it's good for cultivation. Instead, it was the white girl who had a twinkle in her eye and was quite emotional. Judge Lu looked at Chen Ji again. Last time said the squirrel demon ghost I have found, also asked to cultivate the law, is organizing, when good let the ghost messenger directly sent to you. So fast? I'm really sorry to trouble Judge Lu. Chen Ji himself didn't expect this to be so convenient. Thought there would be other twists and turns. It's just a record of a demon cultivator. What could be wrong with it? If there is nothing else, Mr. Lu will go back? And wait! Chen Ji hurriedly called out to Judge Lu and pulled out the jade gourd gifted by the mountain god. Judge Lu treats me to moon syrup wine, and I return Judge Lu's earth spirit sweetness. Earth spirit sweet? Doubt surfaced in the eyes of the Lu judge. Chen Halberd then described in detail the matter of the mountain god regulating the earth's veins to brew wine. After hearing that he could sense the earth's veins to strengthen his body and that the wine was overbearing, Lu judge could not help but be moved and poured out half a cup to savor it. A few moments later, whiskers flowing, wantonly unfolded shouting good wine, but then he shook his head in regret. There is no human body, after all, do not feel the full impact of this wine, the best wine on earth but die early. I don't know how this mountain god's cultivation is. Will there be a possibility of being a colleague with me? Even though Chen Ji already knew the nature of Lu Judge, he really couldn't hold back when he heard this. This Lu Judge is good at everything, but he likes to pull people as colleagues. Still, explain the mountain gods truthfully. The mountain range opens up to spiritual cultivation. Then there is no hope. The land judge sighed. This kind of mountain demon, if there is no accident, it is possible to live 10,000 years. When too many demons I've seen are dead, and it's just lucky that the mountain demon is still alive. Chen Halberd heard that Judge Lu was not talking about this, but he did not dare to ask more questions. Things that even the Lu judge dares not say are either hidden secrets or heavenly chances, and there is nothing to be gained by knowing them. So I respectfully escorted Judge Lu back to the netherworld. Retrieving the elixir again, he prepared to organize the Dharma altar, but he heard the white girl sigh languidly behind him. I knew you were lucky, but I didn't realize the luck was so good. I'm really envious. Unsure of what he was doing, Chen Hastings carefully asked for guidance. It was only then that the white girl explained with him. The Yuan Soul Pill is a notorious elixir of the Yin division. It is of great benefit to the soul, and when the soul is injured, it can be saved as long as the soul doesn't fly away on the spot. Normal cultivators who take one are also able to have their souls condensed and are not afraid of normal illusion and soul art attacks. Chen Halberd then realized the preciousness of this elixir and lamented that Lu Judge had taken the trouble. The mind sank down to look into the mind. A new chapter has indeed been added to the book of anecdotes. Epidemic ghosts. Chen Shang, Mr. Fox, always virtuous, living in the town, one day returned with the fox, heard that the epidemic ghost rebellion. The townspeople begged, so he went to the academy to check its situation. In the night, the epidemic ghosts arrived, wanting to harm people. Chen and the fox so detained the ghosts. Saints like Chen, gift of talent, can be enrolled in the copy. Chan Hassan turned over a new chapter. It was only after understanding the role of the Deng copying of this technique that he realized that the talent was not a gift from the saint for him to suppress the epidemic ghosts. Rather, he saw that he had taken the trouble to teach the fox, and was considered to have undertaken the will of the saints, so he came to his aid. Then he returned to his senses and looked away, arching his hand in the direction of the academy with 1,000 thoughts. Chapter 65, When you return the favor. How do you suddenly curtsy? The white girl looked at Chun Ji. Suddenly I want to understand something. The sage reminded me of that when I was in the academy. Wow. Hearing saint, the white girl's little bit of surprise slowly disappeared. Doesn't Miss White think it's strange? Well, after all, it's a saint. It won't be strange to do anything. Even a demon like me can ask a saint for help in catching ghosts. And you're Mr. Fox. So maybe it'll be even more likely to think highly of you and think that you've inherited his ambitions. Chen Halberd froze in place. The words were surprisingly similar to what he had thought. He almost thought that the anecdote had been written by the white girl for herself. How do you look at me like that? Do I have flowers on my face? No. I just think that Miss Bai's words have opened my mind a lot, and that lecturing with Fox should be better in the future. Really? Well, congratulations to you, sir. The white girl smiled and got up, heading towards the town. Without calling out the wind or treading on the clouds, he traveled slowly as a mortal. Chen Halberd walked aside, his gait slow and his thoughts slow. The brain still couldn't believe that the talent gifted by the sage had such an effect. Deng copy It was also an extremely profound technique, but its greatest use was to assist the side techniques, the ability to make an original spell faster and bigger. For example, with the fire control technique, a fire dragon that was originally perhaps only 1 zhang could reach 2 zhang after using the Denjiki technique. Open wall art is no longer a description. Really do open the wall. And even deeper magic power can also open the mountain. Of course, the greatest use of the ability gifted by the saints is not here. What Shinji was really surprised about was that the Dengji technique could be used for lecturing. The sages said that they were able to teach 72 sages and 3,000 disciples, but they also had the help of the technique of denning and copying. The disciple understands the same content a little faster when he lectures after using the Dengnaku technique. One might even say a little bit of chemistry goes a long way.
so Chen Jiwei couldn't wait to try it out. If it was really so effective, he, Mr. Fox, was afraid that he would have to lead the Sendai Mountain Fox clan to impact this year's Fox School quality student site. There was something on his mind, and he didn't even pay attention to the scenery on the road. Only when Miss White stopped walking did Shinji realize that he had already returned to the medicine hall. Unfortunately, the fox has gone to sleep. Chen Halbert had to press down the lecturing mind, likewise go back to the room to rest. Everything wait for tomorrow, but then I lay in bed and was slow to sleep. Thinking about what was once said only made me feel too naive. At the time, he only thought that there were dogs at the bottom of the mountain, and that he, being human and speaking the language of the beasts, should be able to protect the fox's well-being. I didn't realize that now that I'm coming down the mountain, I'll see a demonic ghost before I even see a dog. He was able to deal with ordinary demons and ghosts, but when he really encountered the epidemic ghosts, it was still a bit insufficient. It's still necessary to improve your strength. It can't be that the master is really inferior to the disciple. Chen Hao lamented, and simply closed his eyes and began to breathe slowly. It just didn't take long to fall into a deep sleep. Again, words were faintly heard. Breathing the 5 qi to fill up the 5 organs is fundamental, and when the 5 organs are rotating and alive, one can try to integrate into heaven and earth. When he opened his eyes, he was actually back inside the Xian Mountain Dream View. Still can't see the god statue in the view. Only the word Xuanmiao on the tablet becomes clearer and clearer. The courtyard in the distance was still filled with 3 people sitting in pairs and discussing the Tao. What was discussed was what Qin Ji felt was obscure last time. Only this time it was much more audible. Dare I ask the master how to breathe when the 5 qi are refuted? The rotation of the 5 organs can quench the 5 qi. What is the rotation of the 5 organs? Born with 5 elements. People also have 5 elements. Heart fire, kidney water, spleen earth, liver wood, and lung gold. The 5 elements of the internal organs also have birth and death, can be cleansed of the 5 qi, feeding the clear qi, refining the sinews and bones, evolving the magical powers, and even hidden the mystery of longevity. Asked again, what is the way to live forever? Dao shook his head, his voice sighing, O everlasting life. The 5 viscera are balanced to become firewood, and the body is used as a furnace to refine. Do this before talking about longevity. Go away. Go away. It is not enough to hear this law. Dao seemed to be pointing, turning his head to look in the direction of the Chen Halbert. Chen Halbert opened his eyes wide trying to see the face of the Taoist, but his eyes only saw a golden light stabbing at him, and he was suddenly up in pain. He opened his eyes but realized that he was not in the temple at all. The roof of the medicine hall was broken, and the sunlight fell on his face. That's where the burning light came from. Sunrise. Had a good night's sleep myself. The anecdote did not move, but the words were so clear in the dream. Chen Halbert for a time actually cannot distinguish between true and false, can only murmur repeatedly chewing, pondering the meaning of the words in the dream. The 5 viscera are balanced to become firewood, and the body is used as a furnace to refine. What exactly is the Taoist master he is going to refine? At this moment, Chen Ji finally experienced the feeling of meeting the Riddler, yet it was mostly flirting. Can be in the dream to get a high person to pass the law. Already do not know how many practitioners stronger than the demonic person, which dare to complain about the high person to cover up. It was excellent to be able to say to him that the time was not right, that it was not enough. Not to mention that he had not yet reached the point where the 5 organs were balanced as the dream Taoist had said, and was in no hurry to cultivate that latter element of using his body as a furnace. Just always feel that if cultivation is an exam, although he has no strength, he would like to see what the big question is at the end. It's just human nature. If you can't do it, you don't seem to lose anything. Then he adjusted his mind again to accept this creation, slowly practiced the breathing method, and continued to absorb the 5 qi of the earth. It was only when Fong ran up his breath that he found something strange. Originally, the 5 qi on earth were not as pure as the 5 qi in the mountains. Even when I was conditioning in the academy, I felt that the 5 qi were refuted, but after listening to the Dream Tao teachings, now the breath naturally sinks 5 qi to the internal organs, but found that the 5 viscera is really quenching filtered out those refractory breath, leaving only the pure 5 elements of the gas swimming in the body, feeding a mouthful of clear air, really better than pure absorption of the 5 gas and a lot more. Then thinking that he had not yet tested the Dengji technique, he went to the middle of the courtyard again, and seeing that there was no one to the left or right without a fox, he exhaled a mouthful of breath against the red sun. This time, it was not purely the 5 qi, but also mixed with that clear qi in it. The exit was only an inch, but it changed with the wind, but it was already coiled in the courtyard, and even the air was scorching hot. Looking closely, the scales and claws of the fire dragon are realistic for a few moments, and there are even a few points of the white girl's foxfire like a dragon.
Chen Halbert also perceived that this fire dragon is indeed a few points thicker than in the past, and the control is also more agile, slowly inhaling to retrieve the fire dragon, and not as hungry as the day before. Sure is subtle. The Denjiki method is also wonderful, as is the Genzin dream method. Chen Ji's eyes lit up in amazement. At that moment, however, movement could be heard coming from outside the door. Turn around and look. Seeing Taoist Master Shiyun and Miss White were walking in from outside the house, they stroked their palms in amazement. Good fire. Good technique. Fellow Taoist Chen is truly a genius in cultivation, and he's actually refined a lot after not seeing him for a day. How does the Taoist master know it's fire magic? Taoist Qian looked stunned. Does fellow Taoist Chen even not know the technique to invoke the 5 qi? If it's a bit more low profile, ordinary people might not see it, but fire control, wind control and these, mortals also noticed, and those with Taoist skills, 100 paces away feel the 5 qi surging. How do you not know? It's a good thing there's no city god here, or else all the day walkers would have come here to check it out. Why? The city god protects the local people and monitors the yin and yang, and if the city of Pingbai makes a mistake, it's either messing with the gods or practicing evil, so naturally he'll send his men down to check it out. Rather, I neglected to do so, Chen Halbert suddenly realized, and then remembered this point, decided that in the future should go to no man's land to try the laws, then curiously inquired how Taoist Master Shiyun had come over. It's not like we're like the Taoist friends, who are able to purchase a house in the city, and we all live in the stagecoach. Little Dr. Sun's family is out in front today, so I stopped by to take a look, he said, and then remembered something and reached up and fumbled with his sleeve a few times. Fellow Taoist and Fox Sr. opened a medicine store here, but I forgot to send a congratulatory gift. There is nothing good on hand, so there are only these few things, all picked in the mountains, not expensive. Chatting about the intention, I hope that you do not feel shabby. After saying that, he touched out a dozen dark brown and dried things. Is this dried apricots? Chen Ji looked similar to the dried fruit he had previously seen in the bazaar and asked curiously. Taoist Shiyun didn't reply, smiling and handing it over to him to ask him to guess again. Chen Halbert holding in his hand could feel this thing emitting warmth, and even a few points of tingling sensation. When you look at it with the qi method, you can also see the blazing yang qi in it, yet not recognizing is indeed not recognizing. Shaking his head in vain, he asked Taoist Shiyun what this was. It's the Peach Lords. It actually looks like this. Ha! Chen Halbert showed a few moments of curiosity. He had read the book and knew of it, but had never seen it. Peaches remain on the branches after the winter, and after weathering, they turn into dried peaches, which are called Peach Lords. It is an excellent medicinal herb and is also commonly used to ward off evil spirits and epidemics, but it's just rarer. Birds, bugs, mice and ants have nothing to eat in the winter and will always eye the wild peaches of the mountains, very few of which can be dried in their entirety. And there's something to be said for picking. Some of them need to be removed with a bamboo knife at the time of the youngest year so as to retain the power of the medicine and the suppression of evil spirits. Some of them have to be taken down at the time of hibernation, taking the spring thunder to sting the sky when the thunder suppresses the evil spirits, but also the meaning of mahogany to kill ghosts. It's best to also take the southeast direction, where the yang energy is strongest. He had also looked around the mountain when he was at Sendai Mountain, but unfortunately he had not found it. I didn't expect Taoist Shiyun to give out a dozen of them, but it was generous, and I thanked him in a hurry. Taoist Master Shiyun waved his hand. What is there to thank for what is on the mountain? What is there to thank for getting it by a fluke? But the master used to play the law by the peach tree day and night, and this peach lord is a little better than the average. Wouldn't that be a treasure of the old goddess of mercy? And it wouldn't be very nice to give it to me. Fellow Taoist's arts are profound and his heart is righteous. Gifting June Peach Lord is most appropriate. Taoist Shiyun arched his hand and insisted. In that case, then I'd like to thank the old goddess. Mercy, 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 it must be brought to the master, Shiyun said slowly, and outside the house there were gongs and drums and Swana playing joy. Chen Ji is still puzzled. Only gone the epidemic ghost. How can someone marry? But I saw Zhang Yuan and a line of police officers came in, with a red cloth tray in their hands, and behind them they also seemed to be carrying something. Taoist Chen, this is the reward silver you deserve for eliminating the demon. The supervising town asked me to deliver it with you. There are 2 other plaques that come with it. So please smile, he said lifting the red cloth. The 150 taels of silver are all 10 taels of official silver in 1 ingot for ease of use. Both plaques are made of fine ebony wood, wielded in gold ink with extraordinary brushwork. A piece to drive away evil spirits and bless the people, and a piece to save lives. Chen Halbert activated the chi-looking method to see, but found that this plaque is not even mundane, but exudes a little golden light. But when you go up to check it out there is nothing different. so he asked Zheng Yuan about the origin of this plaque. Zheng Yuan then arched his hand. The Taoist priest accepted the epidemic ghosts. And the white girl saved the consumptive. This was carved by the people of the town who chipped in and hired someone to carve it. How do you do it so fast? Sister Sun Ah is customizing the plaque in these 2 days. And Chen Ji also understands the key. A plaque without just the right material would take a decade just to process. These 2 plaques are really done too quickly. Zheng Yuan, however, arched his hand again. It's a marvelous thing for the Taoist master to say without asking me. These 2 plaques were originally intended to be plaques for the academy. But the craftsman had a dream the night before that someone said that Taoist Master Chen had always been virtuous, and that the plaques should be given to Mr. First as a result of the willingness of all the townspeople. When I woke up and went to the academy to inquire, I realized that all the carpenters in the town had had this dream, even the academy master. It just so happened that the rich households also went to the supervisory town to explain things, and under repair, they were all amazed beyond measure, and that's why they hurriedly made 2 pieces and sent them in. Chen Halberd listened with a blank stare, then flipped through the anecdotes. Sure enough, I saw this written in the previous post. Mr. Chen, Mr. Fox, has always been virtuous, finally confirming that sage Hai Chan wasn't a lie. So he arched his hand and thanked Zheng Yuan, once again looking in the direction of the academy, deciding to ask Mr. Su what the sage liked. The saint was pleased with Chen and presented him with a plaque and talent. Chen was pleased with the saint and should return the favor. Chapter 66, A Little Help, Request for Catch-Up Reading. After making a mental note to go back to the mountain and ask Mr. So, the front yard happens not to be too busy, Chen Ji then got the foxes to come over for a lecture, intending to try out the effects of the Dengji technique. Is fellow Taoist Chen going to preach with the fox? I wonder if the poor Taoist can observe. Taoist Master Shiyun had curiosity in his eyes and smiled as he stroked his beard. I don't have a problem with that. It's up to the white girl. Chen Ji looked to the side at the smiling figure. Naturally, I can. And it's just as well to ask Taoist Shiyun to take a look at Fox's studies. And if there's a problem somewhere, it's good to correct it in time. With Elder Fox watching, where would there be any problems? It's rather me who needs to learn how to preach from Taoist Chen, so I can go back and talk to those untalented disciples. The Taoist priest is overstating the case. Chen Ji waved his hand and looked at Bai San and the girls again. With a change in classes, Fox's interest was undiminished. Seeing someone watching in turn more excited, rose of sitting down to ask Chen Halberd to talk about what content. Let's talk about transformation. After Chen Ji finished speaking, several foxes revealed puzzled expressions. Can you speak of transformation even if you don't know how to transform? Sir, I have not yet comprehended what Miss White spoke of yesterday, and I wonder what the gentleman is going to say. Perhaps you want to analyze people with us? If we know how people think, we should be able to grasp them faster? Fox discussed. Chen Halberd's mind flickered. Following the content of yesterday's white girl's speech continued to speak openly about the human mind. Foxes have purer emotions, and seem to have no other emotions outside of joy and sadness. It is good when practicing, but it is weak in experiencing the human heart, Chen Halberd said, still thinking about how the boarding copy is going to be used to come. But suddenly there was a flash of insight. Looking at the 4 foxes in front of him, he actually had the idea that as long as he said it, they would be able to understand it. So tentatively, he began to tell. If you want to humanize people, you have to understand their emotions. The 7 emotions, sorrow and joy, greed and anger. There are also some relationships between people that Fox has a hard time understanding. For example, the businessman White 19 saw yesterday is too poor to be rich, and the fox should not be. Indeed not. White 19 nodded seriously. Sir, why are people like that? If you can't do business, just don't do it? Why do you dislike poor people? He can't live without making money. There are wild fruits and hunting in the mountains, and water is free, so how can we not survive? Because people want different things than foxes, Chen Halberd slowly said. As for the deeper differences in the world, it is not good to explain with the little fox. Cognition is not enough to understand such esoteric content, and it is enough to know this to learn to transform the form, but it is possible to give examples. If you were to still live like those unenlightened foxes now, would you be willing? White 19 shook his head and nodded again. Sir, I about got it. She practiced the marrying dreams method. Her talent was not low, and it was not strange for Chen Ji to be able to understand this. On the contrary, Bai San and the girls hesitated for a moment, but they actually nodded their heads as well. I seem to understand something too. Kiki, obviously Mr. Chen's lecture was a bit more difficult than Miss Bai's, but I actually understood it. So it turns out that you have to understand human emotions first to take form. So it's no wonder foxes don't take form well. It's true what Mr. said. It's easier to understand transformation after going down the mountain. The foxes are relieved. White 19 even had a slight movement in his eyes as he removed the illusionary body talisman and resumed his fox body. Then with an effort to frown at something and a hard squeeze, he rose slowly from the floor. It actually turned into a fox-headed peddler. A pair of crimson eyes looked at Chen Ji. His tone sharp. Sir, you are also a scholar? How can you buy something without paying for it? It's done? Bai San and the other foxes opened their eyes wide in disbelief. Obviously yesterday, White 19 of the transformation of a subject is still under the next, but there is this strength, even into the fox school are enough to be rated in the upper middle. In one night's time, it had actually almost crossed 3 great levels. How did the gap between fox and fox become so wide? No, it wasn't so much a one-night stand as it was a sudden enlightenment from listening to Mr. Chen's class. They then looked at Chen Ji in unison. How does Sir hide why we have not realized how to take shape? That I would not know. Chen Halberd shook his head. Maybe you're looking at too few people and need to go see more people? So, then we'll watch people carefully tomorrow and strive to transform early. Several foxes swore. The white girl looked at Chun Hastings thoughtfully, but she didn't rush to open her mouth. Daoist Chiyun, however, was frowning. The things that Chen Halberd spoke about were not considered profound in his eyes, and were even very simple. But I didn't expect the fox to understand it, and it actually succeeded in transforming into a form. This is not something that can be explained by simple intelligence. After all, transformation was a profound art, and he usually preached with the little Taoist priests for a long time, even on breathing techniques. If they knew that foxes learned to take shape all so quickly. Daoist Chiyun shook his head, not daring to think about it. Does Daoist Chiyun have any instructions? Halberd Chen noticed the movement and asked in a dignified manner. Daoist Chiyun shook his head repeatedly. Fellow Daoist Chen can really call the poor Taoist at a loss for what to say. To be able to make a fox understand the key to transforming in such a short period of time, it truly deserves the name of Mr. Fox. If there is an opportunity some other time, I would like to ask you, fellow Daoist, to also preach for the young monks of Qingfengguan. It's best to bring along these fox Daoists, so that they know that there is a sky beyond the sky, and there are people, who are also foxes. Naturally, before Qin Ji could reply, Miss Bai had already nodded her head in response. It's not good for the little foxes to practice behind closed doors. It would also be excellent if the foxes could discuss the Tao together with the young Taoist friends of Qingfengguan. So why not just wait until they are still in their transformed form, so as not to scare the Taoist friends' disciples? Daoist Chiyun resumed shaking his head and laughing. They, have been wanting to go and see the cultivating little foxes since they knew about fellow Daoist Chen. They shouldn't be afraid. That's good. Chen Halberd was listening on the sidelines, but he also found it interesting. The scene where the little fox takes on the little Taoist priest and argues with each other is really interesting, but what's more interesting now is the boarding technique. He said this, and only as more of an introduction for them to understand the image of man. By XIX being able to complete his transformation was something Chen Ji did not expect. From nothing to something, it is in line with the meaning of pointing in the Dengaku technique. I just don't know if the round of sermons can only be nudged once, or if the next fox is really worse for enlightenment. Rather, we'll have to try again later to find out. Well, now, when Chen Ji's lecture was over, he also had other things to do, so he happened to arrange for Bai 19 to speak with them about the key to transforming into a form. Both went from not being able to transform into a form to transforming into a form, and I'm afraid that what Bai 19 said is even easier to understand than what the white girl said. Understood, sir. Pak 19 got up and shared it with Pak Sam and the girls, as she watched little fox begin to study. Miss White greeted Chen Ji and Daoist Chiyun as they headed out the door. It just so happens that fellow Daoist is here, and there's something else I'd like to ask fellow Daoist for a small favor. Oh, I wonder what it is that could make even Elder Fox find it difficult to find Poverty Road. Daoist Chiyun looked over seriously. I would like to ask the old Guan master to petition the great emperor of the 5 mountains in a few years to seal the correctness of the god of Mount Sendai. Daoist Chiyun paused for a moment, as if he hadn't heard. Say a word of mercy. People are old in the end. Even heard the wrong thing about the white girl, sealing the right for the mountain god. This can be too. Fellow Daoist has not heard wrongly. This is indeed the matter, the white girl said seriously. So the courtyard fell silent. Even breathing was clearly audible. Chen Ji shook his head, not understanding why the white girl wanted to talk about this matter now. The matter was accomplished in secret, and the words were used to reveal the failure. What's more, it's really too hasty to consider the matter of sealing the right instrument without even building the mountain god temple now. After a while, Daoist Chiyun slowly spoke. So can I ask why? The white girl then told of Chen Ji's plans for a priesthood for the mountain god. Daoist Chiyun looked over at Chen Ji and said, earlier, I only thought that you were just Mr. Fox, but I didn't think that you would even want to do such a thing.
It's indeed not simple. Chen Hastings was a little embarrassed. This kind of behavior is probably in the eyes of the Taoist priests some rebellious. If you do not agree, you can only find other. Why don't you say yes? Taoist Shiyun's eyes were smiling. I'm afraid that the chance to be able to ordain a positive God won't come once in a few thousand years. The method proposed by fellow Taoist Chen is indeed possible to do, and I don't think Master should reject it. If you are ready, just speak with us. It's just a matter of hitting the table and sparing, and it doesn't affect us, so it would be a nice thing to do if it came to pass. If you want to repair the temple and mold the statue, there are some masters in the Guan who have studied it and can come to help. Chen Halberd was stunned in place, but did not think that Qingfeng Guan can be so supportive of this matter, born some different emotions. Do you want to ask why this Guan agreed to this matter when it is clear that it is sacrificing to the gods? Indeed. Taoist Shiyun laughed out loud. How many people in the world really get a deer, and don't know that they spend their days dreaming of fish? Our lineage of cultivation is supposed to follow our fate. If this really works, it means that the fate of this mountain god is on us. If it doesn't work, cultivation, there is no such thing as a sure thing. It's normal. Chen Halberd was stunned. I didn't expect Taoist Master Shiyun to be as spontaneous as a demon. Rather, he had been overly concerned earlier. But that was good. The promise of a mountain god could at least be started. Chen Ji also looked forward to what it would be like on the day that he was really sealed. Even if it doesn't work out, it should be fun, right?